called The Cider House Rules. Both scripts are excellent, and, compared to Girl, Interrupted, the themes cater more to the taste of Oscar voters. Even though the trio had re-signed with MGM for 2 Agentverse films, with the overall momentum of the Agentverse slowing down, the 3 girls found themselves with more time to delve into other projects. Listening to Michelle introduce the 2 scripts, Eric understood that Charlize had decided during this 2-year hiatus to pursue some art films to garner more acclaim for her acting skills. He took the 2 scripts but didn't flip through them, casually placing them under his arm as he looked at the 2 of them and said, "I don't have time to read these. Let's talk about Girl, Interrupted." Honestly, Charlize isn't the best choice for this role. If you set aside all subjective factors, I'd cast Angelina Jolie as Lisa. Remembering that Angelina Jolie probably hadn't fallen out with her father over her last name yet, Eric added. "I mean Angelina Jolie Voight, John Voight's daughter. Do you know her?" Charlize showed a puzzled expression, but Michelle nodded. "I've heard some things about that girl. She seems quite rebellious." Eric shook his head. Rebellious is a compliment for her. In reality, Jolie is more hysterical than the antisocial Lisa. You can see that in how she handles romance. When in love, she easily writes her partner's name in blood on her clothes, and when she's angry, she could just quickly wield a knife and make it bloody. If she played Lisa, she wouldn't even need to act. She could easily embody the role and even walk away with an Oscar. That's something Charlize couldn't do. Charlize felt that Eric wasn't exactly praising Jolie, but she was slightly offended by the last remark, whispering, "Eric, why can't I do it?" Eric smiled. "Because our little Charlize is a good girl." That was probably meant as a compliment, but it had a teasing undertone, causing Charlize's face to redden as she looked away from Eric. Eric admired Charlize's charming demeanor and continued, "It's because you're just too beautiful and too young to catch the attention of critics and award voters. You need to play roles that allow people to overlook your looks. Overly attempting to play down your beauty isn't suitable for you just yet, and I don't like that either. Therefore, a character like Lisa fits you perfectly. You should know, this role isn't merely about being a crazy person. She's fierce, volatile, indifferent, and controlling. Yet at the same time, she possesses a tremendous charm that makes all her patients see her as a leader. Although the film won't start shooting until early next year, you need to begin preparing for this role now." Charlize thought she hadn't truly agreed to anything, but someone had already made the decision for her, making her glance at Michelle, hoping she might interject. At the very least, she didn't want to agree so blindly. She had to struggle a bit. However, Michelle seemed fully engrossed in Eric's analysis, completely oblivious to Charlize's silent cues. After finishing his thoughts, Eric looked at his watch and said, "That's it, Charlize. If your performance in this movie is remarkable, I could help you secure an Oscar nomination for Best Actress. While the Best Supporting Actress award has a higher chance of winning, getting nominated for Best Actress will serve you better for your future. I really hope you'll be the first among your generation of actresses to snag an Oscar for Best Actress." So, any other questions? Despite a tiny spark of rebellion against some Hollywood tyrant rising in her heart, Charlize found herself nodding in agreement. Eric nodded in satisfaction. "Great. By the way, the party for the ring is at the Big Ship's restaurant tonight. Do you want to join?" "I already have an appointment tonight," Charlize said with a hint of challenge, but then added unexpectedly, "It's a birthday party for a good friend of Kate's." Eric chuckled and stood up. "Then never mind, I'll take you 2 out." Charlize and Michelle stood up together, chatting and joking with Eric as they left the gravity set. It wasn't until they turned a corner, ensuring that Eric could no longer see them, that Charlize shot a frustrated glance at Michelle. "Now what?" Michelle suddenly laughed, eyeing Charlize's guilty expression. "You still like him, don't you?" Charlize immediately turned her head away, pretending she didn't want to hear Michelle's nonsense as she quickened her pace. Michelle, however, had to keep up, her smile still evident. In truth, Charlize had initiated today's meeting, although her excuse of not wanting to play a supporting role like Lisa seemed more like a cover story to Michelle. Being a seasoned Hollywood agent, Michelle knew perfectly well that the character of Lisa in Girl, Interrupted was actually a better fit for Charlize. Although she had some initial reservations about the salary Eric offered, The moment Eric expressed a desire for Charlize to be the first among this generation of actresses to win the Oscar for Best Actress, all of Michelle's discontent disappeared. Given Eric's current standing in Hollywood, if he hoped for Charlize to be the first one among her peers to snag an Oscar, then she had a good chance of becoming that lucky girl. During this time, ICM had renegotiated agent contracts with the trio. After receiving a scolding from Eric, Kate and Penelope hadn't left ICM, but merely switched to a dedicated independent agency team. Michelle, during this process, wisely chose to keep Charlize as her client, and she was now able to appreciate the correctness of that decision even more. While still under the same agency, the dynamics between them were markedly different. After what had happened last time, it was evident that Eric now favored Charlize more than the others among the trio. If Charlize could become the first to win the Oscar for Best Actress among them, Michelle Simmons, as her agent, would undeniably elevate her status in Hollywood. The two arrived at the parking lot and got into the car. As Michelle buckled her seatbelt, she glanced over at Charlize in the passenger seat and remarked, "If you really don't want to act, I can talk to Eric." "Forget it. I don't want to be scolded by him again." Michelle teased, "Really don't want to?" Charlize shot her agent a glare. "Michelle, if you keep talking like that, I will get angry." Okay. Michelle surrendered, starting the engine as she drove out of the parking lot, her expression turning slightly serious. "Actually, among the three of you, Eric clearly has the highest expectations for you." Charlize hadn't intended to speak, but after a moment, she couldn't help but say, "I can't see it at all. He's so focused on Penny and Kate." She trailed off suddenly. Michelle didn't respond, but understood completely. All three girls must have had close encounters with Eric. Though Charlize seemed to have the most independent personality among them, she was actually the most sensitive. Because of her background and the fact that she had wandered alone in a foreign land, she had a habit of wrapping herself in layers of protection, not letting people in easily. However, if someone managed to break through that protective layer without realizing it, it would be challenging for them to leave. Eric had single-handedly elevated the once obscure Charlize to her current status, which meant so much to her. Paired with Eric's power and standing in Hollywood and his assertive personality, he could provide the kind of security that Charlize had long lacked as a child. Thus, he had become the most likely person to break into her heart. Just like last time, when Charlize was the first among the trio to accept the compensation conditions presented by Firefly, it wasn't hard to understand that Eric had played a significant role in her decision. Otherwise, if the three girls had formed a united front, even Eric would likely have to make some compromises in the end. It's a pity he's such a dazzling person. As the car drove out of Firefly Studios, Michelle sighed regretfully and then glanced at Charlize. "But you could take the initiative. Should I help you find an invitation for tonight's The Ring party?" Charlize didn't rush to deny it this time. After a moment of silence, she said, "Michelle, do you think that would lead to any results?" Michelle looked at the road ahead. "Well, that depends on what kind of result you want. You know, I've heard he has a very, very smart daughter. Remember Eric's cameo in Men in Black? Kepler said he thinks that girl is like a little Pandora." Saying this, Michelle suddenly realized she might have overshared, and quickly cautioned, "Just listen, but don't spread it everywhere." Charlize knew about the rumors that Eric had 2 children, but she suddenly recalled that one evening a few years ago, he had taken her to see Men in Black. She couldn't help but chuckle and said, "I don't want that. It would just make me seem like a gold digger." "Huh. If you can strike gold with Eric Williams, I assure you everyone would envy you," Michelle said. "So, do you want that invitation or not? I could still get one if I call now. Otherwise, it might be too late." "Let's skip it." Charlize shook her head. "I just turned him down." "Then you'll have to seize your own opportunity." Charlize realized that she seemed to have been led off track by Michelle. "When did I say I wanted to seek that opportunity?" "That's on you," Michelle replied, passing the buck. "Let's discuss, girl," interrupted. "This is indeed a role that needs careful preparation. If you manage to outshine Winona Ryder, you'll definitely attract critics' attention, even without Eric's help. I think, given Lisa's character, it should be easy." Charlize decisively dropped the previous topic and merely said this, casting a worried glance toward Michelle. She was worried that she would be exposed by Michelle for having carefully thought about the script beforehand. She had said that she didn't like this movie, and today they came together to meet Eric. Michelle didn't seem to catch on. Winona already has 2 Oscar nominations. If you think you could just shallowly act like a manic and steal her spotlight, you're being naive. Eric's analysis was spot on. Beneath the crazy exterior, Lisa has a very complex array of character traits: fierceness, volatility, indifference, controlling behavior, and that leadership charm. You must thoroughly understand and perfectly portray all of these to actually outshine Winona. See, that's where the gap between you and Eric lies. All right, Michelle, what should I do? Michelle thought for a moment and suggested, maybe you could spend some time in a mental facility? Charlize shivered but considered it and gritted her teeth. If necessary, I might agree. Just kidding, Michelle shook her head. Some actors have tried that route, and they really went crazy in the end. So, even if you were willing, I'd stop you. How about this? I'll reach out to a few psychiatrists in the coming days to help you deepen your foundational knowledge. I will also find some videotapes of antisocial personality disorder patients. Charlize wasn't entirely satisfied. Don't I need to interact with these people? Michelle replied, not at all. What you need to experience is the character of Lisa, not to imitate someone with a true antisocial personality. To understand Lisa, you should delve into Susanna's original biography and the script we have, supplemented with some professional psychological theories. That should be sufficient. Chapter 1049, Grand Party. Tonight's party was not only a celebration for the success of The Ring, which crossed $250 million at the box office, but also a celebration for Firefly Group's summer blockbuster season. Additionally, with Firefly's recent takeover of Sony Pictures film operations, the scale and excitement of the event drew attention from all over Hollywood. Preparations for the party began early in the afternoon, as the gigantic Titanic model in the northeast corner of the studio was cleared for the evening's festivities. The word had already spread, and Hollywood stars and executives were expected to attend. Many aspiring actors were doing their best to secure invitations or connect with those who had them. Some who knew they wouldn't receive an invite had even chosen to hide away in various corners of the ship. During the cleaning phase, staff caught more than a dozen men and women attempting to sneak in, which made the park manager responsible for the evening's events quite nervous and annoyed. They regretted not having closed the Titanic attraction earlier in the day and ordered a second sweep, which uncovered even more intruders. Eric had been busy all day at the Gravity set and arrived at the top-level restaurant on the ship shortly after 6 p.m. for dinner. Since he had made a habit of dining there during the filming of Gravity, he ended up creating an exclusive dining area on the ship. It was small, with only 8 tables, but the location and food were exquisitely arranged, serving as a perk for Firefly executives. Group managers and above could dine there while working at the studio. Katzenberg was also in the studio today, and just as Eric sat down, he arrived at the restaurant. Based on current ticket sales, The Ring's North American box office should reach around $290 million before leaving theaters, making it comparable to The Exorcist. Plus, its overseas box office is performing even better. Japan alone could exceed $100 million. The international total could surpass $400 million, with a worldwide gross reaching $700 million and a return on investment exceeding 2,300%. It's definitely the highest-grossing horror film globally. Everyone's going crazy looking for Japanese horror scripts. While the staff was still putting the final touches on the party, Eric and Katzenberg's conversation naturally gravitated back to The Ring. Seeing Katzenberg's excited expression, Eric laughed as he took a bottle of mineral water from the waiter. He twisted off the cap and took a sip, saying, "If this is the case, the next 2 years are going to see an influx of horror films. Let's put the sequel to The Ring and that Ju-on on hold for now and wait for this trend to pass." Katzenberg nodded in agreement. "I'll find a moment to talk to Kenneth. By the way, have you seen Michael Bay's script for the disaster film about a comet hitting Earth? I skimmed it a bit. It's decent, but the $140 million budget seems a bit high," Eric replied. "Talk to Jerry about it. We should ideally get it under $120 million. He can't continue like this without limits." Katzenberg said, "Actually, Michael has mentioned to me that he wants to serve as the producer himself." Eric recalled Michael's good reputation for managing production costs and felt tempted. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Let's hold off for now. He can co-produce with Jerry, but the creative control should remain in Jerry's hands. If we have a chance to collaborate again, we can let him take the lead then. Most projects in Hollywood are producer-driven, meaning producers hold significant power, which also implies that their work isn't any less strenuous than that of directors. So far, Michael had only completed 3 films, and Eric doubted he could manage the responsibilities of both directing and producing simultaneously. However, remembering that Michael previously produced a series of low-budget horror films that performed well at the box office, Eric added. Also, if he's interested, perhaps he could connect with Kenneth and try producing 1 or 2 low-budget films first as an opportunity for growth. As Eric and Katzenberg continued their dinner conversation, the sky gradually darkened, and the ship's grand lights began to illuminate, with more and more chatter coming from outside. Setting down his utensils, Eric checked his watch and saw it was 7:15. He stood with Katzenberg and walked out to the restaurant's terrace to look down. They were on the top level of the Titanic model, where the small deck terrace connected to Eric's exclusive dining area. Facing north, the view was great, giving them a look at the Titanic-themed exhibition park below, along with the broad city skyline in the distance. They could also see the hills to the east and the Mariandel Bay to the west. Standing on the terrace, soaking in the atmosphere, Eric and Katzenberg resumed their earlier conversation. Suddenly, they heard the sound of high heels clicking rapidly behind them. Turning, they saw Drew coming over with a big smile, followed by the quiet twins. She affectionately hugged Eric and politely said hello to Katzenberg before wrapping her arm around Eric's. Eric, guess what I just saw? Aliens. Heh. No. I saw the fat girl wandering around below. You didn't bring your phone, did you? Eric paused, remembering that the fat girl referred to Jennifer Aniston, and pretended to be annoyed as he tapped the girl on the forehead. Eric checked his pocket and realized his phone was dead for some reason. He waved to the twins, asking one of them to retrieve his phone and to call Jenny, just telling her he was there. Katzenberg noticed the lively crowd gathering around Eric, smiled cheekily at him, and said his goodbyes. After a while, Natasha arrived, bringing Jennifer with her. Jennifer wore a simple light-colored knee-length dress, looking sweet and lovely as ever. However, as she approached, before Eric could say anything, she rushed straight to the girl, fuming. It's definitely your fault for making me believe Eric was at the studio. You little brat. I had to run all the way over here. The girl immediately circled around Eric, defiantly shooting back. I wouldn't do something so boring, fat girl. You're slandering me. Jennifer was even angrier. She reached out her petite hand without reservation. Stop calling me fat. Eric, caught in the middle, couldn't help but think about how Elizabeth and Julia might show up later, along with Nicole and Famke as well. Considering this, he suddenly felt a mix of whether to escape now or just stick around. After a moment of playful tussling, both girls were evenly matched, making Eric's shirt a wrinkled mess. He scooped one in each arm, kissed them both to calm his rambunctious kittens, and pointed to the button that had been snagged loose on his shirt collar. Look, you two have torn my shirt apart. Let's stop this. The girl immediately pointed at Jennifer. I saw her doing it. Oh, Jennifer retorted, glaring at her, her eyes shifting. Also, when Nicole walked into the restaurant with a petite blonde woman, she found Eric sitting in a chair, Jennifer awkwardly straddling his lap with a needle and thread, trying to fix a button, while Drew sat nearby, taking in the scene with a wry look. Seeing Jennifer, Nicole hesitated for a moment, but still approached them, greeting, Jenny, long time no see. Jennifer, recognizing Nicole's arrival, glanced at the woman by her side, who seemed poised to watch the drama unfold. She lightly huffed, carelessly sticking the sewing needle into Eric's shirt, and shot Nicole a sidelong glance. You can help this jerk sew instead. Nicole noticed Eric flinching as he got poked and saw Jennifer lingering with a sulky expression beside him. She felt a sigh of relief for some reason, having little sympathy for that guy. Unlike Jennifer, she didn't straddle Eric's lap, but walked over, bending down carefully to help him stitch the button back on, all while introducing her companion. Eric, this is Naomi Watts. I mentioned her last time, my good friend. Hello, Miss Watts. Eric recognized Naomi right away, but kept his demeanor casual, not wanting to betray any interest. Hello, Mr. Williams, Naomi said, nervously clutching her handbag in front of her, greeting Eric politely. wishing she could escape the awkward situation but unsure how to excuse herself. Nicole clearly had better sewing skills than Jennifer, promptly stitching the button onto Eric's shirt and organizing the sewing supplies in a small box on the table. Well, Eric, I should get going. Eric pulled Nicole back. Why not grab something to eat? We won't have another chance tonight. Nicole glanced at Drew and Jennifer with bright eyes, smiled, and nodded. Sure. Eric called over the restaurant manager to take the sewing kit away, indicating that Nicole and the others should freely order whatever they liked. The manager could see too well what kind of situation the boss was in. He felt both envious and a bit gleeful in his own way. After the three women ordered their meals one by one, the manager turned to Naomi, who was sitting beside Nicole, wanting to fade into obscurity. And this lady? Naomi Watts realized the manager clearly misunderstood her relationship with Eric. God knows. This was her first time meeting her good friend's rumored lover. However, given the current situation, while the guy was indeed rather flirtatious, he genuinely seemed nice to his women. Power and wealth often made people more willing to accept things that ordinary folks would find unacceptable. Naomi was completely unaware of her own mindset. When the manager inquired, everyone's eyes turned to her, and Naomi suddenly felt a little embarrassed and unaccountably guilty. No, it's not like that. I'm just. The manager looked confused, while Nicole gazed at her best friend's blunder with an amused smile, finally telling the manager, anything is fine for Naomi, just like me. The manager, having no idea what was going on, took Nicole's word for it and hurried away to prepare. Even though it felt satisfying to eavesdrop on the boss's potential romantic escapades, it seemed risky. Who knew if the big boss harbored thoughts of retribution that would make things difficult for the manager? Once the manager left, the atmosphere in the small restaurant grew awkward. The women fell silent, each absorbed in their own menus, flipping through them. When Naomi realized she was unknowingly mimicking the other three, she quickly set down the menu. But afterward, she found herself at a loss for where to look. As if on cue, she noticed Eric glancing in her direction, making her feel more flustered and regretful for not leaving immediately, even if it might have seemed rude. So, Nicole said you've been in Japan for the past few years? Eric finally broke the silence. Naomi nodded eagerly. Yeah. Eric continued, what were you doing in Japan modeling? Naomi sensed the sudden shift in Drew Barrymore's and Jennifer's expressions, with both of them looking at her with newfound caution. However, she gathered her composure and replied, not exactly. Well, sort of. I went there wanting to model, but ended up getting a job at a fashion magazine as an English translator. Eric felt like Naomi was his saving grace in that moment and continued, so what made you decide to come to Hollywood? I wanted a change of life. Naomi hesitated, feeling that her reason sounded overly grandiose. She added, actually, I've always wanted to be an actress. That way, I might have a better life. As they spoke, Drew, who had mostly stayed quiet, suddenly chimed in. Naomi Watts, well, maybe you could come to MGM. I have quite a few roles that would suit you. Upon hearing her, Jennifer and Nicole shot wary glances at each other, while Eric shot the girl a warning look to signal her to cut it out. The girl pouted, lowering her head, and began absent-mindedly folding a napkin. Naomi caught on to everyone's reactions and became unsure about how to respond to the girl's comment. It was only when Eric said to ignore her that she finally relaxed, realizing as she did that perhaps only Eric Williams didn't have any reservations about her. Chapter 1050. Famke's Inner Circle. During dinner, Eric felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Luckily, the upcoming party meant that the women ate very little. Drew was as dependable as ever, quickly declaring herself full and giving Eric a warm hug before she excused herself from the restaurant. Seeing her so considerate, Aniston, perhaps feeling a mischievous competitive spirit, decided to leave as well. The restaurant was left with just Nicole and Naomi. Eric relaxed and took a big swig from a bottle of mineral water on the table. Watching Eric's demeanor, Nicole couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you a bit relieved that Liz, Julia, and Famke didn't show up? Eric nodded seriously, with a hint of relief. Yeah. Nicole, smiling and resting her chin on her hand, leaned on the table and asked, seriously, if a fight broke out, whose side would you take? Eric pointed to a recently sewn button on his shirt. You saw it, right? You guys can hit me. Hee hee. Nicole chuckled, noticing her close friend's awkwardness beside her. She then said, "Well, Naomi and I will head out. I'm taking her to meet a few directors." Eric feigned modesty. "Actually, I'm a director too. Haven't we met already?" Nicole replied, leaning in to kiss Eric lightly. She picked up her bag and stood up. "We're leaving now." Eric got up to walk the two women out. "Let me know if you need anything." "Of course, I won't be polite," Nicole said as she and Naomi reached the restaurant door. After hugging Eric again, they left. Eric returned to his seat, considering a moment before picking up his freshly charged phone and dialing Elizabeth's number. Both Elizabeth and Julia surely had invitations to the evening's party, but Elizabeth hadn't mentioned if she would come when they talked the night before. The call connected quickly, and he heard Elizabeth's somewhat lazy voice. "Eric." Eric sounded puzzled. "Why are you in bed so early?" "It's almost 11 here," Elizabeth replied, then added, "Julia and I are in New York. We flew over this afternoon." Eric sighed with relief, but was suddenly curious. "You didn't mention going to New York today?" There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by some rustling sounds, and then Julia's soft giggle came through. "Eric, Liz said she wanted you to be anxious. The party must have started over there, right?" Eric sighed. "Yeah, I just lost a button, and thankfully I didn't get hurt." Hee. Both women erupted in gleeful laughter, teasing Eric mercilessly before hanging up. Hearing the beeping sound, Eric smiled to himself and thought for a moment before dialing Famke Janssen's number. Among the women still around him who owned a set of rings, Famke was definitely the most aloof one. This didn't mean they had grown distant. If that were the case, Eric would have let go. He had started taking a more casual approach towards relationships, no longer wanting to force any woman into a confined role, as it benefited neither party. Famke had a strong independent streak. She didn't rely on him much. Besides making periodic visits to his estate, she had a full and busy life, spending very little time in Los Angeles. For the moment, she was in Los Angeles because of the summer release of the X-Files movie, having spent several days at the estate recently. When the call connected, Eric could hear some background noise, immediately realizing Famke must be at the party. They exchanged a few brief words as Eric left the restaurant and headed toward the lower deck. It was nearly 8 o'clock in Los Angeles, and the lavish ship was filled with guests spilling into every public area, including the exhibition hall below. Just stepping out near the banquet hall adjacent to the restaurant, Eric was quickly surrounded by a variety of people. "Hey Eric, long time no see. How have you been?" "Eric, Finch has a new script out, but the budget might be higher. I sent it to your assistant's office." "Mr. Williams, hello? I have a script here." "Eric, I watched the samples of The Lord of the Rings in the afternoon, and I can't help but admire your eye for directors. Peter Jackson is a genius." "Mr. Williams, here's my number. I'm Anne and Hathaway call me." "Eric, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Miyamoto, the president of Toyota North America. He wants to secure some product placement in Spider-Man." After what felt like nearly an hour of mingling, Eric finally made it down from the top of the ship to the exhibition area below, where several key props from Titanic were displayed. Near a buffet table, he finally spotted Famke Janssen, holding a glass of red wine and chatting with a group of people. "Hey, Famke," Eric said as he wrapped an arm around her waist and kissed her lightly, then turned to the now slightly reserved crowd. To his surprise, he recognized most of the 8 people in this small circle. Jon Favreau, Vince Vaughn, Sam Rockwell, Kelly Lynch, Heather Graham, Katie Holmes. What an interesting mix this was. It seemed Hollywood really was a small world after all. As for Jon Favreau, his recognition spoke for itself. Vince Vaughn was known for his role as Brad Pitt's buddy in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, but he had also played many supporting roles in Hollywood films, making him a standard second-tier male star. Sam Rockwell almost landed the part of Tony Stark in Iron Man. After that fell through, he ended up playing the villain in the sequel. Seeing him standing with John made everything clear. Kelly Lynch was a seasoned action star in Hollywood, having played a villain in the original Charlie's Angels. Heather Graham was the leading lady in The Latest Species and one of Hollywood's rare beauties. As for Katie Holmes, her presence in this circle felt even stranger. Aside from being Tom Cruise's third wife, her identity was hardly noticeable. Calculating her age, Katie was only a few years older than Anne Hathaway, so Eric wondered what she was doing in this crowd. After surveying the group, Eric's gaze landed on the one disheveled, middle-aged man, and his hunches began shaping up. He turned to Famke and asked, "So, when are you going to introduce me to everyone?" Famke began to introduce each person to Eric. When it was the disheveled man's turn, Famke's identification confirmed Eric's suspicion. "Eric, this is Doug Liman, a talented new director. His first feature, Swingers, made with just $200,000 2 years ago, won a lot of awards. I personally invested $100,000 into that, with the remaining $100,000 coming from Jeffrey's newcomer fund. Harvey sold the film for over $4.5 million in North America, and we all profited quite a bit. Vince and Heather are the leads in that film, and we're discussing Doug's new project. Miramax has greenlit it, and this is one of the actresses he's considering for the lead, named Katie Holmes. What do you think?" As Famke spoke, she affectionately pulled Katie Holmes close. It was evident she knew Katie wouldn't meet Eric's usual taste, looking quite at ease. Eric merely exchanged pleasantries with Katie before turning his attention back to Doug Liman, inquiring about his new film. Though Eric had instructed ICM to scout male leads for the Bourne series, the specifics of the filming schedule were yet to be determined, so he hadn't paid much attention to Doug's situation. Since he happened to encounter Doug today, Eric was inclined to make that connection. Go was inspired by Quentin Tarantino's story structure from Pulp Fiction. It tells various interesting narratives surrounding three unrelated groups of characters involved in a drug deal. Doug Liman outlined his project with clarity, concluding, "Even though the storytelling borrows from Pulp Fiction, I hope to try a more complex multi-threaded narrative structure, allowing three stories to intertwine interestingly while ultimately converging into a perfect loop." Eric had no recollection of a film called Go, unsure whether it was a potential new release due to the butterfly effect or if it simply existed in an alternate scenario. However, listening to Doug's fervent descriptions reminded Eric of another complex, multi-thread narrative film, Guy Ritchie's Snatch. Nonetheless, according to Eric's previous timeline, Snatch should have released in the UK and caused a stir by now, yet he hadn't heard anything about it. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to investigate. A film like that would be a shame to miss if it had vanished. The thought of Snatch flitted through his mind before Eric returned most of his focus to Doug Liman. Once Doug finished, Eric offered a brief critique of Go, quickly steering the conversation towards MGM's spy movie universe. While many thought Doug Liman's first Bourne film didn't resonate as classically as the second and third, if it weren't for the groundwork laid by the first, the latter films wouldn't have come together so flawlessly. Doug had been an essential producer in the Bourne series, significantly contributing to its success. Eric didn't rush into extending any opportunity to this newly minted director with a budget at just $200,000, but after a delightful chat, he subtly hinted that he leaned toward selecting more inventive rookie directors for the Bourne series. As long as Doug Liman had enough confidence and ambition, Eric believed this nudge would prompt him to actively pursue the opportunity. Doug did not disappoint him. After discussing Bourne for a while, Eric noticed a spark of eagerness in Doug's eyes. Before long, Eric didn't linger in the small group for too long. After about 10 minutes, he whispered to Famke, "Let's go socialize with other guests." Famke didn't shy away from the group. She affectionately pressed her cheek against Eric's, but shook her head with a smile. "I'm not joining you tonight. I'll get killed with looks. You can find whoever you want." Eric felt helpless, as Famke clearly knew others were also attending. He leaned closer and whispered, "Let's go back to Malibu together at the end. But I promised Kelly I would stay at her place tonight." Eric glanced at the now curious Kelly Lynch, then leaned back into Famke and whispered, "What could you possibly do with her? She looks rather lesbian. She probably has ulterior motives." "Oh, stop it." Famke lightly smacked Eric's arm. "In any case, I can't tonight." "Then I'll call you," Eric said, making a phone gesture. He said goodbye to the group and returned upstairs. Following a server's guidance, Eric walked toward where the crew of The Ring had gathered. Director Gore Verbinski, with leading lady Vera Farmiga, and the main crew were present. The male lead, Depp, was filming Sleepy Hollow in England, so he was absent from the party. Due to The Ring's phenomenal success, despite being just a horror film, Gore, also a former music video director, enjoyed a stronger trajectory in Hollywood than Michael Bay did when he first burst onto the scene with Bad Boys, exuding confidence and flair. Firefly had signed Gore to the same 3-film deal as they did with Michael Bay, and now the script for Pirates of the Caribbean was firmly in his grasp. However, Eric wasn't considering launching the Pirates series just yet. Not only did Depp's schedule push the timeline back at least a year, but Gore's current inflated ego made him an unsuitable candidate to take charge of a production costing over $100 million at the moment, as he would struggle to execute Eric's production vision to its fullest. Chapter 1051. It seemed like something had been forgotten. Actually, during the shooting of the film, we really encountered some supernatural events. You know, that maple tree. Gore, do you remember? Of course. It was in the second week of shooting when we created a prop maple tree using steel pipes and silk materials. Every time we set it up, the camera hadn't even started rolling before it got knocked over by the wind. This happened 3 times in a row, and everyone felt quite spooked. I had to leave that shot for the studio, but even there, it mysteriously fell over once again. The assistant director privately suggested that I shouldn't shoot that scene. Thankfully, we completed it in the end. On the spacious main deck of the ship, Eric and Gore Verbinski, along with the main creative team of The Ring, casually chatted about some amusing incidents during the film's shoot. After a while, Bill Mechanic approached, jokingly engaging with the group. Once he confirmed that Eric and the others were not discussing any serious business, he leaned in and said quietly, "Eric, Richard Lovett from CA is over there. We just finalized the production plan for Entrapment, and he wants to say hello." Eric turned to look in the direction Bill pointed out, spotting Richard Lovett standing among a few guests. Despite his shorter stature, Lovett radiated a shrewd and capable aura as he cheerfully raised his glass towards Eric. The current structure of Hollywood's industry dictated that movie companies could not escape their interdependent relationship with talent agencies. While Eric had a close relationship with ICM, he understood that maintaining a competitive balance among ICM, CAA, and WMA served the interests of the film companies better. Given Eric's mindset and standing at that time, he didn't dwell on the minor frictions between Firefly and CAA over the years. He nodded in acknowledgement towards Lovett and turned back to Gore Verbinski and the others, saying, "You guys continue chatting. I'll just step away for a moment." After exchanging pleasantries, Eric walked with Bill Mechanic towards Richard Lovett. However, just a few steps in, Eric caught sight of a brown-haired girl in a little black dress barreling toward him like a rabbit darting towards a tree stump, moving so fast that he didn't have time to dodge. With a light yelp from the girl, their bodies collided, and as they did, a good portion of champagne splashed onto Eric's white shirt. The left sleeve and part of his shoulder were completely soaked. Stumbling back a step to steady himself, he gazed at the fresh-faced girl with her signature full lips, inwardly lamenting, what a typical overzealous Anne Hathaway. Hadn't she just handed him her business card? Why was she here again? As a central figure of Hollywood, Eric's every move at this party had people watching closely. Some guests, who had been racking their brains for ways to connect with Eric, swiftly converged when this mishap occurred. The closest ladies from the Ring crew quickly pulled out tissues from their handbags to help dab the champagne stains from Eric's shirt. Others voiced their concern, asking Eric if he was okay. In the blink of an eye, the girl responsible for the commotion found herself pushed to the periphery of the crowd. Still clutching an empty glass, Anne Hathaway stood in shock at the unexpected turn of events. Taking a half-step forward out of instinct, she then realized that 2 burly security guards had materialized in front of her at some point, their eyes scrutinizing her cautiously. Realizing she likely wouldn't get another chance to approach Eric Williams, and forced a somewhat unnatural smile at the security guards and turned to escape. But before she could make a move, a middle-aged man in a black suit politely blocked her path. It was Jonas Heyman, the manager of the Titanic exhibition area, who happened to be patrolling nearby. Jonas examined and for a moment, recalling an encounter with a group of individuals trying to sneak in during the afternoon preparations. He couldn't help but sigh internally. Here was another one. While he knew that ignoring the incident and treating it as a simple accident was the best course of action, Jonas dutifully asked, "Miss, may I see your invitation?" and calmly shook her head. "I came with Mr. Robert. The invitation is with him. And that was just an accident. I'm really sorry." Jonas maintained his gentle tone. "Miss, may I ask which Mr. Robert? I need to confirm." Robert De Niro. Oh no, it's Robert De Niro. No, wait, that's not it. And stammered, realizing her mistake and that she had accidentally revealed herself. Feeling her legs frail and her eyes darting anxiously, and quickly adopted a look of innocent pleading. I'm sorry, sir. That truly was an accident. I didn't mean to bump into Mr. Williams. I'll leave now. Jonas chuckled softly and shook his head. He had initially thought about having Anne Hathaway escorted out, but upon seeing the chaotic crowd nearby, he felt obligated to inform Eric about the situation. He glanced at his two attendants to ensure they monitored Anne Hathaway and turned his attention back to Eric. It's really nothing. Everyone, please continue enjoying the party. You don't have to hover around me, Eric said after quickly dealing with the champagne stains on his shirt. Seeing that Eric was fine, the guests realized that there were too many people around to make any real connections and started to disperse. I'm sorry, Bill and Richard. I need to change my shirt. Although Eric had hastily cleaned up, he couldn't attend the party still wearing that stained shirt. He bid farewell to Bill Mechanic and Richard Lovett, intending to stop by his office in the adjacent administrative area, where he had some spare clothing. Just as he was about to leave the large ship for next door, Jonas Heyman followed him. Mr. Williams, I'm truly sorry. That girl slipped in here. That was my oversight. While Jonas's rank in the Firefly group wasn't particularly high, Eric knew him due to his position. Hearing his explanation, Eric didn't particularly mind and simply asked, Jonas, where is she? Jonas pointed to Anne Hathaway, who was being guarded by two staff members not far away. Over there. Eric took a glance at her, feeling the clingy sensation of champagne still on him, and hurried to change clothes, saying casually, You take care of that. I'll go. Change. Since his rebirth, Eric had seen so many stars from his past that he had grown indifferent to such occurrences. He intended for Jonas to handle the situation as he wished. However, Jonas misunderstood, thinking Eric wanted to see the girl later, so he told his attendants to take Anne Hathaway to an office on the ship. As Eric reached his office in the administrative wing, he took off his shirt, considered showering briefly, and once he was done, he noticed commotion outside. He peeked out and saw Nicole sitting at his desk, casually flipping through a document. Wringing his hair with a towel, Eric emerged and said, You know, you could get arrested as a corporate spy looking like that. Nicole threw him a glance, approaching him as she asked, What happened back there? It was an attempted assassination. Eric joked, then reached out to wrap his arms around Nicole. You still love me the most, huh? Those two girls. I wasted my affection on them. They didn't even show up. And what about Famke? After all that happened, she didn't come by to check on me either. Nicole playfully dodged Eric's embrace, sizing him up. She could tell he was joking. Taking the towel from Eric's hands, she began to help dry his hair attentively. Jansen should have left by now. As for those two girls, well, they are definitely your favorites. And they're over there guzzling drinks, each with a whole entourage. It's pretty lively. I'm guessing if you really got assassinated, they wouldn't even know. Eric pulled Nicole closer, inhaling the enticing scent of her perfume along her neck. Whatever. The kid's grown up. Haha. It's obvious you're not a good dad. I'm a total failure. Vicky often says the same. Eric sounded disheartened. But you all will be good mothers someday. And also make sure to keep an eye on me. Nicole lightly swatted him. You're starting to sound ridiculous again. By the way, her tone softened slightly, as if she had been holding back. She had actually heard the news some time ago, but couldn't help but bring it up now. That, Olivia. Eric nodded, tightening his grip around her. That's her. Nicole hung the towel around Eric's neck and hugged him back, her tone filled with a teasing laugh. So, Carly is really your cousin then? Yeah. Is she going to be heartbroken? Not at all. Eric shook his head, recalling Caroline's words from that night. In the UK, it was not prohibited. In California, it was also not prohibited. Nicole was curious, but seeing Eric's casual expression made her refrain from pressing further. They changed the subject. After a moment of tenderness, Eric changed into a new shirt, and he and Nicole left the administrative building to head back onto the ship. Before they knew it, it was nearing 10 p.m. After confirming that the earlier incident was just a minor accident, Nicole didn't linger when they returned to the ship. She said goodbye to Eric and left with Naomi to rest after the party. Eric chatted with Richard Lovett from CAA for a bit and entertained a few other guests until Matthew Perry rushed over to Eric, saying a few words. Eric found himself bemused as he made his way to a bar within the ship. Compared to the crowded yet orderly atmosphere outside, the bar was loud and chaotic. A group of men and women had clearly split into two factions. On one side were Gwyneth Paltrow and Kate Hudson with their friends, clearly overpowering the other faction led by Jennifer Aniston and her group from Friends. As Eric entered the bar, he heard everyone rhythmically shout, "Go, go, go, go." At a long table, Kate Hudson was downing a beer while over at Jennifer Aniston's side. A blonde girl who exuded a tomboyish vibe was also chugging from a bottle of dark ale. The table was already littered with empty bottles. The girls cheering on their team were obviously a bit tipsy, their faces flushed as they cheered for their companions. Eric, helplessly surveying the scene, asked Matthew Perry beside him, "How much have they had?" Matthew hesitated, mumbling, maybe 5 or 6 bottles." Eric nodded and waited for the two girls to finish their beers. He clapped his hands loudly and called out, "Okay, that's it for tonight. Everybody go out and have fun. And don't drive when you head back." Upon seeing Eric aside from Drew and Jennifer, the others quickly quieted down, greeting him as they made their way out of the bar. However, seeing everyone leaving, Drew and Jennifer were unhappy. "No, you can't leave. Kate, come back. Don't listen to him. Matthew, you traitor. Why did you call Eric over here? Traitor. I'm going to, unfriend you." Eric stepped over and put his arm around the swaying Drew, eyeing Jennifer Aniston, who immediately pouted. He reached over the table to take the girl's hand. "All right, it's time to go home." Although Drew swayed a bit, her mind was clearly intact, and hearing Eric say that, she immediately beamed. "Yes, home. Eric, let's go back to Truesdale Manor." "No, we're not going to Truesdale Manor. We're going to my place in Santa Monica." "Ugh, Eric, you're biased. I want a villa in Truesdale too." Eric half-hugged Drew while turning to wrap his other arm around Jennifer, signaling the bodyguards outside to prepare the car for him as he led the rowdy girls out. Although the party still had some time to go, Eric didn't feel like sticking around with two unruly girls. Once outside the ship, Eric comfortably settled the two into his vehicle in the parking lot, sighed, and instructed the driver to head to Malibu. However, once in the car, the two girls grew restless and began to party even more, leading Eric to keep an eye on them during the ride as they laughed and played around until they arrived at Liberty City Manor. Though he occasionally thought about whether he had forgotten something important during the drive, his focus remained on the two girls beside him. Those fleeting thoughts slipped away completely as Eric set them aside entirely. Chapter 1052. This is no Cinderella fairy tale. The next morning, Eric woke up right on time at 7 o'clock. At last night's party, he had only sipped a few glasses of champagne and left early due to a couple of feisty girls. As a result, he felt no fatigue from a hangover. After getting ready, he left his bedroom and peeked into the rooms of the girls. The two restless little kittens from last night were now soundly asleep on their respective large beds. Not wanting to disturb them, Eric tiptoed out. The twins were also up early. As he went downstairs, he found the twins in sport tank tops and shorts coming out of the gym after finishing their morning workout. "Good morning, master." The twins greeted him, stopping in their tracks. "Good morning," Eric replied, about to head to the gym when he suddenly remembered. He called out to them. "By the way, the Gulfstream company should be delivering those 2 Gulfstream Versys to Ventura Airport this morning, right?" After more than a year, Eric had completed construction on 2 private airports on the east and west coasts and had formed a basic operations team. Initially, he had customized 4 private jets. The 2 Boeing 747-400s would take another 6 months to finish, but the 2 smaller Gulfstream Versys were scheduled for delivery today. Drew was much more invested in the private jet situation, and the twins were well-versed in this kind of stuff. "That's right, master. The boss told us yesterday to wake her up this morning. Are you heading over there too?" Natasha nodded in response. Eric shook his head. "I have other things to take care of today. You girls can go. I'll check in on things in Ventura later when I have more time." Natasha nodded again, and, seeing that Eric had no further instructions, she took her sister and left. Drew did not wake up until nearly 9 o'clock, when Eric personally woke her. She sleepily went through her morning routine, finally becoming awake. Eric and the twins had already eaten breakfast. On a normal day, he would have rushed off to Firefly Studios. But since both girls were here, he couldn't leave just yet. At least one of them had to be preoccupied to ease his mind. After all, when the two girls were together, they could be a handful, and he worried they might get hurt in their antics. After urging Drew to eat a bit more of her breakfast, Eric left the villa with her. On the helipad, the twins had readied a VH-60 helicopter. They didn't summon the pilot in. Instead, they took the pilot's seats themselves. The girls had long since obtained their helicopter licenses. After watching them handle the aircraft a few times, Eric felt gradually reassured. He wrapped his arms around Drew's waist and playfully helped her into the cabin. After giving the twins a few reminders, he stepped back to a safe distance and watched as the massive black body of the VH-60 slowly lifted off and flew north. With the girls sent off, Eric left a note for a still-sleeping Aniston before heading to Firefly Studios. Upon arriving at the Gravity set, the film's cinematographer, Nicole Frank, and visual effects supervisor Robert Byer were busy beside a large glass water tank. Aside from some trivial space scenes, most of the remaining principal photography for Gravity would revolve around this water tank. They planned to film the scenes where Ryan successfully exited his ill-fated capsule and painstakingly swam out from the lake's depths. After greeting everyone, Eric climbed the ladder to the edge of the tank. Just as he steadied himself on the edge, a crew member wearing a wetsuit emerged from the water, carrying an underwater camera. Taking the camera from the staff member, Nicole excitedly told Eric, "Eric, I thought of a new improvement for underwater shooting last night. Look at this lens. I built this protective layer this morning, and it won't detract from the underwater shooting effects. We might even apply for a small patent. Come on, let's go see how the recent footage looks." Underwater photography had always been a challenge in filmmaking, primarily due to the camera equipment. Even with impeccable waterproof capabilities, most cameras couldn't deliver the demanding visuals required for film. Listening carefully to Nicole's explanation, Eric, alongside Robert Byer, hopped into the tank with her. After an hour, Eric changed into a wetsuit, ready to conduct some tests himself when a studio guard walked in with an envelope, saying it was from Jonas Heyman, the manager of the Titanic exhibition. Confused, Eric took the envelope and opened it. Inside was just a note asking how he wanted to handle the girl from last night. It took him a moment to realize that Jonas must be referring to Anne Hathaway. He remembered instructing the person last night to send her home. However, recalling the situation made it clear the issue was still on his end. It wasn't surprising that he had felt like he forgot something last night. Chuckling, Eric casually folded the note and told the guard, "Tell whoever sent the message I'll be available in the afternoon. We can discuss it then." After sending the visibly puzzled guard on his way, Eric donned his goggles and climbed back up to the top of the tank. He had only planned morning work for the day. Around 12:30, after wrapping up various adjustments for the underwater scenes, Nicole and Robert declined Eric's lunch invitation. They, along with a few other crew members, hastily left, eager to enjoy the last moments of their weekend. Eric headed alone to the restaurant on the adjacent ship. Ordering lunch, he thought about Anne Hathaway. Since Nicole and Robert weren't joining him, he asked the restaurant staff to summon her. After being taken to an office last night, Anne Hathaway realized no one was minding her afterward. If it hadn't been for the seemingly courteous park manager saying that Eric Williams wanted to see her, she might have considered calling the police. The studio staff even locked the office door to prevent her from escaping. Unable to wait any longer, she eventually lay on the couch and fell asleep for the night, only waking in the morning due to hunger. She hadn't eaten anything since managing to sneak into the party the previous afternoon. Most of the park staff were busy cleaning up after last night's event. Even Jonas Heyman had forgotten about her. The office door remained locked, and Hathaway knocked for a while, but no one answered. She contemplated using the desk phone to call 911, but decided to wait patiently for regular office hours instead. Finally, someone heard her knocking and let her out. It was a long, tiresome morning. When Anne Hathaway entered the restaurant, she noticed that the food on Eric's plate was infinitely more appealing than the Hollywood mogul himself. Heaven knows no one had thought to get her something to eat all morning. Perhaps those around her thought women didn't need to eat. Watching the girl, who appeared faint and starry-eyed, come over, Eric quickly understood what was going on. Amused, he pushed his lunch across the table to her. "If you don't mind, feel free to eat mine. I'll order another." "Thank you, Mr. Williams." The scent of the food activated her growling stomach, and she didn't hesitate to take him up on his offer. Gratefully, she started cutting a generous piece of muffin and eagerly stuffed it into her mouth. Only after swallowing a mouthful did she stretch her neck comfortably and notice the man across from her smiling. That was when she suddenly realized she should probably be a bit more dignified. She discreetly adjusted her sitting posture and smiled politely at Eric, saying, "I apologize, Mr. Williams. I was just so hungry." Eric instructed the waiter who had just arrived to prepare another meal for him, while saying to Anne Hathaway, "No worries. If that's not enough, I can order you another." Anne Hathaway quickly shook her head. "No, that won't be necessary. This is already plenty." Eric picked up a bottle of water and twisted off the cap before handing it to her. "So, your name is Anne Hathaway?" Taking the bottle, she took a small sip and replied, "Yes, actually I share the same name as Shakespeare's wife." "That's interesting," Eric chuckled. "Do you know what Shakespeare named his son?" Anne Hathaway blinked in surprise, then shook her head. "Sorry, Mr. Williams, I don't know." Eric shrugged. "Neither do I." Anne Hathaway seemed to find some humor in Eric's response, letting out a few giggles. Eric thought the girl was a bit naive, and looking at her youthful face reminded him to ask, "By the way, how old are you?" Pausing her eating, Anne Hathaway quickly steadied herself and smiled at Eric. "Mr. Williams, asking a girl's age is rather impolite." Unfazed, Eric said, "What if I really want to know?" There was a hint of petulance in Anne Hathaway's eyes, but she soon replied, "I'm 21. Eric observed her performance and opted not to call her out on it. He distinctly remembered her being 18 during The Princess Diaries, a very famous Disney film from 2001. At the moment, the book version of The Princess Diaries hadn't even appeared yet. Though he didn't wish to expose her, Eric shook his head, feigning disappointment. "What a shame. Disney happens to have a teen movie that needs a female lead. Your looks fit the bill, but your age is just a bit off. The role requires someone below 18. And Hathaway's eyes widened, hesitation shadowing her face. Mr. Williams, actually I can play a girl under 18. But you're already 21, so you've lost that youthful feel," Eric replied, shrugging. "I'll search for someone else instead." And Hathaway's grip on her utensils stiffened for a moment. Biting her lip, she said, "Actually, Mr. Williams, I just lied. Oh, my birthday is November 12th. I still have over a month until I turn 18. I just didn't want people to see me as a child. I apologize." Eric couldn't help but smile. "Oh, that's fine. I also just lied. Disney doesn't actually have a film requiring a female lead under 18. What we need is someone under 16. Even Anne Hathaway, though naive, realized Eric was just teasing her. Beneath her surface disappointment, she made no protest, simply smiled again at Eric. Moments later, a waiter brought out Eric's lunch. As he leisurely picked up his utensils, Eric broke the silence again, watching Anne Hathaway, who had slowed down her eating once more. "So, how did you end up at the party last night?" Suddenly embarrassed, Anne Hathaway looked down and said, "I waited outside the door for a long time, and then a single gentleman brought me in." "Oh, he must have been a real good Samaritan." "Yeah, but unfortunately, I accidentally lost him in the crowd yesterday, which caused the misunderstanding." Eric casually enjoyed his meal while listening to the girl's whimsical tale, finding it quite entertaining. After lunch, Eric stepped out of the restaurant, with Anne Hathaway trailing closely behind him as they headed over to the studio grounds. Walking along the concrete pathway of the administration area, gazing at the immense shadows of the sound stages nearby, Anne Hathaway felt a surge of anticipation. She came from a decent background, unlike many young men and women who arrived in Hollywood with nothing. Though she still had 2 months until she turned 16, with her father's help, she already had her professional agent. While it wasn't a big agency like ICM, it was enough to provide her with auditions that many young people dreamed of. But standing beside Eric Williams now, she felt an even deeper sense of hope. He was the richest man in the world, with a fortune of over $100 billion. And Hathaway had no idea what that really meant, but she understood it was enough to afford anything one could desire. While she grew up in a comfortably middle-class family, it paled in comparison to the truly wealthy elite in America. Her childhood experiences attending wealthy gatherings with her father had left her longing for such a luxurious lifestyle. Without a doubt, the man beside her could help her realize everything she wanted with just a wave of his hand. The morning work for Gravity was already done. Eric didn't head to the soundstage again, but made his way to his office, intending to take care of some accumulated emails in the afternoon. In his office, Eric casually settled into his chair behind the desk and opened his computer. He also allowed Anne Hathaway the freedom to move around the office as she pleased, unconcerned about the girl whose fate he had already planned. Chapter 1053. This is good. As Eric opened his email, he noticed a message from Chris that had just arrived at noon and clicked to open it. The email contained the latest list of major shareholders and their respective shareholdings in America Online. Although Firefly had given up its seat on the America Online board and ceased to interfere with its management entirely, it had not completely disregarded the company. After several months of operations, Firefly Investment had successfully reduced its stake in America Online by 25%, cashing out a staggering $10 billion. During the first phase of the 10% stock reduction, to ensure enough returns on its investment, the organizations connected to America Online also jumped into the spotlight, joining Morgan Stanley in promoting technology stock investment prospects. This led to America Online's actual stock price gradually soaring well beyond the price at which Firefly had reduced its stake. In the subsequent sale of 15% of shares, Morgan Stanley not only invested heavily, but also strategically employed a bit of hunger marketing to attract more Wall Street capital to America Online stock. Ultimately, when the official distribution date arrived, the part of the stock under Morgan Stanley's underwriting had already been fully subscribed. According to the latest stock price information, America Online's market value had reached $53.6 billion. Calculating based on this market value meant that Firefly Investment had suffered a loss of $3.4 billion during this stock reduction. However, given Eric's more pessimistic view on America Online's future compared to most media and investment institutions, securing this $10 billion investment left Firefly in a significantly profitable position, even if the remaining 10.6% of their shares became worthless. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicked through the air, pulling Eric from his thoughts as he turned to see Anne Hathaway carefully placing a freshly brewed cup of hot coffee beside him. "Thanks," Eric said, moving the coffee cup to his preferred spot, then turning to look at Anne Hathaway and said, "By the way, take off your high heels." His tone was casual, and after speaking, he focused back on the computer screen, but Anne Hathaway's heart raced at his words. That was happening much too quickly. As Eric scrolled through the email, he felt the girl next to him go quiet, and he turned to ask, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." She quickly shook her head, hesitating slightly before biting her lip. She took off her high heels, rolled down her strap, and peeled off her black dress. Sensing something different, Eric glanced back and noticed Anne Hathaway only in her undergarments, her figure noticeably attractive. "Huh, you really know how to make a leap." Eric couldn't help but chuckle. Though surrounded by many women, Eric had become increasingly restrained about intimate matters over the years. He could go weeks without seeing any women when busy. After taking care of two little drunks like a babysitter late into the night, he had built up some tension, and upon seeing the current situation, he didn't ask her to put her clothes back on. Instead, he switched off the monitor, leaned back in his office chair, and pushed a little away from the desk. "Come here." Later that evening, Eric took Anne Hathaway back onto the yacht, but this time, they didn't head to the small restaurant. Instead, he reserved a nice table in the main dining area, which was open for business. With no one else around on a Sunday night in the small restaurant, dining together would have felt a little silly. The yacht's restaurant had long become one of the finest in Los Angeles, where reservations filled up early on weekends. But for Eric, this posed no issue at all. Seated by a window with a beautiful view of Santa Monica's twinkling lights, Anne Hathaway wore a soft, slightly vulnerable expression. She quietly ordered a steak from the waiter, stealing a cautious glance at the man across from her, her heart swelling with a bit of pride as she thought back to the afternoon. When Eric had called her over and made her kneel, she had felt terribly wronged. From childhood, she had been treated like a princess at home and school. Although she had boyfriends, her high standards meant she had never even shared her first kiss. Yet, now she found herself in a position with Eric, where such expectations felt almost natural. Now, when she saw Eric, who although looking troubled appeared much kinder than before, and Hathaway felt confident her efforts wouldn't go unrewarded. She just wondered if she could become his girlfriend, or one of his girlfriends, though that felt like an acceptable situation. After all, this was Eric Williams. Initially thinking it was just a one-night stand, she realized that things were more complicated than anticipated. Eric was equally frustrated, feeling a mix of dissatisfaction and entanglement. Reflecting on his caution throughout, Eric had always made sure to take precautions in matters like this. This is good. Since the two little ones were born, Eric had taken matters of this kind seriously. It wasn't that he feared an unexpected child could stir financial demands. Money had become a minor concern for him. He simply didn't want to bring a child into the world without being prepared. He was not an irresponsible guy, but neither did he feel fitted to be a committed father. Judging by how women reacted, he rightly sensed that he might not even be the best partner or lover. What a failure. Yet when he glanced at Anne Hathaway across the table, this situation didn't seem so bad. Seeing Eric looking over, Anne Hathaway blushed and fluttered her eyelashes. Eric, can I go see the Liberty City mansion tonight? Before dinner, Eric had called ahead. Drew had flown to the East Coast in her brand new Gulfstream V with the twins and was already with Joanna. She wouldn't be returning to Liberty City mansion that night. Looking into the hopeful eyes of the girl before him, Eric hesitated but finally nodded. Sure, and I must clarify, don't expect too much from our relationship. And Hathaway's expression fell, but she nodded obediently. I understand. Eric took a sip of his juice and asked, what about you? Do you have an agency now? Yeah, and Hathaway confirmed. I signed with Elite Talent Agency a few months ago. Eric suddenly recalled something. Unsure. That's the one representing the script for Pirates of the Caribbean? Yes, and Hathaway smiled slightly, but realizing what this man had done to acquire a film company for a script gave her pause. Actually, I nearly signed with Matt Gilson, but he already had several artists under him, so I missed out. My current agent is Carl Franco, introduced by my dad. Having finalized the acquisition of Sony's film business, Eric remembered the contract Sony had signed with the Pirates of the Caribbean screenwriters and hadn't followed up with Terry Rossio and Ted Elliott. After paying $7.5 million, Sony wouldn't agree to any more terms, and the screenwriters had left with a hefty sum, settling everything amicably. Even if Eric had been in their position, he guessed he would have likely sold the script outright, and naturally, he could not hand over adaptation rights to those two now. Hearing that Anne Hathaway was with the same agency as the screenwriters sparked no unusual thoughts from Eric. He merely made a sound of acknowledgement and moved on from the topic. Anne Hathaway, sensing Eric's lack of interest in the conversation, worried that the subject might have upset him. The recent buzz over the Pirates of the Caribbean script had initially brought her pride, but now as her perspective shifted, she feared she had struck a nerve. After a moment's hesitation, she thought to remedy her earlier discussion. Well, Eric, should I consider switching agencies? Are there any famous actors in the agency? Eric raised an eyebrow, looking up. Andy Garcia, and Hathaway replied. He was in The Godfather Part 3 and even got a Best Supporting Actor nomination. Sharing the biggest name from her agency, and Hathaway smiled awkwardly when Eric showed confusion. Also, I heard Michelle Pfeiffer was with us for a while before she quickly jumped to WMA after gaining fame. Besides Andy Garcia, we have a few TV stars. Morgan Fairchild, she had a cameo as Chandler's mom on your show Friends. Apparently, she's 48 now, but looks like she's in her 30s. If I could maintain that look, I'd be thrilled. As Anne Hathaway rambled on, Eric chuckled and said, you might as well stay at this agency. Who knows, in a few years, you might become the top dog. Switching to a new agency might make you feel like just another little fish. And Hathaway's eyes sparkled as she nodded quickly. Yes, Eric, I'll do whatever you say. Great. I like obedient girls. Eric nodded with satisfaction. The next morning, in the spacious master bedroom at Liberty City Mansion, Anne Hathaway, feeling Eric's movements beside her, sleepily opened her eyes. She looked around, quickly snapping awake. Watching Eric head for the bathroom, she got up from bed, full of energy. However, Looking around made her realize all her clothes had been taken away to be cleaned, leaving her with nothing. The bathroom had solid soundproofing, and after listening for a moment, hearing nothing, she hesitated, wrapped a bedsheet around herself, and barefoot, tiptoed to the window. It was still before 7 in the morning, and in October, the sun hadn't yet risen over Los Angeles. Yet standing by the circular bay window with the breathtaking view where the sky met the sea, Anne Hathaway felt a rush of tranquility that was hard to shake. If only she could live here forever. This thought sprouted, and suddenly Anne Hathaway considered pretending to collapse back onto the bed, making a show of being overwhelmed. Surely that would keep her here for a few more days. Reluctantly circling the spacious bedroom, much like a princess surveying her castle, she took in everything around Malibu. After a while, just as she was about to commit to leaving when the bathroom door swung open, Eric strolled out in a bathrobe, towel drying his damp hair. Spotting the girl wrapped in a sheet gazing out at the window, he laughed. "You're awake?" Yeah. Good morning, Eric," she said, feeling a bit regretful that her act had been compromised. Eric approached the edge of the bed, dressed himself, and seeing and still obliviously standing there, he took a shirt from his closet. "Go wash up. I've got a new toothbrush ready for you. Wear my shirt for now. You can skip the pants. They won't fit." And Hathaway nodded, smiling modestly as she walked toward the bathroom. After washing up and slipping on Eric's oversized shirt, she couldn't help but lean in to catch a whiff of its lemony scent. Unwilling to hurry out of the spacious bedroom, she took her time before finally heading down the stairs, peeking around curiously. It was so big. Even more remarkably, it was incredibly clean. Walking barefoot downstairs, she didn't feel any dirt touch her feet, questioning how they managed such thorough cleaning. Thoughts whirled in her head as she wandered around the mansion until she found the kitchen. Eric was there, rolling up his sleeves, holding a frying pan and making scrambled eggs. Though this scene felt slightly surreal, she stepped forward and asked, "Eric, is there anything I can help with?" Chapter 1054, Pseudologia Fantastica. "If you could," Eric handed the frying pan to Anne Hathaway. "I'll go grab your clothes. They should be done washing by now." Despite having grown up in privilege, Anne Hathaway had spent a few months living alone in Los Angeles and had naturally picked up the necessary life skills during that time. Eric entrusted the task of making breakfast to the girl before leaving the kitchen. 20 minutes later, when Anne Hathaway brought the finished breakfast to the dining room, Eric was sitting at the table scrolling through emails on his laptop. Upon noticing her arrival, he pointed to a bag filled with clothes resting on a nearby chair, and nodded, placing the plate of fried eggs, salad, and muffins in front of Eric. She eagerly set the utensils and took a seat beside him, her eyes lighting up with anticipation. "Eric, how does my cooking taste?" Eric picked up a muffin, took a bite, and nodded. "Not bad. Well, I didn't make this. Just took it from the fridge," she confessed. "It's still yours." Eric smiled, glancing at the girl beside him. "Aren't you having breakfast?" "Oh, mine's in the kitchen," and replied, standing again. "Eric, do you need anything else?" "Just pour me a glass of milk." "Sure thing," and nodded, dutifully walking back to the kitchen, and ate slowly, and by the time Eric set down his utensils, she was still delicately working through her salad. As he observed her, though her face seemed a bit youthful and her mouth slightly large, he had to admit that her eyes were incredibly beautiful. After admiring her for a moment, Eric said, "By the way, I scheduled an audition for you. You just need to go to the Columbia Pictures headquarters in Culver City tomorrow." Seeing the excitement in her big eyes, Eric chuckled a bit, tempering her enthusiasm. "But don't get your hopes up too much. It's just a small role. You're currently in that awkward age range for Hollywood actors, so you might just want to take on some minor roles in films for a couple of years to hone your craft. Also, if you want to go further in this industry, consider signing up for an acting workshop. No one has natural talent. Even Meryl Streep graduated from Yale's drama program." And listened intently, nodding her head, but her focus remained on the role Eric just mentioned. "Eric, what am I playing?" "It's a biopic about a girl with borderline personality disorder undergoing treatment at a rehab facility. The two leads are Winona Ryder and Charlize Theron, and you'll play a girl suffering from pseudologia fantastica." Hearing she'd be acting alongside two of Hollywood's youngest leading ladies, and felt her previous disappointment diminish. If this man could help her succeed, she believed that one day her fame would rival theirs. With these thoughts racing in her mind, her tone softened, reminiscent of a curious kitten. Eric, what is pseudologia fantastica? Simply put, Eric replied with a smile at the corner of his mouth. It means a habitual tendency to lie. And noticed the slightly mischievous smile on Eric's face and immediately understood that he had somehow caught wind of her little fibs from the day before. Blinking her big, expressive eyes, she seemed to want to express her vulnerability, but wisely chose not to defend herself this time. Seeing that she was nearly done eating, Eric smiled, pushed his plate to the center of the table, and patted the spot in front of him. Come here, and walked over, following Eric's gesture to sit down at the table in front of him, her little feet resting on his lap. She was still just wearing a shirt, and in this position, she instinctively pressed down on its hem, feeling a little shy. After a moment of contemplation, she parted her legs slightly. Eric simply wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist as he set her atop the table, not pursuing anything further. Though the tempting young beauty before him was alluring, he had work to do today and didn't have time for distractions. He continued, from now on, don't play any tricks in front of me, or I might really send you to a psychiatric hospital. And drew her neck in like a startled rabbit, nodding obediently. Eric moved on, continuing his previous train of thought. Actually, this role is quite interesting. In the script, you'll have a dialogue with Winona about a girl who has been disfigured. Your character seriously recounts the story of how that girl became disfigured. Winona listens with profound empathy and sympathy and then asks you how you ended up in the rehab facility. You reply, pseudologia fantastica. Noticing the confused expression on Anne's face, Eric raised his hand and gently pinched her chin, smiling as he added, when you get the script, make sure to study that scene carefully. If you can nail that performance, the audience will remember you through that character. In the original version of Girl, Interrupted, the character with pseudologia fantastica was played by Clea Duvall, who often appeared in teen films during the late 90s. While Eric believed that the actress's performance in the role was somewhat underwhelming, that intriguing and dramatically contrasting dialogue still left an impression on him. It felt as if one were wandering through an old, eerie house and suddenly realizing that the seemingly harmless old man narrating ghost stories was likely to be the protagonist of the tale. Looking into Anne's innocent and lively eyes, Eric couldn't help but think that if she were to take on that role, the contrast would be significantly more intense. As long as she put enough effort into that character, audiences would undoubtedly remember the girl named Anne Hathaway while enjoying Winona and Charlize's performances. In Hollywood, it didn't matter whether you were acting in a great film or a terrible one, as long as the audience remembered you, then you were deemed a success. However, Eric didn't explain too much further to her. The opportunity had been provided. If she couldn't seize it, then it was just remaining mediocre for her. Having finished his thoughts, Eric took a credit card from his wallet and said, "Oh, here's something for you." When Anne saw the black card presented by Eric, her fingers twitched. She understood what the Citibank black card implied, but after hesitating, she resisted the temptation and shook her head. "Eric, I can't take this." Eric, however, simply shoved the card into her hand. "Isn't your birthday next month? You could use it to buy yourself a house or a car as a birthday gift from me. Whatever you want, it's up to you. Girls generally have a knack for spending more money than us guys anyway." Feeling the texture of the card in her hand, Anne hesitated but eventually nodded slightly. "Now, one last thing." Eric's expression turned serious. "Remember, with this card, you're mine. But I'm not someone who forces relationships. Whenever you feel like leaving your current life behind, just call to have this card canceled, and you'll be free. But until then, remember that you belong to me, and don't do anything you shouldn't. Understand?" And certainly understood Eric's implication. For a moment, she considered returning the credit card to him, wanting to avoid becoming a living trophy. But after a moment of hesitation, the temptation outweighed her rational thoughts. She nodded gently, then couldn't help but ask quietly, "Eric, what if this card?" Eric reached out and pinched her cheek again, smiling. "If you can max it out, then you're something else. But remember, the more you gain, the more you have to give back. Don't ever think I'm a fool." "I understand." "Good," Eric said, handing over 2 business cards. One is mine, and one is my assistant's office. If you have any issues, you can call me. For other things, like buying a house, just contact my assistant's office. They'll help arrange it. You'll get eaten alive if you try to do it alone. Now, go change your clothes. I've sent your agent over to Firefly Group. I'll have a word with him shortly. An hour later, Anne Hathaway sat in her agent Carl Franco's car, reflecting on everything that had happened over the past 2 days. It felt as if she had been in a long dream. Lost in thought, she didn't notice Carl's hesitations until he was about to speak a few times. She finally perked up and turned to him seriously. "Uncle Carl, please don't tell my parents about this, okay?" Carl Franco was a man in his 40s. He initially signed on, and because of a friend's referral, and he didn't have any specific expectations from her. When he received the call saying Eric Williams wanted to meet, he thought someone was joking with him until the call reached the owner of his agent company, who then redirected it to him. He hurriedly drove to Firefly Group. Thinking about Eric Williams' instructions lingered in his mind. Imagining he might soon have a top-tier Hollywood actress under his wing filled Carl Franco with anticipation for the future. Upon hearing Anne's words, Carl quickly nodded without a second thought. He obviously knew how to handle the situation to his advantage. "And, are you settling into the shared living arrangement with Kristen and the others okay? If not, I can help you find a new place. Don't worry, the rental company can temporarily cover the costs." And had been living with a few girls from the agency in a shared apartment in West Hollywood. Though the building was recommended by the agency, the rent was quite high, and the girls were the ones actually paying it. The other girls, being older and having their own income, had no trouble, but Anne, being the youngest and new to Hollywood, sent the bills to her parents, much like how Rachel had relied on her father's credit card in the early episodes of Friends, and didn't like the idea of sharing a place with others. But upon hearing Carl's suggestion, she also thought of the credit card tucked in her purse. Glancing around, she pointed to a nearby bank. "Uncle Carl, can we stop there?" Seeing and had disregarded his earlier proposal about housing, Carl nodded and soon pulled over. "Uncle Carl, just wait a moment. I'll be right back." After, the car stopped and she got out and walked over to the bank's ATM. Feeling a bit nervous, she quickly glanced around before pulling out the black card and inserting it into the machine, letting out a soft breath. How much could it be? At least, it had to be over $1 million, right? There was no way less would suffice for a decent home in Los Angeles. She had been paying attention. The shared apartment she was in was going for over $30,000, and the property prices had rapidly increased over the years. If she could buy her own house, she hoped it would be in Santa Monica for a better environment, though Beverly Hills was wishful thinking for now. With these thoughts in mind, she entered the page, took another deep breath, and pressed the button for balance inquiry. The screen lit up with numbers that made her blink in disbelief. The balance didn't show a round number, but a long string of irregular figures, likely from his personal credit card usage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Even though the commas made the digits easier to discern, she still counted them a few times to be sure. Yes, it was 8 figures before the decimal point. Scanning the numbers one last time, she read, 36,561,975.33. $36,561,975.33. Internally screaming with excitement and a tinge of fear, Anne Hathaway felt all the energy drained from her, leaning weakly against the ATM for what felt like an eternity, barely managing to avoid collapsing onto the ground. After gathering herself, she glanced at the overwhelming credit limit, and the first thought that zipped through her mind was nothing less than, "Oh my God, how am I supposed to spend this?" For the next few days, Eric received several calls from Anne, each with reasons both trivial and serious. During the final filming of Gravity, he found it challenging to focus on her, eventually warning her that unless it was something significant, she should limit her calls to once a week. Finally, his ears found some much-needed peace. After the last week of studio shooting, on October 21st, the crew officially set out, leaving Los Angeles for nearby Arizona, where the final outdoor scenes would be filmed by a large lake in the Phoenix area. At the same time, Eric intended to let the entire crew unwind. After months of continuous shooting, everyone was exhausted. Although Eric was at an age full of energy, the past few months had not been easy. On the highway to Arizona, a convoy of over 20 vehicles made a grand sight, and 2 helicopters trailing behind them made it even more distinct. Helicopters were not uncommon, but these 2 helicopters, each over 20 meters long, looked like the difference between a falcon and a dove when compared to ordinary civilian helicopters. Their all-black, ostentatious design was much more eye-catching and cooler than most, drawing the attention of countless passers-by and prompting some drivers to pull over to snap photos. Chapter 1055, Covert Control. In a convoy, Jodie Foster sat next to Eric Williams in a Land Rover SUV, a thick stack of Gravity storyboards resting on her lap. With filming nearing its end, she had finally acquired the complete set of hand-drawn storyboards from Eric, intending to keep them as part of her collection. Her gaze drifted from the 2 helicopters flying outside the window back to Eric, who was wearing headphones and watching a video on his laptop. "Eric, with such a showy display, aren't you worried we'll be swarmed tomorrow?" Eric paused the video and removed his headphones, looking puzzled. "What?" Jodie rolled her eyes slightly and repeated her earlier comment. "Last time we filmed a scene for Contact in New Mexico, Robert was completely frazzled trying to prevent the reporters from getting any behind-the-scenes shots. I imagine the North American press is even hungrier for news about Gravity now, right?" Since Gravity had been announced, the only official information had come from Firefly Group. The media had received almost no other information regarding the film. With Eric's status as a billionaire and his track record of 2 back-to-back billion-dollar blockbusters, North American media outlets were eager to dig up more news about Gravity. Unfortunately, most of the film had been shot in a heavily guarded studio, leaving paparazzi with no leads to follow. At this moment, with the entire Gravity crew on the move, it was easy to predict that a swarm of journalists would soon be descending upon them. In fact, several media vehicles had already started following the convoy. Although they were close to wrapping up filming, the movie wouldn't hit theaters for another year. To maintain interest, it wasn't the right time to release too much news about the film. Having been in the industry for some time, Jodie understood this quite well, hence her earlier concern. "Don't worry, they won't get anything," Eric said with a relaxed smile. Jodie's eyes flickered as she recalled the convoy's destination and some hints Eric had dropped earlier. Suddenly, she asked, "You mean we're not actually going to the real shooting location?" "Sort of, but not really," Eric explained with a chuckle. "For the overhead shot of the capsule descending from space, I hope to use footage of Pleasant Lake in North Phoenix. However, we'll be shooting the landing scenes in the northern Colorado River Basin." Winking at Jodie, he added, "Keep it under wraps. Not many people know this yet. I'm the leading actress, and you're just now telling me." Jodie shot Eric a playful glare. She then glanced at the laptop screen resting on his knee. Curiosity piqued. "What are you watching? Is that Michael Eisner?" Eric removed the headphones and resumed the video, Michael Eisner's voice emanating from the laptop. While dedicating efforts to the development of CG visual effects software and technology, Shadowlight Studios will also invest in the research of new 3D movie projection technology. 3D movies have been around for nearly a century, and although the relevant technology has developed slowly, with the advent of the effects era in film, we have reason to believe that 3D movies could become another new trend in film industry development, following sound and color films. Universal, Warner Brothers, and Paramount all have high expectations for the future of 3D films. After leaning over to watch the second half of the video with Eric, Jodie remarked, "Is this a press conference?" Eric nodded. "It's a news conference for a film effects company formed by Universal, Warner Brothers, and Paramount, which I just mentioned, Shadowlight Studios. Looks like there's finally some competition to digital domain. And now they want to catch up with 3D films too," Jodie replied. "Maybe," Eric grinned. "But competition leads to progress. I've always thought that neither people nor companies can thrive without rivals." Despite his words, the newly formed Shadowlight Studios didn't pose much of a threat to Eric. He understood this situation was simply a reaction from those companies to Firefly's recent acquisition of Columbia Pictures. It wasn't arrogance. Developing an effects company required strong film projects. Eric could confidently say the film projects in the hands of those 3 companies were nowhere near sufficient to support their ambitions to compete with digital domain. Moreover, Typically, a film needed to outline various visual effects requirements before the effects company would begin targeted technological development. However, in the years prior, Eric had been pushing Digital Domain to establish archives of various effects technology for reuse, yielding impressive results. For common CG effects like storms, explosions, motion capture, and large-scale battle scenes, Digital Domain already had mature technological solutions. Although Digital Domain had taken on very few projects outside of Firefly's array in recent years, they had been very open about licensing these universal solutions. Under this unique business strategy employed by Digital Domain, Hollywood had witnessed an explosion of small effects studios springing up in recent years. These smaller studios or companies typically lacked independent technological development departments and would purchase finished effects software and solutions from Digital Domain instead. For instance, rather than spending months to develop a storm effect from scratch, studios could simply buy a fully developed solution for just a few $1,000s from Digital Domain. This was far more cost-effective, saving time and yielding better effects. Compared to in-house development, it was a no-brainer. Everyone understood what choice they needed to make. On the other hand, the projects these effects studios received were usually outsourced shots from the Big 7 studios in Hollywood, and most of them came from Firefly itself. By controlling the project outsourcing direction, Firefly could indirectly influence, even control, the development of these small effects studios, effectively turning them into extensions of Digital Domain. While these smaller studios could survive comfortably, they would never pose a genuine threat to Digital Domain. Moreover, should the effects industry face hard times, tightening the outsourcing strategy could easily sacrifice these subordinate studios, helping Digital Domain mitigate risks. As for the just-formed Shadowlight Studios, they might initially invest money into R&D. However, once they realized that the costs of developing technology for most effects shots far outweighed those incurred by smaller effects studios, and that the human resources needed for subsequent CG rendering were similarly high, they would struggle to generate additional revenue through software and technical solutions like Digital Domain. Eventually, after a few years, the higher-ups of those three companies would likely abandon their full support for Shadowlight Studios, continuing to fall under the covert control of Digital Domain. Shadowlight would eventually become a redundant venture, especially as they failed to improve basic effects technology, making any further advancement in the specialized effects domain impossible. Historically, the most advanced effects technology had consistently been in the hands of only a few companies, like Industrial Light and Magic. The best special effects films had always come from these giants, whereas the newly emerging effects companies, regardless of their size, frequently needed to develop completely new solutions based on foundational industry software, facing client-specific demands. This repetition of resources not only greatly increased operational costs across the industry, but also left smaller studios without any dependency on the giants like Digital Domain. When the winter of the effects industry arrived, all effects companies would suffer, leading many to continuously relocate to rebate areas to cut costs and engage in price wars, effectively worsening the situation in a vicious cycle. The mention of developing 3D film technology by Michael Eisner during the video also raised Eric's alarm. If the industry were to face two completely different 3D projection standards in the future, it could spell trouble. However, these things couldn't be resolved overnight, and Eric could only wait and see what unfolded. Jody could think of publicity issues, and of course, the seasoned Gravity production team had already considered them too. Thus, despite the convoy arriving in Phoenix, Arizona, with great fanfare, once in the city, the crew quickly drove into a secluded private resort in the north. A throng of journalists, barred from entering the resort, watched the convoy disappear, jumping up and down in disappointment as they snapped unrelated photos of the retreating vehicles. As for the core crew members they had hoped to see, they didn't catch even a glimpse. The 6 to 7 hour drive from Los Angeles to Phoenix left everyone exhausted. Naturally, there wasn't much work planned for that day. After settling everyone in, Eric returned to his accommodations, took a shower, and emerged from the bathroom at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When a knock sounded on the door, Eric went over and opened it. Caroline saw Eric in his bathrobe and blushed slightly. "Eric, Mr. Stewart has returned from Lake Powell. Lake Powell was chosen as a filming location for several landing scenes, situated on the northern Colorado River, approximately 200 kilometers from Phoenix. As for Pleasant Lake, about 10 kilometers north of Phoenix, it served as the city's drinking water reservoir. Eric chose not to film the landing sequences there, both to throw the media off their trail and because the city of Phoenix, due to environmental concerns, didn't approve the Gravity crew's filming permit. As the producer for Gravity, William Stewart had gone back 3 days earlier with a few assistants to scout the Lake Powell location, ensuring that filming would proceed smoothly in the coming days. It's almost dinner time. Let's send William to the restaurant. I'll join him shortly. Eric nodded. Looking at Caroline's shy demeanor, he added, "You should come along too." "Okay, I'll notify Mr. Stewart," Caroline responded, her cheeks tinged with red as she hurried away. The presence of the Gravity crew had attracted journalists from across North America, with many local Arizona TV stations running reports about the event. Consequently, every move the crew made was impossible to conceal under the scrutiny of numerous eyes. However, it seemed the Gravity crew didn't mind being followed. After a night of rest, the next day, the crew boldly departed the resort and headed towards Pleasant Lake. Though the journalists were kept outside the crew's encampment, they finally caught sight of Eric Williams, Jody, and other creative team members out in the unshielded outdoors. However, after half a day passed, many people realized that other than the conspicuous VH-60 helicopter taking off and landing several times, sometimes flying over a kilometer high, they hadn't received much useful information related to the film's content. Of course, it wasn't a complete loss. At least Eric Williams and the crew's cinematographer, Nicole Frank, boarded the helicopter, seemingly capturing aerial footage. However, these simple aerial shots provided little insight into the actual film content. Fortunately, the reporters were patient. Since the entire Gravity crew had come all the way there, they surely had more than just a few simple aerial shots planned. Otherwise, Eric Williams wouldn't have needed to be present. Clearly, there were substantive scenes set to be filmed in the coming days. With anticipation brewing, the following morning, just as dawn broke, journalists received tips from prearranged resort staff members and rallied energetically. Yet, when they witnessed 2 helicopters take off from the resort, flying over Pleasant Lake without any intention of landing, continuing instead at speeds over 200 kilometers towards the northern mountains, everyone was left dumbstruck. Some reporters reluctantly got into vehicles to chase after the helicopters, but they all understood that car wheels could never catch up to helicopters, especially not in the mountains where helicopters could fly directly while cars needed to navigate winding roads. Fortunately, one of the helicopters bore a large item suspended beneath it, resembling a tent. News-savvy reporters quickly identified it as a spacecraft return capsule after snapping some photos. Chapter 1056, So Small. Before 8:30, the cast and crew of Gravity arrived at Lake Powell, which was over 200 kilometers northwest of Phoenix, near the Colorado River. There were only 2 scenes left for the day. One was the live shot of the capsule dropping from a great height and landing on the lake's surface, and the other was Judy's character, Ryan Stone, swimming from the lake towards the shore. The interior shots of the capsule and underwater scenes had already been completed at a studio in Los Angeles. Thus, Eric hoped to finish everything in one day so that everyone could enjoy some free time in the coming days. On the spacious area by Lake Powell, everyone gathered around Eric to discuss the upcoming filming plan because Nicole had just uncovered a significant issue that needed to be addressed. The weather is great today, perfect for the landing scene. However, because the weather is so calm with no wind, the capsule might get covered by the parachute after it drops, which could interfere with the shots. Thus, we need to generate some wind to blow the parachute clear, Nicole explained. After this, several of the crew members raised their eyebrows in concern. If this had been any other day, it would have been a minor issue. Just bringing in a blower would suffice. Even if they needed to inflate a parachute that spanned over a square kilometer, Hollywood could provide a powerful enough blower. When Eric filmed Twister, he even used Boeing airplane engines to create hurricane-like winds. However, today's situation was different. Phoenix certainly didn't have the heavy-duty blowers the crew required, necessitating a transport from Los Angeles. Even if they used a helicopter for the delivery, it would likely arrive around noon. After installation and testing, they might not have enough time to finish filming the shots. If they waited until tomorrow, with the crowd of media reporters gathering in Phoenix, there would probably be hundreds of people showing up to witness the capsule's landing. That would be quite a spectacle. While everyone was brainstorming solutions, a voice interruptingly said, "Mr. Williams, blowing the parachute clear is actually quite simple." The group paused in their discussions, turning their attention to a tall man, nearly 2 meters high, standing at the edge of the crowd. It was Mark Bierman, one of the helicopter pilots from the VH-60 flight team. A former U.S. Marine Corps member in his 40s, Mark had over 10 years of helicopter pilot experience. He had even participated in military assistance to Afghanistan during the 1980s. After retiring, he worked at a helicopter rental company in Los Angeles and started flying helicopters for Eric 6 years prior. Eventually, Eric hired him at a high salary to work exclusively for him, making Mark the lead pilot among the 4 flying for the estate. After realizing everyone was looking at him, Mark smiled a bit sheepishly and pointed to the 2 VH-60 helicopters parked nearby. The wind from the helicopter's rotor blades is much stronger than a blower. Hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted to the helicopters. William Stewart glanced over and said, "Shouldn't the wind from the helicopter be blowing downward?" Mark replied, "It can be angled sideways." Eric twirled a pencil in his fingers thoughtfully, and without much hesitation, pointed toward the open lake area ahead. "Mark, I need the wind to blow from west to east. Can you give me a demonstration?" Mark nodded, but then tapped the shoulder of another younger pilot beside him. "Let Tim handle it. He's more experienced." Eric glanced at Tim Torres, the pilot Mark just mentioned, and nodded in agreement without objection. A few minutes later, the VH-60 helicopter took off from the shore, turned toward the center of Lake Powell, and hovered at about 7 or 8 meters above the water. It then tilted upward, and in an instant, the helicopter's massive body, over 20 meters long, climbed into the air like a gecko. Even though the helicopter was more than 10 meters above the lake's surface, the strong wind from its rotor blades created distinct ripples on the eastern side of the lake. Seeing this, Eric made up his mind and felt reaffirmed that the high salaries he offered the pilots were worth it. However, the aerial performance was not yet complete. The helicopter began to climb a bit more before performing a slow yet agile flip, creating a graceful 180-degree arc maneuver in the air like a fish leaping above the water. Witnessing this aerial stunt, everyone erupted in applause, and Eric clapped along, too. Tim Torres seemed to sense the crowd's enthusiasm and executed a few more difficult maneuvers before flying the helicopter back to the shore. As Eric watched the helicopter land, he jokingly told Mark, "You should tell Tim that if he flies like that while I'm on board, I'll fire him on the spot." Amid laughter, Mark shook his head and said, "Of course not." After discussing the specifics and resolving the parachute issue, the crew began the formal preparation for filming the capsule landing scene. One VH-60, with the capsule and props crew on board, slowly ascended into the air. Eric and Nicole formed 2 separate filming teams, each taking one of the 2 speedboats they had prepared to glide along the lake, waiting to capture the landing of the capsule. Through the intercom, once the VH-60 reached the predetermined altitude and all departments were ready, Eric issued the command to start filming. The capsule model was dropped from 1,500 meters above, and the props crew remotely controlled it to open the parachute accurately. On the ground, another props team was ready to activate the capsule door. As for the retro rockets near the ground, those were authentic. Eric had them custom built from Russia to automatically ignite precisely 1 meter above the surface. Like a giant, unusual mushroom, the parachute unfolded in the sky, and another VH-60, hovering close by, began preparing to blow the parachute clear once the capsule landed on the lake. After a few seconds, the capsule and parachute rushed toward the lake at over 10 meters per second, and then, remarkably close to the surface, the bottom of the capsule suddenly exploded open. The scene surprised many. They had underestimated the explosive power of the retro rockets. In that instant, the lake erupted like it had been bombed, sending a towering wave 5 or 6 meters high shooting outwards. Despite continuously adjusting their distance, the 2 boats couldn't position accurately within the limited time. One of the boats was only 7 or 8 meters away from the capsule's landing site when the wave generated by the retro rockets surged, resembling a monstrous tongue reaching out from beneath the water, sweeping towards the boat. With a loud splash, several people on the speedboat were thrown over by the rushing waves. This all happened within just 2 or 3 seconds. Caroline, standing on the lake holding Eric's script, blinked rapidly as she registered the situation. That boat being hit by the waves was Eric's, and her heart raced. She instinctively rushed toward the lake's edge. Others, noticing her panicked run, also hurried towards the shoreline. In her anxious state, Caroline wasn't paying attention to where she was stepping and accidentally stumbled over something, almost losing her balance. She felt Mayer grab her to steady her, but she wasn't stopping. She kept running. Forward. I'm all right over here. Everyone else is fine too. Keep going, departments. Tim, blow the parachute clear and remember to direct it towards the north. Props team, prepare to pop the capsule door. Nicole, you'll film the door opening. By the way, how's it going over there? Is my shot wasted? Moments later, Eric's voice came through the intercoms, prompting everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Caroline suddenly found herself standing knee-deep in the lake, feeling significantly relieved while watching Eric stand up again on the boat. She then let out a huge sigh of relief. At the same time, she felt a slight sting in her soaked right ankle. Caught up in her worries about Eric, she thought she had only twisted it a little, so she didn't pay it much mind. Carly, get up here. Your pants are soaked. Hearing Mayer yell at her from behind, Caroline realized she had unwittingly walked ahead of everyone, alone in the water. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly dodged the teasing gazes of the others. Clutching Eric's script closer to her chest, she hung her head and walked out of the water. You're something else. But we don't have spare shoes for you here, Mayer said while helping Caroline out of the muddy water. She noticed her unsteady steps and asked with concern, Are you hurt? Despite the slight pain in her ankle as she walked, Caroline didn't want to worry everyone and shook her head. I'm fine, just a little muddy. Oh, let's clean you up there, Mayer said, not suspecting anything was wrong, and helped Caroline toward the crew's temporary resting area. The unexpected incident spoiled the camera angles Eric was trying to capture. Fortunately, Nicole's filming went off without a hitch. More than 10 minutes later, everyone on the 2 speedboats was back on shore. The props crew then boarded the speedboat to retrieve the sunken capsule from the lake. While the crew didn't care about the little money they could recoup from the capsule as scrap, leaving the model in the lake could later lead to it being exposed by media reporters or create trouble with environmental organizations. After Eric got ashore, he was drenched, but since the crew hadn't anticipated this, he could only shrug off his wet jacket, quickly wipe the water off, and check Nicole's footage. Confirming that their work had not been in vain, he joined the other crew members who were also soaked, standing by the small fire they'd set up for warmth. As they teased each other amid the laughter, Eric noticed Caroline standing next to him with her wet pants and asked with concern, Did you step in the water? Yeah. Caroline nodded, feeling embarrassed and useless, not being able to contribute and needing Eric's concern instead. Well, just dry off by the fire. Since we weren't prepared for this, we'll just have to change clothes when we get back this afternoon. It's okay, she replied. Noticing a strand of hair fall down across Caroline's face as she shook her head, Eric gently tucked it behind her ear. When he saw her shyly retract, he playfully wiped his hand across her small nose. Caroline instinctively wanted to protest, as usual, but this time she held her tongue, cherishing the sweetness of the moment. Her gaze darted away, avoiding looking at the others around them. After another hour of busy work, they successfully retrieved the capsule model, repacked it, and hung it beneath the helicopter for transportation back later. Checking their watches, they realized that they'd only completed one set of shots. It was now past 11:30, so the crew decided not to continue filming, opting instead to eat the simple lunch they had brought along. Including a few who had been staying by Lake Powell, there were only 27 people in the entire crew. While Hollywood's unions enforced strict filming period provisions, everyone had a casual attitude about lunch, especially with the lavish wrap party that had been scheduled at the resort in Phoenix for later. If they could finish up today, everyone would be able to enjoy it. Eric, I just noticed something, Judy said eagerly after lunch, now dressed in a tank top and shorts as filming approached. Eric, who had been jotting down modifications needed for the morning's shots on his director's script, looked up and asked, "What is it?" Judy opened a stack of sketches Eric had given her and sequentially showed him a few storyboards. The capsule drops from the sky. Ryan sinks to the lake bottom, rises to the surface, crawls onto the shore, and finally stands up. This seems to symbolize the evolutionary process of life: aquatic, amphibian, terrestrial, and eventually achieving humanity. However, initially, it seems you agreed with the viewpoint that Earth's life actually came from outer space, right? Eric was surprised at Judy's keen insight, chuckling. You could interpret it that way. So, does that mean the initial shot of the space capsule with the baby in its mother's womb also represent the idea that life originated from outer space? That's not exactly it. Eric shook his head. I wanted to express a raw, instinctual state of being in moments of loneliness and helplessness. At that moment, who is the first person you think of? Judy recalled her mindset during that shot and instinctively replied, "Mom." Exactly. Eric nodded. Although a person is influenced by their environment, in the moments of utmost loneliness and helplessness, one often longs to return to their mother's embrace. Judy nodded seriously, suddenly remembering some rumors about Eric's potential mother complex, her expression turning odd. Sensing Judy's peculiar gaze, Eric didn't fully understand what was on her mind. It was evidently something less than pleasant, so he quickly adopted a serious director's demeanor and said, "All right, we're preparing to shoot, so go get ready." Judy rolled her eyes at Eric, a smile creeping onto her face. "You're something else." Chapter 1057, My Own Trouble. After going through countless trials and tribulations, Ryan finally felt the solid ground beneath her feet. She scooped up some dirt beside her, relishing the moment of relief after surviving the ordeal. As she tried to stand, she suddenly felt weak and fell back down. Laughing at herself, she wasted no time trying again. This time, she succeeded, albeit a bit wobbly, but she managed to finally stand amidst the vastness of the earth. Captured from a unique upward angle, the woman in the frame appeared like an ancient and mysterious totem. Once the shot ended, Eric, seated behind the director's monitor, reviewed the playback several times. Under the expectant gazes of the crew, he raised his left hand, signaling an okay to everyone. Applause erupted. The excitement was palpable as everyone cheered. Eric stood up, embracing and shaking hands with everyone around him. After a brief moment of celebration, the crew began to clean up the set. Eric chatted with William Stewart about the schedule for the coming days. He realized he needed to call the team back in Los Angeles and patted his pockets, only to remember that he had left his phone with Caroline to avoid it getting wet from the lake earlier that morning. He turned around and asked Caroline, who had been quietly following him, for his phone. Noticing her unusual steps as she approached, Eric asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Caroline, wanting to avoid troubling Eric, handed over the phone and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing." But Eric took her hand gently, saying, "Come on, let me take a look." "Eric, really, it's nothing," Caroline insisted, albeit lightly, trying to free herself from his grip. As she stumbled a bit, Eric felt a wave of guilt for not noticing sooner. Without another word, he scooped Caroline off her feet and started walking toward his director's chair. Caroline didn't mind being held so assertively by Eric. In fact, she felt a sweetness from his care. However, considering the number of people around them, she shyly closed her eyes and rested her head against Eric's chest. This unexpected situation drew everyone's attention. No one believed that Mr. Director was acting out of impatience. They all knew something must have happened. As they gathered around, Mayer stepped in to offer an explanation. Eric set Caroline down on a makeshift folding chair, crouched down beside her, and gently unfastened the shoelaces of her muddy flat shoes. Her light blue socks had also picked up some dirt from stepping in water earlier. Nonetheless, Eric didn't seem to mind. Holding her tiny foot tenderly, his first thought was, "Wow, that's so small." That thought flashed through his mind as he continued to remove her sock, revealing a foot that could only be described as delicately beautiful, smaller than his palm and likely a size 9, UK size 7, at most. Her unpainted toes were smooth and round, resembling pearls, and showed no signs of calluses, just a hint of redness from the soaking, with the rest of her foot resembling the rest of her body, fair and flawless. However, the outer area of her ankle had turned red and swollen, which made him feel protective. Eric took a brief glance before subtly sliding the slightly damp sock back onto Caroline's foot. He turned to the crowd and ordered, "William, contact a hospital in Phoenix immediately. Mark, get the helicopter ready. I'm taking Caroline back." Without waiting for a response, Eric picked Caroline back up and headed toward the VH-60 helicopter parked nearby. Most of the men around were still lost in a daze from the sight of her delicate foot, while several female crew members had dreamy expressions, thinking how wonderful it would be if someone like Eric Williams were to care for them that way. If they could even die happy in that moment. William Stewart quickly snapped back to reality, commanding the crew, "Mark, Mary, and Carter, you follow them. Everyone else, get back to work. Come on, let's move." At William's command, the crew sprang into action. The helicopter pilot, Mark Bierman, called for his co-pilot, racing toward the helicopter with Marissa Meyer and several of Eric's bodyguards. The others began to scatter, readying the equipment for filming, while William pulled out his phone to call Phoenix. As everyone was occupied with their tasks, Judy watched the VH-60 ascend into the sky and suddenly felt a twinge of jealousy thinking about her time with Eric over the past few months. In a fit of frustration, she kicked a small stone away from her path. After calming her sudden emotions, Judy decided to find something else to do to distract herself from her earlier feelings. Turning around, she noticed her young assistant gazing dreamily at the departing helicopter. Judy asked, somewhat annoyed, "What are you thinking about?" Lost in her fantasies, the assistant blurted out, "I wish I could be Eric Williams' assistant." Judy rolled her eyes back at her. "What? Do you want me to recommend you?" The assistant's eyes lit up with hope. "Really?" "Just kidding," Judy replied. The assistant's face fell, and she admonished, "Judy, how could you do that?" Having gotten to know the two assistants who frequently followed Eric over the past few months, Judy said, "Caroline and Marissa. One graduated from Cambridge and Harvard, the other from Stanford. What about you?" The assistant hung her head shamefully. "Compton Community College." Judy squinted her sharp eyes, chuckling mischievously. "You know, I'm suddenly thinking of changing my assistant." It seemed the assistant was coming back to reality, following Judy closely as she pleaded, "Judy, don't fire me." Rolling her eyes again at her assistant behind her, Judy said, "All right, enough of that. Get me a glass of water." The assistant perked up at once, urgency in her smile, as she rushed off to get Judy some water. California had an area of more than 400,000 square kilometers and a population of over 80 million. In comparison, Arizona stretched over nearly 300,000 square kilometers, housing only about 4.5 million people, showcasing the vastness and sparse population density of the state. In other densely populated regions, the crew's sudden actions early in the morning might have caught the media in Phoenix off guard, but residents would have likely noticed and tipped off the press. However, Powell Lake was surrounded by vast, prearranged farmland. By noon, Phoenix reporters had yet to receive any credible information. But shortly after 4 o'clock, those searching for the Gravity crew on the northern highway of Phoenix spotted a black helicopter speeding toward the city. With only one helicopter in the sky so close to rush hour, the reporters' instincts kicked in, prompting them to jump in their cars to chase the chopper while frantically calling their companions still stationed in Phoenix. When the VH-60 finally touched down at a private hospital in Phoenix, the city's reporters erupted into a frenzy. In less than 5 minutes, sensational headlines like "Major Safety Incident with the Gravity Crew" accompanied photos of the helicopter landing at the hospital began flooding major news websites. Television stations soon connected with the reporters stationed outside the private Carlson Hospital, urgently inquiring about the situation. Banned from entering the private hospital, some irresponsible media outlets online began spinning various absurd stories. In less than an hour, the entire North American media landscape was aware of the safety incident surrounding the Gravity crew. A surge of calls began flooding into the Firefly Group's various departments, and nearly everyone associated with the Gravity crew started receiving calls from all directions. After hanging up from Jeffrey Katzenberg's call, Eric simply turned off his phone and told Mayer beside him, "We need to avoid any wild speculation. Go out and give a brief update." Remembering the reporters that seemed eager to break in, Eric directed his bodyguard Carter Moan. "Carter, you and Marissa go out as well." Mayer nodded and headed outside with the group. Moments later, a nurse wheeled Caroline out of a nearby CT room. Eric stepped forward to grasp the armrest of Caroline's wheelchair, querying the nurse, "How is she?" The curvy, Latina nurse answered respectfully, "Mr. Williams, we just need to wait 5 more minutes. Dr. Brown will come to explain everything shortly. Let me take you to his office." "Okay." Eric nodded, following the nurse as he pushed Caroline toward the doctor's office. After a short wait, when the so-called Dr. Brown had yet to arrive, Mayer returned with Carter appearing slightly flustered, saying, "Eric, they don't believe us." "Then forget it." Eric sighed, knowing it was hard for the media to imagine someone simply twisting an ankle. "What's happening outside? Has anyone made a scene?" Mayer responded, "No. The city sent a patrol unit to help maintain order. The reporters are currently being held outside." Eric thought for a moment and said, "Tell Mark and the others to hold off on picking anyone up for now. We'll return to the resort once everything here is settled." Mayer nodded and hurried off again. After waiting a while longer, a short, slightly stout middle-aged doctor wearing glasses entered the office with a nurse. Eric immediately stood up. The doctor extended his hand warmly. "Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Dr. Dax Brown." Eric politely shook his hand. "Hello, Dr. Brown. What are the results?" Dr. Brown took a CT scan from the nurse and placed it on the light board on the desk. "Don't worry, Mr. Williams. She has no fractures or serious symptoms. However, it appears there was a mild dislocation, likely because she didn't rest immediately after twisting it, but continued to move, which strained the joint, right here." Eric observed carefully at Dr. Brown's direction, feeling relieved. "What's the procedure? Does she need a cast?" Shaking his head with a smile, Dr. Brown said, "No need for that. We can just reset the joint and secure it with a splint." Though Eric felt a cast would be more secure, he knew enough about medical practices, so he nodded. "Thanks for the help." "That's what I'm here for," Dr. Brown replied courteously. "Mr. Williams, can you help lift her onto that bed over there?" "Of course." Eric nodded and followed the doctor's guidance, lifting Caroline and placing her on the nearby black examination table. After about an hour of managing her care, Eric finally took Caroline from the hospital, boarding the helicopter while fluorescent lights flashed around them to return to the resort where the crew had been staying in North Phoenix. The clock struck 5 in the afternoon. As the sun began to set on this October day, Eric stepped off the helicopter carrying Caroline, noticing that part of the crew had already returned while another helicopter was parked on the resort's lawn. William Stewart approached with the others to greet Eric, glancing at Caroline seated in the wheelchair, slightly embarrassed. He asked Eric, "Eric, how is she? Is everything all right?" "She's fine, just a sprain. A couple of weeks of rest will do," Eric replied, shaking his head. "No need for everyone to fuss over us. William, get things ready for tonight's party. By the way, how many stayed at Powell Lake? We should send Mark to pick them up." "No need," William replied. The remaining crew borrowed a truck from a nearby farm and should be close to Phoenix by now. Eric nodded, and after a brief chat, William led the others to disperse. Pushing Caroline toward her quarters, Eric placed her on the living room sofa of her suite and asked, "Carly, how do you feel?" "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anymore," Caroline said, shaking her head, her cheeks tinged with pink hue as she shyly added, "Eric, I must have caused everyone a lot of trouble." "Don't dwell on things that don't matter," Eric said gently, squatting in front of her to brush her golden hair back. "If it's a trouble, it's just mine alone. I wouldn't let anyone else take it away from me." Caroline nodded, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade as she hesitated, then slowly reached out to touch Eric's cheek softly before quickly retreating. Eric caught her retreating hand and pressed it against his cheek, rubbing against it, saying, "You should rest now. I'll go make you something to eat." Chapter 1058. This is uncomfortable. Before she knew it, the time had edged close to 7 o'clock, and the sky was gradually darkening. Caroline sat on the living room sofa, absent-mindedly picking up the remote and switching TV channels. In the distance, she faintly heard the sounds of music coming from the resort's banquet hall, prompting her to glance again toward the door. Eric had said he was going to prepare something to eat for her, but over an hour had passed. Although she knew Eric would never deceive her, the girl felt a flicker of anxiety. She wondered if something had come up unexpectedly. Otherwise, there was no reason for Eric to be gone this long. Mayer walked in from the kitchen, carrying a pot of freshly boiled water, and noticed Caroline's gaze. She smiled and said, "Carly, should I call and check on him?" Caroline hurriedly shook her head. "No need. I'm not hungry." Mayer poured herself and Caroline each a glass of water, added some ice, and handed one glass to Caroline, saying, "Maybe the boss is personally cooking something for you, which is why it's taking so long." Caroline took a small sip from the glass, saying, "Mary, the party over there should have already started. You could go ahead." "I'm not in a rush," Mayer replied, shaking her head as she sat on the sofa. "If the boss comes back and finds I've left you here alone, I'll be in trouble." Caroline reassured her, "That won't happen. Eric is really good to us." Remembering their experiences since she started working there, Mayer fully agreed with Caroline. Eric treated everyone around him exceptionally well. Even when Mayer made occasional minor mistakes, he merely smiled it off. Mayer felt that aside from being a bit of a flirt, there was nothing to complain about with him. Deep down, there was a small resentment inside her, one she wasn't even willing to admit. This guy flirted with so many women but seemed to overlook her completely. But when she recalled that night at the villa on Kensington Gardens in London, it wasn't entirely true that he had overlooked her. Perhaps she simply missed her opportunity. Every time she thought about it, she regretted not being more proactive back then. The two women chatted casually. After a while, the sound of a car finally came from outside. Eric carefully walked in, carrying a plastic container lined with layers of cotton cloth, with a white ceramic casserole atop it. As soon as Eric stepped into the living room, Caroline and Mayer immediately caught the rich aroma of meat, mixed with a hint of sweet corn. After greeting the two women, Eric walked over to the coffee table, gently placed the casserole on it, and instructed, "Mayer, could you grab some utensils from the kitchen?" Mayer hadn't eaten anything yet, and couldn't resist swallowing at the aromatic scent that filled the air. Nodding, she got up and headed to the kitchen. Eric lifted the lid, and the fragrance intensified in the living room. Turning to Caroline, who looked curious, he said, "Corn rib soup. The chef at the resort couldn't make it right, so I had someone find a chef from outside. The first time, they added cream, which completely drowned out the flavor of the ribs and corn. I had him redo it. I could have made it myself, but I can't seem to handle the fishy smell. If I did it wrong, it could end up tasting worse. Hey, your foot is hurt, and drinking more bone soup will be beneficial. Once we get back to Los Angeles, I'll find a chef to make it for you every day." Caroline listened to Eric chatter away and felt a bit of sweetness bloom in her heart. She quickly replied, "There's no need, Eric, and eating too much of this could make me gain weight." Eric laughed and said, "Don't worry, I asked specifically. Rib soup is nutritious but actually low in calories." Mayer quickly returned from the kitchen with 2 sets of utensils. Seeing this, Caroline said, "Eric, there's a lot of soup. Mayer can eat some too." "I'll pass," Mayer declined, shaking her head. "I can just go eat over there." "Mayer, stay and eat with us." Eric persisted as he took a small bowl and filled it with soup for Caroline. Hearing Caroline's suggestion, he added, "There's enough for all 3 of us. Go grab another set of utensils." Mayer hesitated but eventually couldn't resist the allure of the food and ran back to the kitchen. Eric finished serving Caroline and carefully selected a few rib pieces, checking the bowl's exterior temperature with his palm. It wasn't too hot. He handed it to her, saying, "Give it a try." Caroline carefully cradled the bowl in her hands, using a spoon to pick up a piece of rib and daintily taking a bite. The meat was tender and flavorful, and, although not heavily spiced, the taste was just right. "Eric, it's delicious." Eric smiled and replied, "Then eat some more." "Yeah, Eric, you should eat too." Eric nodded and served himself a bowl as Mayer returned to start eating with them. Though she realized she was being a third wheel, Mayer happily finished the last bowl of rib soup, feeling satisfied with her role. After the 3 finished the entire pot of rib soup, Mayer eagerly cleared the dishes and tactfully left the room. With only Eric and Caroline remaining, Eric took a moment to examine the splint on Caroline's foot. Knowing that the alluring aroma in the room would linger for a while, he suggested, "How about I take you for a walk outside?" Caroline nodded. As long as she could be with Eric, she was happy to do anything. Eric lifted her into the wheelchair and pushed her outside. Because the resort was spacious with few people around, they strolled along the cement path, enjoying the cool night breeze. Although the music from the banquet hall was now more pronounced, Eric had no intentions of joining the festivities. They stopped by a cluster of the saguaro cacti common in Arizona. Eric said, "By the way, I've made arrangements for us to return to Los Angeles tomorrow. For the next month, I'll have Mayor take care of you." "Eric, that doctor said I just needed to rest for half a month. Honestly, my foot doesn't hurt as much anymore," Caroline replied. "That won't do. An ankle sprain can leave lingering issues if you're not careful, so you have to ensure you're 100% healed." Eric insisted, then smiled, adding, "Don't worry. Since this is a work injury, you won't have to work and your salary will keep coming." Feeling reassured by Eric's tone, Caroline didn't press further. Instead, she asked, "Eric, this afternoon, will those reporters be a bother?" Eric replied casually, "Of course not, but they will be disappointed. However, we aren't obligated to give them any big news." After taking a stroll around the resort, Eric pushed Caroline back to their place. The aroma of rib soup had dissipated by now. Glancing at the time, which was already past 8, Eric carefully lifted Caroline back onto the sofa. "Why don't we turn in early tonight? We'll head back in the morning." Caroline nodded, though her gaze drifted toward her foot in the splint, and she slightly lowered her head, not saying anything. Eric sensed the tension and felt a bit awkward about the situation. At that moment, Caroline was still wearing her daytime clothes, a khaki-colored coat on top and snug jeans below. The right foot was fixed with a splint, while the left foot sported a pink sock that managed to wrap around her delicate little foot. Clearly, she wouldn't be able to rest like that. Realizing the situation, Eric stood up, saying, "Wait here, I'll go get Mayor." As he began to rise, he felt Caroline tug gently at his shirt. She timidly asked, "Eric, can you stay with me a little longer?" Eric reluctantly sat back down. "All right, then how about we watch a little more TV?" Caroline's voice dropped to a whisper. "I'm actually sleepy, Eric. Can you carry me to the bedroom?" After a moment of hesitation, he saw the hopeful look in Caroline's eyes and nodded. He carefully lifted her up, asking, "Which room is yours?" This apartment belonged to both Caroline and Mayor, so she pointed to one of the doors and said, "The one on the left." Eric carried the lightweight girl over, opened the door, placing her on the bed first, then walked over to turn the light on. He casually closed the bedroom door and returned to the bedside, pulling up the blanket to cover Caroline before sitting down on a chair next to her. Caroline quietly watched Eric do all of this. When he sat beside her, she cautiously turned on her side, resting her head on the pillow, and looked at Eric with sparkling eyes. With a hint of playfulness in her voice, she said, "Eric, I don't feel sleepy anymore." "Then just lie down." Eric smiled, gently brushing aside some stray golden hair from Caroline's face. "Do you want to hear a bedtime story?" "Sure," Caroline replied softly but seemed a bit nostalgic, saying, "My mom used to tell me bedtime stories when I was little. But since I always remembered the stories from the books I read, I couldn't help but argue with my mom when her telling was different. Eventually, she stopped telling me stories." "Huh, then I better not risk telling you one. I could never remember the stories in the books. You could tell me one I haven't heard before." "Let me think," Eric said with a smile as he pretended to ponder. After a moment, he began, "Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and in that mountain, there was a temple. Inside the temple, there was an old monk and a young monk. The old monk said to the young monk, 'Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and in that mountain, there was a temple.'" At this point, Eric stopped, and Caroline blinked, a smile creeping onto her face as if urging him to continue. Eric felt her gaze on him, and after a moment, he shrugged and said with a laugh, "Well, it seems I'm out of inspiration today and can't find a good story. Can you sing for me instead?" "That." Eric thought for a moment, recalling a song he had wanted to use as a soundtrack for Gravity. He nodded, saying, "Sure." After taking a moment to gather himself, Eric began to sing softly, the melody of Elton John's Rocket Man filling the air. "She packed my bags last night, pre-flight 0 hour, 9 a.m. and I'm gonna be high as a kite by then. I miss the Earth so much. I miss my Wi-Fi. It's lonely out in space on such a timeless flight. Eric had always enjoyed the whimsical feel of this song. While the version in Gravity didn't include this particular track, Eric decided to have it playing during a moment when Ryan and Matt made their escape, heading to the space station. Of course, to fit the movie's ambience, the song would need to be reworked appropriately. Caroline listened quietly until Eric finished, then softly said, "Eric, I find you a lot like Kowalski." Eric shook his head. "I can't be as carefree as he is." But Caroline suddenly insisted, "No, you are." "Maybe that's because I already have a lot of things," Eric replied thoughtfully. "It's like how attractive people always say looks aren't everything, or rich people say money isn't everything. If they had nothing, they wouldn't be able to say that." "No, that's not it." Caroline shook her head again. "I feel like you're different from everyone else in the world." "All right, maybe you've caught my secret," Eric whispered playfully, adding a touch of theatrics to his voice. "Actually, I come from the Alpha Centauri system. Do you remember the Tunguska event 90 years ago? My spaceship crashed to Earth back then." Caroline grasped the blanket's edge, her delicate face carrying a hint of innocence. She blinked her bright eyes and asked, "And then what?" Eric resumed his serious demeanor and said, "Earthling, you already know too much." "Haha," Caroline chuckled softly, then paused before saying, "Eric, this is uncomfortable." Eric asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Caroline's cheeks flushed a bit, but she bravely continued, "Wearing clothes to sleep is uncomfortable." Eric reached over and gently tapped her nose, teasingly saying, "Already thinking bad thoughts with an injury. Looks like you've learned from me." "I learned it from you. I'm supposed to charge tuition." Caroline's cheeks grew even pinker. Perhaps being wrapped in the blanket gave her a bit more courage. She continued, "I don't have any money. I only have myself." "Well then," Eric sighed with a smile, getting up and walking over to the closet. "You can take off your top. I'll get you a nightgown. Just keep your pants on tonight. Deal with it for one night. And tomorrow, let the nurse come and temporarily remove the splint. After that, you can wear skirts for the month." While saying this, Eric opened the closet and rummaged through Caroline's neatly hung clothes. He found a light pink silk nightgown and walked back to the bedside, handing it to the girl who had tossed her coat and sweater aside. "Here, put this on." Caroline bashfully accepted the nightgown and rustled beneath the blanket, taking her time. After a while, she likely finished changing, returning to her previous position. She carefully peeked out from the covers, her little foot wearing pink cotton socks slowly reaching out and nudging against Eric. "I still have socks." Eric caught Caroline's little leg and helped her remove the socks, giving the sole of her foot a gentle tickle as he said, "All right, stop messing around. Be careful of your splint." Caroline giggled and shifted her position because of Eric's tickling, inadvertently finding herself lying face down on the bed, her little face buried in the pillow. Moments later, her little leg reemerged, the translucent toes playfully wiggling, seemingly trying to grab Eric's attention. Meanwhile, her faint voice wafted through the air, clear yet soft. "Eric, these jeans are really uncomfortable. Could we cut them?" "Well then." Eric's mind flashed, and suddenly understood her intention for the evening. Caroline had certainly taken a bold turn tonight. Chapter 1059, Not Professional. After patiently soothing for a long time, Caroline finally fell asleep. Eric quietly left the girl's bedroom, closed the door, and returned the pair of scissors he had found in the kitchen before stepping out of the apartment. Perhaps it was late at night, but the streetlights lining the resort seemed a bit dim, and the air carried a chill. The noise from the banquet hall had quieted down significantly, as some people may have already started to rest. Eric had no intention of making an appearance. Instead, he headed back to his accommodation. The resort was divided into 3 sections. The main building area was separated by a wide concrete pathway running north and south. The eastern side was for accommodations, while the western side was for activities, including the banquet hall. On the opposite side of the accommodation area was a golf course. Eric's place was behind the row of apartments where Caroline stayed, a single-story building identical to the other apartments in the resort. The house felt rather low, as one could easily reach up and touch the eaves. Due to the surrounding desert areas around Phoenix, this was a common architectural style to withstand sandstorms. The film crew initially planned to stay in Phoenix for just a week, so Eric didn't have any special requests for his accommodations. The only thing he appreciated was that these buildings were brick and stone structures, not the wooden houses. Although Eric seldom had the opportunity to stay in wooden houses now, he always felt uneasy just thinking about it. As Eric turned to the back row of apartments, he walked while rummaging in his pocket for the keys. As he looked up, he noticed a small red dot flashing from the eaves of the neighboring apartment. Upon closer inspection, he found Jodie Foster sitting alone in a wicker chair under the eaves, wearing a black jacket and loose men's wash jeans, with her legs crossed and a cigarette between her fingers, casually watching him. Eric walked over and sat down in another wicker chair beside her, greeting her. "Why are you sitting here all alone? Where's your assistant?" "Some guy tricked her away at the party," Jodie said lightly. Seeing Eric sit down opposite her, she asked, "What about you? How's Caroline?" "She's already asleep," Eric replied. "By the way, about this, I need to take Caroline back to Los Angeles tomorrow, so we won't be able to hang out here in Arizona with everyone." To reward all the crew members who had worked for months in a dimly lit studio, he gave a few days off for everyone. "Aren't there really any fun activities in Arizona? I heard at the party that they're planning to head to Mexico or Las Vegas," said Jodie, bringing the cigarette to her lips for another puff, then offered the pack sitting on the small table beside her. "Want one?" Eric sensed that Jodie's mood was a little strange, not quite down, but definitely not enthusiastic, and her attitude toward him was rather indifferent. He smiled and took a cigarette from the pack, lighting it before asking, "What's wrong with you?" Jodie shot back, "What do you mean? I feel like something's off with your mood. Are you still struggling with your character?" "No, I'm just thinking about men." "Oh, what?" Eric coughed out a puff of smoke he had just inhaled. Astonished, he looked at Jodie next to him. "You're thinking about men?" Jodie shot him a disdainful glance. "I'm just pondering some things about men." "Oh, I got it," Eric nodded. "So did you figure it out?" Jodie shook her head. "Not yet. Maybe you could share it with me, and I can help you think it through. As a man, I obviously have a bit more experience." "All right," Jodie said, glancing sidelong at Eric. "Why do men have such a penchant for being indecisive, and even while pursuing one woman, they suddenly switch to another without warning?" Eric pondered seriously for a moment, holding the cigarette. From a psychological standpoint, a man might do it to provoke a woman's jealousy for his own secretive reasons. From a biological standpoint, it's instinctual for men to pass on their genes. Statistically, it might simply be a way to increase their chances of success in attracting women. From a physics perspective, Eric was about to continue rambling, but he suddenly felt a small hand grabbing his collar and pulling him forward. With cool lips that carried a hint of smoke, Jodie pressed against him. Eric froze for a moment, adjusting his position, ready to take the lead, but the hand pulling at his collar suddenly let go. Watching Jodie casually sit back as if nothing had happened, Eric weakly said, Does this count as me being assaulted?" Jodie nodded. "Yes, little man, you can cry and run back to your place now." "Jodie, that's not cool. It's very unprofessional." "What should being professional look like?" "It should be like this," Eric said as he stood up, marched over, and snatched the burning cigarette from Jodie's hands and tossed it aside. He then lifted her lightweight body off the ground, pushing through the door. Behind them, hauled over Eric's shoulder, Jodie seemed taken aback for a moment, then leaned over to coolly ask from his shoulder, "Eric, what are you planning to do?" "Shut up. Where's your bedroom?" Jodie's tone turned slightly petulant. "You told me to shut up." Eric tossed Jodie onto the living room sofa and turned off the lights. "Since you said that, let's do it here." Leaning back on the sofa, Jodie instinctively grabbed a nearby cushion, looking at the shadowy figure approaching, her voice trembling slightly with a hint of expectation as she whispered, "Eric Williams, you really are a jerk." The next morning, Eric still woke up in his own bedroom. Though she had a look of satisfaction from their earlier encounter, the woman claimed she could hardly imagine waking up next to a man, and without hesitation, she sent him packing. After getting up, Eric checked on Caroline, then took her to the dining room for breakfast. Returning to his apartment afterward, he found Jodie again sitting in the wicker chair under the eaves, legs crossed, holding a book, looking quite relaxed. There was an empty dish on the small table beside her. Clearly she had just eaten breakfast. Eric walked over again, sitting down on the other side. Good morning. Jody looked up from her book, seemingly acting as if nothing had happened, and smiled back. Morning. What book are you reading? Gone with the Wind. Oh, that's an interesting book. You've read it? Yeah. Eric nodded. I often think how fortunate Americans have been, having only endured a large-scale war, the Civil War, since the founding of the nation, and then getting to bully others at will afterward. You certainly have a unique perspective, Jody smiled. I thought you would comment on the women in the book. Well, honestly, there's not much to comment on. Just a group of girls who elicit pity. Pity. Jody's expression clearly showed her disagreement, and she pressed on. Do you think Scarlett O'Hara deserves pity? Eric stared into Jody's slightly spirited eyes and asked, Do you know how old Scarlett is at the end of the book? Though she had read it a few times, Jody didn't have the same photographic memory as Caroline, and thus hadn't paid attention to this detail. She instinctively thought about flipping through the book, but shook her head at Eric's probing look. I don't know. She's 28, Eric said. For today's women, 28 is practically the pinnacle of youth. One might have just become a happy little housewife or be ambitious to become a career woman, or maybe some are still enjoying their campus life. But by 28, Scarlett had already gone through more ups and downs than most people experience in their entire lives. That's why I dislike Rhett Butler. He always fancied himself the one who understands Scarlett best, but all along, he merely stood over her, judging Scarlett's so-called selfishness and greed, giving her love from a position of superiority. He doesn't understand that when they first met, she was just a spoiled girl, and being a bit capricious was unavoidable. When they met again, she was a young woman who had to carry the weight of life on her shoulders, desperately craving the security she had lost. Jody had always loved the book she was holding, and like many others, she admired Scarlett's strength but despised her selfishness. For the first time, she heard an alternative understanding from Eric. Suddenly, she thought about herself. Having faced the camera since she was 3 and despite only being 36 this year, she had a career possibly longer than most Hollywood actors. She had certainly experienced more than enough herself. Could this man be hinting at something about her? Ugh. She refused to be charmed by his nonsensical words. Feeling Eric's gaze still on her, Jody turned her face away to avoid his eyes, pouting a bit as she grumbled. No wonder you're so good at charming women. Eric looked at Jody, her demeanor somewhat flustered, smiled, and leaned over the side table, saying, I need to leave soon. Right? To send your darling little assistant back to Los Angeles. I know. So, a farewell kiss wouldn't be too much, would it? Jody was about to scoff at the ridiculousness of it, but, seeing the expectant look on the little man beside her, she hesitated, feeling somewhat unable to refuse. She glanced around conspiratorially before reluctantly leaning in. The moment their lips brushed, she felt a powerful arm wrap around her body. She instinctively struggled a bit, but soon softened, her eyes squinting as she felt the man's unwarranted advance. Soon, the door behind them swung open, and Jody's assistant came out with a coffee pot. Seeing the scene before her, she gasped in shock, her eyes widening, and the tray slipped from her hands, coffee pot, mug, sugar bowl, and all scattering onto the floor. Recovering, the assistant dashed to cover her face, exclaiming, Oh my God! My eyes! What's going on here? Eric had no choice but to release Jody, who was now slightly dazed, and helplessly looked at the shocked assistant. I won't have to take responsibility for her eyes, will I? Jody came to her senses, recalling Eric's earlier roughness, and shot him an angry glare, though her tone softened slightly. You should go. I won't be seeing you off. To avoid bumpy roads, Eric took Caroline back to Los Angeles by helicopter. Around 11 in the morning, the VH-60 landed at the helipad of Liberty City Estate, where many people had gathered. The news of yesterday's incident with the crew was still circulating in the media. Even though everyone had already learned the details, they needed to see it for themselves to feel reassured. Eric exchanged greetings with Jeffrey Katzenberg, Amy Pascal, Bill Mechanic, and other executives from Firefly, accommodating them in the villa for some rest, and instructed the maid to prepare lunch for the group before turning toward Rachel Wise and Melanie Gleason, who were chatting quietly with Caroline. What brings you two here? Rachel was crouched beside Caroline's wheelchair, pointing to the girl's injured ankle. How can you even ask that? Before Eric could respond, Caroline piped up. Rachel, it was just an accident. Rachel affectionately touched Caroline's pretty little face. Come to my place this afternoon. I'll be in Los Angeles until the end of the year, so I can take care of you. Turning back to Eric, she added, so, capitalist, Caroline shouldn't have to be exploited by you anymore, right? Feeling somewhat guilty, Eric nodded. She can rest for as long as she wants. Satisfied with Eric's reply, Rachel stood and pushed Caroline's wheelchair toward the villa. Eric and Melanie followed behind, asking, how's it going at Firefly Electronics? It's not bad, Melanie replied, but I have to travel quite a bit. Though he hadn't paid much attention, Eric had heard from Caroline that due to work, Melanie had broken up with her fiancé, whom she was about to marry. Unsure whether to offer comfort, Eric said, things should stabilize in Europe in a year or two. When that happens, if you want to switch positions, just let me know. Melanie smiled in response. She was very satisfied with her current job. The sacrifices she had made in her personal life for this career were worth it in her eyes, especially considering that she was already vice president of a promising big company so early in her career, a height that most career women could only dream of. In her case, it was just the beginning. To gain something, one must also give. Chapter 1060, Terms of Reconciliation. By the end of October, there were less than 10 days left until the premiere of the first film from Firefly Group's year-end lineup. Firefly planned to release 3 films this year. Ted on Thanksgiving weekend, November 13th, Elizabeth on December 4th, and The Waterboy on December 11th. Ted was a project closely monitored by Eric himself, needless to say. Elizabeth was a biopic about Queen Elizabeth I, produced in collaboration with the British company Working Title Films, starring Cate Blanchett. It primarily aimed for this year's Academy Awards. Although Working Title, controlled by Polygram due to Seagram's acquisition of Polygram, became a company tightly knit with Universal Pictures, Julia initially turned down the role in Working Title's Notting Hill for this reason. Fortunately, the production and distribution rights for Elizabeth were finalized before Seagram's acquisition of Polygram, so the collaboration went unaffected. Finally, The Waterboy was another comedy from Adam Sandler, following the success of The Wedding Singer during last Easter. Coincidentally, December 11th fell between a period that was typically slow for film releases during Thanksgiving and Christmas. However, with a production budget of only $23 million, the film faced minimal pressure to turn a profit. Aside from Firefly's trio of films, MGM had Mission Impossible 3 scheduled for November 20th and The Fast and the Furious set for January 1st of the following year. Fox planned to release The Horse Whisperer on November 6th and Star Wars Episode 1 on December 18th, while Columbia had the thriller Urban Legend on November 13th and the romantic comedy Stepmom airing on December 25th. Given just these 9 films from Firefly's slate, the year-end release schedule was already packed. The other 3 major studios were also in the mix, with Universal releasing 2 movies, Patch Adams and The Sixth Sense, and Paramount with 2 films as well, Star Trek IX, Insurrection, and the animated classic Milan. Warner Brothers was only set to release a romantic comedy titled You've Got Mail, leaving them rather overlooked. As for independent films from the second or third-tier companies, those largely went unnoticed by the Big 7 studios. With the tide of media conglomeration underway, several second- and third-tier film companies that had emerged in the 80s, like New Line, Miramax, Orion, and Carolco, either got absorbed by major studios or faced imminent bankruptcy. Any new independent film companies gaining the attention of the Big 7, such as the once prominent Lionsgate or Summit Entertainment, still had yet to pose any real threat to the major studios. At the same time, while traditional media giants were completing their consolidation, new online media was rapidly emerging. These past few years had undoubtedly been the peak for media power in Hollywood. Furthermore, there was no doubt that the Firefly Group, controlling a significant portion of Hollywood, had become the undisputed media titan in North America. As the absolute controller of Firefly, following the acquisition with Columbia Pictures, Eric had been in the spotlight lately, attracting significant media attention. Eric, however, had little time to care about all that. Once back in Los Angeles, he dove into the post-production studio at Firefly Studios, focusing intently on the initial editing of footage for Gravity. But even without direct access to Eric, media outlets quickly discovered another sensational story. Caroline had injured her foot. The once shy tour guide had transformed into Eric Williams Pepper, possessing an impressive education from Cambridge and Harvard, along with a noble lineage and a stunning appearance. She practically seemed like the perfect candidate for the queen of the Firefly Empire. With discussions ramping up, the media resumed their scrutiny of the women around Eric. It was all the talk, with a mix of gossip and hearsay, and some tabloids even dragged his two little ones into the story. Over the years, Eric never deliberately concealed the fact that he had two children. Anyone paying a little attention would find out. However, out of concern for their safety, Eric had set a firm boundary for the media. Absolutely no revealing photos, names, or addresses of the kids. Even though Eric was a public figure, he was also a massively influential billionaire. In a society like the United States, crossing the wealthy usually bore greater consequences than offending the powerful. Numerous politicians and even presidents had been embroiled in scandals, yet you rarely heard of individuals from the Forbes list facing media scrutiny in the same way. Thus far, everyone had respected the boundaries Eric laid down. The latest chatter surrounding his kids inevitably led back to discussions about Eric's wealth inheritance. While there were still 6 months to go until the next Forbes billionaire list was released, media analytics regarding the assets of the wealthy were constantly being updated. Many speculated that once Yahoo went public, combined with Eric's wealth growth over the last year, his fortune could soar to an unprecedented $200 billion. Such a staggering sum of wealth would inevitably mean hefty inheritance taxes, likely reaching into the hundreds of billions if he were to pass on his fortune, even if such matters were beyond his personal concern. Nonetheless, the topic sparked enthusiastic conversations among the public, as the thought of a single tax payment exceeding $100 billion left many stunned. In the end, some media outlets and politicians advocating for inheritance tax reductions seized the opportunity to insert themselves into the discussion. At Firefly Studios, with Yahoo's IPO date approaching, Eric remained occupied with discussions alongside Yahoo's executives and Chris to go over the details of the IPO. In the Digital Domain's office loft, seated in a lounge area near the glass walls, light conversation inevitably drifted towards the recent buzz surrounding Eric. Holding a cup of coffee, leaning back in his chair, Eric said to Chris, Ian Gurney, and others, "Honestly, I think if I can spend all my money before I die, that's the best scenario. Not leaving a dime for the IRS. And as for the kids, I'd rather they fend for themselves." "That's a tall order," Chris chuckled. "Even without factoring in the annual returns, with a fixed asset total of $200 billion, if you live to be 100, you'd have to spend $8 million a day from now on." $8 million, huh? Eric turned to the only woman at the table. "Tina, you ladies seem to know how to spend money. Help me figure out how I can get through $8 million a day." After Jeff Locke's departure, Eric's personal pick, Tina Brown, had elevated to become one of Yahoo's new trio of executives, ranking alongside Ian Gurney and Steve Mitnick. Hearing Eric's question, Tina pretended to think and, after a moment, chuckled. "Well, you'll have to let me try first." Eric immediately displayed an exaggeratedly wary expression. "In that case, I'll just ask someone else." Everyone burst out laughing. After a few jokes, they finally got down to business. Yahoo faced a complicating issue regarding a lawsuit concerning digital music copyrights with the Big Five record companies. Earlier in the year, the surge of digital music piracy's impact on the physical record industry had erupted, coupled with the rise of the Firefly music player. The Big Five record companies initiated a nationwide crackdown on internet piracy, making Yahoo a target in the lawsuit. Perhaps targeting Yahoo's vulnerability before the IPO, the record companies were quite rigid about reaching an out-of-court settlement with them. "The Big Five still insist on 3 main conditions," Ian Gurney explained. "First, strengthen filtering or even banning pirated music on the portal and search engine. Second, we must allow 5 major record companies to open their own digital music store targeted at the Firefly player. The final condition is compensation. Although they have lowered the sum, they are still insisting on $20 million in cash." Eric asked in confusion. If they achieve the first 2 terms, shouldn't they be satisfied? Why continue to insist on the $20 million in damages? That may be a fortune for an individual. But for the big five record companies, it seems like pocket change, doesn't it? Chris responded, this seems to come down to their lawyers' insistence. Eric immediately understood. The American legal profession held its high status largely due to its profitability. The saying, economic foundations determine superstructure, was absolutely true. In cases involving major corporations, discussing fixed legal fees that reached millions was commonplace. Once a lucrative settlement was won, lawyers would take 30% or even more as their share. Smoothing his coffee cup's surface, Eric inquired, so what's our stance now? We discussed thoroughly, Ian Gurney replied. Initially, we were too focused on the potential impact of this lawsuit on Yahoo's IPO. However, if we concede to the Big Five's conditions, not only would we severely harm our potential profits in digital music sales, but compromising goes against the very spirit of an open and shared internet platform. Thus, we've decided against settlement and will instead promote the concept of internet openness and sharing as Yahoo approaches its IPO, guiding media and public discourse. If the IPO succeeds, the Big Five won't have any leverage against Yahoo. Ian's stance struck a noble chord. However, upon reflection, if they could indeed sway public opinion, Yahoo could quickly change from a shameful copyright infringer into a crusader against conservative copyright holders seeking justice for public access. Admittedly, that argument could be seen as hypocritical but would certainly align with mainstream internet values. The key to this plan remained a matter of public relations. Although Firefly's grasp over traditional print media was rather modest, their influence on television media was unparalleled, outmatching any other media power. As for emerging internet media, the Yahoo portal, which commanded 70% of North American website traffic, was effectively a Firefly stronghold. Clearly, Ian and the others had crafted a detailed public relations strategy, and there certainly was no obstruction from the group's end in collaboration. After an extensive discussion on the scheme, Eric even made a call to Rupert Murdoch, hoping the mainstream newspapers under News Corporation could assist in their efforts. It was worth noting that only the 20th Century Fox films, recently passed to Elizabeth under Murdoch's direction, could be considered a part of the Firefly Group. The Fox network merely existed in close alliance with Firefly. The larger portion, including extensive print media in the UK, Australia, and North America, as well as television networks in the UK and Asia, remained firmly under Rupert's personal control. After a lifetime of effort, Murdoch wasn't about to relinquish that power, and Eric wasn't about to count on any favors. However, Firefly now commanded asset levels tenfold compared to News Corporation. Murdoch understood the benefits of maintaining a cooperative relationship with Firefly. Hearing Eric's request over the phone, he promptly agreed. After securing that commitment, they discussed the final details of the last stock incentive plan before the IPO. Ian Gurney, Steve Mitnick, and Tina Brown hurriedly took off. One for New York to discuss specific public relations detail with ABC and Fox executives. Another heading to San Francisco to review Yahoo's Silicon Valley branch, and Tina returned to Boston to supervise operations. With less than a month before the IPO, all three were in a whirlwind of activity. After concluding their discussions, it was already evening. As Chris saw Ian Gurney and the others off in the parking lot, he didn't rush to leave but strolled along the studio pathways with Eric. Actually, regarding wealth inheritance, Eric, your asset scale is incredibly vast. Planning should start now. You don't really intend to hand half your fortune to the federal government someday, do you? Especially not if Elia and Kevin can't even inherit half of it. To be fair, Eric didn't want that. He certainly didn't have a strong sense of social responsibility of hundreds of billions of dollars. If possible, his joking remarks with Chris about spending all his money before he died reflected his true feelings. He maintained a rather pessimistic view on wealth inheritance. After all, he had been conditioned to think that wealth seldom survives more than 3 generations, making it hard for him to guarantee that there wouldn't be any wastrels among his descendants. Eric wasn't hiding anything from Chris and candidly expressed his worries. That's not an insurmountable challenge, Chris laughed. Just look at the Morgan family and the Rockefeller family. They've survived a century. While they've stepped into the background, they still remain influential. It's not because their heirs are particularly outstanding, you know why. Hmm. Because these families have all used foundations or trusts for their wealth inheritance. Even if the founders of these families passed away many years ago, their wealth still follows the stringent rules of the family trust set up from the start. No heir can alter that. Moreover, as long as talented individuals emerge from these families, they can thrive anew on the deep-rooted foundation laid by their ancestors. You can ask Caroline and the others to help gather some information on that. Chapter 1061. What does your family plan to do? In the evening, a black stretch Cadillac slowly came to a stop within the 20th Century Fox lot. The car had a peculiar design, resembling a sleek sedan at the front, extending in the middle, and ending with a square-shaped back that gave off the impression of a lizard with a broken tail. The driver got out and opened the door. Only then did Elizabeth, who stood outside the office building. Explaining something to her assistant, realized it was Eric's ride. She quickly walked over and hopped inside the car. Once the driver closed the door, Elizabeth remarked, "Why are you suddenly driving this car? It looks so ugly." Eric pressed a stack of papers onto his knees and replied, "It's Drew's choice. She said it was a birthday gift for me. You have to take a limo to a premiere, right? So I guess this is the only option I had." As the car slowly started up, Elizabeth, a bit dazed, asked, "Is your birthday this month?" Eric shook his head. "No, it's not." Elizabeth pressed on. "Then what birthday gift did she give you?" Eric shrugged. "How would I know? Based on the frequency with which she gives me birthday gifts, I should be about 280 years old by now." Elizabeth burst out laughing and teased, "It's all your fault. You spoil her, letting her run wild and have such terrible taste to buy such an ugly car." Eric laughed. "Don't let its looks fool you. It's worth quite a bit. I heard it's the next-generation presidential vehicle designed exclusively for the White House, and Clinton hasn't even gotten to use one yet." "Still ugly," Elizabeth said, her smile still bright as she caught sight of the papers in Eric's hand. She curiously leaned closer and asked, "What's this?" Ford Foundation." Eric passed the papers to her, saying, "I've been looking into some family foundations recently." Elizabeth flipped through the pages casually, a teasing smile creeping onto her face as she said, "So, you're beginning to plan for the future?" "Yeah." Eric leaned back in his seat, crossing his legs. "I've recently come to realize that some things can't be ignored. I used to be pretty opposed to the idea of foundations, but now I see that it's truly the best way to pass down family wealth." After reading a series of documents over the past few days, Eric realized that family foundations operated very differently from how he originally perceived them. Take the Ford Foundation, for example. When it was first established, the Ford Foundation had only $25,000 in registered funds. Even after Henry Ford passed and his entire estate was poured into the foundation, the asset scale didn't exceed $2 billion. Yet now, the Ford Foundation's asset scale has reached $9 billion. If inflation is disregarded, this essentially means that the Ford family's assets have been consistently on the rise. Moreover, the family's legacy model can largely avoid the inheritance tax issues their descendants would otherwise face. Even more astonishing is that even after a century, the Ford family still controls the Ford Motor Company, valued in the hundreds of billions, thanks to their remaining 2% stake in it under the dual-class share structure. This control allows the Ford family to maintain a significant, albeit subtle, influence on society. Beyond the Ford family, both the Carnegie Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation have similarly outperformed the initial legacies left by their founders in terms of asset control. Though their immense wealth might not rank them on the Forbes rich list, it sufficed to uphold their ancestors' legacies and societal standing. As for Eric's initial concern about control, that wasn't an issue either. In all the family foundations Eric reviewed, control remained firmly in the hands of the founding family. Although they labeled themselves as nonprofit public foundations, they still had to donate a certain amount of assets each year. However, the operation of these donations was quite intricate. Suppose a foundation had to donate $100 million each year. It might seem like a significant outflow of cash. In reality, how that money was spent was still up to the founding family that controlled the foundation. Whether it's the Ford Foundation, Carnegie Foundation, or Rockefeller Foundation, their stated mission upon establishment was to promote developments in education, technology, and healthcare. This essentially meant they had made no binding commitments, providing the foundations with ample flexibility. For instance, if a family business sought favorable policies from the government, they could allocate funds from their foundation to sponsor a voting representative congressman on certain beneficial tech industry exploratory projects. A family trip to Hawaii or the Bahamas could conveniently fit into that narrative. And even if anyone spotted the ruse, there was no way to accuse the foundation of wrongdoing since it was a nonprofit endeavor entirely compliant with federal law. Conversely, if family heirs struggled academically and couldn't gain admission to elite schools like Harvard or Yale, schools that meant more to them than merely gaining knowledge, then they wouldn't stand a chance. Thus, the family could pull funds from the foundation to make donations to these institutions, promoting the development of the education sector. Along the way, it would be a dilemma for their children when it came to college. Do you accept it or not? These examples were, in fact, only the more ceremonial methods of operation, while many other private maneuvers were even more elaborate. Overall, the donations made by these foundations carried strong ulterior purposes, primarily for the benefit of their controlling family. Genuine philanthropic acts were remarkably rare. Take, for instance, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which everyone recognized from the original timeline. While everyone saw their net worth skyrocketing, aside from contributing $1 million to develop the new contraceptives for human population control, no other well-known philanthropic initiatives came to light. Most importantly, utilizing the foundation model for family wealth transfer maximized family cohesion. To enjoy the foundation's support in the long term, the younger generation needed to exert some effort to promote the foundation's growth, which fundamentally explained why families like the Rockefellers, Carnegies, and Ford successfully maintained their legacies for over a century. In contrast, if they opted for conventional property inheritance modes, not only would high estate taxes inevitably damage the family's essence, even if the second generation managed to maintain prosperity, the third or fourth generation might not share the same capabilities or might face uneven distribution or other reasons. So, the family would inevitably find itself on a path toward disintegration and decline. Inside the car, Elizabeth listened to Eric's remarks, her face revealing a mischievous yet slightly resentful expression. So, Mr. Williams, while considering these matters, have you thought about where your family stands? Eric coughed awkwardly to divert the topic. So, what does your family plan to do? Elizabeth shrugged but replied, My dad plans to use a trust fund. Eric recalled the materials he had recently read. Well, there should still be taxes to pay, right? Elizabeth nodded. Yeah, but it should be manageable around 15%. By then, with some adjustments within News Corp, we probably won't need to sell stocks to cover the taxes. We're not as big as yours. Speaking of which, with your personal wealth being so substantial, the IRS is surely going to keep a close watch on you. It will be quite a challenge to smoothly transfer your assets without paying taxes like other families do. Eric replied lightly, The IRS is still human-controlled. As long as they're not machines, it should be manageable. As they talked, the car started for Hollywood's Santa Monica Boulevard. Today marked the premiere of The Horse Whisperer, produced by Miramax. The film was set to hit theaters on November 6th, just 2 days away. As Miramax's largest investment to date, the Weinsteins placed considerable emphasis on this project. However, selecting the November 6th release date was part of their usual distribution strategy, as well as a concession to circumstance. Starting next week, 2 new films will be released on average every week, not to mention heavy hitters like Mission Impossible 3 and Star Wars Episode 1, Elizabeth explained. Harvey had no choice but to pick this date. While there's risk involved, it's also the safest distribution strategy. Speaking of which, Elizabeth added, Columbia's 2 films have an interesting release schedule. Urban Legend opens on November 13th, right alongside Ted and Star Trek: Insurrection. Julia's movie, Stepmom, is scheduled right after Star Wars Episode 1, and everybody can see that the box office for Star Wars Episode 1 in the first 2 weeks is destined to be phenomenal. Even The Fast and the Furious has been pushed to January 1st next year, while Stepmom stubbornly stays on Christmas Day. I can already visualize a tank crushing a bicycle. Eric sighed. There's not much I could do. By the time I got Columbia involved, their schedule was already set. Plus, the costs of these 2 films are infuriating. Urban Legend cost $30 million, and Stepmom cost $50 million. I can't help but think both budgets could be halved. I was almost tempted to drag Julia over and demand she return half of her $20 million paycheck for this family-friendly comedy featuring 2 female leads. It's highway robbery. She's returning from Paris the day after tomorrow. When she's back, you can just hold her down and give her a punch, Elizabeth quipped. That would be too kind, Eric joked, cracking his knuckles in mock intensity. I'd say at least 2 punches. With a laugh, Elizabeth recalled another topic and asked, when do you plan to head to London? The 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show was approaching, and to promote the brand in Europe, this year's show was set to take place in London. Because this was a relatively important show, Eric had confirmed his attendance. Probably on the 10th, Eric replied. The show is on the 12th, so I'll be there 2 days early, but I have to return early since there's still so much going on here. Humph. Elizabeth suddenly scoffed playfully. You can't wait to get back? Huh, jealous daddy? With so many beautiful daughters around. Eric chuckled and lifted Elizabeth's chin to plant a kiss on her lips. How about you come along with me? And I can let them call you jealous mommy. Elizabeth pushed Eric's hand away, her face flushing. The car arrived in front of a theater on Santa Monica Boulevard, where the premiere of The Horse Whisperer was taking place at a flagship cinema owned by the largest North American theater chain, Regal Entertainment. At the moment, the area on either side of the red carpet was already packed with reporters and fans. It was likely that some heavyweight guests were currently walking down the red carpet since cheers erupted even before they entered the venue. Under the guidance of the staff, the Cadillac paused briefly before entering the red carpet's entrance. Eric was the first to step out, moving around to link arms with Elizabeth, and together they stepped onto the red carpet. Compared to the glamorous attire of other stars, both Eric and Elizabeth looked quite casual. Eric wore a standard black suit, while Elizabeth donned a simple water blue, form-fitting gown. However, their appearance attracted more excitement than any other guest present. Due to the ongoing discussions about Eric, the audience's cheer was deafening, and not only were the fans shouting, but the reporters on either side of the carpet appeared incredibly energized, wildly clicking their cameras while shouting questions. If it weren't for the security managing to maintain order, the reporters would have charged straight through the barriers to reach them. Unfazed, Eric and Elizabeth strolled past the red carpet and entered the theater. In recent years, Eric had been intentionally bringing different women into the public eye with him. Although he never officially explained anything, many people gradually accepted the fact that he had multiple girlfriends, which was precisely the result he aimed to achieve. The Weinsteins had a considerable network built over the years. As they reached the theater lobby, it was already brimming with guests from every direction, all engaged in lively discussions. When Eric and Elizabeth appeared, they were immediately surrounded. After exchanging pleasantries, Elizabeth was pulled aside by Harvey Weinstein to discuss matters. Eric briefly chatted with the film's director, Robert Redford, and was just about to walk over to Elizabeth when a blonde girl in a white dress approached him. Mr. Williams, it's so lovely to see you again. Do you remember me? Of course, Eric replied with a smile, nodding. You're that friend of Miranda's, Scarlett Johansson, right? You look stunning today. Thanks, Scarlett said bashfully. Mr. Williams, I also want to thank you for helping me get that role. Eric shook his head. No need for that. Honestly, I didn't do much. It's really all on your impressive performance. Scarlett was thrilled to finally have a chance to chat with Eric, but just as she was about to say more, Elizabeth and Harvey walked back toward Eric. She had to abandon the topic, politely greeting both before regretfully walking away. Talented young lady, Harvey commented as he watched Scarlett leave, then turned to Eric. Come on, let's head in. The premiere is about to start. Eric nodded, feeling Elizabeth naturally link her arm with his, though he also felt a flash of pain shooting through his arm. He helplessly remarked, I didn't do anything. It was just to help the little girl. Elizabeth shot him a disdainful look. You clearly like young girls. That's slander, Eric replied. What did Drew say? Fine, I give up. Let's change the subject. Chapter 1062, Safety First. The running time of The Horse Whisperer was 2 hours and 50 minutes, and considering its length, the premiere had started quite early. Around 9 o'clock, as the end credits rolled and the lights came up, a polite round of applause filled the theater. Eric felt a bit stiff, but he patiently stayed seated and didn't rush to get up. Overall, Eric had a positive impression of the Horse Whisperer. The story flowed beautifully, blending warmth with inspiration and tinged with a hint of melancholy. The scenic views of Montana were simply breathtaking. However, Robert Redford suffered from the common ailment of seasoned Hollywood filmmakers, a slow pacing. With nearly 3 hours of runtime, it truly tested the audience's patience. This slow rhythm also led to a somewhat aimless emotional expression that lacked a compelling force to resonate deeply with viewers. As the applause died down, the filmmakers started taking the stage to give speeches. Elizabeth leaned in close to Eric and whispered, "What did you think?" Eric pondered for a moment before responding. "It really depends on how Harvey operates." If he were to give it a score, Eric would rate the film a solid 7.5. It wasn't quite deserving of an 8 or higher, but far exceeded passing marks. Yet, this score wouldn't ignite much desire in viewers to rush to theaters. To achieve that, the Weinstein brothers would have to work their marketing magic to elevate the film's reputation to above 8. Elizabeth had a similar assessment. Hearing Eric's expected response, she felt a bit deflated but accepted it. After the screening, the after-party hosted by Miramax took place at a nearby hotel. With still some time before the festivities, Eric and Elizabeth didn't rush back to rest and decided to head to the party together. Maybe it's because he directed and acted in it, but I feel like Redford didn't infuse enough passion into the story. Critic Ruth Stein from the San Francisco Chronicle unabashedly shared his thoughts with Eric, Elizabeth, and Harvey. He was a bit out of place, just like Scott Thomas. It was really disappointing. Elizabeth frowned slightly at Ruth's words while Eric remained composed beside her. Harvey, on the other hand, grinned as he listened. After Ruth finished, Harvey affectionately draped an arm around Ruth's shoulders and said, "Ruth, I have to admit, you're right. Those are indeed some minor flaws in the film. But let's be honest, there's no such thing as a perfect film. We should allow for some shortcomings. Moreover, apart from the performances, the film has plenty of strengths. How about we discuss it more over there?" "Of course," Ruth nodded slightly, casting a glance at Eric and Elizabeth as he diplomatically clarified. "Mr. Williams, Miss Murdoch, I absolutely don't mean to take a jab at this film. I'm just calling it like I see it." Harvey kept his arm around Ruth's shoulder, applying just a bit more pressure as he replied, "Eric and Liz wouldn't mind, haha. Let's move along now. Oh, Eric and Liz, feel free to enjoy yourselves." Once Harvey led the critic away, Eric wrapped an arm around Elizabeth's waist and smiled. "What's there to take offense at? You've been a little princess for too long. Just think back to when Michael Ovitz faced all those clients' sarcasm. Instead of getting angry, he tap-danced right on the table to win their trust. He ended up becoming one of the most powerful people in Hollywood. I'm not bothered by it. That guy clearly only said that to get our attention as we walked by," Elizabeth retorted, glancing at Harvey and Ruth as they chatted animatedly. Then she picked up on Eric's words. "But the most powerful person in Hollywood right now is you. Would you dance for a client?" "Well, if it were necessary," Eric replied, "I'd have Jeffrey do the dancing." "You sly dog." Elizabeth laughed but pressed on. "But what if the client insisted that you dance yourself?" Eric confidently shook his head. "That scenario doesn't hold water. No one in the world is qualified to require me to dance for them." Elizabeth emulated a playful grunt. "But what if I told you to dance?" Eric, as if he had completely forgotten his previous comments, eagerly nodded. "No problem. I'll dance for you when we get home." Elizabeth's smirk reflected her disdain. "Lame. I couldn't care less to see you do a tap dance." Eric immediately countered. "Not happening. I keep my promises. You'll just have to watch me dance for half an hour when we get back." Having shared a laugh, they made their way to an empty table near the banquet hall, noticing that Harvey was already deep in conversation with another critic not far away. Elizabeth raised her chin, signaling to Eric, and remarked, "Given how things are going, the film's reputation should be just fine, right?" Eric could tell that Harvey was genuinely invested in the Horse Whisperer. This was easy to understand. It was the biggest investment Miramax had made in a dramatic film so far. The Weinstein brothers were already displeased with Fox's imposed $50 million cap on investments for Miramax, and the box office success of The Horse Whisperer directly impacted whether they could break this barrier. If The Horse Whisperer could achieve box office numbers akin to a typical commercial film, Fox would likely lift this limit for future projects. But if the film was a failure, Miramax wouldn't be able to risk funding high-budget art films again. The film's reputation should be no issue, Eric nodded and stated. But ultimately, it depends on whether audiences buy into it. With a runtime of nearly 3 hours, many impatient viewers might just skip it. Yet, Elizabeth didn't wholly agree. Remember that film you coerced me into buying, Dances with Wolves? That was 4 hours long, but it grossed over $180 million in North America and $420 million worldwide, with just a budget over $20 million. I see a lot of similarities between these two films. They're both adaptations of novels, directed and starred in by the main creators, and feature spectacular settings. But you have to admit, Eric interjected, The Horse Whisperer's political themes and emotional depth don't compare to Dances with Wolves. On the bright side, the original novel's profile is significantly higher than that lesser-known Dances with Wolves. Still, with your point in mind, I think I should remind Harvey to link The Horse Whisperer with Dances with Wolves in the media. It might yield some unexpected results. The secret behind the Weinstein brothers' Oscar strategy was actually quite simple. Through powerful media and jury public relations, they created undeniable acclaim and a significant number of award nominations for Miramax films. Of course, the specifics of their strategies were intricate and complex. Due to the financial pressure from the $50 million investment in The Horse Whisperer, the Weinstein brothers opted against the gradual accumulation of box office and reputation through limited releases this time. However, their years of accumulated media marketing techniques still played a significant role for the film. After the premiere, Miramax immediately launched a robust PR campaign. The next day, almost all major North American print media published positive reviews of The Horse Whisperer. Even the few critics who were not fond of the film offered milder critiques than expected. Initial assessments from critics showed that The Horse Whisperer successfully crossed the 8-point threshold, achieving an average score of 8.2, significantly higher than Eric's personal rating of 7.5. The Horse Whisperer was published in 1995, meaning it was only 3 years old. Though the novel enjoyed worldwide popularity and many viewers appreciated the film's adaptation, it had a clear drawback: a lack of discussion-worthy topics. Often, the buzz around a film can be even more important than its score. In this regard, the spark that happened between Eric and Elizabeth during the after-party significantly influenced the narrative. Following their reminder, the Weinstein brothers swiftly connected The Horse Whisperer with Dances with Wolves in their marketing efforts. Although it had been 7 years since Dances with Wolves came out, this long interval had solidified its status as an irrefutable classic that had once won numerous prestigious awards, including Best Picture and Best Director. Seeing certain media outlets draw parallels between The Horse Whisperer and their cherished classic stirred discontent among Dances with Wolves fans. In just a few short days, discussions erupted across major North American media outlets, debating the superiority of The Horse Whisperer versus Dances with Wolves. Supporters of Dances with Wolves were many, but with The Horse Whisperer selling over 10 million copies of the original novel worldwide, its fan base was similarly significant. As a result, the back-and-forth argument intensified, capturing attention and boosting ticket sales for The Horse Whisperer, while also creating a resurgence in Dances with Wolves videotape and DVD sales. What many didn't realize was that the rights to Dances with Wolves also belonged to the Firefly Group. Amidst this high-profile debate, The Horse Whisperer ended up grossing $32.15 million over its first weekend. While that performance couldn't compare to blockbuster hits, it was still deemed very satisfactory by many. With a first weekend gross of $32.15 million, the film was expected to reach around $45 million by the end of its opening week. Based on the positive reputation The Horse Whisperer had established, even with competition from other new releases in the following weeks, a predicted drop of around 30% in box office revenue seemed quite manageable. As long as it maintained a low decline rate, The Horse Whisperer was on track to cross the $100 million mark at the North American box office. With a budget of $50 million and projected box office returns exceeding $100 million in North America, not to mention overseas revenue, this project would yield substantial profits for Miramax and its parent company, Fox. Moreover, leveraging the Weinstein brothers' Oscar campaign expertise, as long as the Horse Whisperer secured some wins at this year's Oscars, its subsequent merchandise release profits would skyrocket even more. In Ventura, north of Los Angeles, this was the first time Eric had visited since the private airport was officially opened. Compared to the expansive agricultural fields of the past, this 1,500-acre site was now fenced in with tall barbed wire. Inside the airport were 2 intersecting runways, a navigation and monitoring center, and 6 large hangars. However, at that moment, only 2 Gulfstream V jets were housed in one of the hangars. It was now November 10th, and Eric arrived in the morning, planning to board a Gulfstream V that had just recently been acquired and fly directly to London. The Gulfstream V was the first ultra-long-range business jet from Gulfstream Aerospace, capable of a range of 7,500 miles, making trans-Pacific flights feasible between Los Angeles and London a mere breeze. However, after touring the Gulfstream V cockpit, Eric quickly dismissed the idea of flying to London in it. The reason was simple and blunt. It was too cramped. Compared to the Boeing 767 he frequently flew in 2 years prior, which featured luxurious suites and ample space, the Gulfstream V's cabin width was only a bit over 2 meters. With couches and chairs lining both sides, there was hardly any spare room to move around. Eric found it hard to imagine spending over 10 hours, flying more than 8,000 kilometers to London in such a small aircraft. He always suspected he might have some form of claustrophobia. "Let's reserve this small jet for short-haul flights," Eric suggested to Drew, who had come to see him off. "By the way, how is the construction progress on those 2 747s? "It should take about 6 more months, the girl replied. "But I can follow up with Boeing on it." Eric chuckled and shook his head. "No need to rush on those kinds of things. Safety first." "All right, I won't push them," she said, glancing at her watch. "The Boeing 767 won't be here for at least another hour. How about we take a walk instead?" Having abandoned the idea of flying overseas on the Gulfstream V, Eric opted to call back the Boeing 767 he initially planned to use. Chapter 1063, If It Doesn't Taste Good. Due to a last-minute change of aircraft, Eric had lunch with the crew in Ventura before officially taking off. The Boeing 767 smoothly ascended into the stratosphere as Mayer unbuckled his seatbelt. Caroline was still recuperating from a foot injury, so for this trip, she was the only one following Eric to London, aside from the usual security detail. After carefully reviewing Eric's schedule for the next few days, Mayer saw a flight attendant approaching with coffee. She stood up to intercept her, smiling. "I'll take care of that." The flight attendant was a temporary staff member from the aircraft rental company, tall and elegant, fitting the industry's standards. As she was there to serve Eric Williams, this flight assignment had been highly sought after, and she had finally managed to snag a spot. Just hearing that Eric Williams needed coffee, she had made a point to dress up. Ambitious women never lacked for aspirations. Getting close to Eric could mean a swift rise in her career. Feeling thwarted by Mayer, the flight attendant maintained her smile, albeit with irritation beneath, saying, "Miss Mayer, I can manage it." "I happen to have work to discuss with Eric," Mayer said, reaching out to take the tray from her hand, her smile fading into a command as she added, "You can head back." The flight attendant, not wanting to offend Eric's personal assistant, grumbled under her breath but had no choice but to retreat. Once the flight attendant's figure vanished at the entrance to the lounge, Mayer sighed in relief, feeling a small thrill from the small act of authority she had just wielded. Then, with a tinge of guilt, she stuck out her tongue before heading to the private office at the front of the plane. Eric was leaning back in an office chair, engrossed in reading a screenplay. At the sound of a knock, he didn't look up but quietly responded. Mayer tiptoed to the desk, poured a cup of coffee for Eric, and placed the pot beside him. Watching the focused man in front of her, she suddenly recalled the events from the morning. Those 2 Gulfstream versus? It seemed he wouldn't be flying them again. What a capricious guy, tossing aside 2 $36 million private jets like it's nothing. There's probably only this man who could dare to do such a thing without a second thought. Consider this. The price of the 2 Gulfstream versus was merely a starting point. The annual maintenance and operational costs alone amounted to at least 10% of the aircraft's price. That's a long-term investment many wealthy individuals chose to avoid by opting for long-term rentals. Eric turned a page of the Fight Club script and, sensing someone hadn't left, looked up with a smile to interrupt Meyer's daydream. "Mary, what's up?" "Oh, nothing." Meyer shook her head quickly, realizing she spaced out. She sought a way out of her embarrassment, saying, "I just noticed you were reading this script, and when I was organizing materials for you, I happened to skim through it, but I didn't quite grasp what Fincher was trying to express this time." "It's simple," Eric replied with a smirk. "Fincher wants to tell everyone that mental illness needs to be addressed early. One shouldn't avoid treatment, or it could hurt both themselves and others." Meyer paused, realizing Eric was joking, and burst out laughing. Eric appraised Meyer, who was hiding her mouth behind her hands, wearing a light gray business suit. "If you're interested in this story, you could check out Chuck Palahniuk's original novel. It's about a modern man struggling and rebelling through confusion until he collapses. As for this script, I think even Fincher hasn't quite figured out what he wants to convey. So if mishandled, this project could turn into a disaster." Meyer listened attentively and asked, "So, are you planning to approve this project?" "Absolutely," Eric nodded. "It's actually quite an intriguing script. With some effort during the distribution and marketing stages, this film could even become a cult classic." Historically, Fight Club initially had lackluster box office performance, only to later transform into a classic through fan interpretations. Currently, New Line's budget was set at $50 million, which Eric found insufficient. As he just mentioned, Fincher might still be grappling with his ideas, potentially leading to confusion during filming and budget overruns. However, Eric didn't want New Line to miss out on this film. Firefly Group already had plenty of commercially successful films. Producing a few unique quality films to enhance the company's library was essential. Over the years, aside from mainstream commercial films, Firefly's labels had been collaborating continuously with unique directors like David Fincher and Quentin Tarantino. Regarding Fight Club, while there were risks involved, as long as New Line crafted a specialized marketing plan to help audiences grasp the film ahead of time, if nothing else, they might make viewers who don't understand it feel it's an extraordinary movie, thus paving the way for commercial success. After chatting for a bit, successfully easing the awkwardness of her earlier spacing out, Meyer turned and left the office. Eric returned his focus to the Fight Club screenplay. Honestly, he hadn't fully grasped the film either, but there were plenty of classic lines worth contemplating. After reading through the script, Eric opened his laptop and drafted an email based on his thoughts for the film. He intended to save it in the drafts to send to Kenneth Horne at New Line once they reached London. Picking up another document from his desk, he prepared for the subsequent flight. Dinner was served on the plane, and after a few hours of rest, Eric woke up to find the Boeing 767 already at cruising altitude over London. Leaving Ventura Airport on the west coast at 1 p.m., after 10 hours of flying and accounting for the time difference, it was now 7 a.m. on November 11th in London. Upon arriving at Heathrow Airport, Eric was quickly whisked away by Emily and Edward Razak to the venue for tomorrow's Victoria's Secret fashion show, the Earl's Court Exhibition Centre in West London. In contrast to the quaint confines of the Lexington Avenue Arsenal in Manhattan, the Earl's Court Exhibition Centre, covering over 40,000 square meters, felt remarkably grand. As Eric's group arrived, the entrance of Earl's Court was plastered with gigantic posters showcasing Victoria's Secret brand, with many media reporters lined up, cameras ready, descending upon Eric's cars, though they ultimately couldn't catch a glimpse of the interior occupants. Compared to the warm spring in Los Angeles, London in November was already significantly colder, with snow possible at any moment. After disembarking in the exhibition center's parking lot, Eric instinctively stuffed his hands into the pockets of the newly donned trench coat. Glancing up at the persistently gloomy sky, he said to Emily, "I mean, shouldn't you at least let me grab breakfast first?" Emily raised her wrist to check her watch, unimpressed. "If I remember correctly, you were supposed to arrive in London around 5 a.m. Do you know how long everyone has been waiting for you at Heathrow?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Eric replied, "I'm really sorry. There was a last-minute aircraft change that delayed me a few hours." "Then why didn't you have someone notify us?" Emily complained but didn't press further. Sensing she had the upper hand, she said, let's go check on how everything is set up. This year's Victoria's Secret fashion show felt a bit like a farewell concert. Classic angels like Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista would be stepping down from the Victoria's Secret endorsement team after this show. Originally, only Diane Kruger and Tyra Banks would remain from the original five-member group. Diane intended to delve deeper into Hollywood, while Tyra planned to return to television like before. Meanwhile, the 40-some angels would also be undergoing a significant turnover in the coming years. Though Cindy and Linda might return for a guest appearance in the future, LTD refrained from revealing this in their promotions, implying that this could be the last show for this popular set of supermodels. This strategy worked effectively. Some loyal fans reportedly flew from North America just to witness this show. Given the venue's larger size compared to Lexington Avenue Armory, LTD issued a total of 6,000 tickets, marking it the grandest Victoria's Secret show yet. With the strong expansion of the Victoria's Secret brand, LTD placed increasingly significant emphasis on organizing the show. In addition to focused promotions targeting the Angel team, the roster of performing guests was unprecedentedly robust. In addition to the Spice Girls, the Backstreet Boys, and Madonna, LTD had also managed to secure Michael Jackson. Years later, he had finally emerged from the shadows and regained his former superstar glory. However, having learned the operational dynamics of the Victoria's Secret show over the years, LTD refrained from spending big on a high-profile director. Instead, high-ups like Edward Razek took charge as producers, directly overseeing the entire production. Though it was late at night back in Los Angeles, after a few hours of rest on the plane and being in an energetic age, Eric felt energized as Emily guided him through the morning's preparations. It wasn't until noon that the group departed the Earl's Court internal stage and headed to the Kensington NH Hotel, where the Angels were staying. In fact, the Earl's Court Exhibition Center was less than 2 kilometers from Kensington Garden Street, so Eric would still have an easy commute between the two in the next couple of days. Arriving at the NH Hotel just in time for lunch, the group headed straight to the hotel restaurant. With the Victoria's Secret fashion show taking place the next day, although some angels were out shopping, most stayed at the hotel, turning the lunch hour into a gathering ground for beautiful women. Upon seeing Eric, every Victoria's Secret angel dining in the restaurant stood up, enthusiastically coming over to him. After embracing a large group of dazzling ladies, they naturally dispersed, but Cindy, Linda, and Giselle, who was making her debut at the Victoria's Secret show, stayed behind. Everyone knew that while many angels were close to Eric, these three shared the closest relationships. Alessandra and Miranda didn't make it to London, but remained behind in New York. Mayer had rushed ahead to Kensington Garden Street to prepare Eric's accommodations, so she wasn't present. Other senior LTD executives also cleverly made themselves scarce, taking seats elsewhere. Only Emily and Eric remained, joined by the three girls at a round table. Once seated, Eric turned to Giselle across from him, smiling. "So how does it feel now?" Cindy and Linda naturally occupied 2 spots next to Eric, while Giselle felt a slight pang of jealousy, yet replied, "It's great. Everyone has been really supportive." Cindy took the menu from the waiter and handed it to Eric, saying, "Giselle's runway walk is truly impressive. I feel a bit overshadowed." "Oh, Eric, you have to try the steak here. It's really good." "Then why don't you order me one?" Eric replied with a smirk, handing the menu back to Cindy. "If it doesn't taste good, I'll be holding you accountable." "Sure." Cindy laughed lightly, unfazed by all the gazes directed their way. She leaned in close to Eric, whispering, "If it's not good, then you can eat me instead." The alluring scent of her femininity wafted closer, and Eric leaned in, replying in a strange tone, "Actually, women aren't very tasty. Too much fat. I prefer men. Little boys are the best, very tender." Cindy was visibly taken aback, instinctively distancing herself a bit. Upon seeing Eric's sudden return to an expression of nonchalance, she shot him a playful glare before ordering several dishes from the waiter nearby. Chapter 1064, Somewhat Aggrieved. During lunch, Simon Fuller, the president of Virgin Records, rushed over. For the past 6 months, while managing the operations of Virgin Records, Simon had put a significant amount of his energy into running the reality show Pop Idol. Following the success of the Spice Girls, This public audition, organized by Virgin Records in conjunction with Sky Television, attracted over 200,000 applicants just in the UK. This led to immense attention for Pop Idol right from its inception. After months of build-up, by September, the show had premiered to over 5.24 million viewers, and its latest episode averaged 7.91 million viewers. While such ratings might not seem remarkable in North America, in the UK, home to only a fifth of North America's population, those numbers were phenomenal. Consequently, even with several months left in its first season, television networks in numerous countries and regions had already begun contacting the producers of Pop Idol to secure production rights for the show. Over in North America, Eric had already confirmed that the production rights would go to ABC. Elizabeth had some thoughts of her own, but seeing the phenomenal success of Pop Idol made her realize it was impossible to bring the show to Fox. After all, Eric also had to consider the wishes of ABC's executives. However, she unapologetically took the production rights for Australia. After lunching with everyone, Eric and Simon Fuller headed over to the recording studio for Pop Idol to check in and learn about the operations at Virgin Records. To adjust to the time difference, Eric returned to the villa on Kensington Garden Street early that evening to rest. The following morning, he flew to Dublin, the capital of Ireland. As a European tax haven, the European headquarters for Firefly Electronics was also located in Ireland. After a morning work meeting with the executives at Firefly Electronics' European branch, Eric took a tour of a recently opened Firefly components factory near Dublin. In the afternoon, he returned to the UK and rushed to Pinewood Studios to meet with Tim Burton and others, who were busy working on Sleepy Hollow. After 2 full days of nonstop busyness, Eric finally completed most of his agenda for this trip to the UK. As dusk fell, Eric drove back into central London. Inside the black Mercedes, Mayer sat beside Eric, quietly jotting down notes for the day's work. Suddenly, the car hit a bump, causing Eric, who had been resting with his eyes closed, to straighten up and glance outside at the streetlights coming on. He asked Mayer, "Where are we now?" Mayer looked up, noticing Eric's somewhat tired face, and said, "We're almost at Kensington Street, Eric. Do you want to eat dinner before we head over?" Eric checked his watch and saw it was 7:15, with less than an hour until the Victoria's Secret fashion show began. While he felt a little hungry, after hesitating, Eric decided, "Let's just go straight to the Earl's Court." Mayer nodded and glanced at her notes, saying, "Also, Eric, I organized the scripts and novels you had the UK branch collect yesterday afternoon. They're in the study." Eric paused, then remembered. At the wrap party for The Ring, he had inadvertently thought of Snatch, a film that should have already premiered but had yet to make its debut. He felt it would be a shame if such an interesting movie faded away. The next day, he casually asked Caroline and Mayer to gather some of the latest novels and scripts before his trip to the UK. Over the years, Eric had frequently prompted such tasks on a whim, and many projects within the Firefly system came from his choices, most of which had turned out quite well. So even though he had only mentioned it offhandedly and had almost forgotten, Caroline and Mayer considered it very important. Leaning back comfortably in his seat, Eric said, "Well, I can look at them when I have time. If not, I can skip it." After all, who cared about a former husband of the Queen of Pop? He wasn't a savior. He did not have to manage every little thing. Mayer chuckled a bit, glanced at her notes, and noticed there were a few more items she wanted to report to Eric, but then saw his scattered attention and decided to close her notebook. As the night in London grew colder, the Earl's Court buzzed with excitement. Eric entered the backstage area of the show through the internal passage, greeting the girls clad in pink pajamas or the already donned outfits, waiting nervously for their turn. He quickly found the rows of makeup stations. For each annual Victoria's Secret fashion show, they routinely prepared various energy snacks for the girls who had been dieting for days, a rule personally set by Eric. After a long day, Eric felt like he was the one in need of an energy boost. Noticing Eric sitting at the edge of a row of makeup stations, Cusie Goff, who had been getting her hair done, paused and beckoned him over, while the other girls still in the makeup area, seeing Cusie seize the opportunity, reluctantly returned to their seats, greeting Eric from near and far. Responding to the greetings from the girls, Eric pulled a box of nuts closer, turning to the doll-faced girl next to him and nodding with a smile. "Cusie, You look absolutely stunning. Tonight. Thank you. Husey waved away her stylist and smiled sweetly, saying, Eric, will you be attending the premiere of Fast and Furious next month? Curious, Eric asked. Why the sudden interest? Christiana invited me to come to Los Angeles next month to support her. Husey Goff propped her chin on one hand, looking adorable. If you're going too, we could meet up. Eric recalled that somewhat wild night in New York and laughed. Christiana Loken? At the time, Eric believed that Christiana Loken, who had once played TX the Terminator, was more suitable for the role of Letty, the fierce female driver, than Michelle Rodriguez. He arranged for her to audition in Los Angeles. Because the auditions went well and Eric personally recommended her, she ended up landing the role. Yes, Husey Goff nodded, her face turning slightly pink, possibly recalling that night in New York. Well, we'll have to see if I have time. But even if I can't make it, you can come visit me at the Liberty City when you're in Los Angeles. Husey Goff perked up excitedly. Really? Of course, Eric smiled. You can come along with Christiana. Husey Goff immediately misunderstood Eric's intention and lightly glared at him playfully. Eric, you're so bad. You reminding me makes me want to do something mischievous, Eric replied with a grin, glancing at the sweetly innocent girl, thinking of Christiana Loken's wild persona, a strong top, and a delicate bottom, a beautiful lesbian couple that straight men love to see. Noticing Eric's mischievous smile, Husey Goff playfully shrank her neck, making one want to pinch her doll-like face. However, this charming atmosphere was soon disrupted. Eric, why are you just getting here now? You can't stay backstage and distract the girls getting ready for the show. Get up. I've arranged a seat for you in front. Eric glanced at Emily, who was animatedly bustling about, and raised the nut container before him. Emily, I haven't eaten anything yet. My girls haven't eaten for 3 months. Emily shot him a look. Get up, let's go. Eric made a gesture to Husey Goff indicating they'd talk later, picked up the box of nuts, and stood. Emily tried to grab the box from him, but Eric easily sidestepped her, saying, All right, but Eric, you need to keep a low profile these days. The paparazzi here in London are crazier than in New York. I don't want any messy tabloid headlines popping up. Eric felt somewhat aggrieved. While outsiders might think he was soaking up the atmosphere at the Victoria's Secret fashion show in London, the reality was that he hadn't paused his hectic schedule for even a moment. Over the years, Eric had gradually realized that the lifestyles of many tycoons were definitely not as lavish and carefree as ordinary people imagined. Instead, they were often busier than ever. Emily, even if I wanted some tabloid headlines, I wouldn't have the time. Emily clearly understood Eric's packed schedule, clicking her heels as she strode ahead, turning back without missing a beat. I know this, but others don't. Just be mindful. At that moment, the front row for the show was already filled with guests. As the opening approached, the atmosphere became exceptionally lively. Emily led Eric to an empty seat in the front row on the left side of the stage. The guests, who had been conversing, all stood upon seeing Eric. Due to their family's close ties, Emily often presented herself as an older sister figure in front of Eric, and Eric valued this closeness, never trying to assert dominance in front of her. However, that did not mean others could act too casually around Eric. Almost everyone seated in the front row for the show were influential figures from various walks of life in the UK, and upon seeing Eric, they all eagerly sought to engage with him. Emily also introduced him. Eric, this is Mr. Richard Branson, founder of the Virgin Group, one of our partners for this fashion show. Eric knew who Richard Branson was. Virgin Records was once a subsidiary of the Virgin Group, and he reached out to shake his hand. After Eric greeted Richard Branson, Emily continued introducing others. And Eric, this is Mr. Charles Delavigne, a successful real estate entrepreneur, and this is his wife, Mrs. Pandora Stevens, who is the buying director for Selfridges. When Emily emphasized Mrs. Pandora Stevens, she shot Eric a knowing glance, indicating Emily wanted him to engage with her more. Eric understood her intention. While Victoria's Secret would set up flagship stores in major European cities like London and Paris, other apparel brands under the LTD group needed to penetrate department store counters. Selfridges, ranking second in the UK only to Harrods with its luxury brands, was a prime target for LTD's clothing lines. After a few more introductions, everyone settled down, and Emily rushed backstage to direct operations. Sitting between Richard Branson and the Delavigne couple, with over 10 minutes before the show began, everyone was quite chatty, and they naturally found plenty to discuss. Not long into the conversation, Eric noticed a girl around 12 or 13, already with an elegant presence, running over from behind. She shyly hugged the Delavigne couple and then leaned against Charles Delavigne, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Eric. "Eric," Charles Delavigne chuckled, pushing the girl off himself a bit. "This is my daughter, Poppy. She's a big fan of yours." Eric smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Miss Delavigne." The girl politely shook Eric's hand, saying, "Mr. Williams, you can call me Poppy." "Oh, then you can call me Eric." Feeling Eric's friendly demeanor, Poppy relaxed considerably. After nuzzling against her father a bit, the Delavigne couple stepped aside with smiles, and noticing the girl's intent, Eric and Richard Branson subtly shifted positions to offer her space. Sitting down next to Eric, Poppy pulled out a sleek Prada notebook from her handbag and handed it over. "Eric, can I have your autograph?" "Of course," Eric replied, nodding with a smile as he took the notebook and a pen, swiftly signing his name along with a short message, then handed it back to the girl. "And another one," Poppy said, retrieving the notebook but then handing over a pink notebook. "This is for my sister. She's not here today, but she wants your autograph too." Eric took the pink notebook, laid it on his lap, and asked, "What's your sister's name?" "Cara," Poppy answered. "Cara Delavigne." Eric nodded, smiled again as he signed the notebook, but couldn't help but internally comment on the names. Poppy Delavigne, Cara Delavigne. Poppy, Cara, Poppy, Cara. If they were unrelated people, repeating those names in his mind would definitely conjure up visions of two innocent-looking chihuahuas with big ears. What a pair of unthoughtful parents, he mused. Couldn't they have picked better names for their children? Hawaii sounded great. Chapter 1065, Eat More Nuts. After signing an autograph for Poppy Delavigne, Eric picked up the box of nuts he had just set down. As he munched on a few, he continued chatting with Richard Branson about Virgin Records. Poppy sat next to Eric, listening quietly to their conversation while her gaze curiously flitted between him and the ongoing discussions. Before meeting Eric, she had imagined that a man with a string of accomplishments, one that most people would find unattainable, would be incredibly proud and aloof. However, she was surprised to find that he was so approachable, exuding a naturally mature charm that made her want to be close to him. After a while of discussing, the host announced that the show was about to begin. Eric's attention momentarily shifted to the runway when he caught sight of Poppy's eyes sparkling as she gazed at the box of nuts in his hand. He smiled and offered, "Want some?" Poppy quickly shook her head and pointed shyly at a camera that had just swept over the audience. "It's okay," Eric assured her with a smile. "If they catch you eating, I'll personally ask them to edit it out." Hearing Eric's words, Poppy chuckled softly, her shyness melting away as she reached into the nut box to grab a few large almonds. She briefly glanced at the nearby camera before popping one into her mouth. As the lights dimmed in the venue and the upbeat music started to play, the 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show officially commenced. The first segment's theme was Dreamy Fairies, with a backdrop of a new song by the Spice Girls. As Cindy, the opening angel, stepped onto the runway in a beautiful, angelic ensemble that resembled a fairy from a flower, the audience of 6,000 erupted into applause and cheers. Poppy, sitting beside Eric, became mesmerized. Now entering her teenage years, she couldn't help but pay attention to the beautiful women on stage. When the first act ended, Poppy blinked, unable to contain herself as she exclaimed to Eric, "They are so beautiful." "You'll be just as stunning as them one day," Eric replied. Though Poppy was only 12, her height had already surpassed 5 feet 3, definitely model material in the making. Yet she had always felt she wasn't that pretty. Upon hearing Eric's comment, despite feeling a rush of sweetness, she instinctively asked, "Really?" "Of course," Eric nodded, handing her the box of nuts again with a grin. "Do you know why they are so beautiful? They eat more nuts." "Hee hee," Poppy giggled softly, growing bolder as she grabbed a handful from the box without hesitation. However, just as she gathered a handful of nuts, a photographer capturing behind-the-scenes moments swept his camera over, making the well-mannered girl feel suddenly awkward and unsure in front of the lens. Noticing the moment, Eric placed the nut box on Poppy's lap to help her catch her bounty. He then raised his hand, mimicking a throat-slicing gesture toward the photographer in a playful warning. The photographer, catching the gist of the boss's warning, quickly shifted his camera away. "See? It's fine. Just be careful not to spill them," Eric reassured her. Hum. Poppy nodded, instinctively scooting closer to Eric. She attempted to shift the topic, asking, "Eric, does your new movie still have that little girl with the stuffed animal?" "Yeah, she does," Eric answered, not realizing that his small gesture had made Poppy feel more fondly toward him. "But isn't that a space movie?" she pressed. "Of course, you can have a little girl with a stuffed animal in a space movie," Eric replied confidently. "You'll see it next year." "Next year? That feels so far away." As they chatted casually, time seemed to fly by. Unconsciously, when the last act started, Poppy Delevingne suddenly realized that she had to leave soon. She had begged her parents for a long time to be able to attend this show, and her parents would definitely not easily allow her to attend the after-party. Thinking about it made her lose interest, even with the scene-stealing Michael Jackson dazzling the crowd. Hesitating for a moment, while Eric was engaged with Richard Branson, Poppy gently tugged at Eric's sleeve. "Eric." The noise in the room was loud, so Eric leaned in closer, puzzled. "What's up, Poppy?" Feeling the warmth of the man's presence, Poppy's cheeks flared slightly as she raised her voice a bit. "Eric, could you talk to my mom and dad and see if I can join the after-party?" Eric glanced over at the Delevingne couple, smiling and replying, "Well, you still have school tomorrow, right? I promise I'll only stay a bit. I want to get signatures from Ms. Cindy Crawford and the others." "Okay, I'll give it a go, but if your parents say no, there's nothing I can do." As Michael Jackson's performance concluded, the show came to a fantastic close. The tickets for the after-party were 10 times the show's regular prices, and due to limited spots, only a few guests received invitations. However, these constraints didn't apply to Eric. Sneaking in a couple of people would be no problem at all. After relaying Poppy's request to her parents, Eric proceeded to speak on her behalf. The Delevingne couple agreed after a moment of hesitation. This year's after-party was held in a different hall at the Earl's Court, and as the runway show wrapped up, most of the guests began to leave the venue, while those with after-party invites made their way to the party scene. Eric guided Poppy, who had become like an eager shadow, to the backstage area. Given the significance of the Victoria's Secret fashion show to the brand and the models' careers, everyone who participated felt immense pressure, worried about any hiccups during the procession. With the show perfectly concluded, there was a palpable sense of relief among everyone backstage as Eric arrived, only to be caught by Cindy. "Eric, come on. We need to take a group photo." "Who's this girl?" "This is Poppy Delevingne," Eric introduced with a smile. "I won't be in the picture with you. When I stand among you, I always feel like the men nearby want to kill me with their eyes." Cindy merely asked about Poppy out of curiosity, but her attention quickly returned to Eric. "Well, you could sit like last year. This is our last runway show together, and after this, we'll hardly see one another again." Poppy, who had been excitedly following Eric, watched as other models still clad in sexy lingerie gathered around, playfully pulling Eric toward the photo area. Looking down at her own petite frame, she suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. After the lively group picture, the angels scattered to change outfits, gearing up for the after-party excitement. Eric approached Poppy, who had been waiting off to the side. "Let's go, Poppy. Who do you want to get signatures from? I can introduce you." With a nervous expression, Poppy tentatively raised her small hand, and when Eric smiled and opened his arm, she cheerfully linked her arm through his. Before attending this show, Poppy had been eagerly interested in all the stars and supermodels present tonight, but now, her focus was entirely on Eric. As they made their way to the after-party hall, Poppy asked hopefully, "Eric, can I dance with you for the first song later?" "Sure," Eric nodded, jokingly adding, "but I can't dance well, so if I step on your toes, don't shout in pain." Poppy raised her chin to admire Eric's chiseled profile. "I'm not much of a dancer either." "Well, that's good," Eric replied with a grin. "Do you know what happens when two bad dancers step onto the dance floor?" "What?" "Everyone gets stepped on." Eric pretended to mime stepping heavily. Hee. As the two arrived at the after-party hall, the angels were still changing, and the festivities hadn't kicked off yet. Guests mingled in groups, chatting away. Emily spotted Eric with Poppy and widened her eyes, pulling him aside. "You sly dog. I told you to chat more with the Delavine couple, and you ended up tricking their daughter here." Eric felt somewhat helpless. "Come on, Emily. Trick is a bit too much." Emily shot a knowing glance over at the girl and reminded him, "Since you brought her here, remember to return her safely." Huh. Eric was puzzled for a second before he caught on. Did the Delavines leave already? Emily nodded. They said they had an early flight to Berlin tomorrow, so they left early. Eric raised his hand, resisting the urge to smack his forehead. What careless parents. No wonder they chose such unfortunate names for their kids. Noticing Eric's stunned expression, Emily rolled her eyes, aware he wouldn't abandon Poppy. She swiftly shifted the topic and asked, "When are you planning to head back?" "I guess I'll stay one more day at least." Now that he was in London, he couldn't miss the chance to visit Olivia. Although Eric had a difficult time accepting the familial connection, since he occupied this body, he realized many things simply couldn't be cast aside. Emily knew the situation with Olivia and nodded. "So are you going straight back to New York?" Yahoo's IPO was officially set for November 20th, just a week away, so Eric was certain he needed to attend this significantly crucial event for the Firefly Network. Eric shook his head. "I'm going back to Los Angeles first. You know, my film just entered post-production, and I need to oversee a lot of things. I'll probably head to New York a couple of days earlier." As the angels finally donned their dresses and gathered for the party, the mood became lively. Eric shared a dance with Poppy and introduced her to Giselle and a few other young girls to keep her entertained before he moved on to socialize with other guests. After doing a quick round of the hall, Eric made his way to the buffet table to grab some food. He sat down with Cindy on a couch when Linda soon joined them. "Eric, who is that girl?" As Eric became preoccupied with a shrimp, he followed Linda's gaze and responded with a smile. "Poppy Delavine." Poppy Delavine. Come on, you," Linda exclaimed as she snatched a peeled shrimp from him. "After all these years, you're still most interested in little girls. Well, if not, would you even be able to get within 10 feet of me?" Linda's sultry tone always carried a slight childish lilt, and upon hearing Eric's reply, she felt a surge of pride. She glanced at Cindy, as if setting a comparison. Cindy barely lifted her gaze, too relaxed to care as she remarked, "Eric, I read in the papers about the pressure surrounding Yahoo's IPO. Do you think there will be any issues?" After breaching the 2,000-point mark, tech stock skeptics began increasing as Nasdaq soared higher. Months passed, and the index had nearly reached 2,500 points. Next week's Yahoo IPO would be pivotal in determining if Nasdaq could successfully breach the 2,500-point milestone. Should 2,500 points be surpassed, the span between 2,500 and 3,000 would become significantly unstable. Only upon breaching the 3,000-point mark would the tech market succumb to sheer irrational exuberance. These matters were far too intricate for quick explanations, and Eric simply nodded. "From the feedback on the roadshow, it looks fine. By the way, what's your stock value up to now?" Cindy didn't respond immediately, but instead wiggled 2 fingers in the air. Linda, who was close to Cindy, knew about her tech stock investments and typically chimed in humorously about Cindy possibly bankrupting herself. Seeing her friend's 2 fingers now, confusion flickered in Linda's eyes. 2 million. Cindy shot her a glare. "If it were only 2 million, I would have wasted these years." Linda's eyes widened in disbelief. 200 million USD? "Bingo," Cindy replied, an air of triumph in her tone. "To be precise, $237,600,000, and it's still climbing." "Wow," Linda squealed softly, nearly bouncing in excitement. "Eric, you selfish guy." She wrapped her arms around his and shook him. Eric looked bewildered. "How did I get pulled into this?" Linda persisted. "Why didn't you help me invest back then? Now Cindy's richer than I am." "Cindy's always been richer and more capable than you." Eric chuckled, wrapping an arm around Linda's waist. Observing her disgruntled expression, he teased, "Well, think of it this way. Even if Cindy has 20 billion, she still seems like a small fry to me, right?" Linda swayed her freshly snagged shrimp, almost dramatic. "Then does that mean I'm less than a small fry?" Eric fought a grin, solemnly nodding his head. "Looks like that's the case." Chapter 1066, stranded on the streets. Eric was chatting with Linda and Cindy in a corner when suddenly, the unmistakable voice of Madonna blasted from the party speakers. This woman was clearly feeling it, announcing that she would personally sing for everyone and urging them to dance and join the celebration. The party atmosphere was already electric, and with Madonna's encouragement, everyone began to congregate toward the center of the hall. Eric was pulled up by Cindy and Linda, making his way into the crowd. A moment later, the staff adjusted the lighting, matching the pulsating ambience of the moment with dynamic shadows and colors. As the explosive rhythm started, Eric found himself sandwiched between Cindy and Linda, moving his body to the beat. He briefly scanned the crowd and noticed Helena Christensen dancing with a young man who clearly had some Middle Eastern ancestry, feeling a bit curious and glancing over a few more times. Helena seemed to catch Eric's gaze. Her expression hesitated briefly before she subtly let go of the young man's hand and walked over to Eric. After a brief introduction, Madonna's song kicked in, sending the crowd into a frenzy. The changing lights in the hall seemed to come alive with the rhythm. Eric saw Helena approach him and appear to say something, though the surrounding music drowned it out. He didn't mind much, smiling as he reached out his hand. An alluring body immediately pressed up against him. Eric was momentarily confused by what was happening, but Linda and Cindy, who had also noticed this scene, exchanged amused glances. Even Helena could barely suppress a smile, giving a playful pinch to Linda's waist as she danced against Eric. Realizing something peculiar was afoot, Eric turned to Cindy with curiosity. She pointed to the young man not far away, the one Eric had stolen Helena from, and leaned in to yell 2 words, "Jealous Daddy." Oh, Eric instantly understood. The unfortunate nickname, Jealous Daddy, had stemmed from how he had interfered in Helena and Leo's relationship. Clearly, after noticing his gaze, Helena's response was influenced by the mental shadow from that incident. After the song, Eric led Cindy and Linda back to where they had been earlier, with Helena following along. Though things felt odd, Eric still smiled at Helena, saying, "Go have fun. I promise I won't interfere with your relationships anymore. But if you ever need someone to back you up, you can come find me." Linda, who had grabbed 2 glasses of champagne from a passing waiter, handed one to Eric. Hearing his words, she teased, "That sounds just like a super uptight dad pretending to be understanding." Cindy and Helena burst into laughter. Eric, pretending to be angry, shot back, "And you? Just forget about getting my wisdom. After the party, go home and don't go messing around." At this, Linda leaned in playfully. "Eric, why don't we just go back to your place on Kensington Garden Street now?" "Cindy, and you can head over there first," Eric replied, not avoiding Helena's presence. "I need to drop someone off first." Linda recalled Poppy Delavigne, asking, "The little girl?" Eric nodded. "Yeah." Linda seemed a bit sulky, glancing back and whispering something to Helena. After listening to Linda, Helena seemed intrigued, yet her gaze towards Eric held a hint of shyness. Eric stood to toast a guest who approached, exchanged a few words, and then returned to his spot. He had naturally noticed Linda's earlier gestures, smiling as he warned, "Hey, just think about the consequences before doing anything sneaky." Linda leaned in closer, inquiring, "So, where's your villa key? Hand it over so I can go with Cindy." Eric shrugged, "I don't have any." Linda rolled her eyes and searched him, saying, "How do you get in then? Walk through walls." "All right, enough searching, I really don't have it," Eric said, pulling her hand away. "Marissa Mayer is over there, and if you 2 head over first, tell the doorman to let her out to meet you." Linda nodded in satisfaction, grabbing Helena's arm, signaling to Cindy, and then bidding Eric, "We'll see you later." Eric reminded Cindy to keep an eye on Linda and prevent any trouble. Once the 3 ladies departed, he looked at his watch, realizing it was already 10:30. He wondered how far away the Delavigne household lived and decided to take Poppy home. After searching through the crowd for a while, he finally found Poppy, now surrounded by Giselle, Hughesy Goff, and Fernanda Tavares, the new generation of Victoria's Secret angels. Though Poppy was enjoying the party, she still shot Eric a glance filled with a touch of disappointment when she saw him. After tapping his wrist to signal the time, Eric said, "Poppy, it's time to take you home, or you might be late for school." "Tomorrow." Poppy nodded obediently and instinctively tried to link her arm with his. Eric smiled, gesturing for her to wait. He approached Giselle, holding her slim waist, whispering, "You should head back to the hotel tonight. I'll be in New York next week, and we can go shopping then." Giselle did not respond with disappointment. Rather, her expression seemed a bit odd. Eric noticed Giselle's reaction and cast an eye on the other girls, realizing they all held a similar enigmatic air. He asked, "What's going on?" Giselle, slightly embarrassed, leaned closer, whispering with a grin. "Earlier, they said Daddy was upset. Everyone has to go home after the party." Eric's lips twitched, resolving to find a moment when he could properly address Linda, calling him Daddy. Clearing his throat, Eric gently patted Giselle's slim waist, sensing that she had more to say, but feeling reluctant to probe further, thus saying, "You all keep having fun. I'm heading out." After taking Poppy out of the Earl's palace and into the parking lot, Eric helped the girl into the car, sitting in beside her, and asked, "So, where do you live?" "Belgravia." Eric instructed the driver to head there and hesitated before asking, "Is that far?" Poppy blinked her eyes mischievously, replying, "Not far." Unsure what trick she was up to, Eric chuckled. "If I find out the drive's too long, I might just leave you on the roadside." You wouldn't." Poppy giggled, eyeing the driver and bodyguard before leaning closer to Eric, whispering, "Eric, will you be leaving London soon?" Eric nodded. "Probably the day after tomorrow." Poppy looked a bit disappointed, leaning in a little more. "Well, if you come back to London, can I see you again?" "Of course," Eric said, "but I can't come over that often." Poppy sensed that as she inched closer, Eric leaned away towards the opposite door, but gathered unnecessary bravery and wrapped her arm around his, saying, "Eric, when girls say things like this, you should take the initiative to invite me. But here I am, not even knowing where you live in London." Eric felt he might be caught up with another little minx, wanting to break free, but it was clearly impossible in the vehicle, not wanting to hurt her feelings either. He just awkwardly smiled. "The thing is, can you even be called a girl yet?" Poppy confidently insisted, "Of course I am." "All right," Eric relented. "I live on Kensington Garden Street. You should know that." Poppy's eyes brightened as she nodded. "I do. So, how can I contact you?" Eric completely surrendered, pulling out a business card from his pocket and handing it to her, adding, "But just so you know, I'm pretty busy and might not have time to hang out." Late at night, the streets of London were sparse with traffic. After chatting for a few minutes, Eric quickly understood the meaning behind Poppy's series of expressions earlier. Her home in Belgravia was at the southeastern corner of Hyde Park, less than 3 kilometers away from Kensington Garden Street on the west side of the park. "Sir, it's the third house to the north through the garden," Poppy directed the driver and, adopting a ladylike tone, introduced Eric to the surroundings. "Eric, there are many embassies around here. Look, that's the Italian embassy, and north is the Romanian embassy." The car navigated the irregular streets of London briefly before stopping in front of a white European-style villa. The Delavigne couple hadn't gone to bed yet. Seeing Eric personally drop Poppy off, they warmly invited him in. Poppy, embodying the role of a clingy little girl, dragged him right into the villa. The Delavigne couple were welcoming and engaging, possibly eager to befriend Eric. Before long, they found themselves deep in conversation until Eric's phone unexpectedly rang. Noticing it was Emily calling, Eric assumed there was no urgent business and casually hung up, standing to bid the Delavigne couple goodbye. However, just as Eric settled into the car, his phone rang again. He looked at it and saw it was Marissa Mayer on the line. Raising his hand to signal the driver to start the car, Eric answered, hearing Marissa Mayer's hurried voice shooting out a few words, instantly causing his expression to change. "So they've all gone to my place." Eric slapped his forehead, realizing why Giselle had said earlier that Daddy was upset and that everyone had to return home after the party. Just moments ago, all 46 Victoria's Secret angels participating in the show had invaded his house on Kensington Garden Street. From Marissa Mayer's tone, Eric felt that the word invaded was indeed the most fitting. At that moment, these 46 enchanting wildlings were plotting to throw an all-night party in his villa under Cindy and Linda's leadership. But that wasn't even the most pressing issue. More critically, the entrance to Kensington Garden Street was already packed with eager paparazzi. Just think about it. Eric Williams gathering the Victoria's Secret squad for a private bash, 46 stunning beauties, Wasn't that explosive enough? After quickly instructing Marissa Mayer a few things, and just as he hung up the phone, Emily's phone rang again. Picking up, a clearly frantic voice came through, sternly warning Eric to stay as far away as possible tonight, not to return home. Hanging up again, Eric gestured for the driver to stop, stepping outside, shaking his head in wry amusement. In light of the current situation, Eric undoubtedly would not be returning, for he was more invested in the public image of these wildlings than even Emily and the others, which could be seen as a fatherly inclination. Thus, he not only couldn't go back, but also had to make sure everyone knew that he wasn't at Kensington Garden Street tonight. Standing at an unfamiliar street corner, Eric donned his overcoat, scanning the surroundings. Given the attention the Victoria's Secret show had garnered that night, Eric knew that as soon as he left the Earl's palace, paparazzi would undoubtedly be following. Without needing to search, a white Toyota sedan trailing him stopped not far behind his vehicle, along with two motorcycles, while a blue Passat passed his car and also came to a halt. A few paparazzi spotting Eric at the street corner, despite their confusion, eagerly raised their cameras to snap photos. Eric allowed the paparazzi to take a few shots before signaling to the closest one in the white Toyota to approach. The paparazzo hesitated but then exited his car, approaching Eric with a cautious yet respectful demeanor. "Mr. Williams." Leaning against his Mercedes, Eric queried, "Which newspaper are you with?" "The Sun." Why did that not surprise him at all? A smile crossed Eric's face as he replied, "Perfect timing. Is there a 24-hour cafe nearby? Let's get you coffee and chat about your article for tomorrow." The Sun was a publication under News Corp, and the paparazzo was aware of Eric's connection with the boss's youngest daughter. He was merely doing his routine, knowing that even if he brought back an exciting scoop, it would likely just be some trivial gossip printed in their column. Hearing Eric's words, the paparazzo, without hesitation, saw this interaction as a significant opportunity. "Mr. Williams, if you don't mind, please follow me." Chapter 1067, A Carnival of Bad Fun. Waking up in the early morning, the gloomy weather outside made it hard to tell the time. However, the gentle scent of feminine fragrances in the cozy bedroom compensated well for the discomfort of the dreary weather. This was Elizabeth's villa by the Thames River. After last night, when the place was overrun by a group of wild partygoers, Eric had received numerous calls from friends in London inviting him to stay over, all of which he politely declined. Eric was the kind of person who was very uncomfortable staying at someone else's place. In the end, it was Elizabeth, knowing his character well, who somehow got the word and sent someone to find Eric directly on Kensington Street, bringing him here. After all, his woman's residence didn't count as borrowing. Other than his lunch appointment with Olivia that day, he had no other plans. As he felt the weather outside, Eric reached for his watch on the bedside table, planning to indulge in another hour of sleep when his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was an unfamiliar number. Eric pressed the answer button, and a polite woman's voice came through. After chatting for a bit, he hung up, got himself energized to dress and wash up, and headed downstairs just as the doorbell rang. Eric walked over to open the door to find a young woman in her 30s with curly red hair, dressed appropriately in a camel-colored coat, holding a bag of breakfast in one hand and a stack of newspapers in the other. "Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Rebecca Wade. We just spoke on the phone." "Hi there," Eric said as he took the breakfast bag from her. "Let me help you with that." "Please, come in." "Thanks," Rebecca Wade replied, handing over the bag and walking into the living room with him. She placed the newspapers on the coffee table. "I happen to be in the area, and Liz called to say you might need these." "Much appreciated," Eric nodded, gesturing for her to sit down. He looked around and pointed towards what he assumed was the kitchen, smiling. "Would you like something to drink? I can get it." "No, thank you, Mr. Williams. When Liz is not here, I take care of this place, so there's probably nothing in the kitchen." "Oh, well then." Eric chuckled and didn't press further. He sat on the sofa and asked, "Are you a friend of Liz's?" "I work at the Sun," Rebecca Wade replied, pulling out a business card and handing it to him. "Mr. Williams, if you need anything while you're in London, feel free to give me a call." Eric glanced at the card, surprised to find that this woman in her early 30s was actually the deputy editor of the Sun. Although it was primarily a tabloid, focusing on social news, it was also the largest newspaper in the UK. Achieving the role of deputy editor at such a young age showcased Rebecca Wade's remarkable abilities. As he pondered this, Eric suddenly remembered another name. Looking up at the woman who was now arranging the breakfast from the bag, he noticed that her signature curly red hair matched perfectly with the memory in his mind. Rebecca Brooks, one of the key figures involved in the phone-tapping scandal back in the original timeline, was referred to by the UK media as the Queen of Tabloids. Murdoch, who relied heavily on her, even publicly praised her as like a daughter at times. The name change was likely due to her marrying and taking her husband's surname. Rebecca Wade didn't notice the change in Eric's expression as she set up the breakfast, moved to the kitchen for utensils, poured the milk, and carefully tidied up the bag and wrappers before turning to him. "Mr. Williams, will you still be staying here tomorrow? I can bring breakfast again." Eric shook his head. "I'll be leaving by noon. No need for that. Just call me Eric." "Sure thing." Rebecca Wade smiled and nodded. "Then, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." After walking Rebecca Wade out, Eric returned to the sofa, picked up the cup of milk, tested its temperature, and enjoyed a sip. He casually grabbed a newspaper from the stack, and it just happened to be the Sun glancing at the breakfast. On the coffee table, Eric couldn't help but smile. Their first meeting contained no attempts at ingratiating or establishing a rapport. Instead, she had quietly figured out his eating habits and organized everything neatly. While he wasn't sure about her abilities at work, her emotional intelligence and knack for handling situations were certainly impressive and not something many could match. At the very least, Eric felt that if he needed assistance next time, it would be easy to think of her. Momentarily setting aside these thoughts, Eric recalled last night's events and flipped open the Sun. Victoria's Secret Angels take over Garden Street Mansion. Eric Williams left stranded. The striking headline was quite sensational and effectively captured readers' attention. However, as he continued reading, the content subtly clarified that there was no big party when the Angels burst into his villa on Garden Street. He had merely lent it to them for an all-night bash. The article even included explanatory photos. Now that the largest local tabloid had set the tone, smaller outlets couldn't possibly stir the pot further regarding last night's events. With his mind eased, Eric began eating his breakfast and flipping through articles in other newspapers. It was undeniable that the British media carried a somewhat hypocritical and righteous nature. In the past few years, when the Victoria's Secret fashion shows first gained traction, many British outlets slammed the brand with harsh criticisms, some even claiming that this attention-grabbing lingerie brand was nothing short of a mockery of the Victorian era. Now, however, almost every paper praised last night's London show, treating Victoria's Secret as a quintessential British brand. The various British elements from past shows were chronicled, and the unprecedented scale of the latest event had even become a point of pride for the media. The LTD team planned an event at the Victoria's Secret flagship store in London that afternoon. Emily had personally raced over to Kensington Garden Street that morning to round up the partygoers who had partied all night in preparation for the afternoon's event. It was then that Eric could finally take some time to head back. Although the villa hadn't been left in a terrible state, the caretaker Marissa Mayer looked rather put out, perhaps feeling unfairly burdened by the antics of those party-loving guests. Using a few clever tricks to evade the media, Eric had lunch with Olivia, staying at her gallery until the evening. The next morning, he boarded a plane back to Los Angeles. While various papers in the UK were still in a frenzy over the Victoria's Secret news, the North American media was buzzing with excitement because, on November 13th, Ted was released. By the late 90s, while the raunchy comedy gang had started to emerge, over-the-top absurdist comedies, like those starring Jim Carrey, were still the trend in Hollywood. So when audiences and critics witnessed the no-holds-barred, outrageous humor in Ted, everyone was shocked. And when all this unfolded through the lens of a stuffed toy embedded in many people's childhood memories, the shock value skyrocketed, rendering them speechless. On its first day alone, the media was ablaze with discussions about Ted. Most outlets felt that such unprecedented crude humor had crossed a line, and some overly emotional reporters even called for the film to be banned. Yet unexpectedly, the critical reception from film critics towards the movie wasn't as harsh. Ratings showed that Ted scored over 7 out of 10 among critics, who found the film refreshingly original. At the same time, Despite its vulgar storyline, the film tackled a warm theme about adult choices between friendship and love. As for other Hollywood studios, they were astonished by the level of digital effects. Aside from a few shots utilizing toy models, most of the teddy bear scenes were achieved through motion capture, making the bear appear surprisingly lifelike, almost indistinguishable from real human movement. It's worth noting that this was not 10 years later. Gollum from The Lord of the Rings hadn't even made his cinematic debut. The original Ted, penned and directed by Mike Sethfern, was heavily steeped in North American television elements. These localized traits limited the film's overseas commercial potential and were often unappealing to the less TV-oriented younger demographic in North America. While Eric could have replicated the original script from memory, he didn't consider it necessary since he recognized the flaws in the original. Now that he found himself in the film industry, it made sense for his object of parody and humor to be broader films that had a wider audience acceptance, many of which became films Eric had directed over the years, such as Home Alone and Pretty Woman. On the morning of the 14th in London, as Eric boarded his flight at Heathrow, news of Ted's sensation in the media back home had already reached him. However, it was still late at night on the 13th in Los Angeles, so ticket sales data for the film wasn't available yet. Due to the shift in media sentiment, executives like Katzenberg expressed their concerns, believing the film could flop. Eric himself felt he might have overestimating the North American audience's tolerance for raunchy comedies. However, as the Boeing 767 landed at Ventura Airport, Eric had not yet exited the aircraft when he received an excited call from Kenneth Horn. To mitigate the impact of Ted on the Firefly brand, Eric decided to let New Line take on its distribution, even though the film had reached a staggering final cost of $50 million. With an opening scale across 2,700 theaters in North America, Ted raked in an astonishing $17.87 million on its first day, figures that exceeded everyone's expectations. A first-day income of $17.87 million hinted that the film's opening weekend box office might surpass $50 million, with total first-week earnings potentially exceeding $80 million. An $80 million opening week was comparable to a blockbuster in terms of first-week numbers. Although the investment in Ted reached $50 million, it could now only be classified as mid-range in recent years, and its promotional scale starkly paled in comparison to the $100 million blockbusters of larger studios. Coupled with the fervent media controversy, the first-day take of $17.87 million could certainly be classified as an explosive success. Strictly speaking, even if it were forced out of theaters after its first week, $80 million would still be quite a respectable figure for the film. Yet in the North American market, a movie, especially a successful commercial film, would rarely be yanked from theaters due to critical backlash. In other words, an $80 million first week presented Ted with merely a starting point. Upon hearing this news, Eric bypassed Liberty City Manor and headed directly to the Firefly Group headquarters in Burbank via helicopter from Ventura Airport. As Eric entered the conference room, he found Katzenberg, Frank Wells, Kenneth Horn, and other executives engaged in a discussion over a few documents. When they saw Eric walking in, they all looked up, motioning for everyone to continue sitting down. Eric found a place at the large conference table and smiled, asking, "So, what's the current situation?" "We just conducted a survey at several theaters in Los Angeles," Katzenberg said as he handed over a document. "The audience for Ted is primarily concentrated among those under 28, and contrary to most media criticisms, many viewers found it to be a really entertaining film." As Eric examined the document Katzenberg provided, Frank Wells added, "However, Eric, I think we should immediately implement some precautionary measures. Just yesterday alone, our customer service department received over 3,000 complaint calls. Although it's labeled R-rated and we provided sufficient warnings in the trailers, some viewers who weren't paying attention seem to have misunderstood it as a family film. And well, you can guess the outcome." Eric nodded. "In that case, let's get the distribution department to draft a plan immediately. We need to do what's necessary." After several hours of discussion with the executive team, they quickly mapped out follow-up promotional strategies before Eric finally left the Burbank headquarters. In the following days, the ripple effects from Ted continued to grow. After the initial $17.87 million ticket sales, the film soared on Saturday, its single-day intake breaking the $20 million barrier, hitting $20.58 million. While sales began to slip on the third day, it still racked up $16.95 million. By the end of the first weekend, Ted's box office earnings crossed over the break-even point, reaching $55.41 million. The fierce critical backlash against this film had not only failed to dampen ticket sales. In fact, it ignited a perverse sense of thrill among young audiences. Many even felt Ted posed a threat to the upcoming release of Mission: Impossible 3. Chapter 1068, the year-end release schedule. In the North American market, 3 new films premiered on November 13th: Ted, Star Trek, Insurrection, and The Faculty. Ted enjoyed significant attention thanks to its cuddly teddy bear character and a script penned by Eric himself. Star Trek. Insurrection was a staple franchise for Paramount Pictures, while the script for The Faculty came from Kevin Williamson, who created the Scream series. All 3 films boasted strong potential at the box office. However, with Ted's explosive success, Star Trek, Insurrection, and The Faculty saw a noticeable impact on their opening weekend earnings. Over the first 3 days, Ted grossed a staggering $55.41 million, while Star Trek, Insurrection, which landed in second place, only brought in $22.05 million, not even half of Ted's earnings. This sci-fi movie had the highest production budget of the 3 at $58 million. Due to the stark differences in public reception and audience preferences, the film The Horse Whisperer, which was already into its second week, remained relatively unaffected by the new releases. Its second weekend drop was a respectable 32%, garnering another $21.86 million. After 10 days in theaters, the adaptation of the best-selling novel reached a cumulative total of $68.25 million. As long as it could withstand the pressure from Mission: Impossible 3 the following week, the film had a solid chance of crossing the $100 million mark in North America. Kevin Williamson's latest script, The Faculty, did not replicate the acclaim and box office success of Scream, only managing a meager $11.63 million after its opening weekend, landing it in 4th place. From every possible analysis, this horror film only had a North American box office potential of about $40 million. Considering its $30 million production budget and a $10 million marketing budget, Columbia could only hope to recover its costs through overseas distribution. Culver City. In a screening room at Columbia Pictures, staff prepared for a film's showing while Eric chatted with Columbia Pictures CEO, Bill Mechanic, about The Faculty. You know, there's always been substantial market potential for teen horror films. The key is finding the right script and a reliable production team. Also, controlling costs. Unfortunately, The Faculty was a mess from the get-go. People don't enjoy seeing a bunch of delinquents saving the world for no good reason. They want to see those delinquents get picked off one by a psychotic killer. The more brutal, the better. Kevin Williamson had signed a deal for 5 films with MGM, but last time, MGM opted for the summer release of Scream and passed on The Faculty for that reason. Scream crossed $70 million in the North American box office and hit $125 million worldwide, keeping its production costs under $17 million. It was a huge win. But now, The Faculty only has about $40 million potential in North America, and with production and marketing costs to match, it's a disaster. Bill, I won't hold the past against you, but I hope this never happens again. As Eric spoke, the screening room door swung open, and the fresh-faced Anne Hathaway entered, balancing several cups of coffee in her hands, her big eyes gleaming as she looked at the 2 men seated in the front row. Seeing her, Eric halted his conversation, waved at her, and Anne Hathaway sweetly walked in, handing a cup of coffee to Eric and Bill Mechanic before sitting quietly next to Eric with her own cup. During this time, Anne Hathaway often felt like she was dreaming. Hearing Eric's no-nonsense reprimands to Bill Mechanic reminded her of her man's power in Hollywood. Naturally, a swell of pride rose within her. However, she kept these thoughts to herself. Eric wasn't concerned about her inner musings. After sipping his coffee and noting the film wasn't ready yet, he returned to his conversation with Bill Mechanic. By the way, the director for The Faculty is quite good. I remember he's a good friend of Quentin, right? Bill Mechanic didn't take offense at Eric's previous remarks. In fact, Howard Stringer and the executives at Sony Japan had been far less courteous to him than Eric. He understood that Eric's comments were merely business-related and not personal. Upon hearing Eric's question, Bill Mechanic replied, "Yes, before the faculty began filming, I watched his debut film, which he made for just $7,000, called El Mariachi. He's a very talented young director. Then Columbia should definitely continue exploring a collaboration with him," Eric suggested, recalling Robert Rodriguez's uniquely stylized works from his own timeline. "And by the way, don't let my earlier comments make you overly fixated on cost control. When good projects come along, it's still important to spend money. I just don't want to see needless waste. You can gauge the balance there. And for Columbia, I trust you to exercise autonomy, but I hope to see corresponding returns." Bill Mechanic nodded. "Eric, actually, I'm talking to Robert about a project right now. It's a children's sci-fi movie about a pair of retired spies kids bravely fighting back against a villain seeking revenge. The script is still being written, and I'll send it to you as soon as it's ready." Eric immediately thought of Rodriguez's more unconventional series, Spy Kids, inspired by Bill Mechanic's description. Although he was unsure of the series' box office performance, it had successfully produced 3 installments and must have been commercially viable. Furthermore, Eric felt that the series would be better suited for Disney to handle. However, this thought passed quickly. Columbia needed quality projects to regain its footing. Now was not the time to divert the film Bill Mechanic was personally scouting to Disney. Even if he didn't participate in production or distribution, if the series succeeded, the surrounding merchandising could still be managed by Disney's experienced team for maximum profitability. "Get the screenplay to me as soon as it's done," Eric said, nodding. He noticed the staff finally announcing that the movie was ready to screen. He waved his hand casually and continued, "Speaking of which, the film we're about to see had a production cost that was $1,000 less than Robert's El Mariachi. The entire process only cost PS3, $500, about $6,000. It said the director worked on it for a year, filming on Saturdays when he had time off. In September, it won Best First Feature at the San Francisco Film Festival." As Eric spoke, the lights dimmed in the screening room. On the big screen, the film began without a title sequence, opening with a pair of hands putting on gloves. After a few disjointed shots, the screen finally displayed the film's title, Following. Christopher Nolan, Following. Many things in the world appeared quite strange. For instance, when Eric had someone in the UK collect scripts, he initially sought Guy Ritchie's Snatch, but stumbled upon another once-famous script, Memento, written by brothers Christopher Nolan and Jonathan Nolan. The British division's notes indicated Christopher Nolan's debut, Following, was currently screening. The data showed not only the strong reception it received at the San Francisco Film Festival, but also at many other independent film festivals. In his original timeline, Eric had seen almost all of Nolan's works, with the most distinctive being the Dark Knight trilogy. As for his initial films like Memento, Insomnia, and The Prestige, even though Eric, once a director, could feel the meticulous effort Nolan poured into those works, he struggled to enjoy them as deeply as the dedicated fans did. Nevertheless, since he had the opportunity to see Nolan's work, Eric wasn't going to pass it up. Furthermore, over the past few days, Eric had developed a comprehensive plan revolving around Batman. In his original timeline, Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy was breathtaking in both box office performance and quality. At the same time, the success of Nolan's trilogy profoundly impacted Warner Bros.' DC movie universe. While the Marvel Cinematic Universe was on the rise, DC struggled to break free from the shadow of Nolan's trilogy. As they attempted to counter Marvel with a series of films, they veered into a dark direction, often delivering a cold and obscure tonal quality. Although films like Man of Steel weren't strict failures commercially, it was evident that DC lost its way post-Nolan's trilogy. After last year's box office debacle, Batman and Robin, Warner Bros. Would undoubtedly experience a lull in DC adaptations. However, if any studio had the potential to compete with Marvel in the comic adaptation realm, it was undeniably Warner Bros. And its DC universe. As Marvel's upcoming films, such as Iron Man and Spider-Man, gained momentum, it was predictable that Warner Bros. Would quickly follow suit. If this time there weren't the constraints of Nolan's trilogy, even though internal execution issues would prolong the DC adaptation's progress, as long as Warner's higher-ups recognized the need for intervention and increased control over comic adaptation films, the DC cinematic universe could still become a significant threat to Marvel. Historically, as Marvel and DC engaged in fierce competition, Hollywood's comic adaptations reached a point of oversaturation. Audiences grew weary, resulting in a decline in the comic adaptation market. Now that Marvel's cinematic universe was already in motion, Eric decided that in light of any potential development in the future, he would urge Nolan to produce the DC Batman series. As long as DC ensured its cinematic universe bore Nolan's signature, given the ongoing disputes within Warner Brothers, Eric believed that it would take a good 10 years for DC to find its way back to the right path. Of course, Eric also had no intention of doing this for free. Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy grossed nearly $2.5 billion worldwide, and while DC, backed by Warner Brothers, would not easily relinquish the Batman rights, the disaster of Batman and Robin left room for Firefly to participate in investment without seeking copyright claims. Surely, anyone at Warner Brothers' upper echelons would not consider Eric's strategy of sharing investment risks without entangling rights, while also pulling the Batman franchise from the brink as digging a deeper hole for the studio. How could anyone be that malicious? As Eric pondered these matters, the 70-minute film following wrapped up quickly. When the lights came on, it was nearly noon. Eric, accompanied by and Bill Mechanic, headed to Columbia's internal dining area. After ordering lunch, Eric turned to Bill Mechanic and asked, "So, Bill, what did you think of that film?" "A very interesting non-linear narrative," Bill Mechanic replied. However, it seemed somewhat overemphasized on technique. Upon closer analysis, there wasn't much about the plot worth reflecting on. Eric nodded in agreement, chuckling. But that's a form of talent. Not just anyone can produce a film with decent quality on such a low budget. For novice directors, lacking the resources to invite stars or create grand scenes forces them to invest more effort in storytelling techniques. Isn't that what Quentin did with Pulp Fiction? Bill Mechanic chuckled. "So, Eric, what's your plan after making me watch this film?" "I have another screenplay titled Memento, which has a narrative style similar to Following, but is more refined and complete," Eric said directly. "I didn't bring it with me since I'll be flying to New York shortly. However, I had my assistant send the script to your email. My request is to locate this director, sign an exclusive long-term deal with him, and tie him firmly to Columbia Pictures. As for his film style, achieving commercial success may not be easy, but with the right marketing strategy, a director with a strong personal style can easily gain a loyal fan base." After saying this, Eric added with an ambiguous smile, "As for the future, we can address that later." Chapter 1069, The Green Shoe. After having lunch with Bill Mechanic, Eric boarded the plane to New York. It was November 18th, a Wednesday. To ensure he had enough time to formulate targeted strategies based on the stock's performance on its first day, Yahoo's IPO date was deliberately set for the next day, Friday, the last trading day of the week. Inside the Boeing 767 cabin, Anne Hathaway, who had grown up in a wealthy middle-class family, was taking her first ride on a private jet. To avoid appearing as a naive country girl, she remained reserved in the lounge after the plane took off. Over 30 minutes passed as she flipped through a magazine meant for distraction, not really taking in anything. Glancing around, she noticed Eric's female assistant was deeply engrossed in her paperwork, seemingly oblivious to her presence. After a moment of hesitation, Anne stood up and walked toward the front of the cabin. Eric had just mentioned he was headed to the study. Did they really have a study on this plane? Well, a jet this size could surely have a study, no surprise there. Feeling a little self-conscious that her thoughts might be observed by the assistant, Anne glanced back before quietly leaving the lounge. As she passed a meeting room and a restroom, she gently pushed open the third door, finding Eric seated behind a desk. When he looked up at her, she quickly gave a harmless smile and said, "Eric, I, just wanted to see if you were here." Eric gestured for her to come over and grinned. "Do you think I would sneak off the plane without anyone noticing?" "Of course not," and realized she had said something silly and stuck out her tongue in playful defense. As she approached Eric, who reached out to her, she naturally sat on his lap. Curious, she glanced at the laptop on the desk, feeling a strong hand wrap around her waist, and leaned back slightly. Remembering something from a few days ago, she whispered, "Eric, I went to see Ted with some friends last Saturday. Was that really your script?" It was. Eric closed the laptop screen and shifted it aside, asking, "So what did you think?" "Very," and hesitated, trying not to laugh. "Very amusing." "Oh, that's not something a good girl should be saying," Eric teased as he lifted her waist and placed her on the desk across from him. "I thought you'd tell me you couldn't handle it," and ran out after 15 minutes. And kicked off her high heels and placed her nylon-clad feet on Eric's legs, adding a hint of seduction to her gaze. "But it's your movie." Eric held down her restless calf and noticed she wore a mid-length magenta trench coat today, its hem revealing her long legs. Curious, he tugged at the coat's delicate belt, revealing only a thin blouse and OL-style black pencil skirt underneath. He couldn't help but laugh. "Do you know what the temperature in New York is right now?" Fearing Eric might have something mischievous in mind, and leaned slightly back, bracing herself on the desk surface. Caught off guard by his question, she stammered, "Yeah, but you won't let me freeze, right?" Eric nodded, his eyes lingering on her tempting appearance as his fingers found the zipper of her skirt, pulling it down. "Well, since you've seen Ted, I want to test your limits." And lifted her body slightly, obediently allowing Eric to peel off her skirt. Nevertheless, her eyes carried a hint of reproach as she half-heartedly said, "You've already tested that." With a mischievous grin, Eric replied, "Do you think that was the limit?" So naive. 3 hours later, the Boeing 767 landed at Eric's private airport on Long Island. Night had fallen along the East Coast, and the temperature in New York was similar to London, marking the onset of winter. That night, Eric had a party to attend. After making a call to East Hampton, he boarded a helicopter bound for Manhattan. Around 8 p.m., the helicopter touched down on the rooftop of Eric's high-rise residence at the entrance of 6th Avenue in Manhattan. A group of 7 descended from the still black VH-60 with his assistant, Marissa Mayer, leading a few bodyguards downstairs to arrange for their cars, while Eric took and back to his place. Once inside the luxury apartment, Eric activated the air conditioning and looked over at Anne, who had settled on the sofa. He walked over, gently pinching her chin, and asked, "Do you want to join me for the party later? Is that okay?" And perked up, only to realize her excitement didn't match her earlier state. She grabbed a nearby cushion and hugged it, saying, "But Eric, I don't know anything about this." "These parties are perfect for someone who knows nothing," Eric laughed. "It's settled then. You'll come with me, and I'll take you back to Milburn tomorrow morning." This time, and traveled with Eric primarily to celebrate Thanksgiving and Christmas with her family. Her home was in Milburn, New Jersey. Eric wasn't exactly clear on the specifics, but, from Anne's description, it was probably near Jersey City, just across the river from Manhattan, still part of the New York metropolitan area. Hoping for a little more time with Eric, she said, "Actually, I didn't tell my parents I was coming back these past few days. Can I stay in Manhattan a bit longer?" Eric shook his head. "I'm too busy these days. I won't have time to hang out with you." And looked at Eric with a pleading gaze for a moment. But seeing him unmoved, she reluctantly gave up her wish. After a while, Marissa Mayer returned with a few outfits with a cold expression, watching and change into a dress that fit her very well. And seeing Eric leaving with that girl, the assistant felt like a cat whose owner had abandoned her at home and felt resentment. She tossed around the apartment in a mad fit and drank up the most expensive bottle of red wine in Eric's wine cabinet. The term IPO stands for Initial Public Offering, the first supply of stocks to the public market. Many often mistook a company's listing date as its IPO, but in reality, the IPO is a funding process, not confined to a single day. Generally, when a company publicly announces its listing date, it means they have completed the IPO process of gathering funds from institutional investors. That night, the party Eric attended with and was a thank-you event hosted by Yahoo for its institutional investors who subscribed to the company's stock. Thanks to the recent hype surrounding Yahoo's tech stocks, the Nasdaq index surged past 2,500 points on Monday, moving into the volatile range that Eric considered most precarious. By the end of trading today, the Nasdaq reached 2,567 points, a significant increase that heightened the uncertainty around Yahoo's IPO and the Nasdaq index. In the banquet hall of the Plaza Hotel, Eric had mingled with some important guests of the night. Chris, Ian Grinnell, and Morgan Stanley President John Mack gathered around him. Eric entrusted Anne to Emily and stood with the other men in a corner of the hall, where the other guests tactfully didn't intrude. While Yahoo's upcoming IPO suggested it had completed its first public capital raising, the aftermath brought about far more serious concerns for both the Firefly Group and its underwriter, Morgan Stanley, alongside other Wall Street firms. Everyone present held a large amount of tech stock investments. The exact figure wasn't clear, but Eric was certain the major investment banks on Wall Street owned just as much tech stock as the Firefly Group's Clover Fund. Furthermore, these banks had entered the market much later than Clover Fund. To secure profits, they had to ensure that after Yahoo's IPO, Nasdaq wasn't adversely affected by stock price fluctuations. As the largest pure internet company undertaking an IPO so far, if Yahoo's stock were to face significant downward pressure or be heavily shorted after the IPO, the domino effect it might trigger would be more severe than for any other tech company. Because the number of subscriptions after the roadshow exceeded our expectations, according to the green shoe mechanism, we sold a total of 172.5 million shares this time, including 22.5 million shares as green shoe options, accounting for 15% of the set issuance ratio. Once the IPO leads to a downward trend in the stock price, Morgan Stanley can use $735.75 million to support the market. In the crowd, John Mack briefly explained some measures taken by Morgan Stanley to Eric once more. The so-called green shoe mechanism, formerly known as the over-allotment option, allows underwriters to sell up to 15% more shares than initially planned during the subscription process. However, these shares aren't formally delivered but treated as an option transaction for the purchasers. Because they have already paid cash like other equity buyers, institutional investors cannot back out of this option subscription, essentially constituting a form of betting-style venture capital. Confirmed green shoe options mean that if the company's stock surges after the IPO, underwriters can buy back shares from the issuer at a favorable rate to sell to option buyers. If the stock price declines, especially if it dips below the offer price, the underwriters can use the funds gained via option sales to buy back stock from the open market and resell to the institutional investors who bought the options. The green shoe mechanism allows flexibility for the issuer to raise additional funds during times of public interest in the company's shares, while still providing a fruitful investment experience for an added group of institutional investors. However, the most critical benefit is that should the post-IPO stock price disappoint, underwriters can legally support the stock price, preventing it from dropping too drastically and damaging everyone's interests. After a brief explanation from John, he turned his gaze to Eric, continuing, "But Eric, I still feel $700 million isn't very secure. I hope Firefly can take more actions." Although Firefly Investments recently acquired Sony's film assets, which is just a tiny portion of the funds gained from AOL's equity sale, I believe that if something unexpected happened, Firefly should be capable of reinvesting enough funds to secure Yahoo's stock price. Eric smiled as he listened to John and nodded, saying, "If necessary, John, Firefly will surely do that." Truth be told, Eric was more worried about the chain reaction that could arise from Yahoo's stock price weakening after the IPO than the investment banks at Morgan Stanley. If the major investment banks were to lose money on tech stocks, the losses would actually fall on the investors who delegated their funds to the bank's wealth management. However, a large portion of the tech stocks held by Clover Fund belonged to Eric. If he lost hundreds of millions of dollars, it would undeniably sting, even for someone of Eric's wealth. Moreover, the crucial aspect remained the 30% forward equity transfer agreement Yahoo made with Microsoft. Microsoft had established a very stable monopoly in operating systems, and even if the Nasdaq crashed, Microsoft's stock wouldn't plummet drastically. In contrast, Yahoo was still riding a growth wave, with its stock likely to tumbling significantly due to insufficient revenue and profit data. Although several years of operations safeguarded Firefly's absolute control over Yahoo post-IPO, even if they gave Microsoft a 30% stake, Eric really didn't want to sell this stake cheaply right now. There's also the media angle that needs your personal attention. Even though Eric's somewhat non-committal response didn't satisfy John, he proceeded, "I've noticed negative comments about Yahoo emerging over the past few days, especially an article from the Washington Post published yesterday that was particularly harsh against tech stocks. Eric, I don't quite understand this. If I'm not mistaken, your relationship with Mr. Buffett should be quite good." Eric found himself puzzled as well. Although the Washington Post was under the Graham family's control, Buffett had been a significant stakeholder and crucial board member of the Washington Post for a long time, wielding substantial influence over the paper. He glanced at Chris, who maintained a closer relationship with Buffett. Through their personal interactions, as Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway was also one of Firefly Group's significant shareholders. Chris shook his head. "I've been too busy lately and didn't catch up on that. I'll personally call Warren tomorrow morning. I'll see if I can have lunch with Terry Semmel tomorrow," Eric added, "and I'll reach out to the other networks. As for the newspapers, Chris, you can handle that. We need to ensure that no odd commentary appears in the media following Yahoo's IPO." Chapter 1070. Shocking. Unlike the typical end-of-year blockbuster news that dominated the media's entertainment section, Yahoo's IPO became a significant news event at the societal level. The Nasdaq Composite Index broke the 2,500-point mark this week, and the market values of major tech companies hit new highs. According to the closing data Eric obtained when he arrived in New York on Wednesday, Microsoft, the undisputed king of the Nasdaq market, had an astonishing market capitalization of $335.9 billion. In addition, other leading tech stocks included Intel with a market value of $157.2 billion, Cisco at $133.5 billion, America Online at $66.7 billion, and Sun at $38.6 billion. Even for Microsoft, which had the most impressive earnings, the price-to-earnings ratio had soared above 100, reaching bubble levels. Therefore, the Nasdaq market could only be described as shocking at this time. By the end of the first 3 quarters, Yahoo had already achieved $1.296 billion in revenue, surpassing last year's total of $636 million by more than double, and the company's annual revenue growth rate was still expected to be nearly 200%. However, even at a share issuance price of $33, Yahoo's market value of $33.7 billion, combined with the earnings forecast provided by Yahoo, would still lead to a P/E ratio of around 200 times. Typically, unless investors are extremely optimistic about a company's growth potential, a P/E ratio over 30 makes it challenging for that company to attract investment. It was clear that rational investors had nearly vanished from the Nasdaq market. With the lure of massive short-term arbitrage profits, everyone was making wild bets while secretly praying they wouldn't be the last person to hold on to shares before a potential Nasdaq collapse. Yahoo was going public in this near-paranoid atmosphere, making the timing exceptionally sensitive. Although they had successfully exceeded 15% subscription above their offering amount in the preliminary offering process, no one, not even Eric himself, dared to confidently predict whether Yahoo stock would officially begin trading without it becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. As a result, everyone adopted a mindset of preparing for the worst while hoping for the best. In the days leading up to the listing, the entire Firefly Group was working tirelessly on final preparations for Yahoo's IPO. After a day of nonstop busyness, Eric planned to invite the upper management of Firefly Group, who had come for Yahoo's bell-ringing ceremony, to dinner that evening. However, he received an urgent phone call and had to rush to the Nasdaq exchange in Midtown. Although there were still over 12 hours left before the trading began, the area outside the Nasdaq building on 42nd Street was already crowded with reporters from all corners. As soon as Eric's car pulled up to the exchange, the sharp-eyed reporters quickly surrounded him. Countless hands holding cameras and recorders reached over the bodyguards guarding Eric. A loud-voiced reporter pushed his recorder forward, trying to drown out the surrounding noise while asking, "Mr. Williams, we just received news that the Yahoo team seems to have clashed with the Nasdaq executives inside the exchange. Are you here to resolve the situation?" Taken aback by the unexpected question, the other media personnel around paused, abandoning their prior inquiries, and eagerly hoped Eric would address the reporter's question. Struggling to make his way through the crowd of reporters into the building, Eric adjusted his suit, glancing around anxiously before turning to his bodyguard, Carter Moan. "Where's Mary?" Carter replied. "Miss Mayer is still in the car. The crowd is too chaotic, and I just suggested she wait until you go in before coming over." Eric nodded and waved to Steve Mitnick's assistant, quickening his pace towards the NASDAQ exchange's main hall. Unlike traditional stock exchanges such as the New York Stock Exchange or the London Stock Exchange, NASDAQ was actually an acronym for the National Association of Securities Dealers Automated Quotations, representing the world's first electronic stock trading platform, where transactions were typically conducted via phone and computer. Thus, the NASDAQ located in the building on 42nd Street functioned more symbolically, lacking the comprehensive hardware and software facilities of the NYSE. Instead, it had several setups around the hall designed for broadcasting exchange news to global audiences, resembling a television studio. In contrast to the nonprofit, public service organization that the New York Stock Exchange represented, NASDAQ had long been able to compete with the NYSE in terms of the scale and volume of listed companies, yet it was still owned by the NASDAQ Group and operated as a profitable private company. Seeing Eric arrive, the two opposing sides immediately approached him. NASDAQ CEO Frank Zarb was visibly agitated, raising his arms and speaking first. "Eric, I can hardly understand why you felt the need to suddenly conduct technical repairs and stress tests on NASDAQ's trading system. It's utterly unreasonable. I know how much you value Yahoo's listing, but the NASDAQ platform has been around for 27 years now, and we have never delayed any company's listing. Due to technical issues, there's simply no need for your demands. Moreover, even if it were necessary, it should be our own technical team handling it. We cannot allow external parties to test our servers." Listening to Frank Zarb's complaints, Eric looked at his watch and interrupted him. "How long does your technical team need for repairs and tests?" Frank paused in his arm waving and replied, "Eric, this is completely unnecessary." "I insist," Eric said, his voice growing colder, his gaze locked on Frank. "Or, you can continue to refuse, and I'll cancel tomorrow's listing. There's a large crowd of reporters outside. We can hold a press conference to announce it right now. So, how long do you need for your team to conduct these repairs and tests?" Eric's insistence that the NASDAQ conduct system equipment repairs was certainly not unreasonable or overly anxious. In history, Facebook had encountered a system failure on the day of its IPO, resulting in tens of billions of dollars worth of trading orders being unable to be processed smoothly. This incident significantly contributed to Facebook's share price dropping below its IPO price on its first trading day because of a poor start. The company's market capitalization dropped to around $30 billion, less than a third of its market cap on its debut day. Thus, if Frank Zarb truly refused to compromise, Eric would not hesitate to hold an impromptu press conference to announce the cancellation of Yahoo's IPO. The sudden pressure Eric erupted with caused Frank Zarb's resolve to soften. If the IPO operations for Yahoo were indeed canceled at the last minute, while Firefly might face unpredictable losses, Frank Zarb as CEO of NASDAQ would undoubtedly be ousted by the board. Swallowing hard, Frank finally refrained from uttering another hardline statement. However, as the head of the group, he didn't even know how long it took to conduct repairs and tests on the NASDAQ trading system. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied with an estimate that was not too precise. Approximately 5 or 6 hours. "Since the market closed at 4 p.m., you've already wasted an hour and a half," Eric replied, knocking on his wristwatch. "So, immediately call your technical team together, and Steve and his team must assist and supervise as necessary. I don't care if it takes 6 hours or 12 hours. Just make sure it's done before trading starts tomorrow." "Any objections?" Frank Zarb shook his head, his tone strained. No problem. "Then let's get started," Eric said, glancing around before walking over to a nearby camera and sitting down on a chair, propping his arms on it as he watched the gathered crowd. Frank Zarb understood he could not afford to stall any longer and took out his phone to start calling. Steve Mitnick gestured for everyone to disperse, walked over to Eric, took a chair, and said with a wry smile, "I argued with the people in charge here for an hour, and then Frank came over and we argued for another half hour, and the only choice left was to call you." Eric shook his head, indicating it was no problem, then added, "I'll be having dinner with Ian, John, and the others later, so you might have to be here the whole time." "That's okay," Steve chuckled. "I'm about to become a multi-millionaire, and I can hardly believe it. My parents never really supported my interest in computers. They thought I was wasting my time and were often worried I'd end up homeless." After the recent stock split and the last equity incentive plan before the IPO, both Ian Gurney and Steve Mitnick held a total of 16 million shares each, which meant that at the $33 issue price, both of their net worths had already surpassed $500 million. Additionally, Tina Brown held 6 million shares, which was also worth close to $200 million. This meant that even before going public, Yahoo had already created 3 multimillionaires. Besides the 3 core executives, there were also another 48.5 million shares allocated among Yahoo's various management and elite employees. Once the company went public, Yahoo would instantly create over 10 multimillionaires and hundreds of millionaires, something extremely rare in the history of global corporate development, which some media labeled a sign of the tech bubble. Seeing the somewhat reflective expression on Steve's face, Eric smiled and said, "Well, now you can tell your parents and give them a shock." "My mom was already shocked," Steve replied, a teasing grin on his face. "She thinks you, as the boss, must be out of your mind to give away so much money to employees." "It's true. I feel a little heartbroken too." Eric pretended to clutch his chest and joked. Despite this playful banter, Eric had always been comfortable with such a large-scale equity incentive plan. Such high incentives were tied to strict non-compete agreements. In an era where internet companies were sprouting up like mushrooms after rain, the elite at Yahoo, who had been with Eric since the inception of the 3 companies in the internet sector, could easily attract venture capital and swiftly go public to amass wealth if they decided to leave Yahoo and go solo. They could even become competitors to Yahoo. In reality, such scenarios never materialized. Yahoo had maintained an absolute dominance in mainstream internet services, portal websites, email, instant messaging, browser software, and, more recently, search engines. Besides Jeff Locke and a few others who left when the first equity incentive plan launched 3 years prior, the turnover of core executives at Yahoo had been remarkably low due to the company's generous equity incentives and strict non-compete terms. While the total book value of the 96.5 million share equity incentive plan exceeded $3 billion, Eric's net gains were $30 billion. Investors with a bit of foresight would clearly understand how to navigate the pros and cons involved in this matter. Whilst chatting with Steve and keeping an eye on the exchange, Eric didn't leave until Marissa Mayer arrived with her phone, having received a call from Ian Gurney and others at the Plaza Hotel. He then left for the evening's banquet. The next morning, Eric awoke in his top-floor apartment on 6th Avenue at 7 o'clock. When he arrived at the downstairs restaurant, Marissa Mayer had already prepared breakfast. As Eric sat down at the table, the female assistant handed him a stack of sorted newspapers. "I'm not reading today." Eric shook his head and said, "We need to be at 42nd Street before 8 o'clock. Marissa Mayer put the newspapers away, served the 2 breakfasts, and sat down opposite him. "Mr. Mitnick sent a message at 4 in the morning. They've completed the repairs and tests on the NASDAQ trading system. The technical teams from Yahoo and NASDAQ are still on site to ensure today's trading goes without any mishaps. Furthermore, Mr. Katzenberg arrived in New York last night at 9, while you were still out with everyone. He said he would go directly to the NASDAQ exchange today." Eric poured some milk into his cereal and nodded. "Good. Anything else?" Marissa continued. "The midnight screening for Mission Impossible 3 grossed about $9.2 million, which is less than the summer releases of Charlie's Angels 3 and The Matrix 2. That's still pretty good." Eric didn't feel disappointed. North America had just experienced a significant drop in temperature, and many areas along the East Coast had already seen snow. People were generally reluctant to go out during the day, let alone venture out for a midnight screening. Given the circumstances, holding over $9 million for the midnight showing of Mission Impossible 3 was almost impressive. After Marissa reported a few more things, Eric looked at the young woman across from him and said, "Speaking of which, Thanksgiving is just around the corner. Once we get through today, I'll give you some time off to go home and be with your family for Thanksgiving. You can come back next week or the week after. Caroline was still recovering, and Marissa instinctively wanted to ask Eric what would happen if she left him, but suddenly remembered something and closed her mouth, merely nodding gently. After breakfast, Eric took Marissa with him to the NASDAQ exchange on 42nd Street. Compared to the previous afternoon, even though it was not yet 8 o'clock, the NASDAQ exchange was buzzing with life, with many guests who specifically came to support Yahoo's listing arriving even earlier than Eric. Greeting everyone warmly, Eric was somewhat surprised when he spotted two bright figures in the crowd. He exclaimed, "What are you two doing here?" Cindy waved her name tag at Eric and said, "As a star user of Yahoo blogs, Ms. Brown personally called and invited me to come and support Yahoo." Eric laughed, glancing at Linda, who stood beside Cindy. "What about your name tag?" Linda reached for Cindy's name tag but was brushed off, appearing a bit pouty as she raised her chin and said, "Nope, just kick me out." Cindy stepped over, linking her arm with Eric's, and leaned in to whisper with a smile. "She's invested $1.5 million, sinking all her savings into this." "A big client, huh?" Eric smiled, pulling the sulking Linda closer. "All right, you can join me on stage to ring the bell later. But I have to say, if you're stuck with losses, that's not on me. I saw through you ages ago," Linda said with an unwilling smirk, gently pinching Eric's waist. Irresponsible man. Chapter 1071. Soaring to Great Heights. As time passed, the NASDAQ trading floor became increasingly packed, and the atmosphere grew more intense. Executives and employees of Yahoo, the underwriting team from Morgan Stanley, guests attending the event, media reporters from around the world, and exchange staff crammed into the hall like sardines in a can. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs, urging those nearby to make room, just to inch along in the crowded space. Large screens throughout the exchange displayed financial news about Yahoo's IPO from major North American TV channels, but the audio was completely drowned out by the surrounding noise, resembling scenes from a silent film. As it neared 9 o'clock, due to the chaotic situation in the hall, NASDAQ CEO Frank Zarb had to personally step in with a group of staff to maintain order. 10 minutes later, Yahoo CEO Ian Gurney managed to navigate through the crowd and arrived at the media briefing room to give his IPO speech. At the same time, Eric, Chris, Steve Mitnick, Tina Brown, and other core executives from the Firefly organization began gathering at the front, preparing for the ringing of the bell at 9:30. Originally, stock trading was entirely manual, so company executives traditionally rang the bell to announce the official start of trading on the day of an IPO. After more than a century, the bell-ringing ceremony had evolved into the pressing of a button to initiate electronic trading. Minutes later, after Ian Gurney finished his IPO speech, he joined the others on stage, and the clock in the hall read 9:25. With everyone in position and countless eyes on them inside and outside the exchange, Eric delivered a brief speech and then, along with the surrounding crowd, pressed the bright orange button to commence trading. At the moment the button was pressed, the hall erupted with pre-prepared cannon fire, and the crowd spontaneously broke into applause and cheers. Media outlets displayed live feeds focused on the figures on stage. Outside the exchange, on a massive outdoor screen near Times Square, Eric and the others appeared on camera, making the core members of the Firefly organization the center of attention. Although Eric led them onto the stage, Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista instinctively moved to the back of the crowd during the bell-ringing ceremony. Even with their prior experiences of fame, both women felt a strange sense of nervousness amid the electric atmosphere. Cindy understood that this was likely the power of wealth, while a dazed Linda watched as Eric led the way off the ringing platform, merely smiling politely as she followed the crowd down like a puppet. The bell-ringing ceremony seemed to start and end quickly, yet no one left the trading floor thereafter. Instead, Eric and the others moved upstairs to a large conference room overlooking the trading hall. Only upon entering the spacious conference room did Linda feel her nerves settle. The men gathered around the conference table to chat, while Cindy, without concern, walked toward the glass wall with Tina Brown and Amy Pascal, gazing down at the bustling hall. Linda glanced at Eric's figure and felt a strange urge to join him, but she obediently followed Cindy and the others to the window. Finally recalling her enthusiastic commitment to purchasing 1.5 million shares of Yahoo stock, She hesitated a moment before asking Tina Brown, "What happens next?" Before Tina could reply, the crowd below noticeably stirred, drawing attention to a stock price monitor, where someone shouted, "It's down, minus 2.6%. Linda felt her heart tighten and instinctively looked over to ascertain what was happening. Although her knowledge of stocks was minimal, she definitely considered herself a financial novice. She could identify that the stock symbol was not for Yahoo. Yahoo's trading ticker was YHO, which she was aware of. The ticker experiencing a 2.6% drop was AOL, and the other declining stocks also bore different symbols. However, AOL belonged to his company, right? Wait, that didn't seem right. He had just sold off his shares of AOL recently. So what was going on now? Confused, Linda glanced next to her, where Tina Brown began to explain to other women nearby. These are internet media stocks similar to Yahoo. AOL was in conflict with Yahoo's business model, which is why Eric distanced himself from that company. Yahoo's immense market share meant its IPO affected the overall decline of similar internet media stocks. On the other side, Cindy curiously inquired, "So, will Yahoo be affected by this?" "Well," Tina shook her head, her tone showing uncertainty. "No one can say for sure." The women felt worried for a moment before Linda whispered, "So, what's happening with Yahoo now? Has trading begun?" Tina replied, shaking her head, "They're still in the price discovery phase. This process will likely take about 2 hours, and trading won't formally start until after 11. Linda pressed, "What does price discovery mean?" Tina patiently elaborated. "It's when the exchange determines the official opening price based on the price indications from buyers and sellers worldwide. I bought some shares too. Does that mean I can participate in, price discovery?" "Yes," Tina smiled. "You can call your broker now and tell them to submit your sell price." Feeling a thrill at the prospect of being part of such a significant event, Linda thought, "I need to state a really high price. Would $100 be too ambitious?" As she reached for her phone in her bag, she noticed Cindy rolling her eyes at her, which immediately made her drop the idea and return the gaze defiantly. Although the IPO was open to global investors, it wasn't just anyone who could buy in. There was a minimum commitment of 100,000 shares. With an average issue price of $33, that meant an investment of $3.3 million. For large investment funds, and even someone like Linda, that amount didn't feel astronomical. Yet, for millions of individual investors and smaller investment firms globally, $3.3 million was a steep hurdle. Including the 22.5 million shares allocated for the over-allotment option, Yahoo ultimately had fewer than 300 institutions subscribe to its offering of 172.5 million shares. Many smaller institutions only bought tens of thousands or even thousands of shares, while individual investors had even lower purchasing power. However, because of the sheer number of these smaller investment groups, demand for a newly issued stock often far exceeded its IPO allocation. When such a situation occurred, stock prices inevitably surged. This explained why many new stocks opened significantly higher on their debut than their issue price. After patiently waiting for half an hour, the trading hall suddenly buzzed with excitement again. The women halted their conversation and looked over. On a stock price display, Yahoo's basic information first appeared. Ticker, YHO, share issue price, $33. Number of shares offered, 150 million. Then, two sets of figures lit up, 41.00, 43.00. Though Linda had already formed an opinion, she still registered some hesitation. As she felt a pair of large hands wrap around her waist from behind, the familiar scent wafted in, and she turned to see that Eric and the others had also moved over to the glass wall. Earlier, while in the hall, Linda noted that those rooms weren't one-way glass. With her and the other women standing at the front, it was easy for Eric to be seen by those below, including reporters who remained on the trading floor. Her body stiffened for a moment, yet she quickly relaxed back into him. After all, if he didn't care, why should she, just a little woman, worry about it? However, it was clear that those in the trading hall showed little interest in the scene by the second-floor window. After a brief silence, enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted as they observed the two glowing red numbers on the display. Seeing the crowd's reaction below, Linda finally became certain and leaned closer, murmuring to Eric, "Is this the opening price? Didn't they say it would take 2 hours? But it's gone up so much." Eric smiled, kissing her cheek and shaking his head. "Not yet. This is just the first round of price discovery. There will be more to come." Feeling Eric's kiss, Linda instinctively retracted her neck, but couldn't help gazing at the display again. Even with a price of $41, the 1.5 million shares she purchased meant she was already sitting on some serious gain. She hadn't calculated the exact amount, but it was certainly substantial. Thinking about this, she whispered, "Eric, the upcoming price discovery. Shouldn't the stock price keep rising?" Holding her close, Eric gazed down at the trading floor without confirming her concerns. "We'll need to see the next round of price discovery results to know how the price will trend." As the first round of price discovery saw Yahoo stock shoot up a remarkable 24% above its issue price, participants were anxious about what could follow. However, it was evident that Yahoo's debut wouldn't face the same disastrous fate as Facebook did in an alternate timeline, where its stock plummeted below its issue price. As Eric considered Facebook, he turned to locate Steve Mitnick. "Steve, is the tech team still in the server room?" Aside from Eric's memories of Facebook, there had not been any incidents of system failures on an IPO day at Nasdaq since its inception in 1971. Although Steve Mitnick considered Eric's worries slightly unfounded, he too was inherently cautious. Realizing the positive atmosphere, he nodded, "I'll go check." Once Steve left, Eric turned his attention back to the trading floor. The first round of price discovery took about half an hour. However, the subsequent rounds proceeded much more swiftly. Just 15 minutes later, the screens in the trading floor displayed the results for the second round. 46.00, 49.00. Compared to the previous lowest bid of $41, the $46 minimum bid represented a staggering increase of 39% on Yahoo's stock price from the issue price, indicating a substantial surge. Before this, the Yahoo team's most optimistic earnings forecast for their stock on its public debut was just about a 40% increase. With the second round's results, it invalidated all their earlier expectations. Yet, no one in the hall betrayed any disappointment. As applause and cheers filled the room, Ian Gurney, Tina Brown, and all the core executives from the Firefly organization, including Katzenberg, John Chambers, Jeff Bezos, Victor McNally, and Amy Pascal, spontaneously joined in the celebration. Everyone understood that the initial surge in the first round paved the way for even higher bids in the subsequent rounds. As events unfolded, they were expected, yet still surprising for everyone involved. Amid the excited atmosphere, time flowed both slowly and swiftly. After the second round's result at 10:15, the third round was quickly announced at 10:30. 49.00, 51.00. Shortly after came the fourth round, 53.00, 57.00. Then the fifth round, 56.00, 59.00. The sixth round, 61.00, 65.00. Finally, at 11:30, the seventh and final round's results appeared on the large screen, leaving everyone in a state of astonished frenzy. 67.00, 69.00. After the crowd erupted into one last wave of applause and cheers, Yahoo representatives and Morgan Stanley hurriedly conferred based on this last round of results to determine the final opening price. To ensure nothing went awry, the head of Nasdaq's market department announced that the official opening time would be postponed by half an hour to noon sharp. Inside the conference room, after receiving congratulations from guests and Nasdaq executives alike, everyone, except for Ian Gurney and a few others, remained in the room, continuing to await the final moments by the glass wall. Ultimately, Yahoo opened at $68.50 and instantly skyrocketed to $70.29. $70.29 represented a remarkable 113% increase compared to its issue price. Consequently, Yahoo's market capitalization soared to an astonishing $88.2 billion. As Eric gazed out at the buzzing Nasdaq trading floor, he took a deep breath to steady his own excitement and reached to pat the slightly dazed Linda in his arms. "Hey, quickly call your stockbroker and tell them to liquidate your shares." Despite leaning against Eric, Linda instinctively raised her hands in front of her, like a little girl trying to protect her doll from being taken away, resisting in a hoarse voice. No, wait. It can go higher. Chapter 1072. Exclusive Interview. Noticing some movement around her, Linda opened her eyes, leaning against the man's chest, just in time to see Cindy quietly leaving the bedroom. The bright light filtering through the curtain indicated that it was getting late. Due to Yahoo's successful IPO, everyone had celebrated late into the night. Even Eric had been unusually drunk. The man, still asleep, carried a faint scent of alcohol. Recalling the events of yesterday, Linda felt her sleepiness vanish. She poked her head over and planted a peck on his cheek. Then, gently lifting the covers, she got up, threw on a large t-shirt, and began her morning routine. Although it was freezing outside in New York at the end of November, the apartment felt like spring. This was Cindy's apartment, located on 75th Street near Madison Avenue. Though it wasn't a duplex, it occupied the entire top floor of the 11-story building. The first time Linda saw this elegantly decorated apartment, she began to feel envious of her own place in Greenwich Village. She started to crash at Cindy's more often and even discreetly asked her real estate company to find out if there were similar apartments available on the Upper East Side, but so far, there had been no results. Making her way through the hallway to the living room, Linda sank comfortably onto the soft sofa, stretching like a cat. She lazily reached for the remote on the coffee table and switched on the TV. It was the morning news, and most of the anchors discussed Yahoo's incredible IPO success with excitement or amazement. By the end of trading yesterday at 4 p.m., Yahoo's stock price closed at $72.56, an astounding 119.88% increase from its initial offering price, giving it a market valuation of $91 billion. This marked the biggest IPO miracle since the eruption of the tech wave. Reports indicated that, in addition to the initial issuance of 150 million shares, Yahoo issued an extra 22.5 million shares under the greenshoe option. Based on the total issuance of 172.5 million shares, Yahoo's IPO fundraising scale reached an impressive $5.6925 billion. The Nasdaq index surged past 2,600 points in the hour leading up to closing. While everyone is talking about a tech stock bubble, they find it hard to resist the allure of high returns from tech stocks, including myself. I called my broker right after work yesterday, only to find out that the markets would be closed for the weekend. What a disappointment. AOL stock fell 3.36% today, but Steve Case expressed confidence in AOL's future, claiming the company wouldn't be bothered by short-term stock price fluctuations. However, he indicated that AOL would expedite merger negotiations with Time Warner to make up for the content shortfall from losing Firefly's support. According to Yahoo's submitted stock distribution data to the SEC, post-IPO, including the soon-to-be exercised greenshoe options, Yahoo's total share capital expanded to 1.255 billion shares, with Firefly Investments holding 986 million shares at a 78.56% stake. Management holding 96.5 million shares at a 7.69% stake, and public float of 172.5 million shares. The IPO created 2 billionaires, 6 more cine-millionaires, 26 multimillionaires, and 213 millionaires. Based on Yahoo's closing price yesterday, the management's 96.5 million shares were worth a staggering $7 billion. We have to commend Eric Williams' generosity. However, comparatively, our richest man's wealth surge was even more astonishing. Compared to Forbes' earlier $15 billion valuation on Yahoo, the IPO instantly inflated Eric Williams' fortune by $57 billion. A Microsoft spokesperson expressed optimism about Yahoo's future outlook, but declined to comment on Microsoft's 30% stake in Yahoo and the associated long-term stock transfer agreements. Since the second half of this year, many Wall Street media outlets have valued Yahoo at over $50 billion. Insiders disclosed that Yahoo's early IPO plan had a much higher ratio of new share issuance than the actual 13.75%. Therefore, we must admit that at such a sensitive time during the surge of new technology, Yahoo made a very wise IPO strategy choice. Calculating from the issuance price of $33, Yahoo's valuation during IPO was only $35.7 billion, far below Wall Street's average valuation. Undoubtedly, this significantly stimulated countless global investors' buying motivations, leading to the astonishing surge of over 100% on Yahoo's IPO debut. It's not hard to imagine that if Yahoo had conducted the IPO according to Wall Street's valuation data, yesterday's stock trajectory would not have been so outstanding, possibly even resulting in a drop on the first day because of the inflated valuation. Moreover, according to our analysis, Yahoo's 15% supplementary issuance of greenshoe options was certainly not for shareholders and management to acquire more IPO financing. If that were the case, Yahoo could merely raise the issuance price to $37 to obtain an additional $700 million in financing, and it has been proven that a $37 issuance price is still within market tolerance. I believe that Yahoo chose to activate the greenshoe mechanism to mitigate the risk of a first-day drop. In the event of stock price declines, underwriters can legally step in to support the stock. If my assumption is correct, it indicates that the controlling shareholder behind Firefly Investments, Eric Williams, remains exceptionally clear-headed amid the surging tech tide. Such clarity is particularly rare for someone who has already achieved multi-billionaire status at 28. Therefore, although Yahoo's stock has severely inflated, I still suggest investors to buy in, as someone who can remain composed in a storm certainly possesses the potential to lead this company to continued brilliance. According to the latest statistics, Eric Williams' net worth has reached $265 billion. Let's take a look at the Forbes list of global billionaires from the beginning of the year. What do we find? That's right. At $265 billion, it exceeds the total wealth of the other 9 billionaires in the top 10 ranking. From the listed data, the combined net worth of those ranked second to 10th is only $259.4 billion. Although this year is coming to an end, and other billionaires' net worth will see some growth with the global economic recovery, given Nasdaq's current wild performance and Firefly Investments' substantial holdings in multiple star tech stocks. Despite only a month left in the year, we still have ample reasons to predict that in this month, Eric Williams' wealth may possibly reach historic highs, surpassing an unprecedented $300 billion. At 4:20 p.m., our reporter stationed outside the Nasdaq headquarters still failed to interview Eric Williams personally. Reportedly, he had already left the Nasdaq headquarters earlier that afternoon with his 2 girlfriends. However, after some effort, we lucked out with a brief opportunity to interview Chris Hansen, president of Firefly Investments. According to Chris Hansen, Yahoo will focus on expanding its overseas business after completing this IPO. In the past, Linda would have changed the channel at the mere mention of stock prices, options, or IPOs without a second thought. But today, she flipped through channels, captivated by different anchors discussing Yahoo's IPO and all the details from yesterday. While she didn't grasp all the specifics, she still listened with keen interest, even feeling a sense of inexplicable pride. However, when she heard the last anchor's report, Linda suddenly froze. Something strange seemed to have slipped into the anchor's narrative. 2 girlfriends? Was that referring to her and Cindy? When did she and Cindy become his 2 girlfriends? Moreover, what was with the anchor's nonchalant tone? Was this situation really that common now? After a moment of pondering, Linda felt she might have understood something, yet upon deeper reflection, she couldn't hold on to any particular thought. So, naturally, she climbed up, leaning over the back of the couch, and yelled towards the kitchen, "Cindy, Cindy." After a moment, Cindy impatiently peeked out from the kitchen. "What's up?" Seeing Cindy appear, Linda suddenly swallowed the words she had intended to say. Sensing the sweet aroma of freshly baked cupcakes in the air, she shifted her approach and said pitifully, "Cindy, darling, I'm hungry." Cindy rolled her eyes and asked, "Did Eric get up yet?" "I don't know. Go wake him up. It's time to eat." You go instead. I'm scared." "Scared of what?" "Men can be pretty grumpy when they just wake up, especially since he came in drunk last night and did nothing. I'm worried I might get killed if I go over." "I'd like to kill you now. Hurry up." Even though it was the weekend, the day after Yahoo's IPO, there were still countless loose ends for Yahoo's management team, the Morgan Stanley crew, and Firefly Investments to tie up. Eric was never a micromanager. With the scale of Firefly Investments, it was impossible for him to keep track of every single detail. Hence, after handling all the matters from the previous day, Eric decided to let everything go and planned to stay in New York until after Thanksgiving, giving himself a brief respite. Giselle and Alessandra decided to head back to Brazil this year to spend Christmas with their families and had already left New York. This meant only Miranda remained, which led to Eric sending her back to Australia. This allowed for a very manageable allocation of time with the women. He could stay in Manhattan with Cindy and Linda from the weekend through Tuesday, while keeping an eye on some post-IPO matters for Yahoo. After Wednesday, he would return to the Hamptons for Thanksgiving weekend with the women and children. Both the America's Next Top Model and Project Runway were continuing steadily, with Cindy and Linda having already wrapped up their shooting before the winter hiatus, so they were both taking a break. After breakfast, Linda eagerly pulled Eric and Cindy into a discussion about how to spend the upcoming days, even go so far as to create a detailed schedule. That afternoon, they went shopping together. Of course, it wasn't the normal window shopping. They had set up appointments at exclusive boutiques, where Cindy and Linda would go straight to pick something out. Both women were now multimillionaires, but still took pleasure in swiping Eric's credit card in front of the boutique attendants. Linda took it especially far, racking up over $500,000 in a single day and even using Eric's card to reserve a latest BMW sports car, exuding the energy of someone who was rebelling against society due to some unseen trigger. However, even during their break, they still had work to do, albeit not something critically important. It was an interview with the New York Times. Previously, to avoid any negative press during Yahoo's IPO, Eric and everyone else had worked diligently. Although Eric controlled North America's largest media empire, he couldn't expect everyone to bow down at his first appearance. He still had to owe a few small favors, which led to the promise of this interview with the New York Times. Under the pretext of being too busy during the day, the interview was scheduled for the evening and ultimately arranged to take place in Cindy's apartment. Eric had rarely accepted media interviews publicly over the years, and even within the Firefly network, it was nearly impossible to secure an opportunity to interview him, making the New York Times highly appreciative of this rare chance and offering no objections regarding the interview timing. Ms. Miller, I must reiterate, this interview is strictly limited to topics related to Yahoo and should not involve anything else, especially Mr. Williams' personal life. Furthermore, the news release must be approved by us before publication, and you only have 1 hour, said Marissa Mayer, ushering a roughly 35-year-old blonde reporter through the elevator at 8 p.m. on East 75th Street in the Upper East Side. Judith Miller, the reporter, nodded while watching the ascending floor indicator. Seizing a moment, she interjected, Ms. Mayer, may I have a personal interview with you? Marissa Mayer, holding a stack of documents, shook her head. Sorry, you'll need to discuss that with my boss. Judith felt a tad disappointed, yet replied, Perhaps we could have lunch tomorrow, just to chat. Marissa continued to shake her head. Sorry, I have a lot of work to do. The two arrived at the top-floor apartment, where Cindy opened the door, warmly welcoming them in. In the living room, Eric, who had been flipping through a fashion magazine upon Linda's request, stood up and smiled while shaking hands with Judith Miller, who was dressed in a light gray plaid business suit. Hello, Ms. Miller. Mr. Williams, it's a pleasure to meet you, Judith responded, casting a curious glance at the living room scene. Although she was one of the New York Times leading reporters and harbored some feminist inclinations, she didn't feel any negativity about Eric living with two supermodels. In fact, like many others, she subconsciously thought it was a given. After a bit of introductory small talk, Eric gestured for them to sit down. Ms. Miller, let's head to the study. Cindy, please take care of Mary. Once he finished his sentence, Eric led Judith Miller to one of the apartment studies. The room was tastefully decorated, with everything from the desk and chairs to the bookshelves giving Eric a sense of déjà vu. Earlier in the day, he had entered for the first time to check an email and had initially wondered why Cindy's apartment sported such a formal study. However, upon noticing a pencil holder brimming with pencils on the wide desk, he dismissed the question. Eric didn't believe there could be another person in Cindy's circle who happened to enjoy using pencils while working. Chapter 1073. So rude. The two of them settled on the client couch by the window in the study. Judith Miller pulled out her notepad and recorder from her bag while covertly observing the young man across from her. Eric Williams had that naturally youthful blonde hair and a clean-shaven face, but his chiseled face lacked any hint of innocence. Instead, Judith sensed a level of maturity and calm only achieved through life experiences. Cindy soon entered with a pot of coffee, carefully pouring for both of them before quietly exiting the study. Cindy's entrance broke Judith's concentration on Eric, and noticing the faint smile on his face, she realized she might have stared a little too long. Embarrassed, she smiled sheepishly, switched on her recorder, held the notepad, and addressed him. "So, Mr. Williams, according to the latest statistics, with Yahoo's IPO, your personal wealth has reached an astonishing $265 billion, exceeding even Russia's latest GDP figures. What are your thoughts on this newfound wealth?" At first, Eric assumed it was yet another question along the lines of, what does it feel like to be the richest person in the world? However, he quickly realized it wasn't quite that simple. Judith was clearly inquiring about the implications of such immense wealth rather than exploring his personal feelings about it. After hesitating for a moment, Eric smiled and shook his head. "I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to answer that." Actually, it wasn't that he didn't know how to respond. It was that the question itself was incredibly sensitive. As Judith pointed out, $265 billion has already surpassed the current GDP of Russia. While the power of such a superpower cannot simply be measured through GDP numbers, this wealth and its broader societal impact had touched upon some fundamental issues regarding control in America. In the past, the Rockefeller family's wealth represented only 1.6% of the U.S. GDP, a figure that allowed them to be seen as controlling the entire country. Eric now held wealth that constituted an even larger proportion of the GDP. The Rockefeller family had nearly controlled the lifeblood of the American energy industry following the Second Industrial Revolution. Similarly, Eric's holdings were now central to the core electronic information sector that emerged after the Third Technological Revolution. At that moment, core companies in the Firefly system, such as Yahoo, Cisco, Amazon, Qualcomm, and Nokia, were all demonstrating their rise. Eric felt confident that several of these companies wouldn't repeat the same mistakes of the past. Over the next decade, as these companies consolidated their foundations and continued to expand, it wouldn't be an overstatement to say the Firefly system controlled the lifeblood of America's information industry. On the other hand, to ensure that the overall interests of the Firefly system during future expansion wouldn't be affected by American national policies, it was essential that they strengthened their influence in the political arena, even to the extent of trying to exert control over the changes within the highest echelons of power in America. This was something that Eric couldn't simply avoid due to a lack of interest in politics. If Firefly didn't act, they would only face a ruthless and aggressive suppression from competitors using political maneuvers. Simultaneously, Eric's substantial wealth could sufficiently support the Firefly system's political expansion. Thus, adding Firefly's strong positioning in Hollywood, the picture was complete. Politics, economy, culture. These three words stacked together sounded rather familiar. Typically, the capitals of most countries are regarded as the centers of political, economic, and cultural activities. If a consortium could manifest deep-rooted influence in all three of these areas, it was clear that it effectively controlled the entire country. While all countries have ruling classes behind the scenes, most ordinary citizens generally prefer not to face such topics directly. Therefore, Eric could never elaborate on this issue in front of Judith Miller, nor did he wish to give a nonchalant response, so he outright declined. At the same time, Eric realized that Judith, the journalist, wouldn't be too polite with her upcoming questions, so he mentally braced himself. Judith, taken aback that her carefully prepared first question was dismissed so directly by Eric, even without any ambiguous answer, paused for a moment, then showed a polite smile of understanding. Glancing at her notepad, she continued, "Mr. Williams, based on yesterday's closing figures, Yahoo's price-to-earnings ratio had reached 530 times. What are your thoughts on the serious bubble issue associated with Yahoo's stock price?" Now, that wasn't very polite at all. Eric thought to himself, then responded, "The increase in Yahoo's stock price on its first day of trading indeed surpassed our expectations, but I don't believe there's a significant bubble issue." Based on the continuously high growth in revenue over the last 2 years, Yahoo has started to develop a very mature business profit model. All we need is time to fully unleash the commercial potential embedded in the internet media industry. Judith couldn't find fault with Eric's answer. Assuming it was a standard answer he had prepared beforehand, she pressed on relentlessly. So, how long do you think it will take for Yahoo's annual profit to match its current valuation of $90 billion? Eric hesitated slightly, responding, 5 years, perhaps. Judith countered, even calculating at a price-to-earnings ratio of 30 times, in 5 years, for Yahoo to achieve an annual profit of $3 billion. Do you think that's feasible? In 1995, the global number of internet users was around 40 million. In just 3 years, this number grew to 160 million. Predictions suggest that by 2000, it will reach 300 million, and by 2005, it will grow to 1 billion. Without a doubt, these 1 billion internet users fall within the upper middle class and above in terms of spending capability. Eric focused his gaze on Judith, asking back, so, Ms. Miller, what do you think is impossible in a vast market with such a premier user base of 1 billion? Judith Miller sensed the pressure behind Eric's gaze during his counter-question, but held her ground. The New York Times was keeping a close watch on this interview, and if she allowed it to devolve into a mundane dialogue, even with her deep experience and connections within the paper, she could face resignation. After all, the opportunity to conduct this interview was the result of a significant power struggle within the New York Times. Mr. Williams, the entire North American population is only 300 million. So, are you suggesting that Yahoo's future focus will be on the global market? However, as I understand it, over 70% of Yahoo's business is currently in North America, and overseas expansion hasn't been smooth. What's your take on this issue? Your description of the problem isn't accurate, Ms. Miller. While it's true that over 70% of Yahoo's business is concentrated in North America, that doesn't mean Yahoo has failed in overseas expansion. Over the years, Yahoo has been diligent in solidifying its foundations in North America. If a company can't achieve absolute leadership in its home country, it cannot expect to expand overseas. Moreover, under such a business development strategy, Yahoo has still managed to secure a 30% market share overseas, which sufficiently proves Yahoo's substantial global expansion potential. After the IPO, Yahoo's main expansion targets will focus on international markets. I believe that Yahoo's business scale overseas will soon match or even surpass that of North America. Judith nodded slightly, seeming to agree with Eric's viewpoint. However, as soon as Eric finished speaking, she immediately posed another sharp question. Mr. Williams, I heard you mention absolute leadership in your remarks. Currently, Yahoo indeed leads the internet media sector. Have you considered the potential negative impact this situation may have on the entire industry? I understand your insinuation, Judith. In every industry, once a giant monopolizes the market, it often leads to complacency among leaders, while newcomers struggle to innovate and grow. Yet, the internet industry is different. It's a nascent, rapidly growing field. Moreover, the global nature of the internet ensures that the most outstanding new tech companies will be global behemoths. By such a standard, Yahoo is still a toddler taking its first steps. Although we have learned to walk earlier than others, if we become complacent, we will inevitably be eliminated in this wave of new technology. Additionally, I believe the federal government should not be too quick to impose restrictions once a new tech enterprise demonstrates a leading market position. As I mentioned, the future internet industry will be highly globalized, unlike any traditional sector. If the federal government fails to show sufficient openness and inclusiveness during this industrial transformation, the leading position the U.S. has just attained in new technologies may well be surpassed by Europe and Asia. In the future, we could find ourselves struggling as we face a siege from Eurasian internet giants in North America. Mr. Williams, the idea of Eurasian internet firms retaking North America, don't you find that a bit alarmist? Alarmist? Eric smiled, responding, I don't believe so. At least in the tech sphere, for decades, the top electronic product technologies have consistently originated from Japanese manufacturers, like the DVD standard that is now being promoted. Most core patents are held by Japanese companies. Just in licensing fees alone, We pay billions of dollars each year to Japanese firms. Furthermore, the GSM technology that is most widely used in the digital communications sector also comes from Europe. From the establishment of lower-level technical standards to the development of terminal products, North America can only directly or indirectly accept control from European manufacturers. Therefore, while we have gained some advantages in the internet sector, if the federal government cannot adopt a more open support stance, we still face an uncertain future. The New York Times had not previously communicated with Firefly regarding the specifics of this interview. Several of Judith's questions were even last-minute improvisations. However, the young man before her did not display any signs of confusion during her series of tricky questions, nor did he evade like some other interviewees. Instead, he provided very clear and convincing answers. Having interviewed countless social elites, Judith quickly realized that Eric's insightful industry data and analytical insights couldn't possibly have been the result of preparatory research. It indicated that he had been deeply contemplating the entire internet industry for a long time. If her initial impression of Eric was merely his seemingly mature and composed demeanor, after this series of dialogues, Judith found herself increasingly impressed by the depth of knowledge and foresight he demonstrated. Judith had previously researched Eric's background extensively, and now she was even more curious about how this merely high school graduate managed to achieve everything he had today. However, due to prior agreements, Judith refrained from voicing her curiosity. She knew Eric wouldn't answer such questions. Digesting Eric's earlier statements, Judith opted for a slightly softer question, asking, "Mr. Williams, Microsoft is also a new tech firm, and everyone is aware that Yahoo has a very close partnership with Microsoft, such as the 30% forward share transfer agreement and the pre-installed Yahoo browser with its Windows operating system. Microsoft has faced antitrust investigations from the Justice Department in recent years. Given your earlier remarks, do you believe the federal government's scrutiny of Microsoft has been too harsh?" A faint smile appeared on Eric's lips as he replied, "While I know that Bill, that arrogant guy, wouldn't appreciate it, I must say yes. Microsoft is still in a crucial phase of global expansion. If the federal government imposes too severe restrictions on Microsoft, the U.S. could lose a global corporate giant. While North America is the world's largest consumer market, it still can't compare with the much larger global market. I believe it is in the federal government's fundamental interest to support a company that holds an industry-leading position globally. Of course, I also hope Microsoft can adopt a more open corporate stance. On that note, I have enough confidence to use Yahoo as an example. Yahoo maintains an open licensing approach regarding its core technologies like web browsers, instant messaging software, and email services, often granting licenses to direct competitors such as America Online or Microsoft's MSN portal. This hasn't dampened Yahoo's market position. On the contrary, it has spurred Yahoo to be more proactive in technological advancement. Judith nodded slightly. Speaking of America Online, Mr. Williams, although Firefly has previously provided detailed explanations for relinquishing most of its stake in America Online, I'm still very curious about your personal sentiments regarding this decision. Chapter 1074, The Dragon's Wings. It's still a difference in the company's development philosophy, Eric replied. I want America Online to maintain its position as an internet service provider, while Steve hopes to transform it into a comprehensive internet media company. As far as I know, Judith Miller looked down at her notebook and said, as the largest shareholder of America Online, Firefly Investment held a 32.6% stake in AOL, all of which were voting common shares. Firefly had the power to dismiss Steve Case. Why did you not insist on doing so? Was it just due to the collective resignation threat from Steve Case and the AOL core management team? Eric nodded, saying, that's basically it. So, Judith Miller gazed at Eric as her questioning tone sharpened again. Don't you think you acted too weakly in handling this matter? Eric shook his head calmly. This is not about being tough or weak. Acting on impulse in business is the most foolish thing. I believe I made the choice that was most beneficial to myself. Firefly Investment initially acquired a 30% share of America Online for $60 million. 6 years later, just selling 25% of that stake allowed us to recoup $10 billion. A 200-fold return, which, Even an investment in Yahoo could not match. Although Judith Miller had followed the entire process of Firefly Investments' stock transfer of America Online, hearing Eric mention those figures still left her in awe. However, this sentiment did not stop her from continuing with her questioning. Glancing at her wristwatch, she quickly asked, "Mr. Williams, given that America Online is advancing into the internet media sector from the position of North America's largest internet service provider, are you not concerned that this could threaten Yahoo's market position?" Eric shook his head. "In fact, I am more concerned about America Online." This response clearly caught Judith Miller by surprise. She paused for a moment before asking, "Why?" Even though he had cashed out $10 billion, Eric still held a significant amount of America Online shares, so he could not analyze his reasons too extensively, as he didn't want to affect America Online's stock price. Instead, he said vaguely, "Because America Online is venturing into an area in which it is completely inexperienced. My investment philosophy is to put the right people in the right roles." A series of rapidly growing companies under Firefly Investment has confirmed the correctness of this approach throughout the years. In contrast to his earlier responses to a series of questions, Judith Miller keenly sensed Eric's reserved attitude on this issue. She pressed on, "So, does this mean you are not optimistic about America Online's future?" Eric gently shook his head. "It's not about being optimistic or not because I can't see America Online's future. Does this imply that Firefly will continue to reduce its 7.6% stake in America Online?" Eric hesitated for a moment and clarified, "To avoid unnecessary disputes in the future, I must clarify one point. The entire Firefly system currently holds a 10.7% stake in America Online. Apart from Firefly Investment, we acquired an additional 3.1% of America Online stock through Clover Fund, a subsidiary of Firefly Group, about a year ago. Under federal security laws, shareholders holding less than 5% do not need to publicly disclose or report their holdings. Our purpose at the time was to strengthen our control over America Online at the appropriate time, which, of course, is no longer necessary now. To answer your earlier question, the answer is affirmative, but the Firefly system won't do this in the short term." Judith Miller recalled the data she had reviewed, revealing a clear expression of surprise on her face. After this interview is published, she believed America Online would be even more astonished. With a 7.6% stake, Firefly would have been the seventh largest shareholder of America Online. Furthermore, during the last stock transfer transaction, other shareholders of America Online would likely impose various restrictions on Firefly Investments' remaining 7.6% stake. Firefly Investments' relinquishment of its board seat was likely one of the conditions of this unwritten agreement. However, if you factor in the additional 3.1% of shares that were completely unrestricted by America Online, the entire Firefly system could once again leap into the top 5 shareholders. Moreover, if they wished to intervene, they still had the strength to do so at any time. After digesting the information she had just received, Judith Miller quickly added, "Mr. Williams, based on what you said, can I assume you are still very optimistic about the internet service provider business?" Of course, that is the cornerstone of the entire internet industry. When people use the internet, they may be interested in portal sites, e-commerce, or instant messaging, but first and foremost, they need to connect to the internet. Microsoft's MSN has already begun to expand in this area. Does Yahoo have similar plans for the future? That brings me back to my earlier investment philosophy. I won't allow Ian and the others to do things they're not good at. Yahoo will continue to focus on internet media. However, at the appropriate time, Firefly Investment will do that, similar to how we previously invested in America Online. Judith Miller prodded further. "What does the appropriate time mean?" Eric shook his head seriously. "We don't have any plans for that right now because this time, we will be more cautious." Not detecting any cracks in Eric's expression, Judith then shifted the topic back to Yahoo itself. "Mr. Williams, Yahoo has almost covered every emerging internet business model: portals, instant messaging, email, search engines, social blogs, etc. Which area do you believe has the most potential?" Eric's expression turned more serious as he firmly stated, "Of course, it's portals. Users accessing the internet is merely building a road to this virtual world, but to fully enjoy the online space, they need the assistance of portal sites. Besides, in my view, email, search engines, and social blogs are merely supplements and extensions of portal sites. They are, in fact, part of the same whole. Judith Miller nodded slightly but quickly added, "However, Mr. Williams, we can easily see that the operational model of portal sites is very easy to replicate. How do you view this issue?" Eric smiled confidently and replied, "Many great engineers can assemble a propeller plane in their home garage, but there is only one Boeing company." This straightforward yet persuasive analogy clearly resonated with Judith Miller, and after another glance at her watch and realizing her time was limited, she scanned her notebook and began to accelerate her questioning. Amidst the smooth exchange, the study door was suddenly knocked on lightly, and Marissa Mayer pushed the door open, saying softly, "Mr. Williams, it's about time." After that night in London, the female assistant began to adopt an ice princess demeanor. Eric had always suspected that the group of fairies that night had done something to make Marissa Mayer question life, but he couldn't ask too much about it. Hearing the reminder, Eric stood up and extended his hand to Judith Miller. "Well, Ms. Miller, it was a pleasure to see you again." Although she felt a bit unsatisfied, Judith Miller stood and shook Eric's hand, saying, "Likewise, Mr. Williams. I look forward to our next meeting." The entire weekend, major media outlets in North America and abroad buzzed about Yahoo's IPO miracle and engaged in heated discussions about the stock's trajectory for the following week. Almost all media and industry analysts believed that after reaching a peak on the first day, Yahoo's stock price would see a significant decline the following week. Although Yahoo's management had put in a lot of effort over the weekend, even announcing some still unconfirmed positive news, even within the Firefly system, there was a mental preparation for Yahoo's stock price drop in the upcoming week. However, on Monday, when some stock managers too anxious to follow the media's movements sat before their computers contemplating whether to sell their Yahoo and other tech stocks, at 9:30 a.m. the stock market opened, and Yahoo stock didn't experience the drop they anticipated, but instead surged inexplicably. In just 10 minutes, relative to last Friday's closing price of $72.56, Yahoo stock had risen over 3%, reaching $74.73. It wasn't hard to imagine that if this rising momentum continued, within a single day, Yahoo's market valuation could likely exceed $100 billion. These stockbrokers, bewildered by the unexpected situation, sat at their computers for a moment, wide-eyed, trying to determine what had happened. Thus, when they turned on their TVs or logged onto news portals, they found discussions revolving around a familiar name everywhere. Two economists were passionately debating Eric Williams' optimistic statements regarding the internet bubble. Yahoo's homepage prominently featured a commentary piece questioning whether the federal government should loosen regulations on the scale of new tech companies. ABC's morning news broadcast discussed globalization in the internet sector. America Online CEO Steve Case anxiously refuted Eric Williams' statements about America Online in a telephone interview with reporters. A spokesperson from the Department of Justice tirelessly responded to media inquiries, citing Eric Williams' remark on whether the DOJ was too harsh on Microsoft. And most importantly, Eric Williams' exhilarating statement from the New York Times interview that had been quoted countless times by the media in a matter of hours. In a massive market with 1 billion top-quality users, what is impossible? This one statement rekindled the confidence of countless investors who were filled with worry and skepticism about tech stocks. As human society advanced rapidly, almost all traditional industries had formed very stable industrial structures, and excess wealth in society constantly sought new investment hotspots. At this moment, suddenly a young man who had created a series of wealth miracles stepped forward, firmly declaring, a completely underdeveloped market with 1 billion or even tens of billions of consumers was right at hand. How could this not ignite the feverish excitement of countless investors? Following Eric Williams' personal interview with the New York Times and the ensuing media storm, the Nasdaq index rose by 35 basis points on that Monday. However, this was only the beginning. In the next few days, the media discussions surrounding Eric's personal interview showed no signs of cooling off. Instead, they intensified into a global topic of heated conversation. The range of topics Eric touched on during his interview, ranging from the internet bubble new tech company regulations, Microsoft, America Online, portals, and more became focal points of fierce debate among various media outlets. Although Microsoft was very dissatisfied with Eric's remarks on that arrogant guy bill and the New York Times decision to print it as is, they nonetheless determinately referenced Eric's viewpoints from the interview to retaliate, claiming that the federal government was stifling a global corporate giant and endangering the federal government's foundational interests. Faced with Microsoft's accusations and the media turmoil it stirred, Attorney General Janet Reno had to hold a press conference to explain in detail the DOJ's reasons for initiating the antitrust investigation against Microsoft. At the same time, Janet Reno mirrored Eric's words from the interview, urging Microsoft to abandon its extremely selfish and closed market strategy in favor of more open measures that would benefit healthy industry development. Still bogged down in impeachment issues, Clinton was questioned about the New York Times interview during that week's White House press conference and made a lengthy comment, asserting in summary, "Eric is right, Microsoft is wrong, and the White House will steadfastly support the new tech industry," and so forth. When Yahoo stock finally reached $79.68 on the third trading day of Thanksgiving week, breaching the $100 billion market value threshold, America Online's management and major shareholders were in turmoil over Eric's declaration that, "I can't see America Online's future." Although America Online stock did not suffer a significant drop, thanks to the overall market direction, the president of Morgan Stanley, John Mack, who held a significant amount of America Online shares, had to personally call Eric, hoping he could moderate his statements regarding America Online from the New York Times interview. After all, the Firefly system still held a 10.7% stake in America Online. A drop in America Online stock price would severely impact the Firefly system too. Overseas, reminded by Eric's interview, many media outlets in Europe and Asian countries began to follow suit, urging their governments to strengthen support for domestic new tech companies while limiting the incursions of North American internet giants. Amidst this flurry of activity, every segment and phrase from Eric's interview became points of contention for many. Whether at the behest of someone or not, the newly appointed president and CEO of Intel, Craig Barrett, made a point during an interview to express that Bill Gates was very down-to-earth and humorous in private, and absolutely not the arrogant person Eric Williams claimed. Yet this explanation by Craig Barrett only had the opposite effect. Somehow, Arrogant Bill quickly turned into a nickname that many media outlets used to tease Gates, a moniker that stuck with him for many years. Strangely enough, some of the major North American airlines also joined in on the discourse. The president of Lockheed Martin expressed in an interview with a hint of bitterness, "There's more than Boeing in the country, there's also Lockheed Martin." Sikorsky, a helicopter manufacturing company that had been overlooked, weakly asserted its relevance, stating, "The VH-60 helicopter, which Eric Williams loves most, was made by us." Over the years, although Eric's wealth had grown immensely, his public persona had become increasingly low-key. Most people's impressions of Eric ranged from the acclaimed director, super-rich mogul to gossip fodder, with few developing a deep or intuitive grasp of the power and wealth Eric possessed. However, in just 1 week, following the global media discussion sparked by Eric Williams' New York Times interview, countless people finally began to recognize the terrifying social influence he had unwittingly accumulated over the years. From one interview article, the multi-trillion-dollar NASDAQ composite rose in response. The world's mainstream media went into a frenzy, federal government departments were overwhelmed, and countless corporate giants started responding. This young man, only 28, who had reached the pinnacle of global wealth, resembled a dragon accustomed to keeping a low profile. When he casually flapped his wings, the whole world began to stir. Chapter 1075, Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving quickly approached, yet the media buzz from the New York Times interview showed no signs of cooling off. With such intense attention, Eric felt if he stayed in East Hampton for Thanksgiving, the media spotlight would likely shift to the women and children. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to fly with everyone to Maryland to join Chris and his family. At the end of November, Frederick County in Maryland still hadn't seen any snow, but the rolling hills had long lost the vibrant life of summer. However, Looking out at the vast expanse of gray and desolate scenery under the high sky made those who lived in the city feel a special sense of relaxation. At 4 in the afternoon, a large group emerged from the woods, about 10 kilometers west of Jeffrey Henson's farm, with a couple of hounds still bounding around, barking excitedly every now and then. The increasingly robust Jeffrey carried a wild deer on his back, a result of the day's efforts. It was Thanksgiving, and the women had already started preparing the Thanksgiving dinner at the farm. Enjoying everyone's visit, Jeffrey decided early on that dinner must include roasted venison, so he went hunting. Initially, he only planned to bring Chris and Eric along, but when Emma heard Grandpa Jeffrey was going hunting, she was the first to insist on joining, while Kevin looked on hopefully. Hawaii clearly wasn't interested in hunting, but to escape the terrifying Aunt Drew, the little girl joined in anyway. What was originally planned as a quick couple of hours of hunting turned into a full day of more like an outing. Joanna and Virginia were initially very reluctant, worried about the safety of the little ones. However, after Eric nodded in agreement, the two women had no choice but to consent, insisting the twins accompany them to help out, as women always tended to be more attentive. As the three little ones followed, Jeffrey naturally took it all in stride, even wanting to take his grandson along to see the world. Unfortunately, Emily staunchly refused to let Daniel, who had just barely learned to walk, join in. On the little path through the woods, Jeffrey led the way with the deer on his back, surrounded by Kevin, Emma, and Hawaii. The twins kept a careful watch around them. Eric and Chris followed behind, each carrying a rifle. With the three little ones around, the gun stayed locked up all day. The unlucky deer was entirely the result of a few hounds chasing it down. Bringing the guns was merely a precaution against encountering bears or other dangerous wildlife. Watching the group ahead, Eric's gaze eventually settled on the twins, who wore simple athletic gear. Their tall figures and light, blonde ponytails occasionally revealed pale necks. For some reason, Eric felt the twins' demeanor perfectly matched the stark and cold landscape surrounding them. Upon reflection, he mused it must have been because both hail from the perpetually icy realms of Russia. Once the deer was loaded onto the SUV, Jeffrey took the wheel, while the twins helped load the little ones into the back seat, and they headed off to the farm. Eric and Chris drove a second SUV, with the hounds effortlessly managing to find their way back to the farm, even if they couldn't keep up with the vehicles. Gripping the steering wheel, Chris slightly increased their speed and glanced at Eric in the passenger seat, grinning. "This kind of life isn't too bad, right?" "Yeah," Eric nodded and replied. "But we can only experience it occasionally. We can't enjoy it like Jeffrey does for long. When we went to New Zealand, the scenery was stunning, but there's an adage that says staying a week is paradise, but a year turns it into hell. It's the same in many places." Chris nodded thoughtfully, adding, "Ian and the team have complained to me more than once in private. You've put a lot of pressure on them for that $3 billion annual profit over 5 years." Eric shook his head, laughing. Clearly, they misunderstood, or perhaps didn't read the interview closely. "What I meant was Yahoo only needs 5 years to match its current market value, not 5 years to hit a $3 billion annual profit goal." That was Judith Miller's statement. In fact, as long as Yahoo maintains its high growth rate, a price-to-earnings ratio within 100 times is acceptable to the market. Many investors don't lack long-term vision. Chris nodded slightly, then asked, "So, how long do you think Yahoo would really need to hit that $3 billion annual profit goal?" "I really don't know," Eric replied, shaking his head again. "But it shouldn't take too long. This year, Yahoo's revenue should exceed $1.6 billion, and in the last 2 years, their growth rate has far surpassed 100%. If they can keep that up in the next few years, theoretically, Yahoo's revenue could be around $50 billion in 5 years. If we calculate a 20% profit margin, then Yahoo's annual profit should be around $10 billion. $10 billion? That's impossible," Chris chuckled, shaking his head. According to last year's Forbes 500 list, there aren't that many companies making $10 billion annually. Eric smiled. "It truly seems unlikely." In reality, the reason Yahoo could exceed the $1.6 billion revenue this year was partly due to its impending IPO, leading the associated companies in the Firefly Group to funnel some profits to make Yahoo's financial report more appealing. Moreover, the current tech wave had the entire industry investing heavily. Yahoo's advertising platform was the most prominent and mature channel for online promotion. Many internet companies heavily invested in advertising on Yahoo's platform to promote their websites. As demand increased, the rates for Yahoo's advertising also rose accordingly, which contributed to Yahoo's impressive revenue figures. Unless something drastic changed in history, this favorable trend was expected to continue into the following year. However, if the internet bubble burst, the entire industry would undoubtedly face a long winter period where investments in internet companies shrank drastically and numerous companies went bankrupt. At that point, it was uncertain whether Yahoo could maintain its current revenue levels, let alone continue yearly growth of over 100%. Eric recalled the winter following the internet bubble burst didn't last long, only about 2 to 3 years. By around 2005, the global spread of broadband and significant increases in internet users led to a rapid recovery for the internet industry. Yet, even if the internet industry entered a downturn, the large and steadily growing user base remained. As long as Yahoo steered clear of catastrophic missteps in direction, even if it couldn't reach the annual profit scale of $3 billion by 2005, it should be very close. After a brief pause, Chris suddenly smiled again, saying, "Honestly, if I weren't very familiar with your long-term plans for Yahoo, I'd almost feel inclined to agree with your arguments about the importance of portal sites. Over the next few years, many will undoubtedly follow your lead in developing their companies. It's just uncertain what the outcomes will be." Years prior, Eric and Chris had devised a strategic misdirection approach for Yahoo's development, publicly emphasizing their focus on portal business while touting its importance. However, behind the scenes, Eric's primary focus remained on the search engine and social networking sectors. Memory served him that aside from e-commerce, and perhaps adding online gaming, only these two segments could yield stable, large-scale revenue for the internet industry. Though Google's search engine had launched, Yahoo would not publicly disclose its user and revenue data separately in the upcoming years, incorporating it into the overall financial reports of Yahoo's portal. Nobody can predict the future, but judging by the user growth data of Google's search engine over the past 6 months, my strategy hasn't been misguided. No matter how large a portal site grows, it still can't satisfy the diversified needs of hundreds of millions of users. The internet content market is bound to trend toward more refinement. Automobile websites dedicated to car news, electronic sites for electronics. All we need to do is provide users with tools to easily find that content. However, Eric, have you thought about what would happen to Yahoo's large registered user base if we pivoted to search engine business? Chris countered. With estimates of 300 million internet users globally by 2000, Yahoo was confident of growing its registered users to over 200 million. In the future, that number would balloon even further. It would be a shame to just discard all that. Of course, the focus would shift to social networking, Eric replied decisively. Now that we have sufficient development funds, we don't need to wait several years to expand in social networking. We can advance in tandem with search engine development. According to Eric's original plan, the expansion of social networking was supposed to peak when the mobile internet era arrived. However, the rapid growth of Yahoo's blogging services in recent years had also unveiled prospects for alternative possibilities. Markets are ultimately created, and history shows that the explosion of social networking arose after many years of industry development that established a stable business model. But now, knowing the correct path from the start, Yahoo had every opportunity to carve out a brand new social networking model exclusive to the PC age. Furthermore, as long as the Firefly Electronics tablet smoothly launched, Eric planned to make the mobile adaptation of social networking a relatively simple endeavor. As they chatted, the two vehicles quickly returned to Jeffrey's farm. Joanna and Virginia were waiting outside the villa, greeting them as they spotted the lively trio of little ones surrounding Jeffrey, which put their minds at ease. However, noticing the dirty appearances of the little ones compared to Eric, who still looked somewhat put together, Virginia couldn't help but cast a disapproving glare at him. Jeffrey dragged the deer inside, intending to clean it himself, with Emma and Kevin following eagerly. Hawaii, however, clung tightly to her father's side when she caught sight of Drew, not relaxing until she saw the girl again follow Joanna back to the villa to help with dinner preparations. Over the years, Drew had cast a long shadow in Hawaii's heart. The poor girl was astute, yet she couldn't understand why Aunt Drew seemed so frightening. More disturbingly, her parents, and even Aunt Virginia, seemed to enjoy watching her being bullied by Drew. Goodness, how could such illogical scenarios exist in the world? While everyone busied themselves, Eric and Chris had nothing much to do. Eric picked up his precious daughter, who was trying to snuggle against him, and, along with Chris, walked over to the fireplace in the living room, warming themselves while resuming their earlier conversation. Chris remarked, "I think if we simply pivot towards social networking, it would certainly be a loss. A large part of the audience isn't very interested in online socializing. Interest can be cultivated," Eric stated. "We might even develop social networking into an indispensable tool in people's lives, just like search engines," he recalled. "Imagine if one day, people could send party invitations through their social circle online, turning it into a trend. If someone doesn't want to be excluded from social circles, they'd have to have a social account. Once they have that, they wouldn't just focus on practical functions like invitations. Undoubtedly, they would start interacting with those around them. This is driven by the inherent group mentality of humans. Once they start engaging, over time, they would inevitably develop dependency on social networking." Chris listened intently to Eric's words, nodding, then suddenly laughed. "Network party invitations. It's a pretty good idea, but I don't recall you ever proposing it before. If you told Ian and the team this now, they might have already made it happen. That's a point worth discussing with Ian and the others when possible. They could even run some promotional events for party invitations. Hollywood certainly has plenty of dream opportunities for fans," Eric said as he pulled his daughter closer. "However, while I have a lot of these innovative ideas, I can't devote too much energy to these minutiae. Yahoo already has over 6,000 employees, and they should be the ones generating various creative ideas. If I were to do everything, then what's the point of hiring so many people?" You make a great point, but it's undeniable that even if Yahoo's regular employees or lower-level management can come up with similar ideas or detailed project proposals, it's just not going to grab Ian and his team's attention as much as your say-so will. "That's unavoidable," Eric thought for a moment. "How about this? I'll have my assistant set up a dedicated channel to accept creative proposals from Yahoo employees, and I'll try to spend a few hours on this each week." Chapter 1076, Warm Moments. As night fell, the surrounding wilderness grew colder under the darkness, while the villa shone brightly with lights, filled with a warm and lively atmosphere. After a day of preparation, delicious dishes made their way into the dining room. When the women lifted a beautifully roasted turkey onto the table, everyone began to gather. The usually empty dining room was finally filled to capacity. Jeffrey smiled as he sat at the head of the table, gazing contentedly at the line of children on either side of the long table. Watching Emma, Hawaii, and Kevin, he resolved to urge his son to have more kids soon. Emma, as always, was the most charming little one in the room. Once everyone was seated, she quickly located the most important person at the table, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked up at Jeffrey and brightly asked, "Grandpa Jeffrey, should we pray?" "Of course," Jeffrey nodded with a smile. If Emma hadn't been sitting so far away, he would have loved to reach out and ruffle the little girl's hair. Thanksgiving wasn't a religious holiday, so even though the men and women had different beliefs, it didn't stop everyone from joining hands and offering a prayer, giving thanks for all that needed gratitude. After the prayer, Jeffrey picked up the carving knife to serve the turkey. The soft, clinking sounds of plates and glasses filled the dining room. After he carved up the turkey, he noticed Eric piling roasted venison onto his plate. He smiled and pushed the large dish of roast venison toward Eric, then turned to Joanna, who sat next to him. "So, I heard from Eric this afternoon that Elia only lasted a month in school before dropping out." Joanna nodded, carefully pouring her daughter a glass of juice. "Yes, at first, we put Elia in first grade, but the teacher said she was always very restless in class and couldn't focus. We then tried putting her with third graders, but it was the same. I consulted with an education expert, and they said it was because Elia is too smart and doesn't fit in with her peers. If we force this, she might even develop anxiety." I had to let her drop out for now. Smartness is a good thing, Jeffrey remarked. But not interacting with peers for too long isn't great either. She might become a loner. I always take Elia to group activities at school, Joanna replied, though her expression was still somewhat troubled. But it hasn't worked well. Elia isn't interested in what the other kids enjoy. Joan, you really don't need to worry. Geniuses are always a bit different. I wish my Daniel could be as smart as Elia. Emily suddenly chimed in from across the table, turning to Hawaii, who appeared completely oblivious to the adults discussing her, and jokingly said, "How about Elia marrying our Daniel in the future?" The little girl had been lost in her own world, her gaze drifting as she experimented with an interesting theory in her mind. Colorless, transparent, crystals, cylinders, containers, silicates, no fixed melting point. This was simple enough. Man, director, billionaire, $265 billion, aggressive investor, playboy, English, actor, high school student, orphan, screenwriter, 28 years old, obsessive-compulsive, lack of aggression. Conservative temperament, writer, mature, family-oriented, responsible. After patiently collecting a full 100 keywords, she suddenly realized there were too many contradictory elements in her father. It didn't seem to make sense. Perhaps it could be broken down into 2 or 3 different people. That didn't seem quite right. The little girl's mind raced like a high-speed CPU processing thoughts. Initially, she had no intention of answering Emily's boring question, but noticing her mother's gentle gaze upon her, she finally mustered the energy to shake her head in refusal. No, why not? Emily remained undeterred, gesturing to Eric. Your dad has already agreed. Eric shook his head with a smile. That would depend on whether Daniel can win over Elia. I have no intention of interfering with my daughter's love life. Hearing that, Emily instantly scoffed. That's the most obvious lie I've ever heard in my life. Everyone paused for a moment before Chris, Joanna, and Drew, those who understood the underlying meaning in Emily's words, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even the usually quiet twins bent their heads to hide their smiling faces. Despite being confused, Jeffrey joined in with the laughter. Daniel, just over a year old and in Emily's care, heard the commotion and started babbling along, making the dinner atmosphere even livelier. Only Eric helplessly rubbed his nose, realizing that his jealous daddy Mark was one he wouldn't be able to shake off his whole life. After the laughter died down, Jeffrey noticed Eric's embarrassment. Seeing that Eric had nearly finished the venison on his plate, he kindly served him a few pieces from the dish and smoothly changed the topic. The venison is great. If you like it, we could go hunt some more tomorrow to take back with you. The wild deer in the area have been practically overpopulating. They often come in groups to munch on the crops. Eric nodded with a smile, not one to refuse. After a lively dinner, the night was still young, and being in the countryside, they couldn't head out to partake in various Thanksgiving activities like they would in the city. Thus, Jeffrey suggested they all watch a movie together. Although he had retired for several years, his villa naturally boasted a private screening room, though there weren't enough seats, only 8. But it made everyone feel more intimately packed together. A few extra temporary chairs were added, and everyone huddled together. Jeffrey rummaged through his collection of movie copies and pulled out Eric's earliest directorial effort, Home Alone. This film was the perfect bonding time for everyone, and upon rewatching it years later, they all appeared excited and sprinkled with nostalgia. They didn't settle down until late into the night. The next morning, Eric surprisingly woke up a bit early. Or rather, it wasn't quite accurate to say he woke up early. It should have been well into the morning, but Virginia, who always gets up early, still hugged him quietly today. Although all 3 of them were used to sleeping together in East Hampton, since they were guests at Jeffrey's house, it wouldn't be appropriate to be too bold. As the soft morning light filtered through the curtains, he glanced at the gorgeous, sleeping face of the woman beside him. Perhaps it was because he had overindulged in venison last night, but Eric felt increasingly spirited and leaned over to plant a gentle kiss. Virginia subconsciously responded to his kiss until Eric couldn't help but slide down a bit, gently biting her chest. It was then that she woke up, laughingly pushing him away. Glancing at the alarm clock on the bedside, she sat up and said, "It's already 8 o'clock. We need to prepare breakfast." Eric tried to pull Virginia back under the covers. Joan must have gotten up by now. Everyone won't mind if we sleep a little longer. I don't want to be laughed at. Virginia shot Eric a look, grabbing her bra to put it on. She had been well satisfied the night before and didn't feel particularly inclined at the moment. However, seeing Eric clutching her waist like a boy yearning for candy, Virginia's heart softened, but she quickly found another reason. I need to go wake Kevin up too. Kids shouldn't sleep in too much. That'll leave them with bad habits as they grow up. Eric helplessly released Virginia and lay back down. Kevin will definitely question whether he's your biological son when he grows up. Virginia quickly dressed, got out of bed, and grabbed a hair tie to tie up her hair, leaning down to kiss the pouting little man. She smiled. As long as he's yours, that's all that matters. I'll just pretend to be the stepmother. Go away, just go away. Eric waved his hand in disgust. I'll have to tell my son he must never eat the red apples you offer. Huh? Virginia laughed. Or should I get Drew to come keep you company? Forget it. Eric yawned widely and suddenly sat up. I'll get up too. Eric and Virginia walked out of their bedroom together. The villa was surprisingly quiet. Joanna, Emily, and the twins were already up, bustling about in the kitchen. Joanna and the twins were fine, but Emily clearly looked like she hadn't had enough sleep, putting on a facade of a diligent daughter-in-law. The elders were known to sleep less, but Jeffrey had indulged in a few drinks last night and hadn't woken up yet. After exchanging morning greetings, Virginia went to wake the little ones, while Eric stepped outside the villa. The fog was heavy that day, making everything blurry just a few meters away. Perhaps due to the fog, the temperature didn't feel as low. Yet, the foggy countryside villa gave a sudden sense of being on an isolated island. Such weather wasn't suitable for running outside. Eric stood in the open courtyard, stretching his body. Jeffrey's 3 pit bulls had accepted this group over the past couple of days. Seeing him emerge from the villa, they eagerly popped out from their kennel, excitedly circling him, clearly wanting to go for a walk. This atmosphere is perfect for shooting a horror film. Chris's voice resonated behind him. Eric turned around and replied, Yeah, but that's just because we've lived in the city for too long. Most of the countryside is like this. Aside from a few coastal metropolitan areas, the population density in other parts of North America was actually very low. Many mid-sized inland towns only had 1,000 or 2,000 residents, and villages composed of 7 to 8 families were quite common. Chris chuckled as he joined Eric on an outdoor bench in the garden. I received an email from Boston last night. They've reached an agreement with several major record companies. We won't have to pay much at all. All we need to do is enhance our filtering and blocking of pirated music. Before the IPO, the prominent record companies, desperate to resolve litigation disputes while Yahoo was preparing for its IPO, had presented a series of harsh conditions regarding internet piracy lawsuits. This ultimately led Yahoo to abandon hopes of settling before going public. After Yahoo's IPO was a big success, those record companies quickly lost their bargaining power. They understood that, without the IPO's pressure, the likelihood of gaining an advantage through these drawn-out disputes was very low. Moreover, if they didn't strike a quick deal with Yahoo to crack down on internet piracy, the longer this dragged on, the worse it would be for the record industry. So their stance softened, and they quickly reached a settlement based on conditions agreed before Yahoo's IPO. While curtailing internet piracy might impact the sales of Firefly Electronics' MP3 player, it actually aligned with the fundamental interests of the entire industry, including Firefly Electronics. If the music industry faced a complete decline due to piracy, the motive to produce original music would vanish, thus shrinking the market for portable players significantly. That's why the major record companies lowered their tones and proposed a settlement, and Yahoo showed a very proactive attitude. Nevertheless, upon hearing Chris's words, Eric couldn't help but chuckle. Last night, did Emily not kick you out of the bedroom? After finishing the movie, it was already past 10 o'clock, and after socializing a bit longer, they all wandered off well past 11. While Eric often worked late into the night, he truly found it hard to imagine Chris checking emails after 11 on such an occasion. Chris shrugged. Emily had no reason to kick me out because she was also seated with her laptop. All right then. Eric laughed. Speaking of which, I still haven't seen the samples from this year's Victoria's Secret show. What's the editing progress like? The previous two Victoria's Secret shows had faced quality dips due to the compressed scheduling between the live show and TV broadcast. To remedy this, they extended the production time for this upcoming show, aiming to air it in early December. Chris shook his head. I'm not sure about that. You can ask Emily later. After chatting casually for a while, Joanna came from the villa, calling them to breakfast, and the two rose to head back inside. While they enjoyed that brief escape from work in the rural parts of Maryland, after only 3 days at Jeffrey's farm, they all had to leave on Sunday morning. Their private plane took off from the Frederick Airport and landed at Eric's private airport on Long Island. Chris and Emily headed straight for Manhattan with their son, while Eric first took the women and children back to East Hampton. He lingered there for half a day before returning to Los Angeles with Drew. Chapter 1077, A Popularity Overtaken. At Firefly Studios, Robert Pittman, the president of America Online, sat in the lounge area next to the floor-to-ceiling tempered glass wall on the second floor of Digital Domain Office. He gazed at the fiery clouds turning red in the sky, but felt no joy from the magnificent sunset view. A recent article where Eric had been interviewed by the New York Times sparked a global media frenzy, injecting a powerful adrenaline shot into the already inflated new tech industry. Even after more than a week, the influence of that interview had not faded. However, as one of the most important tech companies listed on NASDAQ, America Online should have benefited from the expose. Instead, Eric's comments during the interview led to chaos for the company. On the day Yahoo went public, America Online stock price had already taken a hit. Over the past week, influenced by the article, Yahoo's market value smoothly surpassed $100 billion, while America Online's valuation dropped sharply from its peak of $66.7 billion, currently sliding to around $60 billion. Unfortunately, that was not the worst of it. Eric had unexpectedly revealed in the interview that Firefly Group's Clover Fund held as much as 3.1% of America Online stock, sending the management and shareholders into a panic, affecting the ongoing merger negotiations between America Online and Time Warner. Despite being furious, America Online's executives had to confront the issue head-on. However, when Steve Case finally decided to reach out to Eric, the latter had suddenly vanished from the media spotlight. He not only left Manhattan but also did not return to Los Angeles, nor could anyone find him in London. When Steve called Firefly Group, he was informed that Mr. Williams is on vacation and does not wish to be disturbed, which starkly contrasted with any past dealings. Within the Firefly system, left with no choice, Steve awkwardly reached out to Yahoo's CEO Ian Gurney. Although he got word that Eric was in Maryland, he was warned not to disturb him. Steve had no other option but to comply. However, the moment he heard Eric had returned to Los Angeles, he sent his deputy, Robert Pittman, to fly overnight. As the orange and red clouds darkened, Robert glanced at his watch and was about to ask staff when Eric Williams would be finished for the day. Just then, he saw Eric stepping out of an office at the end of the hallway with a casually dressed middle-aged man. Robert hurried over. "Good afternoon, Mr. Williams," he said, his anxiety barely concealed as he remained polite. "Bob, just call me Eric," Eric replied with a smile, shaking Robert's hand. He then introduced, "This is Robert Byer, the visual effects supervisor for my current film." After Robert greeted Robert Byer, he added, "Eric, I've made a reservation at a restaurant nearby. How about we have dinner together?" Realizing Eric and Robert Pittman had business to discuss, Robert Byer excused himself. Once Byer was far enough, Eric told Pittman, "I have a cocktail party I need to attend later, so let's eat on the big boat next door." Robert, eager for a chance to discuss matters with Eric, didn't disagree. When they arrived at the restaurant on the big boat and had just seated themselves, Robert couldn't contain himself anymore and said, "Eric, America Online wants to buy back that 3.1% stake from Clover Fund. What do you think is a suitable offer?" Instead of responding to Robert's question, Eric noticed a striking waitress approaching directly to him, seemingly ignoring Robert. Her eager eyes inquired about his order. With a slight frown, Eric replied, "Get George over here. I have something to discuss with him." The waitress paused for a moment, realizing George must be George Waddling, the manager overseeing several restaurants aboard the big boat. Despite her confusion, she nodded and left. After a while, George arrived in a hurry, bowing respectfully. Mr. Williams, you called for me? Eric pointed to the waitress standing nearby, instructing, "Don't replace her again, or I'll replace you." George was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing that. Being able to frequently interact with significant figures in Hollywood, the restaurant and bar positions aboard Titanic, especially the internal restaurant solely serving Firefly Group's executives, were highly coveted among aspiring actors and actresses in Hollywood. Although Eric hadn't shown much interest in the staff over the years, quite a few lucky ones were indeed noticed by Hollywood heavyweights. Thus, although George was merely a standard manager in the lowest tier of Firefly Group's entertainment division, wielding substantial power over the personnel decisions for the waitstaff, he had become someone many sought to ingratiate themselves with. Hollywood was never short of beautiful women with stunning looks. If one wanted to work as a waitress on the big boat without extra favors, what was the chance? While he had to keep things discreet, George had enjoyed the company of several high-quality actresses, and under the auspices of connections, he had even secretly invested in a Hollywood talent agency. Every waitress in that internal restaurant had signed contracts with that agency. George had often wondered why Eric, who dined there frequently, had never shown interest in any of the waitresses. It seemed inconsistent with a big boss's character. Hearing Eric's casual remark now, he finally grasped the reason behind it. Hollywood had no fools, especially not someone like Eric. What could he say now? Should he convince the boss that he had never been involved with any of the waitresses in that internal restaurant? True, he had not. Having landed such an important position, George was undoubtedly sharp. If Eric or other executives from the group expressed interest in a particular girl only to realize she was already contracted with his agency, they might brush it off. But if these big shots discovered the girl they liked was a second-hand commodity that had been enjoyed by someone in advance, the consequences would be disastrous. Hollywood was rife with trades and desires. Eric wasn't a moral purist. His warning to George was merely a passing comment. He never intended to replace him. The dining services aboard the big boat were well managed, evident to Eric. Moreover, switching personnel wouldn't guarantee a change in the situation either. Looking at George, whose complexion had gone pale, Eric waved his hand impatiently, indicating for him to leave. He then called him back and instructed, "Get Kelly Haynes to personally recruit a few waitresses for this restaurant. I'm not concerned about the others, but I should not hear of any mess surrounding this place." George nodded eagerly, though a flicker of concern crossed his face, as he was not in a position to contact Eric's assistant office director directly. However, seeing that Eric had lost his patience, he dared not press further and quickly excused himself. If he couldn't reach out, he could always contact the heads of the exhibition hall or the top-tier operations department of the group, but he knew it wouldn't be without its difficulties. After dismissing George, Eric and Robert Pittman ordered dinner, and Eric continued, "So, we were talking about the stock you wanted to buy back from Clover Fund?" Robert attempted to put aside the earlier awkward moment, not daring to show annoyance. "Yes, Eric. And the reason?" Eric pressed, adding, "America Online stock has a lot of upside potential. I don't want to sell right now." Robert hesitated but pressed on, explaining, "Time Warner doesn't want Firefly Group to have a direct stake in the new company after our merger." Eric nodded, seeming to accept that reasoning. He then asked, "How's the negotiation progress on your end?" Understanding the need for transparency in front of Eric, Robert replied, "We've begun discussing the allocation of management responsibilities post-merger, and the audit of the balance sheet has also started. Tentatively, by next February at the latest, the merger proposal will be submitted to the SEC for review. Eric, if Firefly Group insists on holding on to that 3.1% stake, it may affect the SEC's stance." Eric reflected on that for a moment. If Robert's timeline was accurate, the merger between America Online and Time Warner was occurring a year earlier than in the previous timeline. While he didn't know the specific details, Eric was sure that the NASDAQ index, which had already crossed 2,600 points, was significantly higher than the historical trends. This indicated that the market had already deviated distinctly due to his influence. Such deviations would ultimately mean that the NASDAQ could not follow its previous pattern. He recalled that around 2000, the NASDAQ index had rushed from 3,000 to 5,000 points in just 4 months, a surge faster than the previous 4 years combined. At the more measured rise from 2,600 to 3,000 points, calculating it at a rate of 100 points per month would yield just 8 months' time before 5,000 points, a trajectory set to reach July next year, coinciding with the fulfillment deadline of that 30% long-term equity transaction contract between Yahoo and Microsoft. However, Microsoft had a 3-month hesitation period to decide whether to go through with the agreement and to what extent. This certainly posed a challenge. Once the Nasdaq crashed, Yahoo's stock price would likely plummet far more than Microsoft's. Although he understood that the specific movements of the Nasdaq index wouldn't be so straightforward, the chances for an early collapse next year seemed high. So that they wouldn't be disadvantageous to Microsoft, the index would need to hold until at least October next year. However, such an outcome was uncertain. Historically, one trigger for the Nasdaq crash was Microsoft's defeat in its antitrust case. Eric's favorable remarks toward Microsoft during the New York Times interview weren't merely a spur-of-the-moment gesture. He aimed for the Department of Justice's investigation into Microsoft's antitrust case to prolong and ideally fizzle out. Thinking it over, without the igniting incident of Microsoft's antitrust loss, it was possible that given the future craziness of the Nasdaq, a surge to 6,000 points was also plausible. Of course, it wouldn't be surprising if the index collapsed under other triggers before hitting 5,000 either. The current situation with America Online represented a very unstable factor. Although Eric had relinquished his position on the America Online board and ceased to meddle in its management, his concerns meant he wouldn't completely release his grip on America Online. As he quickly sorted through this information in his mind, Eric turned to Robert Pittman and stated, "I've said before that I won't do anything detrimental to America Online, as it would also harm Firefly's interests. Although Firefly has already sold most of its shares in America Online, you can see our holding stands at 10.7%. Therefore, my earlier promise still stands. As for you wanting to buy back the shares from Clover Fund, I can't agree, but not right now." Robert Pittman's face fell, tinged with desperation as he requested, "Eric, you should understand our predicament. This is a critical phase in the negotiations between America Online and Time Warner. Aren't you saying the SEC review won't be until next February?" Eric remained firm. "You can tell Steve and Time Warner that next February, if you still insist on reclaiming those shares, I could sell them to you. But the price must reflect the market at that time." While the stock price had seen fluctuations, everyone understood that this was temporary. As the trading week commenced, following the media hype's cool down, Yahoo's stock began showing obvious signs of a correction. Comparatively, America Online stock, which was dominating the North American internet service provider sector, would surely trend upward as well. Come February next year, reclaiming those shares from Clover Fund would undoubtedly cost America Online much more. Yet, looking at Eric's steadfast stance, Robert Pittman had no choice but to face reality. They continued dining while discussing details, and to reassure America Online, Eric agreed to draft an intent letter for the equity transfer. After dinner, Robert Pittman hurriedly departed, and Eric made his way to the hillside mansion of Amy Pascal in North Santa Monica to attend the cocktail party she was hosting. Chapter 1078, Observing. In the wealthy neighborhood of Mountain View Estates, located in the northern part of Santa Monica, Eric's car pulled up outside an extravagant mansion. As he exited the vehicle, Amy Pascal and her husband Bernard Weinraub greeted him. "Good evening, Amy and Bernard," Eric said as he shared a quick hug with Amy Pascal and shook hands with Bernard Weinraub. He smiled and explained to Amy, "Drew mentioned she had other commitments tonight and wouldn't be able to make it. She should have filled you in." Amy nodded in understanding. "Eric, let's go inside." Originally, the girl was supposed to attend with Eric, but an event like a cocktail party focused on business was completely different from their usual entertainment gatherings. With quieter music and no dancing crowd, everyone was strictly there to discuss business. She lost interest quickly and, upon receiving an invitation for a year-end celebration from her girlfriends, she playfully bailed on Eric after a few flirty phone calls. After spending most of the past month traveling between London and New York, Eric couldn't avoid these events now that he was back in Los Angeles. It was already November 30th, a Monday. MGM's major end-of-year film, Mission: Impossible 3, had just completed its second weekend of screenings. having been meticulously managed by MGM, the spy movie universe. After a few years of development, Mission Impossible 3 had become a massive success without any surprises. In its first week alone, it grossed $115.35 million across over 3,200 screens nationwide. With positive reviews buoying its reputation, the film's box office only struggled with a 37% dip in its second weekend, pulling in another $47.23 million. Within just 10 days of its release, Mission Impossible 3 had accumulated a total gross of $162.58 million. As Eric and Amy entered their luxurious mansion, they shared a few teasing remarks about the uproar from a New York Times interview, before Amy shifted the conversation to the movies. What surprised me most is Ted. I saw the numbers this morning. Its total box office surpassed $160 million, only $1 million less than Mission Impossible 3. Hollywood is bound to see a lot of interest in other toy adaptations soon. Ted had premiered a week before Mission Impossible 3, and in its opening week, the movie secured an impressive $88.65 million at the box office. This animated feature that combined motion capture and live action was truly eye-opening in terms of both content and box office performance. Despite facing competition from Mission Impossible 3, Ted's box office only dipped 43% in its second week, earning another $49.19 million. Through the recently past weekend, Ted's box office drop shrank again to just 31%, bringing in $23.49 million, totaling $161.33 million. Though it had a one-week head start, Ted's numbers still remarkably matched those of Mission Impossible 3, astounding many people in the industry. After all, Ted's production budget had only been $50 million, so the 2.5-week haul of over $160 million at the North American box office was sufficient for Firefly to recoup all production and marketing costs, with later box office returns and various merchandising bringing in almost pure profit for the company. In comparison, Mission Impossible 3 was produced with a budget of $150 million, and the promotional efforts on both films were incomparable. While the eventual profits from Mission Impossible 3 were guaranteed to surpass those of Ted, considering the countless resources MGM poured into it, the film was unlikely to rake in money as easily as Ted did. The three of them walked through the villa toward the backyard, with Eric joking, "With these alternative genres, it's fine to produce one or two occasionally. But if there's an oversaturation, audiences will tire of it pretty quickly. I'm contemplating whether to greenlight a sequel to Ted soon." Bernard Weinraub chimed in. "With such an interesting premise, audiences will definitely be eager to see a sequel." With that, they arrived at the backyard. The spacious courtyard, roughly 1,000 square meters, was well lit but quiet, with about 40 to 50 guests scattered around, chatting in groups. Though Eric's arrival drew everyone's attention, in such a formal cocktail party setting, people didn't swarm to greet him. Instead, a few guests subtly maneuvered to cross paths with Eric in hopes of chatting for a moment. Within the backyard, Bernard and Eric exchanged a brief greeting before he excused himself to mingle with other guests. Amy and Eric went to grab drinks and began introducing some guests to each other. "Eric, this is Kevin Williamson," Amy introduced warmly, leading Eric to a man in his 30s wearing a dark plaid suit. "Kevin was just telling me about his latest screenplay idea. Maybe you'd like to hear it." Kevin Williamson was indeed the writer of the Scream series. Though Eric had grown accustomed to the various names in Hollywood, he found the surname similarities between Williamson and Williams peculiar, akin to Hansen and Hans. While Williamson became notable for the Scream series, he clearly understood Eric's influence and status in Hollywood as he respectfully shook Eric's hand. After some pleasantries, he started detailing his script idea. "Mr. Williams, here's the story, and lives in a dull, old-fashioned town. Her biggest dream is to earn a full scholarship to college and escape this place. However, as she approaches graduation, she faces severe scrutiny from her strict history teacher. During an exam, her teacher, Ms. Tingle, suspects her of cheating and keeps pressing the issue. If she's branded a cheater, and scholarship could disappear. So, she attempts to talk it over with Ms. Tingle, but their conversation unexpectedly escalates into chaos. A mishap leads to her kidnapping her history teacher. This spirals further, forcing and to hide this from her family, friends, and the investigators who come looking. Eric listened patiently to Kevin Williamson's rough outline before asking, "Kevin, what genre are you positioning this film in?" After a moment of consideration, Williamson replied, "It's a thriller with some teen horror elements." A smile surfaced on Eric's face. "So, Kevin, you're clearly aware of your strengths, but that also seems to be a limitation for you. I must admit, it's an excellent idea, a surprising kidnapping and the ensuing cover-up. Yet, upon further thought, this concept seems more suited for a dark comedy. Just imagine some of the scenarios. They're filled with comedy-filled dramatic conflicts." Once Eric finished, he noticed Williamson deep in thought and decided to leave it at that. Being able to offer a few insights into Kevin Williamson's script was acknowledgement of the success he'd brought MGM with the Scream series. Whether or not Williamson moves forward from here, or whether he's willing to, was outside Eric's consideration. Since the Scream series established Williamson's fame, he hadn't had many notable films afterward aside from I Know What You Did Last Summer, which had only seen moderate success. His latest film, also written by Williamson, was the simultaneous release with Ted, the college horror film titled The Faculty, budgeted at $30 million. It served as Columbia Pictures' flagship for year-end, but it had only earned around $26 million so far, dwarfed by Ted's $160 million. With box office returns far below expectations, Columbia had scrapped overseas distribution plans and decided to sell off the rights instead. After separating from Williamson, Amy slowed her pace by the poolside and remarked, "Kevin just mentioned he hopes to direct this film personally. You've seen The Faculty, right?" Eric shook his head slightly. Kevin has completely lost his direction. If he can't settle down and step away from the Scream influence to evolve, he'll be quickly forgotten in Hollywood when his popularity fades. Amy looked hesitant. "What about this film?" Eric smiled. "You all decide. It's a small production anyway, so it won't impact much. But if Kevin has no breakthrough projects in the future, there's really no need to collaborate again." From Kevin Williamson's description, Eric understood the film's budget wouldn't be high and would likely stay under $15 million. MGM wouldn't approach it like Sony had with their low-budget horror films, letting the budget quietly inflate to $30 million. Considering the clout of Kevin Williamson, who created the Scream series, directing this movie, the possibility of significant losses seemed low. However, if Williamson were to shoot in line with the script's described style, a film devoid of horror, gore, or humor, its box office potential would be nearly zero. Hollywood was filled with personal relationships, but its elimination rules were equally ruthless. Even once thriving directors, actors, or writers would quickly be discarded or forgotten in Hollywood after a few consecutive failures. By the way, Chris is here too. We're discussing whether to prepare The Real Housewives of New York or Manhattan next. Can you help us decide?" Amy added. Just as Eric was about to cross over to where Kris Jenner was standing with Amy, Penelope Cruz gracefully approached in a low-cut burgundy dress, raising her glass. "Hi, Eric." Both holding drinks, Eric merely shook Penelope's hand. "Good evening, Penny. Are you here all by yourself?" With a hint of mischief in her eyes, Penelope replied, "Kate and Charlize both have their own things going on." "You misunderstand me," Eric said, with a smile, lifting his arm slightly. "I meant, I also just came alone." Penelope understood immediately and playfully draped her arm around Eric's. Seeing Eric and Penelope engaged in a conversation, Amy gestured toward Kris Jenner and walked away to join her. Eric and Penelope lingered by the pool, their low chatter flowing comfortably. Then Eric suddenly remembered something else. "By the way, what's your sister up to lately? I ran into her last year in New York, and we spoke briefly. During a Fashion Week party in New York last year, Eric met Monica Cruz and had promised to introduce her to a few films, though he quickly forgot after their meeting. Now reminiscing brought a touch of embarrassment. He wondered if she had held any grudges. Reluctantly, Penelope answered, "She landed a recurring role in the new season of Dark Angel." Eric nodded. "That's the sci-fi series Jim is producing. That's a great opportunity." Penelope quietly agreed. Sensing Eric wasn't pushing further, she felt relieved. After chatting for a while, Eric took Penelope over to where Amy and Chris were discussing the development of new reality series spin-offs from MGM's cable channels. After some more mingling among the crowd, Eric finally managed to send the charming Latina off, and he and Amy resumed their earlier conversation about Mission Impossible 3. Based on the current box office trends, Mission Impossible 3's North American potential seems to lie between $260 million to $280 million, about $40 million less than Charlie's Angels 3 released during summer. Overseas, it should bring in around $600 million to $700 million, also lower than Charlie's Angels 3 and last year's Casino Royale. Final global box office wouldn't likely exceed $900 million, and breaking the $1 billion mark seems unlikely. When Amy discussed this, her tone carried a hint of regret. The previous entries in the spy movie universe, Casino Royale and Charlie's Angels 3, both surpassed the $1 billion mark globally, and MGM had poured significant resources into Mission Impossible 3 but failed to replicate that success. Indeed, if other studio executives in Hollywood heard Amy's disappointment over a film that could gross nearly $900 million, they might be on the verge of tears. Unquestionably, the once premier franchise, Mission Impossible, was now eclipsed in popularity and box office by both the Bond and Charlie's Angels franchises. Once Amy finished speaking, Eric remarked, "I also reviewed the analysis report from the distribution department. This sequel marks the first collaboration between Ethan Hunt and Bond, yet audience reactions to these two top agents teaming up seem less enthusiastic than previous male-female duo combinations. Moving forward, we can make adjustments in this regard. But I haven't seen Kevin Costner. Isn't he in Los Angeles?" "Kevin flew to Japan for promotions," Amy replied. "But he's likely just keeping an eye on things, intentionally avoiding us." Eric looked puzzled. "Keeping an eye?" Amy nodded. "Kevin's agent has been dragging their feet on negotiations for the sequel's compensation. They're likely waiting to see how The Fast and the Furious performs at the box office next." Chapter 1079 cover of Vanity Fair. Chapter 1079 cover of Vanity Fair. As soon as Amy said that, Eric instantly understood. Being a peripheral spin-off of the spy movie universe, the box office success of the first film in the Fast and Furious series, in the eyes of many, would determine whether MGM could move away from its reliance on 3 major series and continue the spy movie universe. If this attempt with Fast and Furious failed, there was no doubt that MGM would greatly increase its dependence on those 3 series. Kevin Costner naturally believed that MGM would no longer be as strong in the salary negotiations for the next Mission Impossible film as it had been for the previous 2. It seems that people still don't understand that Hollywood is no longer what it was 10 years ago. Eric said this while gazing past the railing in front of him. The view split by the coastline presented one half as the brilliantly lit Los Angeles city and the other half as the dark, quiet sea, resembling 2 distinctly different worlds, heaven and hell, a thin line in between. Amy noticed the intense focus in Eric's eyes and looked over, realizing something. The Hollywood of 10 years ago had been dominated by Michael Ovitz, the founder of CAA, who stood atop the power rankings of Hollywood. With the global film market's overall recovery, it was also a time when Hollywood stars shone the brightest. The pay for top stars not only kept increasing, but even just an agent could confidently walk into the offices of big studio executives with an air of superiority to negotiate terms. Over the years, Hollywood had been conquering territories around the world, continuously increasing its market share. However, although star salaries kept rising, the actual standing of stars in Hollywood had been gradually diminishing due to the rise of high-budget special effect films and 3D animated movies, coupled with the intensifying competition among the major Hollywood agencies. Amy, part of the Hollywood executive generation that grew up when CAA reigned supreme, was inevitably influenced by the long-standing rules and found herself somewhat intimidated and accommodating when faced with the top stars in Hollywood. At this moment, feeling Eric's strong resolve behind his simple words, and recalling what he had said a few months prior after the release of Charlie's Angels 3, "We are the masters of Hollywood," Amy felt a slight sense of shame. Indeed, with the current power of the Firefly system in Hollywood, if they couldn't secure a favorable position with the stars, it would seem Quite a failure. Eric finished the drink in his cup, not hearing a response from Amy. Turning to look at her, he seemed to understand what she was thinking and nodded, saying, "That's right. $20 million or $10 million with a 10% net profit split. That's the highest pay condition for the Firefly system moving forward. Even if Fast and Furious fails, Kevin Costner will only have these two options, or he can choose to break off with us, and then we can unite the powers of Firefly, Fox, MGM, and Columbia to kick him out of Hollywood. I already made my stance clear 2 years ago regarding the Bond series, and 2 years later, I wouldn't mind making that clear again with a billion-dollar blockbuster. Starting now, we set the rules." Finally coming back to herself, Amy nodded slightly, saying, "Eric, I understand." Then it's settled. Eric casually placed the empty cup on the railing. "I'll head back now. See you next time." After saying this, Eric found Penelope among the crowd, said goodbye to some guests at the party, and left the mansion with Amy and her husband personally seeing him off. The black luxury car glided smoothly along the mountain road. Sensing the feline grace of the woman beside him, Eric lifted Penelope's delicate face for a kiss and suddenly proposed. "Let's call Monica. We'll pick her up and have breakfast together tomorrow." When Penelope heard this, she froze momentarily. When she had just entered Hollywood, she had contemplated those thoughts to secure her footing. However, thanks to the Charlie's Angels series, she had become one of the top-tier A-list actresses in Hollywood, and theoretically, she no longer needed to accommodate anyone. To secure her position, she had even thought of sending her sister back to Spain on more than one occasion. Yet, hearing the man beside her, she realized she found it hard to resist. Executives at Hollywood studios, even at the top of the 7 major companies, were merely working for others. They had to be exceptionally polite and respectful to her. But this man before her was nearly the king of Hollywood. Could she really refuse the king? "Eric," she called out, her tone pleading. When she saw the resolute expression on his face, Penelope had no choice but to pull out her phone from her handbag and dial her sister's number. Upon waking up in the morning, he was greeted by the sight of the 2 Spanish sisters embracing one another in sleep. Their long, thick hair appeared a bit disheveled, and their delicate necks, exposed under the thin blanket, bore faint marks, resembling a pair of intertwined roses that had weathered a storm, vibrant yet alluringly tempting. Perhaps sensing Eric's gaze, Monica Cruz stirred awake, locking eyes with him. Realizing she was hugging her sister and recalling what had happened last night, her expression turned bashful. Unsure of how to act, she kept her posture and greeted the man softly. "Good morning, Eric." "Morning," Eric said, lightly tracing her delicate face with his finger before restraining his surging desires, and added, "You can sleep a bit longer. I'll go prepare breakfast." Monica lacked the courage to get up with Eric. She nodded lightly, her bright eyes timidly watching him get dressed. As the week from November 27th to December 3rd passed, the Thanksgiving holiday rolled to a close. The festive atmosphere remained strong, but most people still had to continue to work until Christmas, leading to a brief cooling-off period in the North American box office market over the following 2 weeks. In the Nasdaq market, Yahoo's stock price finally ceased its rapid rise after its second week of trading and entered a phase of steady correction, occasionally experiencing slight drops. However, its market value stayed above $100 billion. America Online also started to recover gradually after a tumultuous period. Meanwhile, the entire Nasdaq index continued its slow climb, buoying the overall tech stock market. In Hollywood, with the popular first phase of the year winding down, the series of films released during the Thanksgiving holiday had largely settled. Mission: Impossible 3 led the Thanksgiving weekend box office, while Ted continued its surprising success. Other films like Star Trek, Insurrection, The Faculty, You've Got Mail, and Patch Adams garnered some attention, but they all paled in comparison to the success of Mission: Impossible 3 and Ted. With Thanksgiving behind, the Christmas film lineup entered its final promotional push. However, many believe that there was no suspense for this year's Christmas season. The upcoming release of Star Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Menace had attracted the attention of movie fans across the United States, and indeed the world. Though MGM's spy movie universe glimmered with 2 blockbuster hits this year, few doubted that once Star Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Menace was released, it would effortlessly reclaim its glory. Yet, even in the face of competition from the Star Wars series, it was clear that Hollywood studios wouldn't pass on the entire season. After all, even if Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace earned $100 million every week for the last 2 weeks of the year, it would only take home $200 million in total. The entire December box office could reach at least $500 million, meaning other Hollywood films would have a share of the remaining $300 million. Thus, under the shadow of Star Wars, to capture more attention and gain more box office revenue, everyone pulled out all the stops in promotion. To avoid Star Wars brilliance, the release of the first Fast and Furious was set for January 1st of the following year. The official holiday in the U.S. typically lasted until the week after New Year's Day, and the youth demographic had even more extended winter breaks, placing this still within the holiday range. Although the timing was favorable and backed by the spy movie universe's shine, the marketing for Fast and Furious was relentless. On the morning of December 4th, in Eric's office at Firefly Studios, Caroline's foot injury had nearly healed. However, she was forcibly taken back to England by Rachel a few days ago, planning to return after Christmas, which Eric allowed without hesitation. Thus, Marissa Mayer still remained by his side during this period. Eric, all the materials you needed to review are here. Also, these are the interview invitations from various major media we received last week, along with some party invitations. Additionally, this is what you wanted: the resumes of the applicants for the waitstaff at the main restaurant on the cruise ship. We have narrowed it down to 10 candidates, Marissa said, pausing briefly before continuing. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. Eric watched his assistant's cold facial expression as she moved to leave and called out to her, tapping his fingers on the table lightly, saying, "Come here." Marissa Mayer hesitated and moved closer to the edge of the desk. Seeing Eric's unwavering gaze fixed on her, she reluctantly walked around the desk, her eyes beginning to shy away, justifying, "Eric, I still have work to do." Eric spun around in his chair, took hold of the waist of his assistant, who was dressed in her professional outfit, and pulled her closer, softly saying, "I've always been curious about what Cindy and the others did to you that night." Standing in front of Eric, feeling the man's presence, Marissa felt strangely like a little rabbit caught beneath a tiger's paws, weak and vulnerable. She stammered, "And nothing much." Eric wasn't about to let her off easily. He prodded, "Did they kiss you?" Marissa's eyes widened as she recalled certain images from that night and hurriedly shook her head, saying, of course not. Come on, you're stuttering and saying no?" Eric laughed. "So how did they kiss you?" "Really, there was nothing," Marissa whispered, attempting to step back. However, Eric's hands were lightly resting on her waist, and she felt her body weaken completely, making it impossible to escape. She was being truthful that night. Although she saw many intimate moments, the Victoria's Secret angels didn't reach out with their claws toward her as Eric's close assistant. "So what really happened?" Eric replied gently, jokingly adding, "Although the Ice Queen persona is nice, I don't want to feel like I forgot to pay you your salary every day." "Eric, really, it's nothing. I just feel..." Marissa hesitated for a moment before mustering, "I just feel too far from your world." Eric understood the sentiment and chuckled, shaking his head. "Why are you thinking such nonsensical things? This isn't the Marissa Mayer I know, who is sharp, competent, and ambitious." Upon expressing her feelings, Marissa immediately regretted it and stood feeling at a loss before Eric. Looking at her expression, Eric applied a little pressure, and Marissa, already weak in body, fell into his arms. After momentarily kissing her softly on the lips, Eric let her go, looking at the dazed woman in his arms, saying, "Now, the distance between us is 0. If you feel it's still not enough, we can discuss negative distance contact when you have time." Marissa Mayer felt her thoughts drift, and hearing Eric's last words, she reluctantly squirmed but didn't manage to rise, burying her face in his chest, saying softly, "Eric, you're such a jerk." I've grown used to women complimenting me like this." Eric lightly laughed. "So, do you feel a little better?" After a moment of silence, Marissa quietly replied affirmatively. "Then don't do this in the future, or I'll send you off to star as the Snow Queen." "If I became a star, I wouldn't be your assistant." "That's not certain." Even if you become a star, if I want you back, you'd have to return to be my assistant. No way. As they continued whispering, the office door was gently knocked on a few times, and Marissa Mayer shot up like a startled rabbit. She quickly turned around, tidying her slightly disheveled clothing. Mr. Williams. The secretary opened the door and noticed what was happening behind the desk, but kept her composure, slightly blocking the door, before saying, Miss Barrymore and Miss Paltrow are here. Drew outside felt that the secretary's actions seemed a little strange, but she quickly bypassed her and walked into Eric's office with Gwyneth Paltrow. Noticing Marissa Mayer standing at the side of Eric's desk, busy organizing documents, the girl didn't think much of it. Even if she saw something, she wouldn't care. However, Gwyneth Paltrow couldn't help but glance at Marissa Mayer a couple of times. Eric shifted back into a seated position, looking at the girl and Gwyneth opposite him. What brings you here all of a sudden? Is there something you need? The girl directly took a magazine out of her handbag and pushed it toward Eric with a smile, saying, the new issue of Vanity Fair. I wanted you to take a look at the cover. Chapter 1080, Promotion. Eric merely glanced at the Vanity Fair magazine that Drew handed over, immediately recognizing the cover featuring Gwyneth's photo, a body graffiti portrait adorned with various horror movie symbols. It was evident that this was a piece he had whimsically created at a party at Kate Hudson's place. On the magazine cover's keyword section, bold letters clearly stated, a work by Eric Williams. He flipped to the related feature page, skimming through it. Aside from an interview with Gwyneth, the rest was largely promotional fluff for The Fast and the Furious, where Gwyneth replaced the original Jordana Brewster as Dominic's sister, Mia. However, unlike the graffiti on all the other girls that night, Gwyneth's iconic Williams handprint was stamped right on her chest, and she wasn't wearing a bra. This was certainly a detail that could easily spark a conversation. But since the person involved didn't seem to mind, Eric naturally didn't care. He put down the magazine and laughed. Isn't it a bit late to show me this now that it's published? I knew you'd agree, so I let them go ahead and do it, the girl said with her usual cheerful demeanor. After Marissa Mayer left the office, she dashed around the desk and jumped into Eric's arms, then pressed her little nose to him with a playful gotcha expression before getting back to business. Vin Diesel, Paul Walker, and that Kristanna Loken are just rookies. The actors really had no buzz, so they had to rely on Kate. In the cast of The Fast and the Furious, aside from Gwyneth Paltrow, who had starred in some low-budget indie films, everyone else could be considered Hollywood novices. Even Vin Diesel, who was initially supposed to have a minor role in Saving Private Ryan, had remained under the radar due to historical changes. MGM higher-ups had raised objections to this more than once, and even submitted a list of famous Hollywood actors willing to lower their fees to sign onto the franchise. After all, while MGM had been the paymaster for the major series in the spy universe, it was only a fraction compared to the explosive global box office for the 3 series. When reckoned closely, the pay for a few leads equaled that of Hollywood's A-list. Therefore, following Hollywood's traditional view, Eric's choice of rookies to star in the first spin-off of the spy universe was almost reckless. Without a connection to the spy universe, the cast of The Fast and the Furious wouldn't have attracted any audience attention at all. As long as Gwyneth is willing, that's all that matters, Eric said as he held the girl snugly in his arms, looking over at Gwyneth. How was your Thanksgiving? It's been ages since Thanksgiving, Gwyneth teased lightly, concealing her envy for Drew leaning against Eric. Eric, are you free lately? We're hosting a party at my place. Sorry, but I'm swamped. Eric shook his head regretfully. I'm so busy, I'm practically flying. After a brief chat, Eric remembered a mountain of documents waiting to be reviewed, so he patted the girl in his lap. All right, I have work to do. You can take Gwyneth home. The girl didn't linger too long. She leaned in and kissed Eric on the lips before standing up. I'll take off then. We have a meeting to attend later. Watching them leave the office, Eric turned his attention back to the pile of paperwork on the desk. Marissa Mayer had just placed some hiring documents for servers at the Big Ship's internal restaurant on top, and Eric casually grabbed it to skim through, unable to resist smiling. As he studied the candidates' profiles of the girls, he could easily envision Kelly's exasperated expression or Marissa Mayer's subtle resentment. Compared to the original waitstaff's appearances, these 10 candidates were pretty average in looks. For example, one girl caught his eye. She had round features with red hair and blue eyes, a hint of resolve at the corners of her eyes, and skin fair enough to align with Eric's aesthetic preferences. He took a pencil and marked a few details on the profile, selecting 3 more girls before setting the documents aside to focus on other work. In the first week of December, the British biopic Elizabeth, jointly produced by New Line and the UK's working title company, had officially opened on over 500 screens in North America. As the lead actress, Cate Blanchett had already made a strong impression with her debut in Casino Royale, which helped Elizabeth garner significantly more popularity than the original version. Moreover, as an actress raised on Shakespearean drama, Cate's performance in Elizabeth was simply stunning. With rave reviews from critics and media alike, the film scored $5.69 million at the North American box office during its opening weekend, with a per-screen average exceeding $10,000. At this rate, the film was poised to surpass $8 million by the end of its first week. As an indie film relying on a small-scale, long-run release strategy, Elizabeth's performance was decidedly remarkable. Considering that the previous year's Miramax production of The English Patient, which had a similar release scale, had only earned just over $4 million during the same period. Simultaneously, Elizabeth became a frontrunner for Hollywood's awards season. On the other hand, Eric had paid little mind to the Vanity Fair cover, yet it stirred a reaction far beyond anyone's expectations. The day Drew showed Eric the sample magazine was actually the day before its official release. The next day, the new issue of Vanity Fair hit the stands and immediately caught the attention of countless media outlets. Despite the graffiti covering it, Gwyneth's photo arguably counted as a topless shot. Vanity Fair had always maintained a fairly risque cover scale, so this wasn't entirely out of the ordinary. What ultimately grabbed everyone's attention was Gwyneth's iconic Williams handprint stamped on her chest. Of course, Vanity Fair wouldn't disclose the term Williams handprint, nor would Gwyneth and Drew when they used this portrait for the cover. However, because it was a work by Eric Williams himself, and fresh off a wave of New York Times interviews, any news related to Eric garnered immense attention. Thus, while getting reprint rights proved difficult, every detail in the cover photo ignited countless discussions. Whether out of boredom or actual interest, a Yahoo forum user analyzed each horror movie symbol on Gwyneth's body, focusing specifically on that handprint. They claimed that upon zooming in, they had discovered distinct palm prints that were easily identifiable. This meant that the handprint wasn't merely painted on. Someone had pressed their hand directly onto her. With hands in that sensitive spot, wasn't that juicy enough? Not knowing the intricate details of the photo shoot, the user openly called out the girl on the forum. "Drew Barrymore, take a look. Your boyfriend's handprint is on your best friend's chest." Including Vanity Fair, virtually all media outlets were equally clueless about the complete story behind this graffiti portrait, but they very much understood the close friendship between Drew and Gwyneth, and though aware of Eric's Playboy reputation, they quickly reacted as if they had stumbled upon something scandalous. After all, stealing a best friend's boyfriend certainly wasn't appropriate behavior. Originally, the intention behind releasing this portrait was to promote the upcoming The Fast and the Furious. MGM didn't want the media to steer the conversation towards scandalous news. Thus, Drew quickly took the forefront to clarify the matter, posting a photo of her own graffiti portrait from that night on her rarely used Yahoo blog, along with several explanations. Seeing the graffiti symbols depicting Eric Williams' signature style, the media quickly dropped their fixation on Gwyneth. After all, this could be called art. It's natural for an artist to have some intimate contact with their work. However, the image Drew published sparked another media frenzy. Nothing ever remained secret for long, and soon a Hollywood newspaper broke the news that this was Eric Williams' work from a graffiti party, where he had left various fun-themed graffiti marks on several girls. If one set aside the scandalous connotations, as the most renowned director in Hollywood, and given the artistic skills and standards portrayed in the 2 existing graffiti portraits, Eric's collection immediately caught the attention of numerous media publishers. Condé Nast, the parent company of Vanity Fair, quickly contacted Gwyneth and Drew, offering $1 million to acquire the rights to publish their graffiti portraits. After being turned down, they raised the offer to $2 million. At the same time, Many media publishers began to inquire about the girls who attended the party that night. They believed that, while Eric had personally painted the graffiti, since it was the girls' portraits, the copyright naturally belonged to them. They couldn't believe that other girls would have the same ability to turn down a $2 million offer as Gwyneth and Drew. While several girls were quickly uncovered, unfortunately, Eric had only done graffiti on a handful, just Drew, Gwyneth, and Kate Hudson among a few. Most only had the Williams handprint as Eric's work on them. The other girls' sketches could not compare to Eric's artistic creations. Moreover, after privately chatting with everyone, none of the girls in attendance were so tactless as to sell their graffiti portraits to the publishers. Meanwhile, MGM's PR department didn't sit idle either. They swiftly utilized this portrait incident to hype up The Fast and the Furious. As a spin-off of the spy universe, The Fast and the Furious had already garnered intense attention from core fans of the spy film franchise. However, this devoted fanbase clearly wasn't enough. Capturing the interest of a wider audience was vital for ensuring significant box office potential. As a strategy beyond the graffiti portrait incident to generate buzz, MGM quickly linked Kevin Costner's ongoing contract negotiations for the Mission Impossible series with The Fast and the Furious. They emphasized Kevin Costner's contemplative stance regarding the series as well as the many potential repercussions for the entire MGM spy universe if The Fast and the Furious underperformed at the box office. Following these operations, amid the frenzy of anticipation for the upcoming Star Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Menace at the end of December, The Fast and the Furious finally established its own recognition. At the Firefly Cinema, inside the restaurant aboard the big ship, Eric walked in with New Line's CEO Kenneth Horn. After they sat down, a fair-skinned red-haired waitress approached with the menus and respectfully asked, "Mr. Williams, and this gentleman, would you like anything to eat?" "I'll just have my usual," Eric replied, handing the menu back. He smiled at the girl before him. "Amy, what's it like working here?" The red-haired, blue-eyed girl with a round face in front of him was named Amy Adams. Eric had recognized her instantly from the stack of potential waitstaff candidates and couldn't help but marvel at the twists of fate. Amy Adams felt as if her recent experiences were somewhat dreamlike. Though considered one of Hollywood's aspiring girls, she had only recently moved to Los Angeles 2 years prior, and unlike other girls still caught up in dreams of fame, 24-year-old Amy had long released such unrealistic hopes. Growing up in a single-parent household, she had been working as a waitress, a line of work with little future, since graduating high school at 18. Only weeks ago had she been waitressing in a Hollywood restaurant, and while she had always aimed to make it as an actress, she was acutely aware of her modest potential for fame. In her 2 years in Los Angeles, auditions had come to fewer opportunities than she could count on one hand. To land this coveted job that was a dream for many Hollywood hopefuls was completely unexpected. Not long ago, she had stumbled across a somewhat vague ad for high-end restaurant waitstaff in the newspaper. The generous pay threw her into a state of intrigue. So, she swiftly submitted her experienced waitress resume to the address listed in the ad. Until she ultimately secured the job, Amy Adams never expected that she would be working on this big ship in the Firefly Studios. Chapter 1081, Forceful Public Relations. At that moment, Amy Adams felt a rush of being pleasantly surprised when Eric greeted her. They had only exchanged a few brief words a few days earlier when she had just started her job. Amy was well aware of what the name Eric Williams meant in Hollywood. Even though she sensed Eric's attitude toward her was a bit different during their first encounter, she never imagined Eric would even remember her name. "It's, like I'm dreaming," Amy stammered, nervously hugging the menu that Eric had just handed back to her. She couldn't help but stare at the man in front of her as she said, "Mr. Williams, I've always been a fan of yours." Kenneth Horn patiently waited for his boss to finish chatting with the waitress before ordering his lunch. Watching Amy leave with a still dazed look, he couldn't help but smile knowingly, complimenting, "She has a unique pair of eyes." "Indeed," Eric replied with a nod and a smile. In reality, Amy's eyes weren't conventionally beautiful, but the way they shifted from light blue to deep green under different lighting left a lasting impression. After a few casual exchanges, Kenneth quickly transitioned the conversation back to work. Before they knew it, It was Monday, December 14th. Just past the weekend, the Firefly Group's last film release of 1998, The Waterboy, had hit North American theaters. Although Adam Sandler's previous release, The Wedding Singer, had successfully grossed over $100 million during the Easter window, the company held little expectation for The Waterboy, which bore some resemblance to elements from Forrest Gump, as many found its storyline somewhat silly. However, the reality was that North American audiences genuinely loved Adam Sandler's goofy, sweet, and romantic style. Over the three-day opening weekend, the film earned an impressive $33.91 million at the North American box office, far exceeding New Line's initial projections. Based on its opening weekend performance, the film was projected to gross around $50 million in its first week, which was enough to recoup its $23 million production cost. With a $50 million opening, the movie seemed poised to surpass $100 million in the box office during the subsequent hot Christmas weeks, especially since Star Wars Episode I, The Phantom Menace, no matter how popular, could not monopolize the entire market. In contrast, Paramount Pictures simultaneously released 2D animated film, Mulan, took in just $22.75 million over its opening weekend across more than 2,800 theaters, over $10 million less than The Waterboy, while Mulan's production budget exceeded $70 million, more than triple that of The Waterboy. Reactions from critics and audiences to the animated film could only be described as average. Meanwhile, the industry was beginning to realize that, after a string of blockbuster 3D animated films, the 2D animated feature seemed to be fading from the mainstream. Eric, however, had little mind to focus on Paramount's animation ventures. Following the finalization of Firefly Group's annual release plans, everyone was astonished to find that what they had initially believed to be a downturn for Firefly Group's film business had turned out to be completely unexpected. The turnaround was largely attributed to several under-budget surprise hits from New Line Cinema. The most surprising among them was, of course, The Ring, which created a phenomenon in horror cinema and continued showing in North America until the end of November. It had a theatrical run lasting over 4 months, earning a staggering $286 million, landing it in second place on the 1998 North American box office charts, trailing only Charlie's Angels at $322 million. Simultaneously, Ted, also distributed by New Line, had, by this past weekend, nearly grossed $200 million, with a cumulative North American box office of $195.43 million, just a breath away from the coveted mark. With The Ring and Ted surpassing $200 million, and The Wedding Singer and The Waterboy crossing the $100 million threshold. New Line's 4 films collectively brought in $700 million, accounting for 10% of the entire North American box office for 1998. Thanks to New Line Cinema's outstanding performance, Firefly Group's market share in North American cinema was set to remain above 20%. Even more remarkably, all 4 films that passed the $100 million mark were produced with minimal budgets. The Ring cost $30 million, Ted $50 million, and together, The Wedding Singer and The Waterboy came in just over $40 million. The combined production cost for all 4 films topped out at $120 million, yet they generated close to $700 million at the North American box office. New Line's consecutive years of success could be attributed to Eric's creative vision, but it was equally linked to Kenneth Horn's exceptional management abilities. After all, Hollywood was never short of studio executives who could ruin a winning hand. Coincidentally, Kenneth Horn's contract was set to expire the next year. Eric had lamented the recent departure of Steve Bernstein, CEO of ESPN, and he certainly didn't want to lose another key player from his group. Nevertheless, the solid management structure at Firefly Group meant that Eric couldn't promote Kenneth Horn in the short term. "Kenneth, you're well aware of the situation within the company," Eric said, displaying a calm demeanor. "In the short term, I cannot make any significant adjustments to the management team. So despite your impressive performance at New Line over the past few years, I can't elevate your position further. I've discussed it with Jeffrey, and if you are willing to remain at New Line, I can offer you a salary package that includes a 5% annual profit share based on the entire New Line division's profits, on top of your base salary. Additionally, You will no longer report to Jeffrey, but will instead answer directly to me. As CEO of Firefly Group, Katzenberg's salary included a base pay plus a 2% annual profit share from the entire group's earnings. Given Firefly's annual profits hovered around $3 billion, Katzenberg's yearly salary was over $60 million. Of course, New Line's size couldn't compare to that of Firefly Group as a whole. While their recent performance had been stellar, New Line's various revenue figures still accounted for only about 15% of Firefly's total profits. Even in a good year like this one, that number barely exceeded 20%. However, Eric's offer of a 5% profit share from New Line seemed quite generous. New Line could contribute about $500 million to its parent company annually, meaning a 5% share would amount to $25 million annually, a salary level on par with the heads of the major Hollywood studios. If they continued to see breakthrough hits like this year, that number would, without a doubt, climb significantly higher. Kenneth Horn had indeed considered leaving Firefly Group. After all, while the compensation was lucrative, managing just one subsidiary of Firefly Group couldn't compare to running an entire studio independently. He also recognized that his chances of rising to group president were slim. As Frank Wells neared retirement, many executives sensed Robert Iger was almost Eric's candidate for the next group president, or even Katzenberg's successor in the future. However, after considering the Hollywood landscape, Kenneth realized he had no other suitable options. While Steve Bernstein had a background in television and could transition to Comcast, a company tightly knit with the industry, Kenneth had been entrenched in Hollywood his entire career, with every role connected to film. He understood that leaving Hollywood meant losing the comfort and familiarity he had with it. Within Hollywood itself, the Firefly Network controlled 4 of the 7 major studios. Of the remaining 3, Warner Brothers was tangled in internecine struggles. For an outsider like Kenneth, jumping ship there would only hinder his talents. Universal was tightly controlled by Michael Eisner, and he had no desire to follow in Michael Ovitz's footsteps. As for Paramount, the strong control exerted by Sumner Redstone would similarly limit his scope. Perhaps within Firefly's structure, he could vie for the head position at Columbia Pictures. If he proposed it, he believed Eric would likely heed his ambition. After all, Bill Mechanic wasn't seen as a core part of Firefly's executive team, and Eric might even welcome Kenneth's leadership there. However, despite being formally recognized as one of the major studios, only a fool would jump into Columbia's mess. Though a subsidiary of Firefly Group, New Line's collective power had far outstripped that of Columbia Pictures. Naturally, their film libraries and unseen status in Hollywood couldn't be compared, but if the two companies were to be publicly listed, Columbia's market value wouldn't exceed $5 billion, while New Line could easily surpass $10 billion. In sum, other than staying with New Line, Kenneth couldn't come up with a better option. Moreover, Eric's offer was genuinely enticing. Though his specific title wasn't raised, he had been adjusted to report directly to Eric, putting him on equal footing with Katzenberg. "Eric, I look forward to continuing this work," Kenneth finally said after a moment of feigned contemplation. "However, I hope the company can relax a bit on some of the production types at New Line. I believe I have the capabilities to try my hand at bigger projects." While Eric was generous regarding salary and benefits, he was unwilling to budge on New Line's core operation strategy. "Kenneth, that's something I can't agree to. You must see that New Line's production strategy has been quite successful over these years. Moreover, for successful franchises like Rush Hour and Bad Boys, I won't place limitations on the budgets for their sequels. However, regarding the fundamental operational strategies, I still hope New Line can maintain its current direction." Noting Kenneth's disappointed expression, Eric remained steadfast but offered a pre-planned concession. "That said, Kenneth, you know Firefly has been expanding significantly in television in recent years. If we only produce for ourselves, without competition, it's tough to create quality content. Therefore, I hope New Line can delve more into television production, providing programming for ABC, Fox, and a few cable networks." New Line already had a television production department, albeit a small one, with focus primarily on film in recent years. Kenneth realized Eric's proposition was aimed at establishing New Line as one of the program suppliers within the Firefly family, encouraging competition among the various television brands to produce remarkable shows. The North American television market was on par with the film sector in size, but had long operated in a closed circuit, making concrete data harder to obtain compared to movies. While Eric wouldn't loosen restrictions on New Line's production types, Kenneth was left without more extravagant desires after securing Eric's endorsement for expanding television efforts. After discussing various details, Amy Adams returned with their lunches. Kenneth Horn then steered the conversation towards recent developments. By the looks of it, this year is shaping up to be a less significant Oscar season. So far, the only noteworthy contenders are The Horse Whisperer and Elizabeth, while other films are merely pacing along. Furthermore, although the reviews for The Horse Whisperer are quite positive, I've privately learned that most Academy judges don't hold it in high regard. Elizabeth has a strong chance of picking up major Oscars this year, and I even pondered if we could push the ring for an Oscar nod, similar to what happened with The Exorcist. Eric chuckled and shook his head. If The Ring were an original North American script or adapted from Western literature, it might stand a chance. But it's based on a Japanese horror novel. Do you honestly think those proud old-timers at the Academy would value a film deeply embedded in Japanese culture? I don't think it's likely either, Kenneth admitted with a chuckle, clearly having reflected on the issue too. Eric continued. Moreover, the success or failure of The Horse Whisperer impacts Miramax's future strategy, so the Weinstein brothers are unlikely to give up easily on getting this film into Oscar contention. Even if the judges aren't fans, they might well leverage their resources and networks over the years to force The Horse Whisperer into the Oscar conversation. So, don't be too optimistic. Chapter 1082. Carrying Stones Down the Mountain. Kenneth Horn grew serious upon hearing Eric's words. Over the years, Hollywood studios had mostly figured out the award PR tactics deployed by the Weinstein brothers. However, understanding their strategies didn't mean anyone could easily replicate them. After all, the connections to various award judges that the Weinsteins had cultivated were certainly not something one could establish simply by throwing money at it in a short time. If the Weinsteins really put all their effort behind the PR for The Horse Whisperer, New Line had little chance of success. After a moment of contemplation, Kenneth couldn't help but say, Eric, I think if I were Harvey, I would never do this. Miramax's impressive performance at the Oscars over the years has drawn a lot of criticism. If Harvey pushes a film that isn't universally expected to win into the limelight, both the media and the Academy could react negatively. If that happens, Miramax won't see any gains at the Oscars for a long time. Eric nodded in agreement. In the original timeline, under the Weinsteins' influence, Shakespeare in Love achieved even greater success at the 71st Oscars than Forrest Gump, including Gwyneth Paltrow's somewhat ridiculed Best Actress win. The success of Shakespeare in Love ultimately provoked a backlash from the Academy, leading to several years where Miramax saw nearly no Oscar recognition. It wasn't until they produced Chicago, a film with impeccable reviews and box office numbers, that they managed to regain some favor at the Oscars. But by then, under intentional suppression from the Academy, it would be hard for Miramax to replicate its previous glory of snatching important awards year after year in the 90s. I think Harvey definitely understands this, Eric continued after nodding. But right now, Harvey is like someone carrying a stone down a hill. He can't just stop whenever he wants. He has to keep moving forward. Over the past weekend, The Horse Whisperer, now in its 6th week of release, grossed a total of $114.93 million. Although its weekly box office slipped to just over $300,000, that figure still represented a significant success against its $50 million production budget. In this context, Miramax, feeling the thrill of big production, would certainly strive to gain more autonomy from its parent company, Fox. This meant that the Weinsteins might very well press for The Horse Whisperer's Oscar campaign, enhancing the film's accolades even further. Though Eric wouldn't overlook Oscar's potential economic value, he also never placed too much weight on it, and wouldn't let his company invest excessive effort trying to mimic the Weinsteins' PR approach. After all, shifting from their established, steady profit strategy in commercial films to chase Oscar campaigns would be a losing game. In terms of profit, the cumulative increases from all nominated films during any given year's Oscars might not even equal the earnings from one title like Ted. Therefore, towards Elizabeth, which was about to go head-to-head with The Horse Whisperer, Eric's expectations for New Line were just to do their best. In the following days, as the Christmas vibe thickened, all of North America eagerly anticipated the release of Star Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Fox invested an unprecedented promotional budget for this prequel, and vendors licensed to sell Star Wars merchandise worked tirelessly to promote it. Across the country, various Star Wars-themed events were held, and city streets were filled with Star Wars-related cosplay. In this fervent atmosphere, on December 18th, Star Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Menace premiered in 3,126 theaters in North America, with a midnight box office of $16.5 million, easily breaking the midnight record set by Charlie's Angels 3 in the summer. In the days that followed, while critics and general audiences had polarized opinions on the film, it did not dampen the fervor of fans for the Star Wars series. Over its opening weekend, the film raked in an astounding $81.65 million. The following 4 days added $54.53 million, and by the end of its first week, Star Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Menace had grossed $136.18 million, setting a new box office record once again. Eric spent Thanksgiving with the women and children in Maryland, while he naturally stayed in Los Angeles for Christmas. He spent Christmas Eve with the girls and called Elizabeth and Julia, hoping they could join him, but was outright refused. Elizabeth even chastised him over the phone, and she flew off to New York with Julia. On Christmas Eve, he received a harassment call from East Hampton. Julia frequently visited thanks to Emma, and things were going well with Elizabeth and Joanna. Being in Los Angeles usually meant he couldn't escape work, but since Christmas fell on a Friday that year, Eric planned to take a 3-day break, departing early Saturday morning with the 2 girls, Drew and Jennifer Aniston, for a weekend at San Simeon Castle in Northern California. Although officially donated to the California government, like countless charitable foundations in the West, the Hearst family still wielded considerable control over San Simeon, making it perfectly fine for entertaining guests. Inside the castle, at the indoor Baroque-style swimming pool, the girls were swimming nearby in their swimsuits, while Eric leaned by the pool's edge, flipping through a copy of The Hollywood Reporter somewhat absent-mindedly. Truth be told, Eric had no interest in the opulent Baroque-style castle or any building that echoed an outdated era. But the girls were the exact opposite, clearly excited about their surroundings. After all, many tended to harbor a serious fascination with nobility, with castles being one of the primary elements associated with the aristocracy. Ultimately, the Weinsteins did push ahead with aggressive PR for The Horse Whisperer. It was just announced that the film received 7 major nominations for the Golden Globe Awards, including Best Motion Picture, Drama, and Best Director, with Scarlett Johansson even getting nominated for Best Supporting Actress. As The Hollywood Reporter published the nominees, some critics began criticizing Miramax for its excessive PR efforts. After some maneuvering in the previous days, everyone acknowledged that The Horse Whisperer was an excellent film. However, most media outlets and critics felt that its commercial and artistic nature was evenly split, lacking the cultural depth to provoke thought. Compared to The Horse Whisperer, Elizabeth received only 3 nominations: Best Motion Picture, Drama, Best Director, and Cate Blanchett for Best Actress. As Eric flipped through the newspaper, he suddenly noticed that the 2 girls in the pool were squabbling over something. He looked up helplessly as they both swam over, one on each side of him. Curiously, while Drew didn't exactly get along with all of Eric's women, she was the only one who could navigate freely between them. Notably, Joanna, Elizabeth, and even Aniston clearly acknowledged her presence. Throwing his newspaper aside, Eric pulled both girls into his embrace and asked, "So, what's the fuss about?" Hearing Eric's question, Aniston pouted a bit, but remained close, turning her head slightly and saying, "It's nothing." "Ha ha." Drew giggled and snuggled closer to Eric. "You know, the latest Vanity Fair sold 710,000 copies this month." Eric had never paid attention to the sales of those best-selling magazines and replied, "Is 710,000 a lot? I remember The Sun from the lead family sells over 3 million copies a day back in the UK. Magazines can't be compared to newspapers," the girl retorted. Vanity Fair's average sales are only a little over 500,000 copies per month. This issue breaking 710,000 has set a new record for the magazine. Guess who held the previous record? Noticing the teasing look on the girl's face, Eric quickly pieced it together and chuckled as he pulled Aniston closer, saying, "You're upset over something so trivial?" As the most popular American sweetheart of the new generation, Eric could guess the obvious answer from her hint. Aniston pouted again and turned her head away. But Drew chimed in cheerily. The cover for Vanity Fair's September issue was Jen, and it only sold 680,000 copies. The September issue was likely promoting the 10th season of Friends, which, after 10 years of being part of American lives, was nearing its end. Aniston's cover would naturally draw a lot more attention than usual. 680,000 is still quite a lot, Eric said, leaning down to kiss the girl on the cheek. But you should know, your competition is actually your own man. It's not a big deal being surpassed. You egotist. Aniston rolled her eyes but couldn't help but playfully kiss him back as he leaned in. Meanwhile, Drew watched the two, feeling somewhat displeased. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She jumped out of the pool, running off with splashes, and shortly returned cradling a laptop. "Eric, look at this cool thing." As she spoke, she set the laptop by the pool and quickly opened a video file. Eric and Aniston looked on curiously as the laptop screen displayed an audition tape of a blonde woman. At first glance, this woman bore some resemblance to Aniston in both looks and demeanor. But when she spoke, Eric was taken aback. It wasn't just a visual similarity. Her accent and the tone of her voice sounded identical to Aniston's. Next to him, Aniston shot an alarmed look toward the girl. "What are you doing?" Drew grinned mischievously. "I'm not doing anything. I just thought it was really funny to show you." Eric tapped her forehead, preventing her from getting carried away, but he was still curious. "What's this all about?" "Her name is Trailer Howard," the girl said with an innocent look after covering her forehead. "I stumbled upon her and thought it was really interesting, so I wanted to share it with you." Chapter 1083. Some are happy, some are sad. Eric hadn't even had a chance to say anything more when Aniston reached out and snatched the girl's laptop away. In a few swift movements, she deleted the audition video, warning Eric, "You are not allowed to have any thoughts about that woman." Eric looked at the nervous expression on the girl's face, chuckled, and wrapped his arms around her waist, reassuring her. "I promise, I'm serious. She's not as pretty as our Jenny." Aniston felt Eric's warm hand gently caressing her waist, and just as she was about to relax, she caught a teasing glance from Drew on the other side. Instantly, she warned, "You're not allowed to bring her in front of Eric. If you do, we're not done." Drew, of course, didn't care about the little threat and cheerfully replied, "Well, that might not be true. Maybe I can make her more famous than you." Even though MGM was wholly under Eric's control, Drew, being the company's nominal largest shareholder, could easily make one or two actors famous. The thought of that possibility made Aniston's competitive spirit flare up again. While still in Eric's arms, her two little hands began to scratch at Drew, who quickly retaliated. Eric had no choice but to separate the two little girls fighting. He saw Aniston's determined look as she was clearly not going to back down easily. To defuse the situation, he had to use his big move. He tugged at a few thin pieces of fabric on her outfit and pulled her into his embrace. Just as he reached for the girl's swimsuit tie, Aniston's eyes widened, and she began to wiggle, making little sounds. Then, she softly fell against the edge of the pool, pouting, "Eric, you're such a jerk." After spending the weekend in San Simeon, Eric took the two girls back to Los Angeles. The box office numbers for The Phantom Menace officially came out for its second weekend. Compared to its opening weekend, the film's box office only fell by 31% during the second weekend, raking in $56.9 million. After 10 days, the total box office reached $193.08 million, and it was already easy to foresee that this Star Wars blockbuster would easily surpass $200 million during the upcoming weekdays. Thanks to The Phantom Menace, the North American movie market's total weekly box office exceeded $270 million last week. Although this week might show a slight decline, it was still expected to stay comfortably above $200 million. Thus, while The Phantom Menace took a significant portion of the box office, the overall audience numbers had greatly increased due to the Star Wars series, enabling other films in the market to perform quite well over the recent weeks. New Line Cinema's The Waterboy debuted with an impressive $53.26 million over its opening week, despite suffering a 53% drop the following week due to the Star Wars impact, bringing in only $25.03 million. Its total box office over 2 weeks still reached $78.29 million. As it entered its third week, with Star Wars sentiments starting to wane, The Waterboy's drop softened to 37%, earning another $11.02 million, with its total nearing $89.31 million, just shy of breaking $100 million. Mulan, a 2D animated film released by Paramount Pictures at the same time as The Waterboy, also experienced a significant drop under the pressure of Star Wars. However, this weekend, its box office decline began to narrow as well. Still, Mulan's weekend box office numbers sank below the $10 million mark at $8.29 million, and its total box office over 2 weeks stood at only $63.56 million, far below Paramount's expectations. The estimate for the upcoming weeks put its North American total box office between $80 million and $90 million. While relying on overseas releases and future merchandising, Paramount would still achieve profitability. However, compared to the 3D animated films that typically enjoyed more significant hits at the box office, 2D animated films aimed at children and accumulating box office over time had clearly struggled to adapt to the market trends in recent years. Additionally, 2 other new films were released this week: Columbia Pictures' heartwarming family comedy, Stepmother, and Universal Pictures' fantasy horror, The Sixth Sense. Both films reached respective openings of $19.14 million and $15.01 million over their first weekends. While still lagging behind The Phantom Menace, they can be considered decent openings given their genres. At Firefly Cinema, in a small screening room, Eric sat with Katzenberg, Frank Wells, and the director of Iron Man, Joss Whedon, all watching the big screen in front of them. As the Firefly Films logo flashed across the screen, the scene shifted to Eric portraying Tony Stark, building his armor in a cave. With the familiar sound of comic pages turning from Marvel Studios, the camera cut to Tony Stark's technologically advanced workshop, accompanied by Colonel Rhodes' voiceover. "Tony, what in the world are you making?" With Rhodes' line, the energetic rock music kicked in, and the edit started to pick up its pace, culminating with Tony Stark soaring into the sky clad in his silver Mark II armor. The 30-second clip ended abruptly, leaving a strong sense of anticipation. Iron Man was officially set to hit theaters on May 7th of the following year. Although there were still some final details to work out, the promotional campaign had already begun. The most significant upcoming event was, of course, the annual Super Bowl. Since Eric used Super Bowl advertising to run the Twister trailer and received unexpected promotional results, over the years, Super Bowl ads had become a battleground for the 7 major film studios. What everyone was viewing at that moment was the Iron Man Super Bowl commercial. Following New Line's dazzling box office achievements this year through a series of mid to low budget productions, next year was set to be another big year for Firefly Studios. From next Easter through the end of the year, Firefly would line up 5 heavyweight films under its banner, including Enemy of the State, Iron Man, Cars, Gravity, and The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, each offering diverse genres. However, after various considerations, only Iron Man and The Lord of the Rings would have trailers debut during the Super Bowl. Iron Man's teaser was set to be 30 seconds, whereas The Lord of the Rings was 15 seconds long. Eric and a few senior executives, including Katzenberg, focused on reviewing the trailers for both films today. They had already discussed The Lord of the Rings teaser in the morning. Since it was nearly a year until the release, its Super Bowl spot leaned more toward a conceptual teaser featuring grand panoramic views with minimal dialogue. It revealed very little information, maintaining suspense, and was capped at 15 seconds. In comparison, the Iron Man teaser conveyed a wealth of information. This was mainly because the Super Bowl was scheduled for January 31st, leaving just 3 months before Iron Man's May 7th release. Immediately after the Super Bowl, Iron Man would enter its last major promotional phase, and therefore, it didn't need to try to be as guarded as The Lord of the Rings. It aimed to maximize advertising effect as much as possible. After playing the highly acclaimed teaser several times, Everyone compared and discussed other edited versions in detail, finalizing their plan. By the time they finished, it was already 5 p.m. As everyone else started to leave work, Eric and Katzenberg headed to the neighboring conference room together. Eric, the total value of stocks for the Clover Fund has exceeded $27 billion, and I've heard from friends on Wall Street that many investment firms have confirmed they're clearing out tech stocks before the Nasdaq hits 3,000. Shouldn't we, at least realize the initial investment? Eric took a sip of the coffee Marissa Mayer handed him and sensed a hint of unease in Katzenberg's tone, chuckling. Are you scared too? Katzenberg awkwardly rubbed his shaven head but nodded earnestly. He wasn't just scared, he was more concerned. According to Eric's initial promise, if they could cash out all the stocks held by the Clover Fund right now, he would personally receive dividends exceeding $400 million. $400 million. Even at Katzenberg's current salary level, it was hard for him to remain indifferent to an almost miraculous $400 million. Moreover, the precarious state of the Nasdaq had him on edge daily, worrying that someday he'd wake up to news of a market crash. It's worth knowing that the North American stock market has no limits on price fluctuations, and if the Nasdaq crashed, that $400 million could vanish in mere days. Leaning against his leather chair with a coffee mug in hand, Eric remarked, Jeffrey, do you remember what I said when we first invested in tech stocks? Katzenberg replied with a laugh. Seems like we've had a lot of discussions about this, haven't we? Well, Eric said, I remember saying that most of the stocks we bought through the Clover Fund have long-term holding value, like Microsoft, Cisco, Intel, Verizon, etc. Even if the Nasdaq crashes, these companies have established solid market positions and their stocks will surely rise again. If we hold them long-term, we can still earn substantial dividends each year. So, if the Nasdaq crashes before we liquidate the Clover Fund stocks, we only suffer short-term losses on paper. Yes, some stocks with inflated bubbles might bring us some losses, but in the long run, we can still maintain substantial profits. Though Katzenberg understood Eric's logic, he still expressed concern. But if that's the case, the $7 billion our company initially invested will be stuck in those stocks. That's $7 billion. Think of everything we could do with that. Firefly isn't short on cash, right? What I'm describing is just a worst-case scenario. In fact, I'm highly confident in my personal judgment. Wall Street may think that 3,000 on the Nasdaq is the end point, but I believe it's just the start. Seeing that Katzenberg still looked doubtful, he continued with a grin. All right, Jeffrey, I know you're worried about your share of the earnings. But you're not short on cash either, are you? Let's do the math. If you sell now, you'll only get around $400 million. But if the Nasdaq goes beyond 3,000, even hits 4,000 or 5,000, one day you might wake up to find you're a billionaire. Katzenberg briefly entertained the idea of Eric's scenario, shaking his head reflexively. Eric, that's insane. Eric shrugged playfully. Since the Nasdaq hit 2,000, there haven't been many sane people on Wall Street. Now that everyone's gone crazy, what's the harm in being a little crazier? The Clover Fund's trading team was fully accountable only to Eric. While Katzenberg could see some data on the fund, he had no authority to manage those assets. With his attempts to persuade falling flat, Katzenberg shifted to another topic. Eric, speaking of which, weren't you planning to acquire Hasbro? Eric nodded. Yeah, but it doesn't seem like a good time. We need to wait until this round of the stock market bubble passes. The frenzy in the tech stock market had similarly driven the entire North American market, and while Hasbro had no direct ties to tech companies, its stock price had also nearly doubled in recent years. Eric recalled some data he had casually scanned recently, noting that Hasbro's market value surpassed $5 billion. 3 years ago, when Firefly secured the licensing for Transformers, Hasbro's valuation was only around $2 billion. Over those 3 years, Hasbro's annual profit hovered around $200 million, so such a dramatic surge in its market value couldn't have stemmed from performance increases. Katzenberg replied, That's true. However, Hasbro has already begun to encounter turmoil, and it's significant trouble. Eric pondered for a moment, a realization striking him. You're talking about Star Wars? Katzenberg didn't expect Eric to respond so swiftly and accurately, his face showing surprise before he nodded. Exactly. The company's team has been negotiating product licensing for next year at Hasbro's Rhode Island headquarters. They sent word last Friday that during the opening week of Star Wars, Hasbro's licensed toy sales only reached $23 million, not even half of what was expected. Hasbro initially paid $100 million for the toy licensing rights for the Star Wars prequel series, hoping to bring in $300 million in toy sales within 3 months and over $500 million for the year. But given the current situation, the opening week, which should have seen the highest toy sales, only brought in $23 million. A total of $200 million seems highly unlikely within 3 months. Because of their optimism in the Star Wars merchandise, Hasbro heavily stocked initially, and if the toys become unsold, those products would have to be returned and destroyed. Coupled with the huge licensing fees already paid, Hasbro will certainly face a huge loss this year. Firefly Studios operated a similarly large merchandising department, so Eric understood clearly the challenges Hasbro was about to face. Moreover, the situation could become even grimmer if Hasbro faced major losses alongside this year's stock market bubble bursting. It was a scenario that seemed unbearable to contemplate. Chapter 1084, Clean Slate. Although Eric had heard news that Hasbro's Star Wars merchandise sales had faltered and had thoughts of acquiring Hasbro, he had no intention of leaking this matter privately. It was clear that Katzenberg was merely mentioning it in passing. There was simply no need for such actions. As a publicly traded company, Hasbro was required to regularly disclose its operational data to investors. Given the recent heightened attention on the Star Wars brand, it wouldn't be long before the ever-watchful media uncovered the issue. By then, Firefly would only need to sit back and watch the spectacle, waiting for the right moment to take action. However, considering the massive losses Hasbro might face this year, Eric turned to Katzenberg and said, Firefly will undoubtedly produce more films with merchandising potential in the future. This situation is a valuable case study for us. Please have the Consumer Products Department closely analyze why Hasbro faced failure in this merchandising operation and prepare a detailed report. Katzenberg had only received this news the day before and hadn't had time to think much about it. Upon hearing Eric's request, he nodded and, with great seriousness, took out his notepad to jot down the details. As the excitement around Star Wars gradually cooled, fans eagerly anticipated the release date of MGM's spy film universe spin-off, The Fast and the Furious. December 29th fell on a Tuesday, and by 5 p.m., the area around the Chinese Theater in Hollywood was swarming with enthusiastic moviegoers. The release date for The Fast and the Furious was January 1st, and MGM officially held the premiere in Los Angeles 3 days early. Due to work commitments, Eric didn't attend the red carpet event, and it wasn't until nearly 7 p.m. that he quietly entered the screening room. The elegantly dressed Drew working there noticed Eric's arrival, but didn't ask anything. Instead, once he sat down, she leaned in and gave him a kiss, and they both turned their eyes to the film's creators, who were interacting with the media and audience on stage. Aside from a change in the 2 female leads, Eric retained most of the original crew from the film. The 2 male leads were Vin Diesel and Paul Walker, with Rob Cohen returning as the director. Rob Cohen, in his 50s, had established himself as a seasoned Hollywood director. He began his career in the 1970s and excelled in action films, having collaborated with legends like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone, and even directed the biopic Dragon, the Bruce Lee story. However, aside from the creative staff, the entire film diverged greatly from the original version. Initially, Eric aimed to build the project step by step, following the legacy of the original The Fast and the Furious. But since it was intended to be a spin-off of MGM's spy film universe, the script required significant revisions. After numerous adjustments, the original script was completely scrapped, resulting in a brand new story. Throughout this process, the entire story structure of the franchise was refined further, with MGM even outlining stories for the second and third installments. Concurrently with the script revision, the budget for the film also increased from Eric's initial estimate of $30 million to a whopping $60 million, now nearly at the level of a blockbuster production. However, spurred by the success of the collaboration between the Charlie's Angels series and Buick, Even though this was just the first film and there were doubts about casting inexperienced actors, major car manufacturers generously opened their wallets. With product placement fees and sponsorship from luxury vehicles, $20 million of the budget was effectively covered. In the promotional efforts over the past few months, those car companies' joint advertising budget amounted to $30 million, combined with MGM's own investment, ensuring that the promotion for the Fast and the Furious rivaled that of a blockbuster film with a budget exceeding $100 million. On stage, after some interaction, the creators stepped down, the lights dimmed, and the film finally began to play on the big screen. Following MGM's logo, the audience was immediately greeted by the roar of revving engines as four sleek cars sped down a dark highway. With a few rapid cuts, the four cars surrounded a heavy-duty truck from all sides. In the audience's puzzled gazes, a figure wearing a motorcycle helmet poked their head out of one of the cars and aimed a customized harpoon gun at the truck's passenger side. With a loud bang, the glass windshield shattered as the harpoon punctured through, and the car surged forward, ripping the entire windshield off. With the task complete, the car skillfully maneuvered, and another car positioned itself at the front of the truck, where another figure in a motorcycle helmet emerged. Naturally, the truck driver wouldn't just sit idle. He began to accelerate and change lanes, attempting to shake off the attacking cars. As the heavy-duty truck swerved on the highway, the tension in the scene escalated dramatically. The truck, whether speeding around corners or crashing into obstacles, was relentlessly pursued by the four cars. After some intense high-speed drifting and precision driving, the four cars continued to tightly surround the truck, like bloodthirsty sharks encircling a clumsy whale. With a generous budget and the assistance of the Charlie's Angels series action design team, this meticulously crafted heist scene was far more thrilling than the original. Inside the screening room, less than 2 minutes into the film, most viewers were unexpectedly finding themselves embodying the roles of the four drivers. Many began to feel restless, eagerly awaiting the chance to race through the streets of Los Angeles once the film concluded. When the four vehicles masterfully tossed the truck driver out and sped away with their spoils to an increasingly energetic score, a sense of value for their ticket price began to emerge in some audience members. As for the critics attending the premiere, most had put down their pens and notepads, captivated by the impressive opening scene. They knew right away that this was destined to be a quintessential popcorn film, and a very successful one at that. As the opening concluded, there was a muffled thud, and the camera pulled back to reveal Paul Walker as Brian O'Connor, shutting the car door and walking towards a nearby fast food joint. Having experienced the thrilling introduction, the audience's immediate intrigue turned towards the identities of the carjackers. This suggestive moment piqued their curiosity about who Brian O'Connor really was. After finishing his job, he drove to the fast food place for a bite, hoping to charm the pretty waitress inside. What a familiar trope that was, right? Then he got punched. After a scuffle, Brian left in a bit of a daze, only to be stopped on the way by a police car and taken to the precinct. As many viewers expressed surprise at the unfolding events, the film didn't leave them in suspense for long. Brian's true identity was swiftly revealed. A series of cargo truck robberies had recently plagued the Los Angeles area, and the FBI had pinpointed the suspects to a street racing gang led by Dominic Toretto, sending the precinct's best driver, Brian, to go undercover. However, after a week of no leads, Brian found himself infatuated with Dominic's sister, Mia. Under pressure from his superiors, Brian had to accelerate his efforts to be accepted into Dominic's crew. That night, he attended an underground street racing event hosted by Dominic. Though he lost the race, he unexpectedly saved Dominic from the police pursuit afterward, earning the latter's trust and an invitation back to the crew's hideout. In the following days, Brian gradually got to know the racing gang better. Dominic's sister, Mia Toretto, his girlfriend, Letty Ortiz, the hot-headed Vince, the talented car modifier Jesse, who struggled with ADHD, and a rival Vietnamese gang led by Johnny Tran, who had a complex relationship with Dominic's crew. Not only did Brian begin dating Mia, but he found himself genuinely absorbing the camaraderie of this little gang, influenced by Dominic's magnetic personality. However, the truck hijackings continued, forcing Brian's undercover identity to continue his investigation. In the process of spending time together, Brian inadvertently gleaned an important clue from Jesse. Jesse's father was about to be released from prison, and he wished for a sum of money to take his mother and start fresh outside of California. Jesse, when discussing this, always carried an air of excitement like he felt close to accumulating that amount. Brian understood quite well that the main income source for Dominic's gang came from organizing street races, earning prize money. While that lifestyle provided enough for the group to live comfortably and pursue their racing passions, raising a substantial sum to aid Jesse's parents in leaving California was simply unattainable. Convinced he understood the motivations behind Dominic's crew's truck robberies, Brian began to follow the trail, but soon realized things were not what they seemed. It turned out Jesse had indeed participated in a truck heist, but Dominic had no knowledge of his friend's actions. Instead, Jesse and Vince had been collaborating with Johnny Tran privately. As the FBI intensified its investigation into the truck robberies, feeling the heat, Johnny Tran decided to pull off one last heist and frame Dominic's crew as scapegoats. After piecing together the facts and learning about Johnny Tran's planned strike, Brian ultimately confessed everything to Dominic. Although Dominic was furious, realizing that his fellow gang member had fallen into Johnny Tran's trap, he hurriedly joined forces with his girlfriend Letty to mount a rescue. Unfortunately, they were too late. In a fierce highway chase, Johnny's gang, Dominic's crew, and the fighting truck driver clashed in a chaotic battle, resulting in Jesse's accidental death, Vince's serious injuries, and Johnny Tran's escape. Meanwhile, Dominic's team accidentally found themselves framed by Johnny Tran as the FBI's prime suspects for the truck hijackings. Hastily ensuring his friend's safety, Dominic immediately sought revenge on Johnny Tran, with Brian following close behind at Mia's request. In the final car chase, amidst a violent explosion, Johnny Tran was obliterated. Although Dominic achieved his revenge, his car was wrecked, and he soon heard the approaching sirens, so he chose not to flee, wishing instead to carry the blame for his friends. This time, however, Brian didn't hesitate. He handed over his car keys to Dominic, urging him to escape. The original The Fast and the Furious was primarily a low-budget B-movie street racing film. Thus, it didn't need to concern itself over philosophical expectations. Dominic's crew was simply a group of thrill-seekers and thieves. Yet, while American culture celebrated freedom, it didn't mean people would abandon principles or sense of justice. Hollywood, adhering to political correctness, recognized this, and as the series progressed into higher production categories, Dominic's crew was increasingly scrubbed clean, evolving into more positive caricatures until they began saving the world. At this moment, though it was just a beginning, due to the halo of the spy film universe spin-off, The Fast and the Furious garnered attention that vastly eclipsed what the original could ever achieve. In this context, if Eric had maintained the original's various settings, he would undoubtedly face widespread criticism. Thus, Eric opted from the get-go to redevelop Dominic's crew with a clean slate, while enhancing the portrayal of the bonds between this tight-knit group, underlining Dominic's elite street racer persona. In this version, to lay the groundwork for the family of racers to eventually save the world, Eric significantly amplified Dominic's combat prowess, shaping him into one of the top drivers concealed within the urban scene. As the film ended and the credits rolled, Eric casually scanned around the screening room, noticing that the audience appeared quite satisfied with the film. Moreover, everyone patiently waited. As customary, the spy film universe films always included a post-credit scene. Although MGM had declared that the Fast and Furious series would not become part of the mainline story within the spy film universe, but would feature some interconnected plots, fans remained hopeful. Inside the screening room, despite sensing that The Fast and the Furious was yet another film strikingly different in style from the other three major series in the spy film universe, everyone, having just enjoyed 120 minutes of exhilarating cinema, anticipated that this adrenaline-fueled film would intersect with the three major series. Indeed, the film didn't disappoint the audience. As the final credits froze, the screen lit up once more. A black Porsche executed a stylish drift around a bend, perfectly parking alongside a bright orange Lamborghini. Paul Walker's character, Brian O'Connor, looked quite smug as he stepped out and glanced over. A petite girl, unfazed by the dramatic drift from the Porsche, sat casually on the Lamborghini's hood and shook her head in disappointment, saying, "Nope, I need a better driver." Brian retorted, dissatisfied, "I'm the best driver in Los Angeles." The girl raised a finger, shaking it. "No, you're not." Exchanging knowing glances with the girl, Brian narrowed his eyes with a sly grin and nodded. "True, I'm not." Chapter 1085, Controversy and Box Office. With Brian O'Donnell's last line, the screen faded to black. Before the lights in the theater had a chance to come up, a buzzing murmur filled the room. The audience at the premiere consisted of either special guests and media reporters or devoted fans of the spy film universe. Everyone instantly recognized the petite girl in the Easter egg as Angela Lind, who had appeared in Casino Royale 2 years earlier. She was the younger sister of the film's main character, Vesper Lind, a geeky genius, and a backup angel for Charlie's detective agency. At the end of Casino Royale, Bond handed Angela Lind over to the trio for safekeeping, but the character did not make an appearance in the summer release of Charlie's Angels 3. Although Angela Lind had limited screen time in Casino Royale, she certainly left a lasting impression. Many loyal fans of the spy film universe hoped to see her return, but no one expected her to appear in the Easter egg of the Fast and the Furious, leading to speculation about potential storylines for future films. Of course, beyond the character, many also recalled the actress who played Angela, Christina Aguilera, one of the teen pop stars heavily promoted by Firefly Records. In the past 2 years, several of her singles had seen great success, and she was reportedly about to release her first album. As the discussions buzzed, the lights came up, and the creators returned to the stage, receiving a warm round of applause. After a brief curtain call and media interaction, the premiere concluded. Most of the audience began to exit, while other invited guests moved to the after-party hosted by MGM for the premiere. Since the audience at the premiere had been carefully selected, the following day's media reviews of The Fast and the Furious were overwhelmingly positive, and the excitement among fans only intensified. 2 days swiftly passed, and following the last promotional push after the premiere, The Fast and the Furious officially opened in over 3,100 theaters across the United States on New Year's Day. At the same time, the film's reviews and word of mouth began to spread widely. A perfect popcorn movie crafted with a Hollywood standard 3-act structure. The film's world building was remarkably thorough, with each main character having their own pasts, presents, and futures. What's more impressive is that despite this intricate world building, it never interrupted the movie's narrative flow. The thrilling and adrenaline-pumping car chases kept viewers immersed every single second. Hollywood has never lacked street racing scenes, yet there are few films that focus on this subject while achieving commercial success. Years ago, Tom Cruise's Days of Thunder felt more like an artsy film, and Jan de Bont's Speed contained more crime elements than racing. In comparison, The Fast and the Furious undoubtedly set a new precedent for this genre. It's clear that the multiple car chase sequences in the film will become benchmarks for many future films in this vein. The car chase scenes in The Fast and the Furious undoubtedly raised the stakes, but the film also excelled in the details. Perhaps many did not catch it, but at Dominic's family gathering, while loud music and conversations drowned out the television sound, the news showing a severe fight at a nightclub was undoubtedly a reference to the opening scene, where the Angels trio attacks the Spectre's outer base in Charlie's Angels 3. And if I'm not mistaken, Brian O'Donnell's childhood buddy, Roman, mentioned multiple times in the film, will surely appear in a potential sequel. Assuming there's a sequel, which seems like a foregone conclusion, after many years, Rob Cohen finally delivered a breakthrough project. The newcomers cast by MGM amid controversy also delivered a satisfying performance. While most traditional critics often displayed little fondness for pure popcorn flicks, The Fast and the Furious managed to score an impressive average media rating of 8 out of 10 amidst the cheers. No film has ever received unanimous approval, so while The Fast and the Furious enjoyed a rave response, criticism had surfaced as well. Criticism might not be the right word. As a carefully crafted popcorn film emerging from MGM's long-term investment in the spy film universe, there were hardly any significant flaws to find. Therefore, it might be more accurate to refer to the media's remarks about The Fast and the Furious as controversy rather than pure criticism. Undeniably, The Fast and the Furious is an outstanding film. However, what's hard to digest is that MGM forced this film into a connection with the spy film universe in their quest to squeeze more profits from the brand. After watching the film, I simply cannot fathom how a group of street racers relates to the spy film universe. Do James Bond or Ethan Hunt even need drivers? Although MGM had previously stated that the Fast and the Furious series would not have too many intersections with the spy universe, that statement only highlighted MGM's insecurity. The spy film universe is certainly one of Hollywood's great innovations, but the profit-driven MGM is ruining it all. Forcing a street racing film to connect with three blockbuster franchises that deserve a spot in film history is frankly disheartening. There's no doubt that we will soon see various spin-off series from the spy film universe, and I believe at least one of them will leave audiences utterly disappointed. Although the doubts about linking the Fast and the Furious with the spy film universe had been anticipated from the start, the criticism within the industry exceeded MGM's expectations. This wave of controversy soon spread onto the internet, where most fans, accustomed to spectating drama, expressed strong opinions on whether the Fast and the Furious could join the spy film universe. The opinions were divided. Some fervently supported it, while others outright opposed it. The two factions clashed vigorously in major movie community forums online and quickly became a hot topic on various news portals. Why can't they connect? Just because Dominic and the others didn't save the world? If that's the case, the spy film universe might as well rename itself World Saving Task Force. Even though I felt exhilarated during the races at the theater, I had to reconsider afterward. What does that have to do with the spy film universe? The appearance of Angela Lind in the Easter egg felt jarring. I was initially excited to see this character's return, but now it seems MGM is forcibly killing that hope. Hollywood has always operated on a universal principle. If a film has poor reviews and low buzz, it is destined to fail. If a film has great reviews but low buzz, its box office will only be mediocre. However, if a film receives rave reviews along with significant buzz, then it will undoubtedly achieve massive box office success. Despite the intense controversy surrounding it, The Fast and the Furious found itself in the last of these categories. Amid the heated media discussions, within just 3 days of its opening weekend, The Fast and the Furious raked in $57.33 million, and after the first week, it easily surpassed the $80 million mark, totaling $81.21 million. Although it did not reach the more than $87 million achieved by Ted during the Thanksgiving weekend, crossing $80 million in its opening week still exceeded MGM's expectations. After all, Ted had a broad recognition and fan base, and the film's subversive take on the teddy bear character was quite noteworthy, making its high box office unsurprising. In comparison, despite being marketed as a spin-off of the spy film universe, The Fast and the Furious inherently faced a drawback. In the US, where cars are ubiquitous, people's interest in street racing films has never been particularly high. It is like being accustomed to eating bread every day. Seeing someone else enjoy the same food, even if theirs looks tastier, rarely evokes envy. Many ordinary individuals even harbor disdain for street racers. Moreover, while Hollywood was not lacking in films featuring car races, this genre had always been niche and did not have a fixed audience base. Thus, MGM initially projected a $60 million opening weekend for The Fast and the Furious, anticipating total North American earnings between $120 million and $150 million. The company only hoped that this first film would establish a fan base. Although the budget was $60 million, thanks to car company sponsorship and product placements, MGM's actual investment in production was only about $40 million. Including an additional $30 million for marketing, the total investment came to $70 million. If the film could surpass $120 million at the North American box office, it would effectively break even, with overseas distribution and future merchandise yielding significant profits for MGM. The current situation exceeded Firefly's expectations, and yet, this was far from over. As the film's critical acclaim and buzz increased, many who had initially shown little interest in street racing films began to join the audience. After the new year, the absence of heavyweight films in the market undoubtedly provided The Fast and the Furious with more breathing room. Thus, After its first-week performance of $81.21 million, the typical box office trend indicated that The Fast and the Furious should see a drop of around 50% in its second week. In reality, however, the film only experienced a 38% drop in its second week, earning $50.35 million. Within just 2 weeks, The Fast and the Furious accumulated a total North American gross of $131.56 million, already surpassing MGM's initial projections. With an opening week total of $80 million and $50 million in the second week, keeping the drop within 40%, it was clear that given this trajectory, The Fast and the Furious would become the first film of 1999 to break $200 million at the North American box office. The impressive North American box office performance would further stimulate international interest in The Fast and the Furious. While debates regarding whether the film could fit into MGM's spy film universe remained, there was no doubt that this series had already launched with a bang. Even if MGM ultimately decided against any collaborations with the spy universe, it would not affect the film's future box office potential. With the success of The Fast and the Furious, several of its rookie actors suddenly rose to the status of near A-listers in Hollywood. In the original timeline, Vin Diesel and Paul Walker had a fallout over salary disputes after the first film's success, delaying Diesel's return until the third installment. However, after experiencing a series of salary disputes during the development of the spy film universe, MGM would certainly avoid repeating the same mistakes this time around. Before filming began, MGM had signed stringent contractual agreements for the entire series with Vin Diesel and Paul Walker, even breaking Hollywood's tradition of only signing for 3 films in advance. Eric originally hoped to secure 3 film contracts with the two, but due to maneuvering by some, this contract transformed into 6 films, much like the agreement Stuart Runkle signed with Firefly for Spider-Man. However, Stewart's contract included only 3 direct sequels and 3 crossover installments, and Firefly generously granted him some negotiating power. As newcomers, Paul Walker and Vin Diesel certainly did not receive such privileges. This time, it could be said that Diesel and Walker were effectively bound to this series. Unless MGM permitted otherwise or they paid an exorbitantly high penalty to break the contract, Diesel and Walker could not star in other films until their agreements for The Fast and the Furious were fulfilled. With the success of The Fast and the Furious series, even though all parties had signed non-disclosure agreements, the binding contracts, akin to indentured servitude, were quickly uncovered by the ever-vigilant media. Connecting it to Firefly's current strong position in Hollywood, some media outlets even began to exclaim that the era of Hollywood big studios was returning, and that Hollywood stars would once again become contracted actors for major studios. This immensely marketable proposition spread like wildfire. In recent years, Firefly's influence in Hollywood had been undeniable, especially after acquiring Columbia Pictures last year. With Firefly now controlling 4 of Hollywood's 7 major studios, they essentially dominated over half of Hollywood. Due to several years of strong performance in the film and television industry, Firefly's actual impact on Hollywood was even greater. Thus, few doubted that Firefly now had the strength to once again alter Hollywood's rules. Naturally, as the media pushed the return of the big studio era narrative, some outlets began discussing whether the federal government should step in to limit the increasingly powerful Firefly system. Chapter 1086, Unexpected Memories. An interesting thing is happening. AT&T and ExxonMobil have market shares exceeding 50% in their respective industries, and they manage to remain unscathed. Yet now, some people want the Justice Department to come after us. In the banquet hall of the large ship, Eric spoke with a wry smile to Bill Michanek, who had raised concerns about the recent media discussions. AT&T and ExxonMobil are not the same as us, Bill replied, his tone carrying a deeper meaning. Eric, I think you should start preparing for what might come. Though Bill didn't spell everything out, Eric understood and nodded seriously. I get it. While AT&T and ExxonMobil have over half the market share in their industries, they are both publicly held companies. Coupled with their multi-billion-dollar market valuations, the interests of these two companies almost equate to the interests of the entire United States. The elite federal players had control over both companies, and the common citizenry shared in the profits created by these conglomerates through insurance and retirement funds. As long as these companies didn't act excessively, no one would have any reason to stir up trouble. In comparison, the Firefly Group's control was firmly held by Eric himself. While many companies within the group were also publicly traded, the power and profit within the Firefly structure were overly concentrated compared to federal giants. In this situation, it was impossible not to incite some envy. Aside from Hollywood's media industry, most of the Firefly Group's assets were distributed in the new technology sector. Since tech companies typically belong to emerging industries, they did not threaten the interests of the traditional social classes overly much. However, as the Firefly Group grew larger, some people naturally began to feel that these industries should share in their fortunes. As such thoughts became more prevalent, trouble for the Firefly Group would surely follow. Eric had never ignored this issue. However, to be frank, he had no experience handling such matters. Perhaps no one in the world had real experience with them, making it necessary for him to tread cautiously and learn slowly. Watching Bill walk away, Eric felt an increased appreciation for him. After all, to raise such a sensitive concern in front of him indicated that Bill had begun to immerse himself in the Firefly Group. Lifting his champagne glass for a sip, Eric scanned the room. With the success of The Fast and the Furious, a celebration was certainly in order. Since the new year had just passed, several companies had collaborated to host this party, making it a grand gathering for the Hollywood Firefly Group. Executives from Firefly, MGM, Fox, and Columbia, along with friendly producers, directors, and stars, all gathered together. As his eyes swept around, Eric spotted Caroline and Marissa Mayer chatting softly by the buffet. He waved them over. It was already January 16th, and Caroline had returned to Los Angeles the previous week. Her foot injury had completely healed. Noticing Eric's gesture, Caroline and Marissa walked over, each carrying a small plate of food. "Eric, what's up?" Caroline asked as they approached. With one hand holding his glass and the other in his trouser pocket, Eric hesitated before shaking his head with a smile. "Nothing much. Just a reminder for the two of you to watch out and not eat too much. You don't want to gain weight." Gaining weight was practically every girl's nemesis, and Caroline instantly recoiled, embarrassed. "I haven't eaten that much." Eric lifted his glass. "Well, in that case, go have fun. And remember, no flirting with boys. Not even talking." Caroline naturally took that as a warning directed at her alone. With a shy glance at Marissa Mayer, she muttered, "Eric, you're so bossy." After saying that, she dismissed Eric and pulled Marissa off to another part of the room. Although Eric sensed Caroline's earlier hesitant demeanor, she didn't pursue the matter since he hadn't spoken further. Marissa turned back just as she was being tugged away, looking at Eric for one last glance. Once he sent the two assistants on their way, Eric mingled with the guests who came to greet him, making his way to the main deck of the lower level of the ship, where he found Drew and others. Drew, feeling a hand wrap around her waist, didn't seem to mind the other guests nearby. She turned and kissed Eric, asking, "Eric, did Bill need you for something?" "Nothing important," Eric replied, shaking his head. He greeted Amy Pascal, Tina Fey, Gwyneth Paltrow, and Kate Hudson with a smile. "Hey, Amy, Gwen, Kate. Oh, and Tina. Long time no see." Tina, a bit shy, raised her glass and said, "Good to see you, Eric." After being Drew's personal assistant for a while, Tina had moved to a supervisory role in MGM's script editing department following the company's reorganization. Thinking back, MGM now resembled something of a Hollywood women's collective. As he greeted everyone, Eric noticed a familiar face among the women. A tall woman in a black spaghetti-strap dress caught his attention. He felt he recognized her, but couldn't recall her name immediately. She noticed Eric looking her way and introduced herself. "Mr. Williams, hello. I'm Mira Sorvino." "Hello." Eric finally remembered and smiled. "You starred in Woody's film, Mighty Aphrodite, right?" Mira nodded with a smile. "So what were you all discussing earlier?" Amy Pascal spoke up. "Oh, nothing much. We're just talking about whether we should go to New York for Fashion Week next month." Eric feigned complete disinterest and replied, "Oh, in that case, let's change the topic." Everyone laughed lightly. Gwyneth chimed in. "Eric, I heard the Iron Man Super Bowl trailer is dropping soon." Eric looked at Gwyneth, smiling at the former Pepper Potts. Yes, be sure to tune in. You might find it quite good. After everyone chatted for a while, New Line CEO, Kenneth Horn, and the recently departed Bill Michanek walked over together. Recognizing they might have something important to discuss, Eric nodded to the women and left with them, asking, "What's up?" Kenneth didn't immediately speak. The three made their way to the ship's internal dining room, where Eric had Amy Adams on duty prepare a fresh pot of coffee. Once seated in the quiet room, Kenneth handed Eric a folder he had brought along. "Eric, this is Adam Sandler's new project script." Taking the folder, Eric flipped through the screenplay quickly. The script was titled Big Daddy, retaining Adam Sandler's signature comedic style while incorporating more father-son themes. Currently, Adam Sandler's end-of-year release The Waterboy had also crossed the 100 million mark at the box office. Together with last year's holiday hit, The Wedding Singer, he had now garnered two films with over 100 million in North America. While both films had floundered overseas due to his comedic persona and roots in television limiting their appeal, that did not prevent Adam from establishing himself among Hollywood's A-list. After all, his investment return rates were significantly higher than most blockbuster films, considering the average costs hovered around $20 million. After skimming through, Eric set the script down and inquired, "So, what's the current situation?" Kenneth replied, "Adam presented this script to me the week after The Waterboy was released. But you know, New Line had originally signed him for only two films, The Waterboy and The Wedding Singer. He has fulfilled his contract." Although a newcomer back then, Adam Sandler was already a popular television star, hence only willing to agree to a two-film option. Eric nodded. "And then what?" Kenneth continued, "I offered him $15 million for this movie, but Adam declined. In the following weeks, he hasn't reached out to me." Eric thought for a moment, smiling at Bill Michanek beside him. "So he turned to Columbia?" Bill shook his head, then nodded. "Yes and no. Adam didn't contact us directly. Instead, a production company called Out of the Blue Entertainment reached out, claiming they wanted Columbia to help distribute Adam's new film." At hearing Bill's words, Eric suddenly recalled many years past. It felt like a cycle. After completing Home Alone, Eric's distributor had also been Columbia, with Amy Pascal once more playing the connecting role. Who would have thought that many years later, after making a name for himself, Adam Sandler was seeking out Columbia once again? However, this time, the situation was utterly different. The current owner of Columbia was the very young man who had once daringly negotiated terms with them. Still, it came as no surprise that Adam went to Columbia. Among Hollywood's Big Seven studios, Columbia was currently the weakest, having the strongest demand for quality projects and filmmakers. Compared to others, Columbia was indeed the most likely to accept any proposed conditions. With these thoughts in mind, Eric wore a smile that carried an ambiguous quality. "So, what are their terms for collaboration?" Chapter 1087, Terms. "The initial terms from the other party are," Bill Michanek said, "Sony Pictures can share 15% of all revenue channels, including box office, audiovisual products, and licensing for Big Daddy as distribution costs, but we need to bear the film's marketing budget ourselves." Eric knew right away that any studio landing Adam Sandler's latest project had to be a veteran of Hollywood, especially compared to when he had naively stared at box office numbers in the past. In Hollywood, the marketing budget in film production and distribution expenses was notoriously inflated. According to the rules, several major unions in Hollywood required a fixed percentage taken from the net profits of films as benefits for their members. Moreover, some key creatives would sign contracts for a share of the net profits with the film company. To minimize or even avoid this expenditure, production companies often over-reported marketing budgets, seeking to offset profits made during the film's distribution to present a state of loss. This was the infamous Hollywood accounting. The suggestion from the producer of Big Daddy to allow Columbia to handle the marketing budget directly avoided a major pitfall for the distributors in reporting inflated marketing costs. It's important to note that the marketing budget for Hollywood films typically averaged around half of the production costs, yet many films reported marketing expenses exceeding production costs. And, of course, the 15% distribution split on all revenue channels was clearly well thought out. This revenue didn't amount to the film's profits or total sales income from channels such as box office and DVDs. Instead, It represented revenue after the film company took a share from various terminal sellers, like the 55% split with domestic theaters in North America, an average of about 35% overseas, plus wholesale income from audiovisual products. Adam Sandler's overseas box office draw was virtually negligible. The long operational cycle of videotapes and DVDs made it impractical for Columbia. The most substantial revenue remained the North American box office share. The 15% box office revenue share roughly amounted to around 8% of the total North American box office gross. So, if Big Daddy made $100 million at the North American box office, Columbia would only take home $8 million. While overseas returns might not be significant, it would be possible to gather $2 million. Thus, Columbia could expect to acquire around $10 million from box office revenues. Given the current income breakdown in Hollywood, where box office, audiovisual, and licensing each represented 1/3, after approximately 2 years of full-channel operations, Columbia's total revenue would hover around $30 million. New Line had $10 million for the marketing budgets of both The Wedding Singer and The Water Boy. Of course, that figure would not reflect accurately in the books. If Big Daddy followed similar standards, after 2 years of hard work, Columbia would only net $20 million in profits. It wasn't difficult to guess that since Adam Sandler had turned down New Line's $15 million salary offer, then the independent production company, named out of the blue, Entertainment, must have offered him at least $20 million as a baseline. Compared to Adam Sandler effortlessly pocketing $20 million, Columbia's team would be toiling away for 2 years, earning what could only be described as meager earnings. In Eric's view, a film company that was one of the 7 major studios in Hollywood falling to the point of scrapping together small profits from stars was almost worse than bankruptcy. In reality, Sony Pictures in the original timeline relied heavily on the unyielding Spider-Man franchise to occasionally make its financial reports look decent. Most of the time, the company was stuck making sweat money off affordable stars like Adam Sandler and Will Smith. Tom Cruise earning over $70 million from each mission. Impossible had already strained relations with Paramount, yet Will Smith frequently secured over $80 million per film with Sony, showcasing how pitiful Sony's profit margins were. With ongoing changes in the industry, Columbia needed projects that could guarantee profitability. However, Eric had no intention of allowing Columbia to tread the same path. Therefore, he said decisively to Bill Mechanic, "Reject their offer. We don't want the distribution rights to this film, nor will we accept similar terms in the future." Bill Mechanic hesitated, saying, "Eric, the 15% split is certainly negotiable." "Bill, you surely have done the profit projections for this film, right?" Eric asked, but before Bill could respond, he continued, "I would rather keep Columbia's distribution channels idle than work for the stars. If Columbia is lacking production funds, I can provide them. You need marketing resources, and the Firefly Media Network can offer that. All you need to do is find good film projects with your team. You have 2 years. If Columbia hasn't improved by then, I will initiate a large-scale layoff. If that doesn't help, I'll have to let you go and merge Columbia back into Firefly." After saying that, Eric ignored the two and stood up, heading straight for the exit of the restaurant. Bill Mechanic digested Eric's words, feeling a wave of increased pressure. While Eric's words were harsh, upon reflection, it became clear he was ready to provide the funding and media channels. If their outcomes still didn't improve, even without Eric saying anything, he wouldn't have the dignity to stay at Columbia. However, in an industry known for its high risks, who could truly guarantee a film's success? Seeing Kenneth Horne calmly sipping coffee nearby, seemingly unaffected by Eric's previous statements, Bill Mechanic suddenly had an idea and asked tentatively, "Kenneth, I heard that besides The Ring, New Line has a few good Japanese horror scripts?" Kenneth Horne shook his head immediately and laughed. "Don't even think about it." Bill Mechanic, feeling disheartened, took a sip of coffee and said, "I noticed Eric has helped you choose so many projects, including MGM's spy movie universe, yet Columbia has nothing to show for it." "Really?" Kenneth Horne smiled. "How about this? You give me Pirates of the Caribbean, and you can choose any script from New Line." Although Pirates of the Caribbean was being closely held by Eric with no signs of production yet, just thinking of the series of actions Eric took for this script showed how crucial it was to him. Upon hearing Kenneth Horn's demand, Bill Mechanic immediately replied, "Not a chance." Eric's acquisition of Columbia was partly about Pirates of the Caribbean, but even more so to continue expanding the Firefly system's production and distribution platform. Although many people within and outside of Hollywood were skeptical of Columbia's future and even considered Firefly taking over Columbia a hindrance to its growth, Eric remained confident about Columbia's revival. For him, selecting a handful of promising screenplays from the countless projects brewing in Hollywood at any given moment was merely a walk in the park. His earlier words were merely a wake-up call for Bill Mechanic. Kenneth Horn clearly understood this, which is why he appeared relaxed. After being chastised by Eric, Bill Mechanic was naturally more focused now. As for Adam Sandler's new film, even if it broke box office records, reaching $200 million or more, Eric didn't mind. Establishing new profit-sharing rules in Hollywood was far more important in his mind than momentary gains or losses. Moreover, outside of the Firefly system, the other three, Warner Brothers, Paramount, and Universal Pictures, were hardly appealing options. As for the so-called out-of-the-blue entertainment conducting independent distribution, given that Hollywood had already seen a substantial consolidation of the media industry, their efforts would undoubtedly face the combined obstacles of the major studios. Without substantial advertising resources and solid theater platforms in place, even if a film had the potential for a $100 million box office, landing $50 million would be lucky. Each release window had a fixed audience and box office scale. A standalone company entering the fray meant cutting into the business of the majors. Who would be willing to do that? It could be said that after the turn of the millennium, unless there was a fundamental policy shift in North America's media industry, the number of major Hollywood film companies would only decline and never increase. After leaving the restaurant, Eric had intended to go up to the top deck for some fresh air, but he found Harvey Weinstein, Robert Redford, and others already gathered there. Among the crowd stood Julia Roberts, who had been chatting happily. Upon seeing Eric, her demeanor shifted, and she came over. Affectionate, intertwining her arm with his. Everyone felt Julia's unusual behavior, but no one displayed any overt reaction. Over the years, Julia had apparently stopped caring what others thought. Among Eric's women, she alone boldly wore that shiny ruby ring in any setting without regard and rarely took it off. Feeling the smooth silk of Julia's gown against him, Eric wrapped his arm around her waist and smiled, greeting everyone. "What are you all discussing?" "The Sundance Film Festival," Robert Redford said. "Eric, are you interested in skiing in Park City? It's just the right time." Robert Redford, besides being a well-known director and actor in Hollywood, was also the illustrious founder of the Sundance Film Festival. Eric wasn't particularly interested in skiing. Although he understood Robert's intention to invite him to the Sundance Film Festival, he was about to decline. Yet, just as he was about to speak, Julia gently tugged at his sleeve, her tone a bit hopeful. "Eric, I promised Bob I would attend the opening ceremony of the Sundance Film Festival next week. Will you come with me?" Julia rarely made requests of Eric, so hearing her say this left him with no thoughts of refusal. He turned to Robert Redford and asked, Bob, when is it?" "The opening ceremony is on Thursday," Robert said, trying to keep his expression neutral, despite having heard of Julia and Eric's relationship. "The ceremony is held in the evening, so you can come by then." "Well then, I'll take Julia to see it." Eric nodded, then asked, "Are there any outstanding films this year?" "About that," Robert Redford smiled. "I think all the films are quite good. However, whether they'll suit your taste is something you'll want to check out for yourself." The Sundance Film Festival aimed to support independent films and new talent, and one of the distinguishing features of these films was their low budget. As the most successful commercial director in Hollywood at that time, Robert Redford found it challenging to gauge whether Eric would still be interested in these smaller productions. Eric sensed the subtext in Robert's words and said, "In fact, the production budget has never been the most important factor to me. I prefer films that achieve great things on a small scale." Hearing Eric say this, Harvey Weinstein immediately shook his head in amusement, remarking, "Eric, what you said is something everyone would agree with." Eric paused for a moment, then laughed. "Yeah, it really is something everyone likes." After chatting for a while, Eric took Julia away from the deck, asking along the way, What about Liz? She went to New York, Julia replied, moving closer to Eric in the corridor, and added, I think she went to have a fight. Eric became intrigued, saying, What fight? Julia looked confused, saying, I don't really know. Despite Rupert Murdoch's business acumen, he wasn't known as a strict father. Otherwise, his two sons wouldn't have turned out so unruly. For his most accomplished child, Elizabeth, the old man showed even more favoritism. Eric had never witnessed Elizabeth in a confrontation with her father. Thus, going all the way to New York for a fight could only mean it was with the new stepmother. Thinking about the way Elizabeth ended up devastated during her playful banter, Eric felt a small twinge of worry for her on this choral trip. Upon reaching the lower main deck, Eric walked to the buffet table, grabbing a plate with Julia as they planned to eat something. Eric then asked, How's the preparation for your new film coming along? I've already talked with Soderbergh, Julia replied, picking her food. We're starting filming in March, and it will be out by the end of the year. Eric nodded, smiling. Nicole's Moulin Rouge got pushed to next year, so it seems nobody will be competing against you for Best Actress this year. As a large-scale musical, Nicole's Moulin Rouge had originally hoped for a summer release. However, due to various delays, it couldn't be ready in time for the summer schedule. The year-end period was already crowded, and it would directly compete with Julia's film, Erin Brockovich. Fox eventually decided to move it to next year. Having taken their food, they walked to a table on the deck to sit down. Julia said, I don't care about Best Actress. Eric, you don't care, do you? Eric pretended to think about it before chuckling. I'd still prefer Best Actress. Then I'll go for Best Actress. Julia's expression morphed intriguingly, her eyes shining. Eric, if you're impatient, there are some Best Actress nominees on this ship right now. Eric wanted to give Julia a playful tap on her forehead, but held back because of the many people around. Who are they? I haven't seen any. Julia looked around and pointed. There, Holly Hunter, the Best Actress for the piano. Although she plays a mute in that movie, her voice is actually beautiful. Chapter 1088, Quarterly Financial Report. Noticing Julia pointing at them, Holly Hunter and a few others who were chatting made their way over. Eric had no choice but to get up and engage in a few pleasantries with them. Once they left, he shot a frustrated glance at Julia, who looked completely innocent. Julia shrank back a little, her eyes filled with hope as she whispered, Eric, you're mad at me, right? Are you going to discipline me? No. Eric shook his head and replied, I will treat you well, in the gentlest way possible. Julia nodded vigorously like a little chick pecking at rice, clearly not averse to that approach. Well, that meant he couldn't get mad at her. Monday mornings typically involved breakfast with Katzenberg, where they would discuss the recent company affairs. Elizabeth was still on her fight trip, and it was only yesterday that Eric learned during a phone call that the issue revolved around Fox Broadcasting. Murdoch wanted to place Wendy Deng at Fox, which Elizabeth naturally opposed. Eric didn't feel it was appropriate to meddle in family matters. Waking up in Julia and Elizabeth's Beverly Hills mansion that morning, Eric initially thought Julia would want to sleep in, so he planned to head to work early. However, Julia also got up, although she remained a bit sleepy until they reached the Firefly headquarters in Burbank. Good morning, Eric. Katzenberg bustled into the dining room, as lively as ever, shaking Eric's hand, then enthusiastically greeting Julia. Morning, Julia. Julia perked up and nodded at Katzenberg. Jeffrey, good morning. After the greetings, Eric and Katzenberg took their seats at the breakfast table, with Julia lazily sitting next to Eric. Katzenberg seemed to understand Julia's state and, thinking that the matters for discussion today were nothing to be shy about, didn't mind placing their breakfast order. He couldn't wait to ask, Eric, have you seen AOL's quarterly financial report? Most publicly traded companies released their quarterly financial reports in late January or early February. Since it was just January 18th, Eric didn't expect AOL to announce its quarterly report so early. However, considering AOL's recent circumstances, it was understandable that they would want to get things out in the open sooner rather than later. After all, only a solid financial report could completely chase away the negative buzz surrounding AOL and give the company more leverage in its merger with Time Warner. In 1998, the Nasdaq index had settled at 2,733 points by December 31st, Meanwhile, a series of tech companies listed on Nasdaq saw their stock prices reach historical highs, with Microsoft's market cap smoothly breaking the $400 billion mark, reaching $418.5 billion, firmly securing its position as the #1 company globally. Among the best-performing tech companies under the Firefly umbrella, Cisco's market cap also hit $166.6 billion, ranking 10th on the global corporate valuation list. Yahoo, after experiencing a booming IPO, had its stock prices fluctuating. But before the year ended, its market cap maintained a high of $106.7 billion. In 1997, all the tech companies under Firefly's investment control had assets totaling less than $200 billion. Now, just Cisco and Yahoo had exceeded $270 billion. Additionally, compared to last year, Nokia's market value had doubled, reaching $66.5 billion. Including the non-public but valued over $100 billion media conglomerate Firefly Group, the Firefly system thus owned three enterprises valued over $100 billion. If the Nasdaq index collapsed as Eric predicted, this year would mark the pinnacle of his personal wealth. Although not yet officially calculated, Eric's net worth on the Forbes billionaire list would likely exceed the unprecedented $300 billion level, especially when compared to the $265 billion reported by the New York Times back in November. It was easy to predict that after the Nasdaq crash, it would take at least 10 years for Eric's wealth to reach its current level again, based on the historical development trajectory of the tech industry. However, by that time, should Eric's net worth match this year's level again, the bubble component of his assets would absolutely not be as severe as it currently was. Having processed these thoughts, Eric shook his head and said, "Not yet." "So, what's the situation right now?" Katzenberg waved to his assistant nearby to bring over a laptop. After opening it and displaying the information to Eric, he continued, "AOL just released their numbers. For the fourth quarter last year, AOL reported revenues of $1.1925 billion, a staggering 46% increase compared to last year and a 21% rise compared to the last quarter. Their quarterly profit reached $190.5 million, marking a 41% year-on-year increase. All the relevant figures far surpassed Wall Street's expectations. Here at Firefly's headquarters restaurant in Burbank, Eric had intentionally set up the Wi-Fi network in advance. As Katzenberg spoke, he skillfully switched pages to display AOL's stock price. By then, it was almost 11 o'clock Eastern Time, and Eric only saw a sharply rising curve. On the graph, over an hour after the market opened, AOL stocks surged 11%, lifting its market cap to $73.6 billion. Eric meticulously reviewed all the stats displayed on the browser, then smiled. "This is good news. AOL is set to repurchase that 3.1% of shares held by Clover Fund next month. With this increase, we just made a few $100 million more." Saying that, he opened the calculator on the laptop and did some quick math. At the current stock price, it should be $2.28 billion, and maybe it will rise quite a bit in the coming weeks. Ultimately, we might even end up with $2.5 billion. $2.5 billion. Katzenberg couldn't help but express a bit of awe. Although Clover Fund had bought into the stock at what was considered a high price, if they could recover $2.5 billion, they would have made several times profit compared to the initial investment. Remembering something, Katzenberg added with a grin, "Just in time, that money might be enough to buy Hasbro." Although Hasbro hadn't yet released their fourth quarter report from the previous year, and given that Star Wars Episode 1 came out in late December, even with the report, the disappointing sales of Star Wars merchandise wouldn't substantially impact Hasbro's Q4 revenue data. However, after more than half a month, the news about the poor performance of Star Wars toys had spread, and Hasbro's high stock prices were starting to show signs of decline. Hearing Katzenberg bring up Hasbro, Eric asked, "Speaking of which, has the Consumer Products Department released the report on Star Wars' disappointing sales?" Katzenberg nodded. "I've been keeping an eye on it. I should be able to transfer the detailed documents to you in a few days, but the basic issues are quite clear. Hasbro's failure this time was mainly because they were too greedy. A $100 million licensing fee allowed them nearly half the peripheral products from Star Wars. According to the Consumer Products Department's investigation, Hasbro's new line of toys based on the latest characters from Episode 1 was still very popular. But because there were too many different products, it ended up affecting consumers' shopping choices. As a result, most of the products, apart from the core group of hot sellers, languished unsold. I believe we should categorize and restrict the types of peripheral products we develop for our movies in the future. Eric listened attentively. This year, our Iron Man, Cars, and the Fellowship of the Ring all have great potential for peripheral product development, so it would be best if you kept a close watch on this. I don't want the consumer products department to merely summarize their experience without putting it into practice. Of course, Katzenberg agreed. Just then, the waiter brought their breakfast, and the conversation paused briefly. After the waiter left, Katzenberg continued. Also, regarding the 4,200 plan, Eric, although the final contracts for North America are still under negotiation, 2,000 3D screens and 100 IMAX screens have been basically confirmed for a full rollout with the release of Gravity later this year. However, overseas, I think there may be a delay of 1 to 2 months. Originally, Eric hoped that the rollout of 3D and IMAX screens could happen globally simultaneously, but after a year of preparation, he began to realize the realities. The North American market was somewhat manageable, but the overseas film markets were impacted by various complex factors, such as national market policies, making it impossible for something to happen simultaneously. Certainly, the IMAX theaters completely controlled by Firefly Group might achieve that goal, but expanding those 2,000 3D screens overseas would prove to be quite challenging. And just the mere 100 IMAX screens scattered across other countries globally clearly wouldn't suffice, as Firefly could not launch Gravity and the Fellowship of the Ring in those scant 100 screens. Eric didn't doubt Katzenberg was giving this matter his all. The fact that he brought it up meant that it was unavoidable. Well then, let's just ensure the North American release is synchronized, Eric said. Although somewhat disappointed, he quickly added, as long as North America can succeed, I'm sure overseas expansion will follow swiftly. Absolutely, Katzenberg nodded, adding, however, in North America, I met with representatives from several major theater chains last week. They still have some concerns, mostly regarding the film supply. From the release of Gravity in November to the Fellowship of the Ring in December, there's only 1 month gap. Given the excitement surrounding both films, theater chains are optimistic that they can support a 2-month 3D movie market. However, from the Fellowship of the Ring in December to next year's Easter weekend release of Sleepy Hollow, that's a full 4-month gap. Even if the Fellowship of the Ring could carry a 2-month window, those 2,000 3D screens would face 2 months without supply. So, the exhibitors demanded we provide at least 2 more 3D films to ensure a monthly rollout. At the current technological level, the main difficulty with sourcing 3D films still lay in costs. Time costs were secondary. Merely shifting and copying the films for those 2,000 screens could add up to several $1,000,000 to a movie's budget. For productions under $50 million, these two aspects alone could increase the overall production budget by over 10%. Not to mention even more expensive IMAX versions, which cost about 10 times more than regular 3D copies. If both formats were employed, distribution costs would skyrocket. However, since they were determined to push ahead, there was no room for second thoughts. After thinking for a moment, Eric asked Katzenberg, "What's your take on this?" Katzenberg replied, "Placing the company's big productions in the off-peak months of January and February is too risky. If we choose lower-budget films, they may limit showcasing the visual advantages of 3D and IMAX. I believe we could select some classic blockbusters from our film library for conversion. This approach could reduce risks while maintaining visual quality." Hearing this from Katzenberg, Eric immediately thought of a series of 3D remastered blockbusters from his timeline. However, he quickly shook his head and said, "No, it's not the right time yet." While he recalled many 3D remastered films doing very well at the box office, most of those instances occurred after a movie had been out for 10 or 20 years. The rise of Hollywood's blockbuster with special effects hadn't even been around for a decade. Before the 90s, Eric couldn't come up with many films worth remastering for 3D. However, post-90s, he could think of plenty, and Firefly Group alone owned a considerable number of movies like Jurassic Park, Terminator, Twister, and Independence Day. all of which had the potential for 3D conversion. Yet, compared to the past, the release ages of these films were still too recent to mine nostalgia effectively. Moreover, although he was very satisfied with the 3D technology developed under Firefly, Eric still hoped this technology would evolve for another 10 years before rolling out 3D versions of those classic films. Katzenberg didn't expect Eric to flatly refuse, saying, "Eric, according to Disney's practice of re-releasing animated films every 7 years, it's actually a good time already. Although these are adult films, the rationale is the same. 7 years will bring about a whole new group of adult viewers." "That's not what I mean." Eric shook his head. "Re-releasing every 7 years is indeed the case, but I don't want to rush to exploit the commercial potential of these films now. Perhaps waiting another 10 years until these films become classics in a generation's collective memory, then re-releasing the 3D versions would yield greater rewards. Right now, just to fill the gap, pulling these classic films out would be too much of a waste." In that case, Katzenberg pondered and seemed to be persuaded by Eric's argument. "We'll have to select from our existing films. Speaking of which, that Underworld series would be neat. Its austere Gothic style and violent gunfight scenes would probably translate really well into 3D. However, New Line has already slated that film for a summer release." Chapter 1089, The Glorious Box Office List. Underworld was a project personally finalized by Eric Williams. Although the budget was only $20 million, which would be considered a low-cost production by today's standards, he was personally keeping track of it. Aside from providing several classic design sequences for Underworld based on his memories, Eric also brought in producer Paul Anderson to ensure the film's gunfights and action style. Filming began last September and was now more than halfway complete. Eric had just watched a rough cut last week. Although the lead actress had changed to Natasha Henstridge and the director was no longer Len Wiseman, under the dual supervision of Eric and Anderson, the new version of Underworld had quality that was absolutely on par with, if not better than, the original. To be fair, according to New Line's distribution schedule, it was clearly more prudent to release this film during the summer blockbusters. But after just a brief hesitation, Eric made a decisive call. To promote 3D and IMAX films, it was certainly imperative to take some risks. Even though these are all-night scenes, as long as we pay attention to the brightness issue during conversion, this film is really suitable to be made in 3D. Eric thought aloud. "I'll talk to Kenneth about this. I'll handle it myself. Also, I recall that IMAX has a movie called T-Rex, Back to the Cretaceous, that could also help fill the void. I'll see if there are any other suitable films to choose from, and that should surely be enough." As long as the supply of 3D film content was secured from the end of this year to next summer, the success or failure of the 3D film promotion would surely be settled by next summer. Once 3D movies took off, the ensuing supply issue would also be easily resolved. After discussing these matters and finishing breakfast, Katzenberg was the first to leave the restaurant. Eric patiently waited for Julia Roberts to leisurely finish her meal before saying, "Aren't you supposed to have a table read meeting with the crew of Aaron Brockovich? Should I have someone take you over?" Julia understood she couldn't cling to Eric all day. After affectionately embracing the man, she took her leave. After personally seeing Julia off to her car, Eric returned to the headquarters building. That morning, the company was set to hold its annual film business summary meeting, and Eric arrived at the large conference room where the senior executives of the group were mostly assembled. As Eric sat down at the conference table, the meeting secretary began distributing materials to everyone. As the documents were handed out, a murmur of whispers naturally spread across the room. Eric opened the folder in front of him and looked at the impressive box office list in his hands. Although everyone had likely received related data beforehand, he could understand the mood of the crowd at this moment. With films like Star Wars, Episode I, The Phantom Menace still in theaters for the holiday season, the box office data on the materials only accounted for figures up to December 31st of the previous year. The first page presented the top 10 North American box office rankings for that year. 1. Charlie's Angels 3, $322 million, MGM. 2. The Ring, $286 million, New Line. 3. Mission Impossible 3, $266 million, MGM. 4. The Day After Tomorrow, $253 million, Buena Vista. 5. The Matrix Reloaded, $238 million, Amblin. 6. Star Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, $218 million, Fox. 7. Ted, $212 million, New Line. 8. The Scorpion King, $193 million, Universal. 9. Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, $186 million, Fox. 10. The Truman Show, $125 million, Paramount. After scanning the box office ranking data again, Eric couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. It's evident from the rankings that while Only the Day After Tomorrow from Buena Vista and The Ring and Ted from New Line were directly from the Firefly Group, 7 out of the 10 films originated from major distribution labels under the Firefly system, including Buena Vista, New Line, MGM, and Fox. Even The Matrix Reloaded, released by Amblin, had close links to the Firefly system. The other 2 films, The Scorpion King and The Truman Show, barely made it onto the list, occupying the lowest positions. Eric understood that the emotions of the people in the conference room must be quite complex. After all, most of these films could have been directly from the Firefly Group if he had chosen to do so. If that were the case, the Firefly Group could have created market miracles during Hollywood's golden age that even MGM couldn't achieve. However, from Eric's personal viewpoint, he was very satisfied with this list. After all, if films like Charlie's Angels 3 and The Matrix Reloaded had remained with Firefly, considering the group's limited distribution capacity, one could question whether these films could continue to reach their original box office potential. Even if they achieved box office figures comparable to the current ones, the Firefly Group would then become very prominent on this list. By dispersing this series of films across different labels, it was clear to anyone with common sense how these films were linked to Firefly, but it also provided a convenient cover for many who were unwilling to face reality. Recently, there had already emerged a trend in Hollywood against the Firefly system, and it was clear that without this convenient cover, tensions would undoubtedly rise further. However, pondering over this year's distribution plans left Eric feeling a little headache. Compared to last year's relative silence, this year, the Firefly Group's Buena Vista was set to release 5 major films directly: the Easter release of Enemy of the State, the summer releases of Iron Man and Cars, and the year-end releases of Gravity and The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. It wasn't hard to imagine that all 5 films had the potential to land in the top 10 box office rankings for the year. Moreover, starting next year, the average scale of major film releases from the Firefly Group would undoubtedly only increase. Including MGM, Fox, and Columbia, the entire Firefly system could very well occupy all top 10 positions on the box office ranking. Such a situation would surely be thrilling, but would also add more pressure to the entire Firefly system. Nonetheless, Eric couldn't possibly stop expanding just because of these concerns. The meeting began shortly thereafter, but with these thoughts weighing on his mind, Eric found himself a bit distracted throughout the process. The meeting went on until noon, after which everyone had lunch together. He finally arrived at Playa Vista to the Firefly Studios around 2 in the afternoon. The post-production for Gravity was ongoing in a tense state. Whenever he was in Los Angeles, Eric spent a significant portion of his time working on this film. Today, a segment of the lead actress's scenes required redubbing. Eric arrived at the Firefly Studios, and Jodie Foster, along with her assistant, was already waiting in the post-production studio. Although they had seen each other a few times since the film wrapped, Jodie's demeanor towards Eric was noticeably conflicted. She was a very independent woman and didn't want to become just another one of Eric's numerous flings. However, the charm radiating from this little man made it hard for her to resist. Over the past few weeks, Jodie's attitude toward Eric often appeared a bit distant yet intrigued. Since they were only reworking a few segments, the dubbing didn't take long, and within half an hour, Jodie finished her work. Seeing the woman packing her things and preparing to leave, Eric suggested, "How about you come to my office for a bit? You have nothing else to do this afternoon, right?" Jodie hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. After they left the post-production center together and arrived at the administrative building where Eric's office was, he noticed Jodie's anxious expression. She even brought her assistant along, which made him chuckle. Pulling out his wallet to check, Eric realized there was no cash, so he looked over at Jodie and said, "Can you give me your wallet?" Startled, Jody instinctively took a small step back. When she realized Eric only wanted her wallet, she rolled her eyes at him and said, "You want my wallet? You're Eric Williams." Despite her protest, Jody retrieved her wallet from her purse and handed it to Eric. Eric opened Jody's wallet, pulled out a $1 bill, and handed it to her assistant, who was trying his best to look inconspicuous, saying, "Here, go buy yourself some candy. You don't need to stay here with us." Watching her assistant leave in a daze after being sent off by Eric, Jody finally reacted and snatched her wallet back, forcing a stern expression as she said, "You little guy, I thought you were up to something. That joke isn't funny at all." Eric walked over to the coffee machine, poured coffee for both of them, and smiled. "Yeah, I figured you thought I was up to something. That's why I had your assistant come in, right?" Jody didn't respond, but couldn't help her cheeks turning a bit red. Seeing Eric busily back-turned, she relaxed a little. After settling onto the office's sofa in the guest area, Jody leaned against the backrest, gazing out the glass window. The view from here was quite nice, featuring the photography studio areas and the commercial lofts of Digital Domain. It suddenly occurred to her that his own place probably had a good view too, especially that shell villa at Liberty City Manor. She had a random thought about wanting to take a look there. Just as her thoughts began to wander, Jody heard a low, teasing voice. "Isn't it great? Finally, the two of us can be here alone together." The tone and content of the statement sent an eerie chill down Jody's spine. When she turned to see Eric holding coffee with a sly grin, she realized she had been pranked and lightly nudged him on the leg with her foot. Eric chuckled, placing the coffee on the coffee table and quickly catching her ankle as he sat down on the sofa, casually lifting her legs onto his lap. He took off one of her black high heels and remarked, "You actually wore high heels today. Were they meant for me?" With her legs now held by Eric, Jody leaned slightly against the couch, feeling her body soften. Hearing his comment, she rolled her eyes gently and said, "Eric, I've just realized you're such a conceited guy." No, you're wrong. If a man's confidence far exceeds his personal abilities, that's what you call conceit. I think I've always been quite humble." As Eric spoke, he effortlessly slipped off Jody's other high heel. Although she was in heels, she was still wearing a pair of loose-fitting jeans, which had enough space for Eric to slip his hand through. Feeling the sensation of his fingertips on her calves, Jody's body went even softer, and she lost any will to break away. Perhaps deep down, she didn't even want to resist. Grabbing a cushion to hug against her chest, she playfully murmured, "Eric, you jerk. Not now. Save the compliments for later. I can't feel anything at the moment." Funny. Jody groggily opened her eyes to a dimly lit room. Remembering the afternoon's events, she felt a bit of regret. It was utterly ridiculous. She had easily let that little guy have his way again. Moreover, the bedroom was right next to the office. That mischievous guy must have done plenty of things like this on a daily basis. The thought of other women possibly having laid on this bed made Jody a bit uneasy, even though she wasn't a germaphobe. She shifted around in the sheets and reached out with a hand to see if anyone was on the other side of the bed, only to discover there was no one there, not even a trace of warmth on the sheets. This indicated that the guy had left long ago, abandoning her here by herself, which made her feel a slight sense of grievance. What was this situation? Perhaps she should keep her distance from him in the future. At the very least, she shouldn't let him have his way so easily again. With these chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, the bedroom door suddenly swung open. Jody froze for a moment, but didn't pretend to be asleep. As the lights in the bedroom came on, Jody turned around, her eyes shining brightly as she leaned against her pillow, looking at the man entering. He wore a simple white shirt and fitted trousers, and his chiseled face was flawless. Noticing how strong her feelings for the man before her had become, Jody suddenly felt a bit of panic. What was happening to her? Eric approached the bedside, noticing the look in Jody's eyes. He brushed the hair from her face and smiled. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Jody shook her head. "What time is it?" "It's already 6 o'clock. I made a reservation at a restaurant on Venice Beach. Let's go have dinner together." Jody hesitated. "Isn't there a restaurant on the yacht? If we eat outside, won't someone recognize us?" "We can't always eat in the same place," Eric laughed. "Plus, even if someone sees us, they're likely to just think I'm your good buddy." "Ouch. Easy on the waist. That hurts." He whimpered, dodging Jody's pinch at his waist. Eric rubbed the spot and said, "All right, do you want me to help you get dressed?" Jody instantly shook her head. "You need to leave." Eric didn't press further, standing up to walk outside. "You can take another shower. I'll wait for you outside." Watching the door close behind Eric, Jody took a moment to collect her thoughts before sitting up. Chapter 1090, A Lucky Find. After dinner, Jody, who had promised to accompany Eric back to Liberty City Manor, suddenly had a change of heart. With a sigh about how unpredictable women's hearts could be, Eric had no choice but to take her back to her place. On January 21st, Thursday, it was the opening day of the 15th Sundance Film Festival. Eric flew with Julia to Salt Lake City, Utah, that afternoon. The flight from Los Angeles to Salt Lake City only took an hour. The festival was located in Park City, about 20 miles east of Salt Lake City, nestled in the mountains. After the brief transfer, they arrived at their booked resort just before 4 p.m., with the opening ceremony set for 7 p.m. Upon entering the resort's apartment, Julia couldn't wait to take off her heavy white down jacket. She immediately complained, "It's freezing. I wouldn't have come if I'd known it would be this cold." Compared to the spring-like warmth of Los Angeles, Park City, having just experienced snowfall, had daytime temperatures below freezing. The heating had already been turned on in the apartment. Eric sent off the acquisitions manager from New Line Cinema, who had handed him a stack of film schedules and party information for the festival, placing them on the coffee table. He walked over to help Julia remove her jacket, chuckling. "Haven't you been here before?" "Nope." Julia shook her head. "If Robert hadn't invited me personally, and if Cookie's Fortune wasn't the opening film, I wouldn't have come." Cookie's Fortune was a new film from renowned Hollywood director Robert Altman. This veteran filmmaker had a knack for creating various satirical films, commanding the star power on par with Woody Allen. Additionally, Altman was known for his ensemble cast, often showcasing multiple Hollywood stars in cameo roles. To enhance her profile and credentials while filming mainstream commercial movies, Julia had also made appearances in several of Altman's films, which explained her attendance. "If you don't like it, we can head back tomorrow," Eric suggested as he hung Julia's jacket on a hanger, removing his own trench coat before settling onto the sofa by the fireplace. He began flipping through the stack of materials. Julia came over, leaning against him. "No way. Eric, let's spend the weekend here together, okay?" With their usually busy schedules, this rare opportunity for the two of them to spend time together was not something Eric was willing to pass up. "All right, I'll see what good movies are showing." As Julia leaned closer to look at the film schedule, she quickly lost interest after only glancing at a few listings. She pulled out another set of information, stating, "None of these movies seem interesting. Let's just hit the party instead." Despite gaining more recognition over the years, the Sundance Film Festival hadn't yet reached its peak. The most apparent difference was that none of the films in the stack were directed by well-known filmmakers, nor did they feature any prominent Hollywood actors. However, this essence highlighted Sundance's dedication to showcasing independent films and new talent. Years later, even as it attracted more Oscar-caliber filmmakers, the festival would become increasingly commercialized. Flipping through the film list, Eric was surprised to spot a German film called Run Lola Run, directed by Tom Tykwer. It had been nominated in the World Cinema section. He had never seen the film but had heard about it. He knew that historically, it had a significant impact on Doug Liman's shooting of The Bourne Identity, which led Liman to invite the film's star, Franca Patini, to play the lead role of Marie. Noting the screening time for Run Lola Run was set for the following morning, he folded the page to mark it. The parties in Park City were completely incomparable to those in Los Angeles. Julia assessed the list of little-known films-associated events and completely lost her enthusiasm. Yet, as long as she could spend a few quiet days alone with Eric, she was content without needing any activities. She tossed aside the party materials and reached to wrap her arm around Eric's. "Hey, let's go see this movie tomorrow morning." Eric indicated the information for Run Lola Run, glancing at the clock. "What are you planning to wear?" "It doesn't matter. There's no red carpet," Julia replied, shaking her head. "I'll just wear what I have on." Though the winter days were short, the blanket of snow covering Park City kept the evenings bright, even as the temperatures continued to drop. Outside the theater hosting the opening ceremony, a few photographers and fans had gathered, some with cameras, eagerly hoping to catch a glimpse of the event. Their expressions held curiosity and excitement, but it lacked the electrifying vibe of large award ceremonies. This was to be expected. Besides Robert Redford, the founder of the Sundance Film Festival, the only recognizable group so far was that of the Cookies Fortune cast, who had entered the theater recently. However, these stars were merely familiar faces in Hollywood, along with some seasoned actors in supporting roles. Nothing to get the younger fans overly excited. Tony Jelson, a photographer for The Hollywood Reporter, snapped a couple of shots of the crew from the newly released The Adventures of Sebastian Cole and glanced around, his spirits low. He began discussing strategies with a colleague from another LA media outlet about how to secure tickets for the weekend's ASC party in Park City. Although it wasn't strictly a film event, many top singers would attend the party, promising a lot of useful scoops. A black Range Rover pulled up to the theater entrance. Tony was initially indifferent, thinking there would be many filming opportunities on the route from the street to the theater. However, his colleague suddenly gasped, elbowing him excitedly. "Look! Oh my God!" Wondering why his colleague was acting so shocked, Tony turned his head, first noticing Julia in her white down jacket. Just as he raised his camera to take a shot, he promptly realized that the young man casually linking arms with her was none other than Eric Williams. How could Eric Williams be here? Clearly, Julia Roberts wouldn't be so close with another man. Dazed, Tony watched as the modest gathering erupted into chaos. The previously scattered media reporters rushed toward the couple, wildly clicking their cameras as fans swarmed, screaming and attempting to extend their autograph books past the bouncers to Eric. The scene became chaotic, forcing Eric to hold Julia tightly against him as he hurried into the theater, surrounded by several bodyguards. Upon seeing Eric vanish into the building, frustrated reporters and fans nearly stormed inside. Luckily, Eric's security and the theater's guards acted swiftly, managing to contain the surging crowd. Robert Redford, hearing the commotion outside, quickly stepped out to greet Eric, exchanging friendly banter before introducing a sprightly elderly man beside him. "Eric, this is Robert Altman." "Mr. Altman, it's a pleasure," Eric said, shaking the director's hand politely and sharing a few pleasantries. Redford then introduced several young directors to Eric, and they all proceeded into the screening room. Inside the screening room for the opening ceremony, a buzz of excitement rippled through the attendees. When word spread that Eric Williams would be in attendance, many initially thought it was a joke. It wasn't until Eric entered with Redford and others that people started to believe it. Feeling overwhelmed by the many eyes on him, Eric shifted uncomfortably as Redford personally led him to a seat. With a few minutes to spare before the ceremony began, he sat down, jokingly saying, "Eric, I'm starting to regret inviting you. It looks like Sundance is going to be quite the spectacle for the next few days." Eric shrugged and chuckled. "Sorry, Bob. I'm definitely not here to steal your thunder." "Haha," Redford laughed. "Honestly, if you could come every year, I'd be willing to hand over the festival director duties to you. Everyone really needs opportunities, and you're perfectly positioned to offer many people chances they might never get again." Hearing Redford say that made Eric smile politely. He didn't see himself as a savior and had never considered such a role. If he came across any hidden gems among the films being showcased, he wouldn't mind making a move. Otherwise, he preferred to be a spectator. It might be worth trying to snag that Run Lola Run film, viewing it as a fortunate find. But on second thought, there was no need to mention that. Since it was nominated in the World Cinema section and had a strong shot at winning, it would naturally be on the radar of several major Hollywood film companies. After all, even though not many big Hollywood names had shown interest in Sundance yet, the acquisition departments of the 7 major studios had teams at Sundance, including Firefly Group, MGM, Fox, and Columbia. If none of them managed to pick up Run Lola Run, Eric would certainly question their judgment afterward. As the commotion surrounding Eric gradually calmed, the opening ceremony commenced. Like the ceremony itself, which featured no red carpet events, the proceedings appeared simply laid back. Robert Altman and several other directors from Sundance took the stage to deliver short speeches, followed by the screening of the opening film, Cookies Fortune. Similar to many film festivals, it was common for guests to leave before the screening following speeches. However, at this event, no one stood up between the end of the speeches and the film's preparation. as if everyone had suddenly become devoted fans of Robert Altman. Eric had seen several of Altman's films, but the one that left the most lasting impression on him was the astonishing 8-minute long take from the player. The 2 long takes in his current project, Gravity, would run a total of 18 minutes. Yet when compared, Gravity's long takes are a test for the director's creativity. Additionally, due to special effects technology's assistance, the technical challenges of those long takes weren't particularly daunting, as the filming process wouldn't be a continuous shot, but rather compiled in post-production. On the other hand, the 8-minute long take from the player was a genuine, uninterrupted shot, showcasing Altman's masterful coordination of dozens of characters, which was remarkable. In contrast, the opening film for Sundance, Cookie's Fortune, felt much more mediocre. This suspense film unfolded in a quaint Mississippi town across generations of women, tangled in their emotional dramas. Altman had a penchant for using death as a narrative driving force, and Cookie's Fortune was no different. The sudden suicide of an elderly woman in town triggered decades of resentments between 2 women, creating a plot that, while somewhat absurd and satirical, wound together intricately. In the end, when the mystery unraveled, it left the audience sighing in contemplation. In many ways, Robert Altman and Woody Allen were quite similar. Both were prolific directors, though varying in the quality of their works. However, the distinction between the two was clear. Altman excelled in storytelling, while Allen had a knack for character development. This is why Allen not only garnered Oscar nominations, but his films also racked up a multitude of acting nominations, while Altman's films were more about screenplay and directing technical accolades, giving actors less space to shine. As the opening film concluded, the time had already crept past 9 p.m. The night in Park City grew increasingly cold. After the ceremony, Robert Altman returned early to his quarters to rest, while Eric and Julia accepted an invitation from Robert Redford to join the after-party festivities. However, despite their shared background in film, the independent film crowd at Sundance and Hollywood felt like 2 distinct worlds. Hollywood might extend entrance tickets to filmmakers who gained attention at Sundance, but for most ambitious or dream-filled filmmakers, they often made fleeting appearances at Sundance before fading back into obscurity. Eric didn't linger at the party for too long. After simply grabbing a few bites to eat with Julia, he politely excused himself and left early. Chapter 1091, Mockumentary. Last night, as Julia impulsively opened her bedroom window a crack, the heating in the room completely failed. Despite the cold air, the 2 of them huddled under the covers like they were in hibernation, adding a touch of unusual warmth to the situation. However, the direct consequence of this was that they both struggled to get out of bed in the morning. The skies in Park City hadn't yet brightened when Elizabeth, on the East Coast, called from New York, her tone dripping with jealousy as she mentioned seeing news about the 2 of them garnering a lot of attention at the Sundance Film Festival's opening ceremony. Julia exchanged some playful banter with Elizabeth over the phone before hanging up and snuggling back into Eric's arms, pleasantly squinting her eyes in comfort. After napping for a bit more nestled together, Eric remembered that the movie they had planned to watch, Run Lola Run, was set to screen at 10 in the morning. He glanced at his watch and saw it was already 8:50. So he perked up, got dressed, and got out of bed. Once he firmly shut the window, Eric freshened up. The room started to warm up again, prompting Julia to lazily begin getting dressed. After breakfast, Eric and Julia opted to walk to the cinema for the screening of Run Lola Run instead of taking a car. It was the busiest time of the year in Park City, and Carter Moan, responsible for Eric's security, clearly wasn't thrilled about his boss walking through the streets. He reminded them that there were paparazzi camping outside the resort. However, Eric wasn't too bothered. He figured the paparazzi lurking about were probably those reporters from last night rather than dedicated photographers, since there weren't many celebrities at the Sundance Film Festival that year. As long as the reporters didn't interfere with him and Julia, he didn't mind having them follow along. The resort at the foot of the mountains was only a couple of 100 meters from the town center. Yet, due to the small size of Park City, the sparse surroundings gave off a suburban feel. Eric and Julia strolled leisurely along the asphalt road leading to the downtown, arm in arm, with 2 SUVs driven by bodyguards trailing closely behind them and 2 ordinary sedans a bit further away. The people in the cars clearly weren't too seasoned in following someone. The vehicles sped up and slowed down. One photographer decided to get out and carry his camera while the others followed suit, but tactfully stayed distant, occasionally snapping a few photos from afar. Julia was wearing a light pink, short puffer jacket, pulling up the fluffy hood that covered most of her head. Though her long legs and high leather boots remained very noticeable, her general appearance might not alert anyone unless someone was particularly looking out for her. Eric opted for a simple blue windbreaker instead of his usual trench coat, sporting a baseball cap and sunglasses. As they walked together, they looked like a couple. Well, a couple with slightly above-average looks. Word had spread about Eric's presence at Sundance, so once they entered the downtown area, they were quickly recognized. Still, the number of fans gathering in this small town was not very high, and rather than a massive crowd forming, people casually approached for autographs and photos now and then. After posing for a picture with an excited couple on a street corner, Julia linked her arm back with Eric and turned onto another street. She excitedly remarked, "Eric, did you notice how the houses in Park City look like something out of a fairy tale? They're painted in red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Just like a rainbow town." Eric chuckled and looked around. While most of the wood frame houses weren't his style, the colorful designs did make for a beautiful sight. Fairy tale towns usually have castles. How about we build one? Julia shook her head with a light laugh. You wouldn't like a castle. Passing a small booth promoting films, Julia noticed two young men distributing movie flyers to passers-by. On a whim, she reached out and asked for two. Eric noted how the two young men gave her a confused look as if they weren't sure if they recognized her correctly. Once they walked away, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Hurry up, the movie's about to start." Yeah, let me see what this is about. I might discover a box office sleeper hit," Julia replied, one arm around Eric while she raised the flyer to read with all seriousness. In 1994, 3 film students vanished while shooting a documentary in the woods near Buckettsville, Maryland. A year later, people discovered evidence of their existence again. Obviously a horror movie, The Blair Witch Project. Nice. Title. Eric's expression shifted slightly after hearing Julia read the synopsis, and when he heard the title at the end, he nearly burst out laughing. It truly was a box office sleeper hit. In fact, for a long time, it had been one of the highest returns on investment in all of Hollywood. After Julia had finished reading, she turned to Eric, asking, "So, what do you think?" Eric nodded thoughtfully. "Not bad. Maybe you should start a film company, buy it, and release it yourself. You could hit 100 million. Ugh, you're just teasing me again," Julia said, slightly annoyed as she tightened her hold on Eric's arm and almost tossed the flyers away. Not spotting any trash cans around, she just held on to them. Eric reached over to take one of the flyers, examined it curiously, and then handed it back to Julia. "I'm not joking. How about we make a bet? I bet this film will make 100 million. Julia leaned her head adorably on Eric's shoulder and replied, "I'll bet it does too." That's not fun. Switch positions." "No way." Julia shook her head then added, "Let's make the bet that it won't make 100 million. "Fine." Eric also shamelessly agreed with Julia's suggestion, laughing. "So, what's the wager?" "Doesn't matter. We can decide that later." While chatting, they quickly arrived in front of a theater showcasing a bright poster for Run Lola Run. It was clear this was the right place. The screening was about to begin, and the entrance was buzzing with activity. Some were checking tickets, others waiting in line at the box office, while various people held signs asking for spare tickets. Because of the crowd, as soon as Eric and Julia approached, they were immediately recognized. A few unsure girls approached them tentatively, and upon confirmation, they burst into a flurry of screams, drawing everyone's attention. The bodyguards following closely in the SUVs realized the situation might escalate, so they swiftly emerged and formed a protective perimeter around Eric and Julia. It wasn't as chaotic as the night before. Eric and Julia patiently signed a few autographs for fans before finally making their way into the theater. Hearing that Eric Williams had come to see his film, the producer of Run Lola Run, Stefan Arndt, was over the moon. The film had started screening in Europe last year and generated significant buzz within independent cinema circles, even earning a nomination for the Golden Lion at the Venice Film Festival. The main purpose of the Run Lola Run team's presence in Park City was to sell the film. Following its European success, many Hollywood companies had contacted them with offers, some of which made Stefan more than tempted. Had it not been for his desire to wait until after the Sundance Film Festival to secure an award before making a decision, he might have already sold the film. However, despite Run Lola Run's rising fame in the indie scene, its impact was still limited. Some Hollywood distributors even planned to release it straight to DVD. Now that Eric Williams had personally come to watch the film, it wielded even more influence than if the president himself showed up. Once this was reported in the media, awareness of Run Lola Run would surely multiply, making it impossible for Hollywood distributors to secure rights without making a generous offer. Calculating how much revenue Run Lola Run would eventually bring to his company, Stefan was eager and pulled together a few dazed crew members to greet Eric Williams in the screening room. This particular theater wasn't large, holding about 100 seats. As the film hadn't started yet, the fans who had already entered noticed Eric Williams's arrival and rushed over for autographs, creating a lively moment until everyone returned to their seats. At the same time, representatives from various Hollywood film companies, though they chuckled internally at the unfortunate timing of Eric showing up, felt compelled to approach him and say hello. "Maury, come find me later. I have something for you," Eric casually directed to Maury Brandau, the purchasing manager from New Line Cinema, after greeting others before refocusing on the Run Lola Run team. "Mr. Williams, hello? I'm Stefan Arndt, producer of Run Lola Run, and this is Tom Tykwer, the director. Here's our Lola, Franca Patini," and after greeting the group in front of him, Eric smiled at Stefan. "I think we should get started quickly. Everyone's anxious to see the film." "Oh, of course." Stefan nodded quickly, leading Tom and the others toward the stage. The screening room gradually quieted down. Only then did Eric and Julia take their seats in the back corner. Since the space was small, their position didn't obstruct the view. After a brief interaction on stage, the movie began promptly. The version playing was still in its original German, only subtitled in English. Eric quite liked this original audio with subtitles format, as he had some less-than-great memories associated with dubbed films. He had even developed a slight disdain for them. The original audio with subtitles allowed him to understand the film's meaning while also experiencing the nuanced expressions in the characters' dialogues. This was the best way to watch foreign films. After a mesmerizing opening segment, the scene dove straight into Lola's phone call. The film's plot was straightforward enough. Lola's boyfriend, Manny, a small-time crook, accidentally lost a large sum of money belonging to his boss. If he didn't come up with the cash by noon, he would be killed by his boss. So he called Lola for help. Lola calmed her boyfriend down and dashed out of the house, embarking on a 20-minute chase to gather 100,000 marks. Her first attempt didn't go well. After failing to secure the money, Manny was left with no choice but to rob a store, and Lola tried to help him, only to be shot dead by the police. In her second attempt, Lola took her father hostage for the money, but in the end, Manny was killed by an ambulance. On the third try, she won the needed cash in a casino, and unexpectedly, Manny managed to retrieve the lost money from a homeless man, thus resulting in a completion of the mission, and the film concluded. The entire movie felt like a live-action version of a video game. The colorful Lola, with red hair and a blue tank top and green pants, seemed like a character stepping straight out of an arcade game. The numerous resets in the plot allowed the protagonist to gather experience and acquire skills to avoid making past mistakes. Lola's subtler impacts on several pedestrians during her frantic runs reminded Eric of the Butterfly Effect series. Upon finishing the film, Eric's initial thought was about the seemingly shy young director. He must be a hardcore video game enthusiast. As for the film, Eric could only sum it up in one word: cool. Whether it was the unique three-part structure or the dynamic soundtrack, along with a series of well-crafted details, it truly begged for repeated watchings and reflections. When the credits began to roll, Julia leaned in and whispered, "That was an amazing film." Eric nodded in agreement, waiting politely for the lights in the screening room to come up before taking Julia's hand and rising to head outside. As expected, a larger group of reporters and fans had gathered outside the theater by the time they emerged. The scene quickly turned chaotic again when they appeared, but Eric and Julia didn't linger this time, swiftly getting into their car and driving away under the protection of their bodyguards. The Land Rover SUV smoothly navigated Park City's streets, and as Julia watched the crowd diminish in the rearview mirror, she finally pulled off her hood. Now that they were public figures, both had become accustomed to this life. Julia didn't complain, instead cheerily inquired, "Eric, where are we having lunch?" Glancing outside, Eric noted it was a bright sunny day and that the temperature had risen slightly compared to earlier. The streets were getting busier, and eating outside wouldn't be suitable, so he suggested, "Let's head back to the resort." Julia nodded, contemplating their plans for the rest of the day. There was a rooftop party to attend in the afternoon and a dinner invitation at Robert Redford's place that evening. With the weekend mostly free, she excitedly proposed, "How about we go skiing tomorrow?" "No way. There'll be more people at the ski resort than there were at the cinema entrance," Eric replied, then remembered, "What happened to those 2 movie flyers?" "What?" Julia asked, caught off guard before. Recalling, flashing an innocent expression as she blinked. "I tossed them out." Chapter 1092, Marketing Experiment. Eric personally attended the screening, which immediately elevated the media attention on Run Lola Run, surpassing all other films at the Sundance Film Festival that year. Initially, distributors valued the North American distribution rights for Run Lola Run at around $5 million, but by the end of the afternoon, reports indicated that Hollywood studios were close to offering $10 million. Before this, no film at Sundance had ever fetched over $10 million, and it was clear that Run Lola Run was poised to become the highest-priced film in Sundance history. As news of Eric's presence at the Sundance Film Festival spread, more media and filmmakers began flocking to Park City, turning the small town in the Utah mountains into a bustling hotspot. Although Julia casually tossed aside a promotional flyer for the Blair Witch Project, which contained the creator's contact details, Eric knew it would be relatively easy to secure the film, provided he remembered the names. While most Hollywood distributors were focused on bidding for Run Lola Run and other film screenings that Eric Williams might attend, New Line Cinema's acquisition team quietly approached 2 young filmmakers who were promoting their work around Park City. "Mr. Williams, here's a copy of the Blair Witch Project. I had a DVD made for your viewing convenience," said Maury Brandow, the head of New Line's acquisition department. The next afternoon, Maury personally delivered what Eric needed. After watching the sample clip of the Blair Witch Project, Maury's first impression could be summed up in 2 words: garbage. Nevertheless, he diligently fulfilled the task assigned by Eric and did his homework. After all, anyone with a hint of workplace ambition knew how to seize such opportunities when asked to assist the big boss. Gratefully accepting the coffee handed to him by Julia, Maury sat back down after thanking her. Watching Eric flipping through the background information of the Blair Witch Project, he continued, "I've looked at both directors' project plans. They've crafted a very convincing background for this documentary-style film. I think if we treat it as promotional material, then develop a horror film based on this setting, the box office should do quite well." Eric simply smiled and nodded, gesturing toward the DVD on the coffee table. Julia picked it up and walked over to the television in the living room, inserted the disc into the player, and then returned, nonchalantly sitting next to Eric with a curious gaze locked on the screen. As the film started playing, Maury turned his attention to the screen as well. After a similar introductory subtitle to what appeared on the flyer, the crude DV-style footage came into view. Upon closer inspection, the film's documentary-like progression seemed to build in stages. The 3 adventurers first presented the legend of the Blair Witch with a detailed background, laying out an entire chain of evidence. This was followed by interviews with the residents of Bucketsville. Once they had fully immersed the audience in this legend, the trio embarked on their adventure. Once in the forest, a series of strange events began to unfold. Unexplained arguments, a lost map, stone piles around their tents, totems hanging from the trees. Ultimately, one team member mysteriously vanished, escalating the tension of the storyline. Someone who was entirely unaware of the backstory would undoubtedly find the film bewildering. Julia fit this description perfectly. As credits rolled on the screen, the young woman leaned closer to Eric, wrapping her arms around his, and playfully remarked, "Eric, we might be losing this one." Maury Brandau had paid $80,000 for this film. Hearing Julia's comment, he speculated but didn't dare inquire further, turning back to Eric, waiting for the big boss to speak. Perhaps he would just toss this piece of garbage aside, Maury thought to himself. The only way he could see to utilize this story was precisely as he suggested, conceptualizing a horror film based on the narrative. As for the copies and materials laid out on the coffee table, they appeared to hold no value. After all, if the Blair Witch legend actually existed in Maryland, similar to other old tales like those of vampires, a little promotion might pique the audience's curiosity and engagement, potentially yielding some revenue for the film. In reality, however, the Blair Witch tale had been completely fabricated by the two directors. There was no existing fan base. The studio was unlikely to promote a false story for a low-budget DV film, as that would be a waste of time and resources, likely leading to significant losses. Once the screening ended, Eric sat quietly in thought for a moment before addressing Maury Brandau, who was waiting for instructions. Maury, I'll give you 3 days to get a complete contract signed with the film's creators, investors, and all the actors involved to clear up any potential legal issues this project may face. Also, arrange for those two directors, Daniel Myrick and Eduardo Sanchez, to come to Los Angeles. I'll meet with them next Wednesday. By the way, pull a small team from the distribution department for them. Not too formal. Interns will be fine. Set up an office for them at Firefly Studios. That's all for now. You can head back. Although completely bewildered by the boss's intentions, Maury nodded seriously, taking notes, before getting up to leave. This year's Sundance Film Festival took place from January 21st to January 31st. However, as more media and filmmakers gathered in the small town, Eric found himself bumping into people while taking morning walks with Julia in the enclosed resort. With little else to do, he decided to leave early on Sunday and return to Los Angeles. At Firefly Studios, things were busy, and Wednesday arrived in the blink of an eye. It was a last-minute decision to release Underworld as a 3D conversion film in early next year, filling the gap between The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, and Sleepy Hollow. Despite needing to adjust their established distribution plans, Kenneth Horn had no objections to Eric's choice. Eric had a chance to discuss the 3D post-production details for Underworld over lunch with the creators and the digital 3D conversion team. Kenneth arrived for this meeting as Eric invited him, and John Woo, who he hadn't seen for a long time, to have lunch at the Large Ships restaurant. Having placed their lunch order, Kenneth passed the menu to a round-faced waitress who was said to be named Amy Adams. As he glanced over at Natasha Henstridge, who sat obediently beside Eric, he couldn't help but envy his boss's luck with attractive women. Eric, Maury said you bought a DV documentary in Park City? Eric nodded, smiling at Natasha pouring her bottled water into a crystal glass. I'm planning a marketing experiment. Have you prepared everyone I need? Of course. After lunch, we can have Miss Wilson take you over. Speaking of which, I don't have much work this afternoon. Would it be all right if I tagged along? I'm quite curious. You can skip that, Eric replied, shaking his head jokingly. But are you reminding me to give you more work by saying you have nothing to do in front of your boss? Did I say anything? Kenneth feigned innocence as he laughed. I don't think I mentioned anything. Everyone chuckled, and Eric didn't neglect to engage John Woo, asking, John, what have you been busy with lately? I'm currently negotiating a new film with Columbia, starring a talented actor from Hong Kong. It's temporarily titled The Replacement Killers, and we're still looking for a director, John Woo replied. Eric, that actor is undoubtedly as respected in Hong Kong as Jackie Chan, so the box office should perform well. Eric couldn't help but laugh. Recently, he had run into Mira Sorvino and was wondering why there had been no news about her project with Chow Yun-fat, only to find out it was popping up so soon. Since he hadn't seen the film submission from Columbia yet, it seemed the project wasn't finalized yet, and he had no intention of interfering. He simply said, John, you can't only be a producer. Directing is your real job, right? Absolutely, John Woo affirmed. My agent recommended a war film script to me recently. I thought it was good, and I want to give it a shot. I just need to finish my current obligations first. Hearing about the war film script, Eric couldn't help but flinch. I hope it's not that film that almost drove MGM bankrupt, Wind Talkers. Right. He instinctively shook his head. John, I don't think you're suited for a war film. I believe you're best at action movies." John Woo was taken aback by Eric's sudden critique, but he quickly collected himself and nodded. "I'll think it over." Due to the success of several blockbuster films, John Woo had already climbed to the ranks of A-list directors in Hollywood as an Asian director. Even if he left the Firefly system, he had the ability to collaborate with other studios. Eric could see that he was not ready to give up this project easily, and he refrained from further persuasion. After all, everyone chose their own paths, and they had to face the consequences. After lunch, John Woo excused himself, and after a few kind words, Eric also sent Natasha Henstridge on her way, turning to Kenneth Horn to say, "Please inform everyone that we won't be participating in John Woo's war film, and make sure it's not botched up. It's best to pass it along to other studios." Kenneth Horn raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Eric, the box office for Face/Off a few years back was fantastic, and Woo's directing ability is solid. Why not give it a try?" "Every director has their own strengths." Eric shook his head. "I don't believe John Woo can pull off a war film. It's just my personal feeling, so we won't get involved with that project." Kenneth Horn nodded reluctantly, but suddenly said, "Speaking of which, Eric, you seem to excel in all types of films. That's pretty rare." Eric shrugged and smiled. "That's why I'm the boss." "All right then." Recalling experiences from Sundance, Eric asked, "What's the situation with Run Lola Run? If we can secure that, it would neatly fill the void left by Underworld. We'll call this a few times. Columbia wants that film. Their offer is $11 million, and we collectively decided not to compete with them," Kenneth said. "However, if the other three offers exceed that price, Columbia will also back out." "That works too," Eric replied. "After all, it's just an independent film, and the North American distribution rights alone make it too risky if the bid is too high." The two continued their conversation as they walked toward the administration section, where Caroline and Marissa held a file each, waiting at the downstairs of Eric's office. Kenneth Horn then said his farewells and returned to his office. When Eric approached the two women, he asked a few questions before all three headed to another office building. As he pushed open the office door, several nervous young men and women immediately stood up, looking toward the young executive at the entrance. Eric had originally heard that the two directors of the Blair Witch Project were still students, expecting them to be quite young. However, both Daniel Myrick and Eduardo Sanchez turned out to be older than he was. Daniel Myrick, who wore frameless glasses, was already 35, while Eduardo Sanchez was over 30. Although Eric initially instructed Maury Brandau to find some interns, it was evident the staff in the room were not typical interns for the company. Maury Brandau appeared in the office to introduce Eric to the small team personally. Eric didn't mind Maury's arrangements. Since they wanted to take responsibility, he didn't chase them away after introductions. It was tacit approval. He couldn't monitor everything himself, and having someone dedicated to this task was beneficial. Caroline and Marissa distributed the pre-printed materials to everyone in the office. The team gathered around a large conference table. Eric walked over to the prepared whiteboard and said, "I have limited time, so I'll give you an overview. All the detailed information is in the files in front of you. If you still don't understand afterward, discuss it amongst yourselves. Don't come to me. This time, regarding the Blair Witch Project, I'm planning to conduct a marketing experiment on an internet platform. Given some characteristics of this marketing model, I've decided to give it a name." As he spoke, Eric picked up a marker and wrote 2 words on the board: viral marketing. Chapter 1093, You're Just Jealous. It was noon at Firefly Studios. Eric and Robert Beyer, the visual effects supervisor for Gravity, had just stepped out of the Digital Domain studio, planning to grab some lunch together. As Eric's phone rang, he answered, said a few words, and then parted ways with Robert, heading to his office at the studio. Pushing the office door open, he spotted Elizabeth, dressed in a professional suit, sitting in a leather chair behind his desk, openly flipping through a document. Eric walked over, smiling as he took the materials from Elizabeth's hands. Leaning against the desk, he teased, "Even if you're trying to spite your dad, you don't have to move the office here, do you? The studio is so big." Hearing Eric bring up a sore point, Elizabeth immediately pouted. She had been in New York for a week, but nothing could stop that woman from working at Fox Television. "They say they're handing over the Fox business to me." "Huh? As if I didn't know? Control freak." she complained, looking at Eric with her arms crossed. You're a control freak too. All you men are control freaks. You finally understand this harsh reality, Eric said, pulling the chair closer to him. He leaned down and kissed her cheek, laughing. Are you disappointed in the world now, wanting to take revenge on society? Elizabeth tilted her head and pretended to bite Eric's finger, flashing him a playful warning with her white teeth. Eric, undeterred, moved his finger closer. Realizing what he was trying to do, Elizabeth quickly loosened her grip, puffing her cheeks out in feigned indignation. You're such a jerk, picking on me. Okay, no more angry faces, Eric said, pulling out a tissue from a compartment under his desk to wipe his hands. Are you hungry? Shall we go grab a bite? Elizabeth shook her head, slightly sulking. Not hungry. I'm planning to diet for the day, and you're coming with me. Eric chuckled. How about we make it a week? Just write your will first, and remember to leave the mountaintop villa to me. Give that one at Truesdale Manor to Julia. Elizabeth rolled her eyes dramatically. Dream on. Seeing her fiery spirit dim a bit, he suggested. How about we just go out to eat? I'm really not hungry. I'll wait a bit, Elizabeth said as she shrank into the chair, pointing at the computer screen on the desk. So, you and Julia are betting on this, huh? Eric turned his head to take a look and noticed the glowing computer screen displayed the official site for the Blair Witch Project. The small team managing the Blair Witch Project site worked efficiently, and with Firefly's resource support, they had set up the film's website in just 3 days. A few days ago, after discussing the concept of viral marketing with the small team, Eric hadn't put too much thought into it afterward. For this film, which previously created a box office miracle with its photodocumentary style, Eric mostly cared about the chance to play around with it. If it succeeded, great, but if it failed, it was no big deal. After all, as Firefly expanded to its current scale, running an honest operation was the way forward. Going too far and chasing shortcuts would only backfire. Moreover, looking at the past trends, if Artisan Entertainment bought and successfully operated this film, it might net $140 million domestic. Movie attendance in North America has remained quite stable over the years, and it hadn't been until recently that ticket prices started to push the box office past the $7 billion mark. A $140 million gross would represent 1/50th of the total North American box office. If Artisan took this money, other Hollywood studios would lose out on that same amount. Given Firefly's market share, it felt essentially like they were losing money. Of course, part of Eric's intention behind replicating the Blair Witch Project's marketing was to showcase the internet's powerful outreach capabilities. It's a marketing experiment. I want to show the industry just how powerful online advertising can be. You know, a lot of traditional advertisers are skeptical about the effectiveness of internet ads. If this works, I think more will recognize the potential of online platforms. I just read the information on that website. If I didn't already know everything was a hoax, I might have almost believed it, Elizabeth said. But do you really think this movie can make $100 million? Julia told me it's simply terrible. Who knows? Hollywood never lacks surprises. Elizabeth's eyes sparkled with mischief. Well then, in that case, I'm taking that bet. If you lose, you have to help Fox make a movie. And if I win, then I'll help Firefly make a film. Are you sure you can handle making a movie? Absolutely, Elizabeth said, raising her chin proudly. I'm a legit media studies graduate, unlike some people who didn't even go to college. Eric shrugged dismissively, chuckling. Well, you should know that in Hollywood, everyone's uneducated. Those who went to college are the ones looked down upon. Ugh, you're just jealous. Elizabeth lightly smacked Eric and returned to discussing the Blair Witch Project. By the way, using real events to market this film, if it gets exposed, that could be a real problem, right? True, Eric acknowledged. So before it releases, the company will definitely clarify that this is just a marketing campaign. He had contemplated this issue himself. When Artisan was a small player, they successfully tricked everyone with their marketing scheme, and media attention focused on the box office miracle of the Blair Witch Project, so no one questioned their obvious deceitful tactics. Artisan could afford to do that, but Firefly could not. This was one reason why Eric didn't expect the Blair Witch Project to replicate past box office success. Firefly's ambitions were too grand. If the Blair Witch Project succeeded at the box office again without any clarifying statements beforehand, countless people would pounce on them. In a society like North America, where even a wrong look could lead to litigation, Firefly would face a slew of lawsuits. Elizabeth asked again, "So when do you plan to release it?" "I'll see how it goes," Eric mused. For a topic like this, a month of build-up should be enough. If we take too long, people's curiosity might fade. Perhaps in March. Since it was only for fun, Eric surely wouldn't schedule the Blair Witch Project during prime summer release windows. After chatting a bit more, Eric reached out to pull Elizabeth up from her chair. "Come on, let's go to Venice Beach." Elizabeth no longer refused, linking her arm with Eric's as they walked out of the office. "Oh, by the way, are you going to the Golden Globe Awards tomorrow night?" Eric shook his head. "Nope." The past year had been phenomenal for Hollywood in box office terms, boasting global box office juggernauts like Charlie's Angels 3, Mission Impossible 3, and Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, along with sleeper hits such as The Ring. In contrast, the indie film market had dimmed significantly, leading to one of the least exciting award seasons in recent years. This award season, two films that seemed promising, either The Horse Whisperer or Elizabeth, fell far short of the acclaim received by previous blockbusters like Saving Private Ryan, Forrest Gump, and Schindler's List. Eric had no interest in this year's Oscars, let alone the buzz surrounding the Golden Globes. As expected, under Miramax's strong PR campaign, The Horse Whisperer easily scooped up most nominations at the Golden Globes the next day, while only Cate Blanchett from the Elizabeth crew snagged a win for Best Actress in a Drama, thanks to The Horse Whisperer not competing for the same award. When the Oscar nominations were announced, The Horse Whisperer led the pack with 10 nominations. This year, the Golden Globes took place on January 29th, followed closely by Super Bowl on January 31st in Miami, Florida, which was the second time Fox broadcasted the Super Bowl since securing exclusive broadcasting rights. The biggest highlight of this Super Bowl was undoubtedly the wave of ads from new tech companies. Yahoo, Microsoft, Cisco, Amazon, and Intel, among others, had a significant presence, reflecting a society increasingly immersed in the internet era. Yet, among them, the trailer for Iron Man garnered a massive amount of attention. A 30-second Super Bowl ad couldn't fit too much information, but besides the quick glimpse of Iron Man's suit, audiences were undoubtedly buzzing about Eric, the actor playing Tony Stark. Despite the makeup making the deep chestnut-haired, bearded Tony Stark look completely different from the real Eric, many couldn't help but excitedly discuss the various connections between the two characters. Naturally, Eric's status as North America's, indeed, the world's, richest superhero further fueled discussions. In just a few days, the topic dominated trending charts across major online platforms. In the following days, Firefly officially rolled out the first television trailer for Iron Man across major networks, heralding the final wave of promotional efforts leading up to the film's release. Some cast and crew members also began appearing sporadically on television talk shows to promote the film slated for release in 3 months. As Iron Man started regular promotions, an online rumor circulated about several college students mysteriously disappearing after visiting the Blair Witch location in Maryland. The key to viral marketing is a captivating topic paired with a significant online interaction network to spread it. The North American middle class, living their predictable lives but inherently eager for adventure, couldn't resist the allure surrounding the missing students, creating an eye-catching effect crucial for viral marketing. Moreover, as the country with the highest internet penetration, North America had PCs that were catching up to TV and VCR ownership, even while many parts of the world were still learning what a personal computer was. In 1998, over 93 million PCs were sold worldwide, with North America claiming 70%. By the end of the previous year, the number of internet users in North America had crossed the 100 million mark, equating to a third of the total population. This massive user base provided a significant foundation of popularity for the Blair Witch events. With these two key elements in place and all insiders having re-signed comprehensive non-disclosure agreements, no one had come forward to expose the truth. Thus, the Blair Witch rumors evolved into a viral storm. The Blair Witch Project's website was steadily releasing detailed background stories, search and rescue information from local troops, witness accounts, and updates, all creating a smorgasbord of convincing yet misleading content that stoked even greater curiosity. In just a week, curious adventurers began gathering in the small town of Bucketsville, Maryland, to inquire with puzzled locals about the purported Blair Witch. As things escalated, the local Maryland government even had to step in to clarify the situation. However, growing up amid various conspiracy theories, the North American public was unlikely to believe any official rebuttal. The situation continued to snowball. Seeing the rapid development exceeding his expectations, Eric quickly decided to set the release date for the Blair Witch Project on March 5th. However, to be cautious, he only arranged for 200 screens for the film's debut. Regardless, given how things were progressing, even with prior fact-checks before the public, interest in the topic might still drop significantly, leading Firefly to at least make a modest profit. On that note, while only screening on 200 screens, it would still be considered a significant investment, especially compared to Artisan's ability in the original timeline, which had only secured around 20 theaters for the Blair Witch's debut. This also showcased the deep-rooted strength of Hollywood's major companies. Since it was an off year for the Oscars, Hollywood, typically bustling in February, appeared markedly quieter this year. Eric continued to diligently work on post-production for Gravity while, toward the end of February, he flew to New York to finalize the stock transfer deal involving 3.1% shares with AOL and Clover Holdings. On February 16th, after nearly 6 months of negotiations, AOL and Time Warner reached a preliminary merger agreement. They would publicly announce the merger once they reclaimed the shares directly held by Firefly, subsequently submitting the merger proposal for review by the Federal Trade Commission. Chapter 1094, Competition and Confrontation. Manhattan, AOL headquarters. After the equity transfer signing ceremony concluded, Steve Case finally let out a huge sigh of relief. With the completion of this equity deal, the pressure that the Firefly Group had put on Steve Case for so long finally lifted. As long as AOL's merger with Time Warner went smoothly, the 7.6% stake held by Firefly Investments would once again be diminished. The newly formed AOL Time Warner Group would completely transform into a publicly owned company. With no dominant shareholder holding enough shares and influence, the control of the new company would rest entirely with the board and management team. As the designated chairman and CEO of the upcoming company, there was no doubt that Steve Case would become the powerful master of this new multimedia giant. Every time he thought about these developments, a sense of accomplishment swelled within him. He believed that once the merger was complete, the synergistic effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2 would propel AOL Time Warner well past Yahoo, making it the leading internet media giant in North America. The waiting staff served champagne to everyone, and Steve Case took a glass, smiling as he approached the heads of several Wall Street investment funds who had extended their helping hand to him in this deal. After negotiations, the stock transaction price for this equity transfer was finally set at $93, just a mere $0.69 lower than AOL's average stock price for the past week. AOL shares had undergone a split, with a total outstanding share count of 825 million. The Clover Fund held approximately 25.57 million shares, meaning that this transaction reached a scale of $2.378 billion at the agreed price. Steve Case had hoped Eric would offer a discount like he had in previous deals. However, this time Eric was adamant, only agreeing to round down a trivial amount that represented less than 1% of the stock price, which was effectively no concession at all. Recently, with the Nasdaq index surpassing 2,800 points, Wall Street's worries about a Nasdaq crash intensified. Many investment institutions were trying to sell off tech stocks to cash out. If it weren't for their optimism regarding the merger's potential, Wall Street would not have taken action. Eric's unwillingness to compromise left Steve Case with no choice. After promising an additional board seat, Wall Street's investment funds finally agreed to take over the shares held by the Clover Fund. The New York Times expose at the end of last year, combined with the disputes over the transaction price, completely dissipated the good relationship Steve Case and Eric had built since Firefly Group began investing in AOL. Although AOL and Yahoo still had some collaboration, it was clear that future relations would trend more toward competition and confrontation. As a result, At the simple post-signing reception, Steve Case couldn't even be bothered to maintain a facade of politeness. While he laughed and chatted with the heads of several Wall Street funds, he treated the representatives from Firefly Group who had participated in the signing ceremony as mere bystanders. Eric, understanding Steve Case's emotions, realized if he were in Steve's shoes, he wouldn't have been able to maintain his composure either. However, since Steve had chosen to see him as a bystander, Eric didn't feel the need to stick around, and quickly left with Chris and others. Since selling his AOL stock last year, Eric had decided to invest all the cash he planned to realize over the next couple of years into safe, short-term convertible bonds, meaning that he didn't need to discuss this new funding extensively. The Nasdaq market had entered a state of unpredictable frenzy lately. Although Eric was confident that the index would rebound from its previous downturn, he was also hesitant to buy tech stocks at this time. Coincidentally, it was the last day of New York's Fall-Winter Fashion Week, and Giselle would be closing the show for the Klein brand that night. Eric had promised to support her. However, the grand finale was set for 6 p.m., and it was only a little past 2 p.m. After parting ways with Chris, Eric headed to a building on 46th Street, where the television production company founded by Cindy and Linda was located. Upon seeing Eric, a starry-eyed blonde receptionist personally guided him to a conference room. But when she noticed Eric didn't show any response, she reluctantly turned and left. Eric pushed the door open, finding Linda absent, but supermodel Tyra Banks was seated with Cindy at the meeting table, whispering about something. Hearing the noise, the two women turned around in surprise and stood up to greet him. Eric gently hugged the two women and smiled as he asked Tyra Banks, "Tyra, aren't you walking in any shows today?" "Nope," Tyra replied, shaking her head, but then added with a hint of sarcasm, "We can't compete with the kids nowadays." Eric simply smiled and sat down at the meeting table, glancing at the materials on it. "What are we discussing? And where's Linda?" "Tyra's talk show proposal," Cindy said as she took a seat beside Eric. "Linda's outside. She just got a call. Didn't you notice?" Before Eric could shake his head, the conference room door opened again, and Linda Evangelista stepped in, still holding her phone. Tyra, who had just sat beside Eric, had to move over to let her take her place. Before even sitting down, Linda began her interrogation by saying, "You jerk. The first thing you do when you come in is charm our girls, and you didn't even notice I was nearby." "Well, I already fired one of them," Eric replied. "Is it really okay for you to act like this as a boss?" "Humph," Linda scoffed, then quickly changed gears, saying, "Cindy and I saw the trailer for Iron Man that you starred in. Even though the mustache looks awful, I think you really suit darker hair. The blonde looks childish." Eric shook his head, saying, "I don't like dyeing my hair." After a bit of small talk, Tyra, sensing it was time to leave, excused herself. Linda excitedly pulled out a laptop to show Eric her electronic bank statement. $168 million. "I think this is enough for me to last a lifetime." But Cindy's is even more shocking. Over $280 million. It's infuriating to think that. When you advised Cindy on investments, you didn't tell me, or I would have more money than her now. During this time, following Eric's advice, Cindy and Linda had sold off all their stock holdings, making them among the few supermodels in the fashion industry to boast net worth in the hundreds of millions. Even though top supermodel incomes had risen significantly in recent years, there were still very few who could accumulate over $100 million, even considering future projections. Yet Cindy and Linda secured their positions as top leads in the fashion industry. "Not bad." Eric smiled at the laptop screen, saying, "Have you decided what to do next?" Linda replied, "Nope. Can you help us plan something?" Eric rested his chin on one hand, pondering seriously, but then shook his head and laughed. "Not enough to do anything with. Better save it for pocket money." Once Eric said this, Linda, who was feeling excited, suddenly recalled the man's immense fortune, and she wrapped her arms around him, shaking him playfully. "I've read reports that many media outlets say more than half of your assets are just a bubble, and it's not a big deal." Next month's new Forbes billionaires list would be released soon, and Eric actually hoped that everyone would think that way when it came out. That would relieve a lot of pressure from his shoulders. After joking around, Eric turned serious and began offering investment advice to the two women. With less than $500 million combined, Eric found that it was indeed too little. Most of the projects that required his personal attention from Firefly, such as the ongoing 4,200 plan or the construction of the Firefly theme park, could not be managed with just $500 million. However, if compared to the Firefly Group, this amount was still a substantial sum for most businesses globally. As they discussed in detail, Eric's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he didn't hesitate to answer the call with a smile, bringing the phone to his ear. "Hey, Giselle." "Yes, I'm free now, doing fine at Cindy's." "Of course, I'll be there on time, and I'll bring Cindy and Linda along to cheer you on." "Okay, let's leave it at that. Goodbye." After hanging up with Giselle, Linda pouted. "I didn't agree to go cheer her on." Eric glanced at Linda's expression and turned to Cindy. "Did you have a fight with Giselle?" "No." Cindy shook her head. "But you can't expect us to get along with her, can you?" "You guys," Eric caught onto the keywords, laughing. "Sounds like there's a story." Cindy only smiled without saying more. But Linda couldn't hold back, saying, "You might not know, but your Brazilian beauty is quite something now. A few months ago, WM launched a new model, and she's got great potential. However, they designed her development path exactly like Giselle's. Both are all about the healthy, natural look. They even compared her to Giselle in a magazine, and that girl had a rough time." Eric didn't quite understand. What did WM mean? Looking at Cindy, the understanding lady picked up a pen and wrote 2 words in the blank space of a document. WOM. WM, WOM, a women's management company. It seemed to be a modeling agency, but it couldn't compete with giants like Elite, IMG, or Ford in terms of scale and reputation. Seeing Cindy's action, Linda remarked, "WM is just WOM. Kate Moss's North American agency is with this company. Since the Horizon Beauty style has fallen out of favor, they're rushing to rebrand." "So what was I saying?" Eric interrupted with a smile. "That girl had a rough time." "Right," Linda nodded. "Initially, WM had lined up 15 shows for that girl during this New York Fashion Week. Guess how many she ended up walking?" "0. Linda gently hit Eric's shoulder, then held up 3 fingers. 3. "And I heard that when she realized her Dior opening was taken from her, she just fell apart." Poor thing. Watching Linda's expression of anguish, Eric didn't feel much empathy. He was quite protective of those close to him. When his own little kittens got into fights with others, he wouldn't side with the outsiders, would he? He also always preferred strong-minded women. 2 soft ones wouldn't last long in his company. It was like horse riding. The best riders naturally chose spirited horses. After pinching Linda's chin, Eric laughed. "Don't sound so pitiful. Haven't you ever bullied anyone?" "Never." Linda boldly shook her head, then pointed to Cindy, betraying her. "She did that during the 1991 Mugler Fall Show, where she directly got into a shoving match with other models on the runway, ruining the entire show." Haha. I remember the Thierry Mugler designer was in tears that time. Hearing Linda leak her own past scandal, Cindy shrugged it off. "Everyone knows that Naomi Campbell started it, and by the time I walked onto the runway, the chaos had already begun." Linda continued, and the next day's fashion news was all Cindy Crawford shoves other models. Cindy shot her a proud glance. "That just shows I have the biggest reputation. No one else can compare." After a light spat, Linda suddenly got animated, linking arms with Eric. "By the way, I'm definitely going to cheer on your Brazilian beauty tonight. CK invited her to the show too, and I haven't heard news of her being sidelined, so it'll be quite a lively scene. Who knows, something might even happen." As Linda reveled in the drama from the office on 42nd Street, the atmosphere was already buzzing at Bryant Park, where CK's closing show was about to take place. Seeing Giselle hang up the phone with Eric Williams, CK's show director Tom Corey wore a troubled expression as he spoke to the model sitting at the makeup table having her makeup touched up. "Giselle, it's just a minor appearance. No one will even notice her. Plus, at this point, there's no time for adjustments. Just pretend she's not there, all right?" However, Giselle remained unwavering, gazing into the mirror at her reflection before saying, "She shouldn't even be here. You decide. Either I walk off, and Fern and Coco do too, or you make her disappear. I don't want to see her backstage." Tom thought for a moment. "How about this? I'll have her get ready in a different area, and she'll leave right after her walk. She won't appear in front of you at all." Giselle waved her hand, signaling the makeup artist to step back, then turned to Tom, sitting but giving off an imposing air. Tom, it's the closing show tonight. I really don't want trouble, but Eric will be here, and you should understand what I mean. I don't want a model with a similar style appearing on the runway. There's no room for negotiation. Chapter 1095, The Food Chain in the Fashion World. After Giselle spoke, she waved her hand again to summon her makeup artist, showing no intention of continuing to bargain with Tom Corey. Seeing the confident look on the young woman's face, Tom Corey felt a surge of frustration. He glanced around. While the other models in the tent seemed oblivious to his predicament, he could sense the air was thick with schadenfreude. He suddenly found himself reminiscing about a decade ago, or even 5 years back. Back then, executives from high-profile brands like him ruled the top of the fashion food chain. Even the top supermodels wouldn't dare act so imperiously in front of them, while lesser-known models were merely prey in their eyes. In just a few years, everything had changed. The rise of the Victoria's Secret fashion show had firmly cemented the concept of supermodels in the public eye. While top supermodels saw their personal incomes soar, their status and social influence within the industry skyrocketed too. Their dependence on traditional fame avenues like magazine covers and runway shows diminished significantly. Now, the tables had turned. Fashion magazines needed supermodels on their covers to boost sales, and brand shows couldn't draw crowds without these superstars. Even though the fashion world was rife with media critiques of the Victoria's Secret shows for lacking sophistication, no one could deny that the rigorous selection standards set by Eric Williams ensured that every angel in the Victoria's Secret lineup was genuinely deserving of the title supermodel. Given their broad social recognition, even the most aloof luxury brands couldn't ignore their existence. In fact, if a high-street brand's show didn't feature a single supermodel, it would be met with skepticism regarding its influence. As for who qualified as a supermodel, 5 years ago, it could be achieved through repeated promotion by fashion media. Nowadays, however, a model who couldn't make it on the Victoria's Secret runway couldn't be regarded as a supermodel. Self-declaration would only elicit laughter. In recent years, not just the general public, but even fashion media, had begun to recognize this standard. The tension lingered for a moment, but with Giselle steadfastly refusing to budge, Tom Corey had no choice but to concede. He hurriedly left the show tent and made his way to a cafe across from Bryant Park. Waiting at the cafe were a man and 2 women. As Tom Corey entered, they stood up. The man, Paul Rowland, in his 50s with messy curly hair and sunglasses, was the founder and president of WM Management Company. Of the 2 women, one appeared to be an assistant, her looks quite ordinary, while the other was tall with a petite face and slim lips, seemingly always wearing a slight smile. Inside the heated cafe, the woman didn't wear a coat. Her fitted black wool sweater and white high-waisted pants showcased her perfect body proportions. Even though Tom Corey was used to beautiful women, he couldn't help but steal glances at the model named Carmen Cass, feeling a tinge of regret. Once Giselle Bündchen set her sights on her, Carmen could forget about making it in the fashion world. Backed by Eric Williams, that Brazilian girl and her circle were just a pack of greedy little wolves. The 3 newly available endorsement slots from the Victoria's Secret team last year had the whole modeling industry in a frenzy, but now 2 had already gone to Giselle and her close friend, Coco Gauff, while the fate of the last one remained uncertain. Noticing Tom Corey's glance at Carmen Cass, Paul Rowland felt uneasy. He took off his sunglasses, shook hands with Tom, and eagerly asked, "Tom, how did it go?" Tom shook his head at the waiter approaching and clearly had no intention of staying for coffee. He replied, "Sorry, Paul, I tried my best." Disappointment washed over Paul's face, not just because of the show he had lost, but because Carmen had already missed out on most of the runway opportunities this fashion week. He had hoped to get her onto the CK finale show, thinking it might lead to a reconciliation with Giselle. But now, it was clear there was no chance for that. Seeing Paul struggle for words, Tom glanced again at Carmen and said, "Well, I have to run. The show is about to start, so I need to get back." Paul stood again and personally escorted Tom out of the cafe. He cast a sympathetic glance at Carmen, who looked mournfully back at him. He sighed internally. The original backbone of WM was Kate Moss, but in recent years, that waif-like beauty had fallen out of fashion. WM could only be considered a second-tier modeling agency. Kate's dwindling popularity led to the company's influence plummeting. To turn things around, Paul had discovered this Estonian girl last year and poured resources into helping her win the Model of the Year title at a VH1 model competition, attempting to groom her into WM's new pillar. However, after some mishaps in promotional strategies, let's be honest, major blunders, his firm had foolishly compared her to the recently dominant Gisele Bündchen in a fashion magazine release, hoping to ride on her coattails. Certainly, if they could just step on Gisele, that would be even better. Carmen Cass possessed a figure rivaling Gisele's, and her beauty overshadowed that of the supermodel. However, while aspirations were nice, Paul realized he had severely underestimated Gisele Bündchen's impact, or more accurately, Eric Williams' affection for this Brazilian girl. Paul was well aware of the relationship between Gisele and Eric. After 6 months of effort, failing to secure Carmen a place during this critical fashion season, compounded by Gisele's suppression, meant there was little hope for the future. Now, it was time to give up on Carmen Cass. While Paul Rowland could disregard Gisele's hostility, he couldn't afford to ignore the powerful Eric Williams behind her. Even without Carmen, WM had a few other models vying for a spot in the Victoria's Secret show, but if Carmen were to provoke Gisele's powerful ally, the entire WM agency might as well kiss its future goodbye. After a moment of silence, Paul finally said to Carmen, "How about this, Carmen? You take a break for a while, skip Europe." Carmen, who had held some expectation, swayed as if about to crumple. She stepped forward, pleading, "Paul, they haven't said they're replacing me for the Burberry opening yet, have they? I'll help you handle that. Let's deal with the fashion season first," Paul replied as he pulled his sunglasses back on, indifferent to Carmen's expression. He turned to her assistant and said, "Camila, take Carmen home." "Yes, Mr. Rowland," said the assistant named Camila, nodding as she watched Paul leave in his car before pulling Carmen along to the roadside. Once in a Chrysler, Carmen finally lost her composure, collapsing against the seat and crying. "How can she treat me like this? How can she treat me like this? How can she treat me like this?" At $%% hashtag and. Camila, hearing the sounds from the back, remained silent, noting some unintelligible Estonian words mixed in with Carmen's anguish as she started the car. Having spent considerable time in the industry, she was accustomed to the cutthroat nature of modeling, and even within the tiny WM agency, there was plenty of competition. It was expected for a renowned model to try to undermine any newcomer that could threaten her position. Still, Camila reflected on how fortunate Gisele was to have won over Eric Williams. Ironically, the girl before her, whom she could only consider a newcomer, was actually a couple of years older than Gisele, who had already been famous for 3 years. By that measure, there was a 5-year gap between them, a significant span of time. In the fashion world, essentially marking a complete generational shift among models. As the car drove on, Carmen transitioned from loud sobs to quiet cries, eventually falling silent. When Camila parked outside an apartment in Greenwich Village, Carmen seemed to have pulled herself together, her earlier despair replaced by a newfound resolve. The car came to a halt, and Carmen promptly said, "Camila, could you do me a favor?" Noting the change in Carmen's demeanor, Camila urged, "Carmen, I think it's best if you go home and get some rest." Carmen appeared not to hear this advice and insisted, "Find me a gossip reporter. You should be able to dig one up." Realizing the implications of Carmen's intent, Camila quickly warned, "Carmen, you really shouldn't do that. What about Mr. Rowland? You have to understand." Carmen leaned slightly forward, her tone sharp and on the edge of breaking. "I'm the one paying your salary." Carmen's outburst shocked Camila. Hesitating for a moment, she finally nodded. "All right, just make sure you know what you're doing." What else can I do?" Carmen's usual faint smile became more pronounced, yet a large tear rolled down her cheek. What else can I do? She had always been the most beautiful and proud girl among her peers, unwilling to live a mundane life in a nameless town. At 14, she had left Estonia alone, struggling for 6 long years. Only at 20 did she finally glimpse success, only to see her dreams shattered. Paul Rowland's recent comments made it all too clear. She had, in effect, been discarded by WM. So what could she do now? Or rather, what did she have left to lose? The dazzling Manhattan lights drew many to linger in their glow. Winter soon dimmed the day, as Carmen sat alone in a bar in Greenwich Village, reflecting on the neon lights outside while tunes from the Bryant Park runway drifted faintly to her ears. These could only be figments of her imagination. Perhaps she would soon leave this place altogether. Camila walked in with a lean 30-something white male and gestured toward Carmen but didn't approach him. When the man, partially obscured by brown-tinted sunglasses, turned to Carmen, he offered a polite smile and extended his hand. "Miss Cass, hello." Carmen was taken aback, her displeasure evident as she noticed Camila making her exit. She had reminded Camila not to reveal her identity. But after a brief moment of weakness, Carmen quickly regained her cold demeanor. She declined to shake hands, sitting down instead to say, "I need you to follow someone." "Of course, that's my job, Miss Cass." The man responded unfazed by Carmen's coldness. His tone held a hint of amusement as he deliberately spoke her name again. Camila hadn't disclosed who Carmen was, but as a seasoned paparazzo, he knew how to pick up pieces of information. The news about Giselle Bündchen suppressing a newcomer promoted by WM had simply become common knowledge in the industry. He could even surmise Carmen's intentions for meeting him. Carmen sensed his disdain and bit her lip, hesitating only briefly before pulling out a thick envelope from her bag, pushing it across the table. "Here's $50,000. Follow Giselle Bündchen, and if you get something I'm satisfied with, I can give you another $100,000. Seeing the hefty envelope, the man's condescending posture faded away, and he gasped slightly. He had seen his share of $50,000 as a professional paparazzo, occasionally selling scandalous photos for high prices. What struck him, though, was that this $50,000, plus the potential future $100,000, likely represented an entire fortune for this girl. Brand new to the industry for less than 6 months, she had yet to secure a single endorsement, and while she had gained name recognition, it couldn't possibly translate to substantial earnings. To take down her rival, she was willing to stake her entire savings. She was indeed quite vicious. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he quickly reached into his pocket, discreetly pressing the record button on his audio device. "Miss Cass, don't you realize who stands behind Giselle Bündchen?" Chapter 1096, Cruel Youth. Carmen Cass's eyes flickered for a moment, but she quickly regained her resolve. "I certainly know, but I am just targeting Giselle Bündchen." The man sighed inwardly, realizing just how naive this girl was. Dealing with Giselle wasn't going to be simple at all. Thinking this, he nodded without hesitation, reached for the envelope filled with money, and said, "All right, I'll help you." "Wait." Carmen quickly pressed down on the envelope, looking at the man. "Give me your business card and your contact information." The man hesitated for a moment, then smiled, nodding as he rummaged through his coat pocket to pull out a business card. Carmen still held one hand over the envelope protectively while using the other hand to take the card. She glanced at it before pulling out her phone from her purse and dialing the number on the card. Moments later, the classic ringtone of a Nokia phone rang out. The man smiled, pulling out his phone and waving it at Carmen. "So, Miss Cass, are we in agreement?" Carmen pressed her lips together, reluctantly releasing her grip on the envelope. She made an effort to sound more assertive, saying, "She might fly to Europe in the next few days, and you'll need to follow her. I'll call you every day to check on the progress. Of course, you should trust my professionalism." The man nodded again, putting the money envelope away as he stood up and extended his hand toward her. "So, Miss Cass, let's have a fruitful partnership." Carmen ignored the outstretched hand, leaning back against the booth, turning to gaze out the glass window. The man shrugged, retracting his hand nonchalantly as he walked towards the bar exit. What a proud girl. Ignorant, yet boastful. After the man left, Carmen stared absent-mindedly at the vehicles and neon lights on the street outside, remaining silent for quite a while before finally rising to leave the bar. Even if women didn't particularly like each other, they could occasionally find common ground on certain views. Like at this moment. At the Gramercy Hotel during the closing party of New York Fashion Week, Cindy couldn't help but whisper, glancing at Eric, who was chatting with a stylish woman in a black low-cut evening gown. "Linda is such a fool." Giselle, feeling a bit gloomy, nodded in agreement. "What an idiot." The girls surrounding them, including Cusie Goff and her friends, didn't dare voice their thoughts quite as openly, but their faces reflected similar opinions. Moments later, Linda returned, looking rather lonely. She took a champagne glass from a server and gulped it down, then turned to the girls, mumbling, "I'm so stupid, really." Cindy couldn't help but jab. Even if you were so eager to meet your childhood idol, you could have just gone up by yourself. Why drag Eric along? Don't you know his personality yet? Linda replied defensively, "I didn't think that much." Husey Goff, overhearing Cindy, became curious and asked, "Eric, what kind of person is he?" Cindy shot Husey a glare. "What kind of silly question is that, little girl?" Giselle, Fernanda, and a few other girls burst into laughter, but none felt inclined to explain. After Cindy finished, she glanced over to where Eric was, thought for a moment, and walked over to the bar to grab 2 shots of vodka. She handed one of them to Giselle, saying, "Drink up, fast." Giselle took it, puzzled, and smelled it. "This will get me drunk." "That's the point. Once you're drunk, Eric will have to take you home personally." Giselle caught on, but wasn't too happy about it. "Then why aren't you drinking?" "I wish I could. But what if he asks that fool Linda to take me home?" Giselle looked towards Husey and the others. "I too have friends, you know." Cindy, embodying a queenly presence, waved to disperse the other girls. "All right, drink up. Then we'll head over to Eric." Giselle reluctantly sipped a bit, scrunching her nose as the harsh liquid went down. But then she hesitated, finding excuses. What if Eric notices? Cindy replied, "He can't just leave you here." That seemed somewhat reasonable. "Fine." Meanwhile, Eric was chatting animatedly with the elegant woman before him. He thought about how, even though some women often aged quickly, there were always those who seemed completely untouched by time. "Miss Severance, if Linda hadn't told me she had a poster of you in her bedroom, I would have guessed you were the same age as her. It's hard to believe. I also didn't expect to catch the attention of Ms. Evangeline," the woman said. "But Eric, you can just call me Joan." Eric nodded. "So, your full name is Joanna Severance?" "No, just Joan. Joan Severance." "What a lovely name," Eric said, not probing further, smiling as he nodded again. "So, Joan, did you come here all by yourself today?" "Yes." Joan Severance nodded, discreetly shifting her wine glass to her other hand, bringing it to her lips for a sip while her striking blue eyes openly gazed at Eric. With a smile, Eric admired her unadorned, delicate hand. "Your hands are beautiful. I like women with pretty hands." "Oh, Eric, you're so straightforward." Then, he casually placed his glass on a passing server's tray. "Joan, would you care to dance?" Joan Severance nodded, placing her wine glass on the tray, graciously extending her arm. "Of course, but I'm not very good at it. I love dancing with women who aren't great dancers." "Why's that?" "It's easier to take the lead." "Eric, you've already got the lead." As the song ended, Eric and Joan Severance stepped out of the dance floor and spotted Giselle. Having guessed what was going on, Eric shot a fierce glare at Cindy, who was eyeing them from across the room. Cindy carried no sign of guilt, instead smirking with satisfaction. It was getting late, and seeing Giselle slightly tipsy, Eric decided to dismiss other thoughts and take her home. In an upscale apartment near Central Park on 6th Avenue, the soft, winter sun filtered through the curtains into the bedroom. Eric opened his eyes to find Giselle missing from his side. After getting dressed and washed up, he headed downstairs and heard some noise coming from the kitchen, so he walked over. Giselle was standing by the counter, phone in hand, speaking to someone. Upon seeing Eric, she yelped and flung the phone away, which landed with a splash in the sink. Watching Giselle clumsily fish her phone out of the water, Eric approached her, smiling. "So guilty. Are you doing something behind my back?" "No way." Giselle vigorously shook her wet phone, dried it with a towel, and held it to her ear. Of course, there wouldn't be any sound now. She shrugged, explaining nonchalantly. "It was my sister calling from Brazil." Though he couldn't hear clearly, Eric discerned that Giselle had spoken in English. Thinking back to when they first met, Giselle had been so embarrassed over a missed English word. He doubted her sister could converse in English with her that well. Nonetheless, Eric nodded, not calling her out. After all, everyone has their little secrets. After bringing home a tipsy girl last night, Eric considerately did nothing. At this time, looking at Giselle in her t-shirt and comfy pants, revealing her slim waist, he felt compelled to approach her and wrapped his arms around her shapely figure. Giselle, sensing his feelings, turned to him, and they kissed. As Eric lifted Giselle and set her on the counter, her long legs naturally wrapped around his waist. However, as Giselle moved, Eric stiffened slightly as a reflex, mechanically leaning toward her ear and softly saying, "Stop. Don't do that." Giselle looked confused but cleverly loosened her legs, playfully nudging her cheek against Eric's face, her slender body sliding slowly down until she knelt on the cool wooden floor. After New York Fashion Week, the major European fashion weeks followed right after. Alessandra and Miranda had already traveled to London before Eric arrived in New York. As the New York Fashion Week concluded, Giselle didn't linger too long either. She played in New York for a day with Eric before hastily boarding a flight to the UK. With tasks wrapped up on his end, Eric usually headed to East Hampton. Originally, he only planned to stay 2 days before heading off to San Francisco. But just as he arrived in East Hampton, his little boy had a bit of an accident at school. Thankfully, it wasn't serious. He just ended up with a Band-Aid on his forehead. Eric actually liked that the boy was getting rough and tumble. A bit of clumsiness was fine. Virginia, however, was heartbroken. After hearing Eric's viewpoint, she exploded in anger, berating him for being an irresponsible dad who only cared about work while their son was hurt. By the time she was done, she ended up in tears. With his heart heavy for both her and the children, Eric canceled his original plans and decided to stay in East Hampton for a week or two. Initially, even with facing challenges, she had still received work through WM's connections. But suddenly, she felt like the entire world had forgotten her. Each day was just a mindless stroll around the streets of Manhattan. Once a lively person, she had snuck out of her house as a child just to attend school parties. Recently, she had lost interest in everything. Staying inside her apartment like a hermit, she had even fired Camila. With her impending unemployment looming over her, she couldn't afford an assistant anymore. At first, she thought she might have been scammed. That $50,000 seemed like a lost cause. However, that paparazzo named Mark hadn't deceived her. He was seemingly a man of professional ethics, contacting her daily with updates about his work. She ended up buying a computer, awkwardly learning how to receive emails with pictures attached. With nothing to do, she unknowingly grew accustomed to surfing the net. Online, chatter flowed about the Blair Witch rumors in Maryland, mentioning missing university students. What idle lives Americans led was her first impression. Upon opening Yahoo's map portal, she discovered Maryland wasn't far from New York, and she found herself tempted to visit. She thought about it, and felt that perhaps being killed by a witch in the woods wouldn't be too bad either. Lost in such thoughts, she stumbled upon the purpose of Yahoo Maps, and then began to look up her hometown. To her surprise, she could see her house on the satellite map. Although it wasn't very clear, there it was, unmistakably. Her home, a brown wooden house with white birch fences. The last time she returned, they had a puppy, just 3 months old. She wondered how it was doing now. Suddenly, she felt a wave of homesickness. But there was a sense of unwillingness about returning home after everything she had been through. The paparazzo had done an efficient job. In just a little over a week, he returned from the Milan Fashion Week that had just kicked off. They met at the same bar as last time. Feeling too lazy to wear sunglasses, she arrived at the bar with a bare face. Once they sat down, the paparazzo wasted no time with idle chit-chat, handing her a folder, saying, "Miss Cass, here's what you need." She quickly opened the folder to find a stack of photos. Flipping through them, she recognized one of the subjects as Gisele Bündchen and another as Alessandra Ambrosio, who also seemed to be Brazilian. In most pictures, the two looked very intimate, and some even showed them kissing at a nightclub. Though she had just started shaking off her status as a nobody in the past 6 months, having been in the fashion industry for a while, she had picked up a few insider gossip tidbits. It appeared that both women had a close relationship with Eric Williams. So, she thought, what good would just having their pictures do? After flipping through the pile, she remained silent, then looked up, waiting for him to explain further. The paparazzo picked up the photos, coaxing her by showing them. "Miss Cass, don't you see? The relationship between those two girls is unusual." She couldn't hold back, rebutting, "They are both Eric Williams's women. Did you think I didn't know that?" Chapter 1097, The Last Thing. This is the crux of the matter. the paparazzo continued. On the surface, they are all Williams women, but privately, they are a couple. Just think about it. If this gets exposed, wouldn't Eric Williams feel played and throw a fit? Carmen Cass's eyes, which had been dull for days, suddenly lit up. Although homosexuality was rampant in the fashion industry, someone of Eric Williams' caliber certainly wouldn't tolerate two little darlings playing coy with him. The only reason Gisele Bündchen could bully her so brazenly was because of the backing she had from Eric Williams. Originally, she had asked the paparazzo to sneak some photos just to retaliate against the bullying. But if her adversary was abandoned by Eric Williams, her current predicament would be resolved effortlessly. Thinking this way, Carmen Cass wanted to pick up the stack of photos again to take a look. But this time, a hand pressed down on the photos, followed by the paparazzo's voice. "Miss Cass, don't forget what you promised. You still need to pay me $100,000. Recalling how she had worked hard over the years to save a bit of money only for someone to snatch it all away, Carmen Cass suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Gently biting her lip, she straightened her posture and strengthened her tone, shaking her head. "No, this is not enough. You have to print these photos in the newspaper." The paparazzo shook his head in response, arguing, "Miss Cass, that was not in the scope of our initial agreement. You said that once I got you the information you needed, you would give me $100,000. Now that I've done what I set out to do." Carmen Cass fell silent. If it was just about getting the photos, she had no channel to disseminate them. The paparazzo paused for a moment, noticing her silence, then continued. "However, Miss Cass, I can help you complete the last step by finding a very influential newspaper to publish this. Of course, this would also come with a fee." Carmen Cass hesitated and shook her head. "I don't have any money left," the paparazzo remarked. "I just saw you pull up in a Chrysler." Carmen Cass felt a flare of anger. How could someone be so greedy, wanting not only all her money but even her car? "That's my last possession." New York Post. The paparazzo casually dismissed her feelings. "It's the most influential gossip paper in New York, with a daily circulation of over 500,000 copies. If these photos get published in the New York Post, Eric Williams will know about it right away." Carmen Cass only occasionally flipped through fashion magazines and had never paid attention to gossip papers like the New York Post, but she believed that the paparazzo wouldn't try to con her with something so easily disproven. She was a decisive girl in her actions and, after a moment of hesitation, nodded. "All right, I'll agree. But I must see these photos appear in the New York Post first before I hand over the car and the final $100,000. "That's not going to work," the paparazzo insisted in a principled tone. "I've brought the photos to you, so you should pay me the compensation I deserve. As for publication, I can guarantee you'll see the article in the New York Post tomorrow morning." Once again instinctively biting her lip, she fell silent for a moment. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out the cash she had prepared beforehand and coldly pushed it toward the paparazzo. "Then let's have a pleasant collaboration," the paparazzo said without checking the money, readily accepting it, then pointing at the photos on the table. "Miss Cass, do you need to keep a backup?" Desperately wanting to say no, she still quietly gathered the photos on the table. Back in her apartment, Carmen Cass's thoughts were a jumbled mess, and not wanting to do anything, she curled up on the bed without even changing out of her clothes, staring blankly at the bedside lamp. She didn't know when she fell asleep, but when she woke, the first light of dawn was spilling in. Remembering what was about to unfold that day, she mustered up a bit of energy, cleaned up, and headed downstairs. Looking at her Chrysler parked by the roadside, she suddenly lost all desire to find somewhere for breakfast. Sitting in the car for a while as the streets began to bustle, she returned to reality, glancing around before she took off an amulet that was hanging from the rearview mirror and tucked it into her pocket. A taxi slowly stopped nearby. The paparazzo got out of the car and noticed her sitting in the vehicle, so he walked over and tapped on the window. Carmen Cass opened the door and got out. Then the paparazzo handed her a newspaper. In a prominent position in the entertainment section, the title was glaring. "Supermodel Gisele Bündchen comes out, kissing her girlfriend publicly." Not wanting to take it at face value, she went to a nearby convenience store, bought another copy of the New York Post, and confirmed the information before she handed her car keys over to the paparazzo. The paparazzo was well prepared. After receiving the keys, He pulled out a few A4 sheets of paper and said, "Miss Cass, you need to sign this transfer document." Carmen Cass didn't want to say another word to him. She hastily scribbled her name on the document and walked straight toward her apartment building. The trouble she faced should be disappearing now, she thought with a sense of relief. However, she couldn't muster too much enthusiasm and decided to take a good nap, hoping to sleep until the next day. Tomorrow would be a new day. But just as she lay on the bed, her phone rang. Looking at the screen, it was Paul Rowland calling, so she sat up and pressed the answer button. Before she could say a word, an agitated voice burst through the line. Her mind was spinning as she listened to Paul Rowland's frustrated rant for a full 3 minutes before the phone buzzed with a busy tone as she slowly pieced together his fragmented words. "Are you trying to kill me? Bitch. Fool. Why did you take matters into your own hands? You've been fired." Before she could react further, her phone rang again. This time it was her agency in Paris calling with the same blunt message. She had been fired. That wasn't all. Shortly after, her small domestic agency also called. She had been scouted by this small agency, and they maintained a good relationship, representing her in Estonia for various matters. The news from there was also grim. She had been fired. Again. However, because they had been close, they took a bit more time to explain, though it was vague, mentioning they had been under a lot of pressure. Finally realizing something, a wave of dread washed over her. Like a zombie, she stumbled onto the street, staring at the moving cars, and suddenly recalled a certain afternoon when she was 13. That was in 1991, when Estonia became chaotic. It seemed the whole of Eastern Europe was in turmoil. Walking home from school along a familiar road, she heard a distant rumble and saw rows of soldiers and tanks heading her way. She didn't understand what was happening, but fear gripped her, causing her to scramble into a small tunnel under a nearby bridge, trembling amid the noise of vehicles, voices, and footsteps. After what felt like an eternity, she finally dared to crawl out of the tunnel. The modest concrete bridge bore obvious cracks from being crushed under the tanks, and she felt as if she had nearly been caught under it. From that day forward, she had yearned to leave Estonia. No matter what, she had to get away. And she did leave. But she discovered that there was no place on earth that was a paradise. Perhaps only the dead could go to heaven. It was just so unfair. In a daze, she wandered to an intersection, staring at the blaring red light. She hesitated about whether to walk across. A taxi stopped nearby. After the passenger got out, the driver looked at her and offered, "Miss, need a ride?" So she got in. The driver turned the wheel and drove off, then asked, "Miss, where to?" "Where to?" Recalling a place name that had recently come to mind, she replied, "Buxhaven, Maryland." The driver laughed. "Sorry, miss, this is a taxi, not a witch expedition service." "Then just keep going straight." "Straight?" The driver glanced ahead. The street ran east-west. "There's no end to that. You could even drive all the way to Long Island." She pulled her wallet from her pocket, which held her last few $100s, then handed it over, saying, "Just go straight." The driver took the crumpled bills, realizing she was another girl in a bad mood. Pretty girls always had their little tantrums. The driver wasn't going to argue about the money. After all, this stack was equivalent to his entire day's earnings. So, he pressed the gas pedal without a second thought. He figured it was just a pleasant ride with a pretty girl. This was an experience a middle-aged driver with a wife and 2 kids to support had never encountered before, so he figured it'd be a nice change. The taxi quickly left Manhattan, crossed the Williamsburg Bridge, and entered Brooklyn, heading east past JFK International Airport. Further on, the buildings along the road started to thin out, but became increasingly elegant. The driver had been to Long Island before and knew that Route 27 led straight there. So he didn't change lanes and headed straight down. Occasionally testing the waters with brief conversation, he met cool responses from the girl in the back seat and didn't push it further. Over 3 hours later, the taxi stopped near the lighthouse at the end of Long Island. When she got out, the driver leaned out to say kindly, "Miss, how about I give you a ride back? You won't find any cars around here." She shook her head and waved her phone, saying, "I'll have my friend come pick me up." The driver glanced around. Not far off was a private riding stable where he could vaguely see some figures, and with the area being so expansive, he figured a girl wouldn't be in much danger there. So he nodded and drove off. Watching the taxi disappear, Carmen Cass forced a smile that was tinged with desolation. What friends? She had some friends in Europe, but after only 6 months in New York, most of her time had been consumed with work, leaving no opportunity to make friends. Now she suddenly had the time. She scanned her surroundings, tightened her black coat, and stepped off the asphalt road, staggering through dried yellow weeds toward the nearest coast. When she reached the shore, she found a patch of emptiness to sit down. Though it was February, the sun was shining brightly on the nearing noon, so it wasn't too cold at all. Yet her heart held no warmth. Staring dazedly at the deep blue ocean under the sunlight, the brightness stung her eyes, so she buried her face in her knees. No one could see her, not even the sun, and then the tears flowed. She didn't know how long she cried, drifting in and out of consciousness, feeling sleepy. Maybe she was about to die. In her daze, she momentarily sensed footsteps approaching. Maybe they were the same footsteps she heard years ago. But still, she cautiously lifted her head. Beside her stood a small figure. It was a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old. She had golden hair, big eyes, and wore a pink down jacket along with beige boots. And she held a box, curiously observing her. Why was there a little girl here? Could it be an angel? An angel here to take her to heaven? So it turned out angels had no wings. Scanning her surroundings, she noticed a tall man in sunglasses standing nearby, arms crossed in front of him, showing no intention of approaching. Seeing her glance toward the man, the little girl finally spoke up. "That's Aaron, Daddy's bodyguard." Carmen lightly sniffed, knowing she must look quite the mess, and touched her face. But the little girl quickly pulled out a pack of tissues from her pocket and handed them over. "Thank you," she muttered softly, feeling her defenses fade away. As she wiped her cheek with a tissue, she asked the little girl, "What's your name?" "Emma." The little girl squatted next to her, eyes sparkling. "And you?" "Carmen," she replied. "I know. That's the name of an opera." "No, that's my name." The little girl didn't argue. "There's also a movie with the name Emma." Carmen chuckled softly and asked, "Emma, how did you end up here?" "Grandpa Jeffrey sent over some foals to be boarded at the stable. Daddy brought us to ride today, and there's a barbecue too," the little girl said suddenly, remembering something, and handed her the box. "Carmen, would you like something to eat?" "I." She almost shook her head but then reached out to accept it, saying, "Thank you." Inside the box was a roasted chicken leg and a sausage. Although they were a bit cold, she didn't hesitate to grab the skewer and carefully bring it to her mouth. Seeing her start to eat made Emma visibly happy. Curious, she asked, "What's wrong?" "You've been sitting here for so long that I thought you must be very hungry," Emma chirped. "But Daddy says pretty girls don't eat, so I bet Daddy." Chapter 1098, Unforeseen Disaster. Listening to Emma's innocent words, Carmen Cass couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first genuine smile she had shared in days. Emma giggled in response, and then curiously asked, "Carmen, why are you sitting here all alone?" Carmen Cass hesitated, considering whether there was any need to hide the truth from such a little girl. Eventually, she confessed, "I've been bullied and lost my job." "Oh." Emma nodded, offering a sympathetic look as she earnestly reassured her, "It's okay. If you lost your job, you can always find another one." Seeing the little adult in front of her made Carmen want to nod in agreement, but she felt a surge of vulnerability that compelled her to shake her head instead. She set down her food and said glumly, "I can't find another job. The people who bullied me are too powerful, and they won't let me continue working." Emma tilted her head, struggling to understand. However, in her limited understanding of the world, she believed that her dad was the strongest person around. The strongest person should be able to deal with even the toughest types, right? Surely, Dad could help this big sister who couldn't find a job. However, Aunt Joan had often reminded her to be cautious about talking about Dad or bringing others to meet him. Yet, Aunt Joan also frequently taught her the importance of helping others. After evaluating the priorities of these two pieces of advice in her small mind, Emma made a decision, pulling on Carmen's arm as she declared, "Carmen, come with me." Still unsure, Carmen followed the little girl's lead and stood up. Since she hadn't eaten anything since morning, her legs felt somewhat weak. Being tugged along, she walked forward a few steps, gazing at the nearby horse racing track, and asked, "Emma, where are you taking me?" "To get help from Dad," Emma replied. "He can definitely help you find another job." Carmen abruptly stopped, glancing at the bodyguard quietly following them from a distance, and realized that this little girl, Emma, came from an extremely prominent family. After all, how many people in the world could stand up to Eric Williams? Furthermore, deep down, she had always been a proud person who disliked receiving favors. Emma noticed Carmen's hesitation. She tilted her little face up, puzzled by Carmen's reluctance, and pulled her hand firmly again. Looking into the innocent eyes of this little girl, Carmen felt her defenses ease yet again, and she took a step forward. This kind, good-natured, well-mannered little girl must have parents who were at least decent people, right? Maybe. There was a hint of expectation deep down. Perhaps something like in a fairy tale where a kind little girl helps a downtrodden old man and receives a great reward in return. Though she hadn't helped Emma, the girl was just sincerely trying to help her. Regardless, she had truly hit rock bottom. With a scattered train of thoughts, Carmen found herself alongside Emma, crossing over the low fence of the racetrack. The area inside the racetrack was vast, covering several hectares. In the distance, numerous horses roamed leisurely on the yellowing grass, while a barbecue party took place in front of some adjacent apartments, bustling with about 10 or more people. Upon entering the racetrack, Emma released Carmen's hand and began to hop ahead. With the little girl no longer pulling her along, Carmen experienced a sudden wave of anxiety and considered fleeing. It was likely the unique sensitivity of children that made Emma stop and turn back, grabbing Carmen's hand once more. When they arrived closer to the crowd, Emma again let go of her hand and ran over to a graceful woman nearby. Carmen stood idly at the edge of the crowd, feeling the curious stares of strangers weighing down on her, utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the door of an apartment on her right swung open, and two men stepped out, laughing and chatting. Instinctively, she turned to look. Her body tensed up, her instincts screaming like a small beast facing a predator. It was Eric Williams. It was really him. A wave of intense fear coursed through her, tinged with anger. Her body began to tremble slightly. Now that Eric Williams was there, it was obvious that the girl's parents must have some deep connections with him. What was she doing there? Was she walking right into a trap? Because they were so close, the two men noticed her as well, and Eric Williams looked over with curiosity. Their eyes met. All the feelings of grievance and anger that had accumulated within her over the past few days suddenly surged, merging with the intense fear that had settled deeply in her bones. It felt as if she had been transported back to many years earlier. That afternoon, staring down an approaching army in tanks, the sounds of vehicles, voices, and footsteps filled the air. The horrifying cracks in the cement bridge loomed before her. At that time, she could hide under the culvert of the bridge. Now, there would be no hiding. With a sudden resolve, all her emotions crystallized into a fierce determination, akin to that of a northern European girl cultivated by the cold, harsh air, striking down like a beast on the brink of death. She unleashed a low growl and lunged at the man without a second thought. The transformation took everyone by surprise. No one had reacted when the girl, who had been so anxious moments before, had already flung herself at Eric Williams. Eric stood there bewildered, not understanding why the girl who had suddenly appeared at the party would attack him. But instinctively, he reacted, swiftly catching her hand before it could strike his face, while his other hand came up to defend himself, shouting, "What the hell is going on?" With Eric's shout, the previously frozen atmosphere shattered. The women instinctively shielded the children beside them while the men rushed forward. Eric's bodyguards acted with lightning speed, swooping in swiftly. The girl, fighting desperately against Eric, sensed the figures converging around her. Despair filled her eyes as she felt a grip on her shoulder. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she wrapped her petite hands around the man's arm, defending himself, and without hesitation, she bit down hard on his wrist. As several bodyguards finally closed in, they professionally restrained her, two large men gripping her arms, trying to separate her from their employer. However, in her desperation, the girl unleashed a surprising amount of strength, her slender figure easily pinned down by the bodyguards, yet Eric was also unexpectedly yanked to the ground. She held on tight, her small mouth still firmly biting down on his arm, a drop of crimson seeping out from the corner of her mouth. After struggling for a moment, a brutal punch landed on her abdomen, and her vision darkened. She finally passed out. Time stretched on for an indiscernible length. When she finally regained consciousness, it was in a pitch-black dark room. It felt as though she was tied to a chair, and the pain in her abdomen reminded her that she was indeed still alive. But she must be on the brink of death. She was finally, truly going to die. Suddenly, she longed for her mother. Each time she returned home, her mother would prepare plenty of tasty food and fuss over why she kept getting thinner. Pretty girls hardly ate anything. It reminded her of the little girl's words. No, it was actually something the little girl's father had said. Guilt washed over her as she wondered if she had scared them. And deep down, she worried whether she'd put them in trouble. After all, she was brought there by the little girl, and then she had attacked Eric Williams. What a useless person she was, unable to take care of herself and dragging others down with her. Now, as she felt the tight ropes binding her wrists and ankles, it was clear she hadn't been handed over to the police. However, the situation seemed even more dire. She might end up shoved in a sack and tossed into the sea. She couldn't even swim. Being stuffed into a sack made any chances of swimming irrelevant. An attempt at dry humor flickered through her mind. She tugged at her lips, tasting the salty tang of blood. Instinctively, she extended her tongue to lick her lips. She must have bitten that man's wrist open. If only she were a zombie, like in those old horror films she used to watch. Being a vampire wouldn't be too bad either. She'd make sure that guy never had a moment's peace again. The sound of a lock clicking and the creak of the door broke her thoughts, ushering in a beam of pure white light. Anticipating what was about to unfold, she promptly shut her eyes, devoid of any false hopes. She had heard countless stories of Eastern European girls leaving their homeland in search of dreams, only never to return. She had long resisted acknowledging her roots. Geographically speaking, she might be Northern European. Estonians believed firmly that they belonged in the north, not the east. The idea frightened her. She simply did not intend to let any more tears fall, determined to keep her eyes squeezed shut even tighter. A very familiar voice soon reached her ears, albeit with a tone drastically different from usual, markedly humble. "Mr. Williams, I'm truly sorry. I didn't expect something like this to occur." It was Paul Rowland. She felt her hands and legs being freed. Finally, mustering the courage, she opened her eyes once more. She found herself flanked by two vigilant bodyguards. Paul Rowland remained outside, still conversing with someone just beyond the door. Moments later, that person stepped inside. It was Eric Williams. Oddly, Paul Rowland stayed back. Carmen gently bit her lip. With Paul Rowland present, she began to understand that things were perhaps not as dire as she had imagined, so she refrained from leaping up to attack again. She simply lacked the strength. The food Emma had given her only allowed her a few bites, and she had no idea how much time had passed since. Eric Williams waved his hand, and the two bodyguards retreated, the door sealed behind them. Though she remained seated, her body tensed again involuntarily. She caught a glance at the bandaged wrist of the man in front of her, noticing the wraps around it. Seeing where her gaze fell, Eric raised his arm slightly, saying, "The doctor said I might have a scar now. I've got a circle of a lady's bite mark on my wrist. How am I supposed to explain this to anyone?" Strangely enough, hearing these words made the tension within her ease slightly, akin to the comfort she had felt while spending time with Emma. Perhaps these people could impart that feeling too. She felt inexplicably guilty, but it was something she would absolutely never admit. After all, she had been bullied to this extent. She had merely bitten him in retaliation. So she stubbornly turned her face away. A hand reached out and gently pinched her delicate face, turning her head back to meet his gaze again. It was a rather cheeky gesture. She thought to herself, "All right, we're even now." Trying her hardest not to let her eyes dart away again, she steeled herself to hold his gaze. But in the end, she couldn't last past 5 seconds, maybe 6, before she succumbed to the urge to look away from the man's penetrating stare. What a useless mess she was. The man sitting across from her scrutinized her for a moment before speaking again. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Her lips moved, and she finally murmured, "Emma? The kids were frightened by you." He interpreted her hesitant tone. "They'll probably have a few nightmares, and will never trust a big sister on the roadside again." She sniffled slightly, a hint of embarrassment washing over her as she looked down. Eric observed the girl before him and didn't pressure her to speak further. Thinking back to the earlier events, it truly had been an unforeseen disaster. After the bodyguards had subdued the girl, chaos still reigned. They swiftly ushered the women and children away from the scene. After tending to his own injury, Eric finally found the energy to handle the matter. The girl had personal identification on her, making her identity easy to verify. After some minor complications, he quickly understood the entire sequence of events. It was both absurd and amusing. Eric had never closely monitored the squabbles among women, yet he had not anticipated being caught in the crossfire this time. This bite had truly been an uninvited surprise. Paul Roland is still outside. You'll go back with him soon. He paused before continuing. I spoke to Giselle on the phone. She won't bully you anymore. Carmen lifted her head once more. Could it be that the man before her was so easily letting her off the hook? Eric suddenly laughed. Are you wondering why I'm letting you off? Feeling exposed, she instinctively turned her head away, wanting to avoid his gaze, only for that persistent hand to reach out again, forcing her face back toward him again. That was just too much. Did he really think she was easy to push around? Ignited by a flare of defiance, she shot daggers at the man. Eric raised his wrapped wrist again and said, Don't worry, I never said I would let you off the hook. She paused, finally finding the courage to speak. I will pay for your medical expenses. I'm not interested in the cost of your bite. Eric shook his head, sizing her up with a smirk, like a villain savoring the moment. However, he didn't continue the conversation, instead rising to his feet, declaring, All right, let's head back. As she stood and followed the man, her eyes darted nervously before she whispered, I still need my money and my car. Chapter 1099, Selling Out? Eric opened the door to the room and, upon hearing the girl's words, couldn't help but chuckle. So that's the reward you gave someone else, and now you want it back? You all tricked me. No one tricked you, Eric said as he led her out of the room, ignoring Paul Roland and his entourage who had immediately stood up in the outer area, walking past them. He turned to the girl beside him and added, You just did something beyond your abilities. Don't be so foolish in the future. She bit her lip, refusing to say anything more. A group of them exited the apartment, still in that familiar horse ranch area. Since it was quite late, the open space outside the apartment was illuminated by lights, while everything else was shrouded in darkness. The winter sky was high, and the sporadic stars looked rather apathetic. A business vehicle was parked at the entrance. Eric Williams waved at Paul Roland, who approached with a polite demeanor, personally opening the car door and gesturing for her to get in. She silently climbed into the back seat. After the car door was closed, she saw Paul Roland exchange a few words with Eric before he got in with the company driver. As they left the ranch and the business car drove onto the pitch-black asphalt roads of Long Island, Carmen Cass glanced at her watch under the soft glow of the interior light. It was already past 11 at night. Reflecting on the day's events, it felt as though everything had been a dream. But she was really hungry. Looking up at the front passenger seat, she caught Paul Roland studying her through the rearview mirror, his expression rather complex. Even though Paul had a notorious temper and had scolded her just that day, he had still treated her decently ever since she signed with WM. So she huddled into her seat, feeling like a child who had done something wrong, yet stubbornly unwilling to admit her mistakes. Paul Roland was the first to break the silence, unusually gentle in tone. It's quite late. I'll take you home now. We can discuss everything tomorrow. She could only nod in response. Yet, she couldn't help but think, did all these men really believe that pretty girls didn't need to eat? But that could lead to starvation. When they returned to Manhattan, it was already past 2 in the morning. Carmen Cass rummaged through her apartment's fridge, finding something to eat to fill her stomach, and then collapsed into bed, falling into a deep sleep. She only woke up when she heard the knocking at noon the following day. It was Camila, come to pick her up. Camila didn't bring up the fact that she had been let go, neither did she mention it, as if nothing had ever happened. After freshening up, Camila drove her to a restaurant in Midtown where Paul Roland was already waiting. There was also a middle-aged man with him, and after introductions, she learned his name was Edward Razek. She glanced at the business card he handed over, noting he was the vice president of Ltd and the marketing director for Victoria's Secret. Victoria's Secret? Suddenly, she recalled what that man had said to her the night before. "Don't worry, I haven't said I'll let you off the hook." She immediately felt that something was off. However, Paul Rowland and Edward Razek seemed to be enjoying their lunch, and after the meal, they finalized a contract. She was officially confirmed as one of the 5 brand ambassadors for Victoria's Secret. Her mind, however, was still preoccupied with that man's ominous words about not letting her go. In a daze, she agreed. Okay, she was actually quite clear-headed. It was just that how could she refuse a contract worth $10 million? $10 million. Though Forbes had begun ranking supermodel incomes 2 years ago, where the likes of Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista garnered over $20 million annually, she had secretly envied them, but never dreamed she would receive a $10 million endorsement deal herself. Such a hefty sum would be enough to sell herself, practically. Wait, sell herself? Sell out. So, Edward, let's have dinner again sometime. See you next time. Paul Rowland smiled as he escorted Edward Razek to his car outside the restaurant. After Razek drove away, he turned to the girl next to him, sounding a bit like a nagging elder. "Carmen, it's always good to be polite to clients. Don't forget to say goodbye when they leave." But she finally regained her focus and replied hesitantly, "Paul, I don't want this contract." "Don't say foolish things," Paul Rowland replied, putting on his sunglasses, completely dismissing her attempt to explain. He waved for the driver to come over and said, "Come back to the company with me. We need to reorganize your contract. As it happens, your European agency has terminated your agreement, and Mr. Williams wants WM to take care of your personal affairs from now on. Our European office can easily handle just you." Once he was in the car, Paul Rowland closed the door and pressed the button to roll down the window. "I heard your car is gone. You can use the one Camila drove for. Now, of course, whenever you want to buy your own car, just return that one to the company." Watching Paul Rowland's vehicle pull away, Camila brought another car around. She stood by the roadside in a daze for a moment before finally opening the door and sitting inside. The next few days passed in constant busyness. She dealt with various re-signed contracts, rescheduled appointments, and attended a public Victoria's Secret event, officially confirming her new identity as a brand ambassador. The media buzzed, especially the gossip outlets familiar with the fashion world, who were taken aback as if something monumental had happened. She kept a low-key eye on the follow-up to that New York Post article about Gisele Bündchen, since it had cost her everything, including her car. However, subsequent reports merely stated that the kiss between Gisele and Alessandra Ambrosio at the nightclub was merely a game between friends, letting the matter fizzle out without much fanfare, as if suddenly, everyone had grown very tolerant towards same-sex relationships. Fashion Week continued, and though she missed New York, London, and Milan, she quickly reserved 17 runway shows at the Paris Fashion Week, including a grand opening with Chanel, reportedly thanks to Eric Williams personally networking with Karl Lagerfeld on her behalf. Even though that man didn't appear before her for a while, it felt like he was somehow everywhere. And, strangely enough, she found herself compelled to pay attention to everything about him. About Firefly Group, about Firefly Investments, about his recent film, and about the new annual Forbes billionaires list. Initially, she just thought he was an impressive figure, but the more she learned, the more she realized that his brilliance exceeded her imagination. Chapter 1100, It Must Be a Hoax. In the evening, in the conference room of WM Agency, the company executives and several signed models had spent the afternoon discussing the schedule for Paris Fashion Week before finally adjourning the meeting. Today was March 1st. Paris Fashion Week was set to open on March 5th. Several key models under WM, including Kate Moss, had already rushed to Europe ahead of the London Fashion Week. This meeting was mostly called to discuss arrangements for a few newcomers, but mainly for Carmen Cass. As everyone began to leave the conference room, Carmen was called back by Paul Rowland, who reminded her a few things before letting her go. Stepping out of the conference room, Carmen initially planned to head straight back to her apartment, but was stopped by a group of girls she had just seen. "Carmen, we're all going out to eat. Want to join us?" The spokesperson of the group was Karolina Kurkova, a Czech model who had signed with WM a little earlier than Carmen. She was also one of WM's centerpiece talents. However, at Just 15, her career was just beginning, whereas Carmen, at 21, felt the pressure of possibly missing her opportunity if she didn't find success soon. For the past 6 months, WM had concentrated its resources on turning her into another Gisele Bündchen, which had already caused discontent among the other models in the company. Therefore, her popularity within WM wasn't particularly strong. People tend to behave this way. Whenever someone appeared stronger, jealousy could easily arise. Yet, if someone seemed far ahead, the comparison often faded away, shifting instead toward wanting to befriend that person. Recently, after suddenly being named a Victoria's Secret spokesperson, Carmen felt a notable change in the attitudes of others in the company. Even Kate Moss and a few others in Europe had called her to congratulate her, and the other models left behind in New York were noticeably more friendly toward her. Feeling the eager gaze of the nearby girls, Carmen hesitated for a moment but then nodded, saying, "All right then, I'll treat everyone." Despite her underlying pride and stubbornness, she had never been antisocial. During her years in Europe, she had gotten along well with the other models from her agency. The girls were thrilled. Upon hearing that she would treat, they wasted no time moving in closer, surrounding her as they made their way out of the company. They found a nearby British restaurant, recommended by one of the girls. The reasoning was sound. British food was notoriously bad, so by choosing this restaurant, everyone wouldn't have to worry about controlling their appetites. Since they were about to fly to Paris, no one dared to eat too much. After ordering some simple dishes, the group, which turned heads throughout the restaurant with their stunning looks, started to chat while they ate. Coming from all corners of the globe, they did have few common topics, and inadvertently, the conversation shifted to the recently popular The Blair Witch Project. Yesterday, New Line Cinema issued a statement. It turns out this was all just a movie promotion, and the film is coming out on March 5th, the same day as the opening of Paris Fashion Week. No wonder. My mom lived in Maryland when she was young, and I even called her to ask if she had heard of anything like the Blair Witch. She said she hadn't. That's not the case at all. I heard this is just a cover-up by the Maryland state government. The film company took over the situation and promoted it as fictional so that nobody would question Maryland's handling of it. Apparently, a lot of people have died over the years. If this were to be seriously investigated, many would be held accountable. I feel that way too. New Line only arranged for 200 theaters to show the film, clearly not wanting too many people to see it. Just think, if it were a real movie, considering its current popularity, at least 2,000 theaters would be necessary. It opens on March 5th, but unfortunately, we won't be able to make it. However, maybe we can catch it after we return from Paris. Yeah, let's do it together. Just hope the tickets aren't too hard to get. With only 200 theaters, Manhattan probably won't have many theaters showing it. The girls chattered excitedly, but Carmen remained a bit quiet, only occasionally agreeing with them. She had been following this situation earlier, but the past few days had kept her too busy to think about it much. New Line Cinema was just a subsidiary of Firefly Group, wasn't it? The thought of that man suddenly crossed her mind. What was he doing now? Had he thought of her? As this thought crept in, she felt a bit flustered. How could she have such a strange thought? It must be a hoax. The words slipped out of her mouth without thinking. Hearing her comment, the girls at the table paused, realizing her discomfort, and quickly shifted the conversation to another topic. The discussion of the Blair Witch at a British restaurant in Manhattan was just a small reflection of a broader social craze. After more than a month of build-up, rumors about the Blair Witch had transformed into a viral topic of discussion, gaining traction beyond just the internet. Even traditional media had gotten involved. The public clarification issued by New Line did nothing to cool the buzz, but rather fueled even greater controversy. Chapter 1101, Mini Music Store. Los Angeles, Firefly Studios. In an office within the executive suite, Edgar Bronfman, CEO of Seagram Group, and Doug Morris, CEO of Universal Music, gathered around a machine that resembled a bank ATM, intently listening to an engineer from Firefly Electronics explain its purpose. This so-called ATM was actually a digital music sales terminal, which Firefly Electronics had dubbed the Mini Music Store. The machine was a delightful surprise for Eric, who had attended Firefly Electronics' annual meeting just days earlier. Last year, he had approved the development plan for this digital music sales terminal, but it had only been less than a year since its inception. Moreover, knowledge of similar digital music vending machines had not been part of his familiarity in this time. Therefore, he hadn't paid much attention to the initiative. However, upon seeing the prototype presented by Firefly Electronics a few days ago, Eric had indeed been amazed. The machine implemented Firefly Electronics' capacitive touch technology, featuring no physical buttons at all. Everything was controlled via a touchscreen. Furthermore, the internal chips and operating system were also independently developed by Firefly Electronics, building upon the tablet computing technology accumulated by the company. Eric found the market research results for the mini music store compelling, heightening his interest in the device. Historically, MP3 players gained momentum around 2005 when Apple opened the iPod to connect with Microsoft's Windows operating system, sparking explosive growth in the MP3 player market. By that time, the internet penetration in Western society was sufficient to support users downloading digital music from their personal computers onto MP3 players. However, in the present, the total number of internet users worldwide was still under 200 million, with over half of those concentrated in North America, which had a population of about 300 million. The remaining 5 billion people had fewer than 100 million internet users. This scale of internet users was far from enough to fuel explosive growth in digital music players. This situation had already manifested itself in the previous year, when the second-generation Firefly player was released simultaneously in North America and Europe. At first, the shipments in European countries were on par with those in North America. Yet, in the following months, due to the limitations of personal computer and internet user numbers, the pace of shipments of Firefly players in Europe had visibly slowed down. Throughout 1998, out of the total of 19.7 million units shipped, only 7.7 million units were accounted for by Europe's population, which was twice that of North America, while the remaining 12 million units were consumed in North America. The main reason for this disparity was that many European consumers lacked accessible channels to copy or download music for their Firefly players, significantly dampening their interest in purchasing digital music players. While various countries were striving to invest in their respective information industries amid the tech wave in North America, Firefly Electronics clearly could not wait for the entire market to develop its own basic hardware infrastructure. Thus, creating convenient access for users to acquire digital music became a pressing issue for Firefly Electronics. It was foreseeable that even with the current launch, within a few years, as personal computers and the internet became further widespread, the mini music store would eventually be phased out like public payphones. But as long as this digital music sales terminal was successfully adopted by the market, there was no doubt that Firefly Electronics' Firefly player would attain a market advantage that competitors in the digital music player industry would find incredibly difficult to match. However, the biggest challenge to promoting this device lay in music copyrights. After all, while Firefly Electronics could privately allow and even encourage users to crack their Firefly players to download free music via bootleg CDs or pirated websites, they could not openly endorse such actions. Thus, this digital music sales terminal could only sell legitimate digital music through Yahoo Music Store. Though over the past 2 years, the scope of music copyrights that Yahoo Music Store had available for sale had been continuously expanding, the major 5 record labels still granted very few licenses to Yahoo Music Store. Without resolving the content issue for the digital music store, broad promotion of this device was bound to face numerous obstacles. In the office, after finishing the engineer's detailed explanation of the user login, selection, and payment processes, Doug Morris, CEO of Universal Music, was the first to speak up. There's still a crucial question. I noticed you made a purchase through a Yahoo account. But what about users who don't have one? Mr. Morris, we do have a solution for that, the engineer from Firefly Electronics replied. You see, there's also a point card purchase option. Our plan is to place many of these devices in supermarkets, subway stations, and other busy areas. Users can simply purchase a point card from nearby shops, and by using the temporary account password provided on the card, they can buy music. The principle is similar to prepaid phone cards. Doug Morris nodded, glancing subtly at Edgar Bronfman beside him. Although his face displayed no specific expression, inside Doug Morris was completely astonished. The rapid promotion of the Fireflyer player had already taken traditional portable music player manufacturers and the major record companies by surprise. He sensed that once this digital music sales terminal was widely adopted, it would completely disrupt the current structure of the record industry. Meanwhile, with access to both the Fireflyer player and the digital music store, Firefly Electronics' influence over the entire record industry would expand exponentially. At that moment, Doug Morris's first thought was that Universal Music needed to either develop an exceptionally close partnership with Firefly Electronics to gain a more favorable position in the upcoming dramatic industry shift, or firmly resist Firefly Electronics' plan, exhausting all efforts to preserve the original order of the music industry. From the perspective of a competent professional manager, Doug Morris favored the former option. With the rise of the internet industry, the entire record industry's performance had already declined due to the impact of internet piracy last year, indicating that significant changes were inevitable. Sticking to conventional methods would only lead to downfall. While media and record companies criticized the Fireflyer player for promoting piracy, Doug Morris knew full well that the Fireflyer's influence on piracy had yet to reach the extent typically portrayed by the media. The record industry's impact was ultimately rooted in the rise of the internet, as most pirate users seemed more inclined to download free music resources from music websites and then burn them onto CDs to play on traditional music players. Statistics revealed that in 1998 alone, over 130 million blank CDs were sold in North America, which was more than 5 times the sales of the Fireflyer player. Compared to the average price of $20 for a legitimate record, the cost of blank CDs was less than $1. Furthermore, there were no channels to curb such piracy. Ironically, while the Fireflyer player was often criticized as an accomplice to piracy, it could actually be a platform that redirected internet digital music from pirated sources to legitimate ones. Yet, although Doug Morris had a series of considerations stirring in his mind, he knew he couldn't make unilateral decisions. Everything depended on Edgar Bronfman's thoughts. Meanwhile, Edgar Bronfman hadn't expressed any doubts. After pretending to reflect for a moment, he finally asked Eric directly, "Eric, how many of these machines does Firefly Electronics plan to launch into the market?" Doug Morris instinctively felt like putting his head in his hands upon hearing Edgar Bronfman's question. What kind of question was that? The number of machines Firefly Electronics plan to deploy shouldn't concern Universal Music at this stage. They should be more focused on how to collaborate with Firefly Electronics. Eric remained patient, smiling as he replied, "The first batch will consist of 10,000 units, which we will install for testing primarily in Europe. If the results are promising, the deployment scale will rapidly expand." While he felt this question was inappropriate, seeing Eric Williams' response, Doug Morris began making quick calculations in his mind. 10,000 units. This figure didn't seem high at all. In fact, it was quite low. London, an international metropolis with a population of 6 to 7 million, might not even have enough with 500 machines to achieve adequate coverage. Additionally, in Doug Morris's view, digital music sales terminals should particularly focus on second- and third-tier cities. The penetration of personal computers and the internet was often very high in first-tier cities, while second- and third-tier cities had sufficient consumer purchasing capacity for digital music players, but they might not possess the necessary hardware and software to access online music. There were thousands of cities throughout Europe, not to mention smaller towns. With 10,000 machines spread across thousands of cities, each city wouldn't receive even 10 units. They might have fewer than banks' ATMs. Of course, these weren't issues Universal Music should concern themselves with, at least not for now. Noticing that Edgar Bronfman was about to speak again and apprehensive he might divert the discussion, Doug Morris hesitated for a moment, but still interjected, "Eric, we all understand your intention in showcasing this machine, so let's talk about your thoughts." Eric nodded, gesturing towards the nearby couch. After they all sat down, and he instructed the secretary to bring in coffee, he said, "Ed, Doug, we all recognize that the current state of the record industry is drastically different from the past. It's much like when Hollywood faced the advent of TV and VCRs. The whole industry was on high alert, frantically trying to prevent the television and VCRs from infringing on Hollywood's interests. The two sides were at a standoff for a long time. It was not until Hollywood realized they could not defeat the opposing forces that they were forced to collaborate. Ultimately, it turned out that television and VCRs did not harm Hollywood's interests. They actually provided Hollywood companies with additional revenue channels. The situation the record industry faces now mirrors that of Hollywood back then, but it's even more grave because the internet is spreading far more rapidly than TVs and VCRs did back then. Furthermore, the cost of digital pirated music is much lower than film. Often, just one person and a server could facilitate the dissemination of thousands of pirated songs online. Thus, time is of the essence. You can't afford to hesitate for long. If you miss the opportunity to establish a legitimate digital music sales platform, setting the public into habits of accessing free music via the internet, then the record industry might face its terminal decline. Doug Morris couldn't help but interrupt, sensing his nerves twitching. Eric, you're being alarmist. Whether it's alarmism or not can be seen from last year's sales slump in the record industry. Eric shrugged. Thus, what I mean is that we should quickly reach a cooperative agreement to formalize the digital music industry through the internet. That's the only way to save the entire industry from collapsing. Edgar Bronfman then spoke again. Eric, let's discuss your cooperation plan. Of course, Eric nodded. Actually, the current sales model of Yahoo Music Store is what I propose for our cooperation plan. Universal Music can place its music resources into Yahoo Music Store, and the revenue sharing ratio would be 70/30, with you getting 70%. Additionally, if you prefer, Universal Music can have a 3-month exclusivity window for newly released physical albums, after which digital albums can be released, followed by the release of individual tracks 3 months later. Eric, if all you're offering are these conditions, Edgar Bronfman continued, I don't think there's any need for us to proceed further. Actually, I came to introduce Firefly Electronics' newly developed mini music store to both of you. Eric replied with a smile. We can discuss specific cooperation plans later and whether Universal Music has any additional requirements. Certainly, our plan for brick-and-mortar music stores won't be delayed by this. Firefly Electronics intends to officially announce that plan in April, coinciding with the launch of the third-generation Firefly player. Of course, if we can reach a cooperative intention before then, I believe it will benefit both of us. Chapter 1102, Women's Reactions. Whether to fully enter the digital music sales market was a fundamental strategic issue for several major record companies. Eric didn't expect any agreement to come from their first meeting. After some tentative discussions with Edgar Bronfman and Doug Morris, they scheduled a follow-up meeting and the two men took their leave. After personally escorting Edgar Bronfman and Doug Morris out of the executive building, Eric returned to his office and picked up the phone to discuss the recent encounter with Edgar Bronfman with Victor McNally, CEO of Firefly Electronics. In fact, while Eric was in talks with Universal, Bill Olson, the president of Firefly Electronics, had already flown to Europe with a prototype of their mini music store to persuade the two major record companies, EMI and BMG. Similar to the past 2 years, the launch of the new generation of Firefly players was scheduled for Easter in April, which was only about a month away. Under pressure from numerous electronics companies announcing their entry into the digital music player market, and considering how successful the mini music store plan would be for maintaining the market-leading position of the Firefly player, both Firefly Electronics and Yahoo focused on forming a close partnership with at least one of the 5 major record companies to secure music copyright resources to offset the content shortcomings of the mini music store. Among the 5 major record companies, Sony Music, owned by Sony and already having its own music player product, was undoubtedly the toughest nut to crack. Eric basically kept his hopes low and saw no point in contacting them. Warner Records, part of Time Warner, was facing internal turmoil following the recent merger announcement between AOL and Time Warner. With the complications that arose from various parties' interests, establishing a partnership with Warner Records within a month seemed nearly impossible. This left Universal, EMI, and BMG as the available options. Among these 3, Universal, having recently acquired Polygram, solidified its position as the world's largest record group and was undoubtedly the best choice. Though Eric had shown no cards during their last discussions, he was more than willing to pay a price to make this partnership happen. That said, Eric didn't place all his bets on Universal, hence Bill Olsen's trip to Europe. After discussing matters with Victor McNally for nearly half an hour over the phone, Eric hung up and checked his watch. With some time still left in the workday, he opened a document on his desk and absent-mindedly reached for a nearby pencil. As soon as he held the pencil in his right hand, the movements agitated the bite marks on his arm, which had started to scab. Unable to resist, he rolled up his sleeve to take a look at the bandaged wound. After the incident that afternoon, the kids had been frightened, and coupled with the alarming bite marks on Eric's arm, Virginia had scolded Eric fiercely without much reflection. Even Joanna displayed an uncommon level of irritation. Returning to Los Angeles, the atmosphere became even livelier as women gathered to gawk at Eric's terrible bite. Drew expressed envy, wanting to leave her own mark on Eric's arm. Aniston was curious about how exactly Eric had managed to attract the attention of a girl named Carmen Cass. Elizabeth bluntly stated, "Serves you right." Julia wore a sympathetic expression, but her glances hinted that she wouldn't mind if Eric also showed some affection for her. Nicole carefully examined Eric's wound with genuine sympathy, though she accidentally removed a freshly formed scab, then looked innocent while claiming she had a compulsive need to pick at scars. Famke felt the bite mark was misaligned. It might have looked better if it were centered on the outer side of the arm. Okay, Eric thought as he observed such a shameless bunch. Only Caroline showed genuine concern after seeing the bite mark on Eric's arm and reportedly called Olivia, prompting yet another wave of worried messages from across the pond. Lost in thought, Eric recalled the petite girl with piercing eyes. Paris Fashion Week had just commenced, and she must have started her runway show by now. With that on his mind, Eric reviewed a few more documents when his secretary knocked on the door to inform him that Kenneth Horn was waiting outside. A bit puzzled, Eric let him in. Kenneth Horn walked into the office, looking very excited. "Eric, I just got off the phone with several theater managers. Guess what the box office for the Blair Witch Project is?" "It must be outstanding," Eric replied, putting down his pencil and swapping it for a pen to sign his name on a document. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have rushed over here." "Not just outstanding. It's absolutely phenomenal," Kenneth said as he pulled up a chair to sit opposite Eric. "The manager from Regal Cinemas told me that all 50 of their screening rooms were nearly sold out the entire day, and tickets for tomorrow are already gone." Eric nodded. "Then go ahead and increase the screenings. Just handle it yourself." Compared to its former identity, Firefly have changed, and, considering it was the off-season for movies, increasing the screening scale could easily be accomplished within a week if necessary. "Hey Eric, you don't seem excited at all," Kenneth said, feigning disappointment. "You have to realize, a movie with a $32,000 investment, even with post-production expenses, totals only around $60,000. If 200 theaters are full next week, we could create a box office miracle. We have already created enough miracles." Eric chuckled as he set down his pen and looked up. "All right, since you're so excited, I'll give you a chance. You can treat us to dinner tonight, and feel free to invite Jeffrey and others, if you guys don't have family plans." Kenneth nodded some, looking slightly disheartened, and asked, "Isn't it Friday? Don't you have any plans?" "None." Eric shifted his wrist slightly, having been inclined to ignore the women's recent avoidance toward him. As they spoke, Eric's personal cell rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he picked up the phone right in front of Kenneth Horn. "Hey, Warren. Long time no see. Of course, how are you? I'm still at Firefly Studios, just planning to gather everyone for dinner. Care to join?" "Oh, really? Just tell me where you're at, and I'll send someone to pick you up." After chatting for a bit, Eric hung up the phone. Seeing Eric's casualness with the call, Kenneth asked, "Warren?" "Warren Buffett." Eric nodded. "He's probably here for the Clover Fund." While Kenneth couldn't directly see the financial data of the Clover Fund, the topic was not a secret among executives like him. Curiously, he asked, "Speaking of which, the stock value of the Clover Fund should be around $30 billion by now, right? It broke the $30 billion mark last week." "I don't understand much about stocks," Kenneth said, amazed. "But Eric, I hear the Nasdaq index is in shaky territory, and everyone's selling off tech stocks. You should be more cautious." Though Eric wouldn't easily change his plans, he also welcomed well-intentioned advice, nodding in agreement. "I understand. Now, call Jeffrey and the others. Since Warren's here, let's treat him well." "I think you just want us around, so Buffett can't advise you to sell your stocks," Kenneth joked, but still took out his phone to make the call. Despite Berkshire Hathaway only holding a 5% stake in Firefly, if liquidated, even after all the fees and taxes, Berkshire Hathaway would still pocket at least $1 billion. $1 billion is a sum any enterprise wouldn't overlook. However, in the event of a Nasdaq crash, the stocks held by the Clover Fund could be trapped long-term. There wouldn't be any feasible way to liquidate cash without selling at a loss. A conservative and cautious individual at heart, Warren Buffett was clearly not interested in that scenario, which was why he rushed from Omaha to Los Angeles. Nevertheless, during the dinner gathering that night, regardless of Buffett's attempts at persuasion, Eric was steadfast about not selling his shares in the Clover Fund. As events unfolded, Eric was unquestionably gambling. As long as the Nasdaq successfully surpassed 3,000 without collapsing, based on the historical uptrend of the index, the amount of cash that could be liquidated from the Clover Fund would likely exceed $40 billion or even $50 billion. In that case, even after taxes, Firefly could still retain around $30 to $35 billion in cash. Such a massive sum, coupled with Firefly's existing reserves, was enough for Eric to capitalize on the impending economic downturn in North America, allowing him to expand his economic empire while minimizing dilution of equity as much as possible. When persuasion failed, Buffett left Los Angeles the next day in a huff. Meanwhile, although the weekend was not yet over, news about the Blair Witch Project potentially achieving box office miracles began to circulate widely. Numerous media outlets published photos of fans queuing outside theaters showing the film. Furthermore, several professional critics engaged in spirited discussions about the Blair Witch phenomenon. Despite many critics savagely criticizing the Blair Witch Project and unabashedly revealing through various analyses that it was merely a fabricated film rather than a genuine documentary, public interest had reached a point where the truth about the Blair Witch incident no longer mattered. Everyone was curious about what this film that seemed to be discussed worldwide was truly like. Thus, when the three-day weekend concluded and the new week's box office data was released, the Blair Witch Project's astonishing box office figures became a focal point for national discussion once again. $11.2 million. This was the box office data for the Blair Witch Project over its opening weekend. Just over $10 million might indicate a significant failure for many blockbusters if such earnings were achieved in the first 3 days. However, after a slew of data disclosures, everyone could only describe it as a miracle. The production cost of the Blair Witch Project was only $32,000. Even when accounting for the quality restoration that Firefly Group undertook to create copies, the total cost remained just $60,000. $60,000 was only part of the story. More impressively, the film's screening scale comprised only 200 theaters, meaning during the opening weekend, each screening room achieved an attendance of about $56,000. If there was no basis for comparison, there's no harm. Now let's look at the concurrent release of Mel Gibson's crime-action blockbuster, Payback. In its second weekend, Payback earned $14.37 million, surpassing the Blair Witch Project by $3 million, with a total of $41.33 million after 10 days. However, Payback had a screening scale of over 2,700 theaters, and its average box office per theater was only just above $5,000, less than one-tenth that of the Blair Witch Project. Furthermore, Payback's production cost soared to $90 million, which was 1,500 times the entire production budget of the Blair Witch Project. Given the vast disparity in production costs and release scale, to say that Payback only exceeded the Blair Witch Project by a mere $3 million could only be described as a failure. Of course, there was another question at hand. Why was Mel Gibson's $90 million big-budget film dumped into the graveyard of a March release? The answer was simple. This film was entirely funded and shot by Mel Gibson's production company Icon Productions, with no involvement from any major studios. While Paramount handled the distribution, they would naturally reserve the best release windows and marketing resources for their own productions. As for films from independent studios, regardless of big stars, big productions, or big investments, as they lacked the studio's involvement, Paramount would not expend much effort. In fact, they would tacitly suppress such films. To put in perspective, after Columbia abandoned distribution, Adam Sandler's collaboration with an independent film company, out of the blue, Entertainment, on Big Daddy eventually landed Warner Brothers as its distributor, but the release window was still set for the end of August during the summer. While Hollywood films continued to thrive, the consolidation of media groups made it increasingly difficult for independent film companies to claim their share of the pie. Chapter 1103. What about you? According to our distribution department's analysis, the popularity of the Blair Witch Project primarily relied on the audience's curiosity and voyeurism. The film's content didn't have much to showcase. If we want this film to achieve even better box office results, we must keep the audience's desire as heightened as possible. Thus, for the next round of screenings, we shouldn't expand too much at once. 1,000 screens will be sufficient. During the second and third weeks, we should maintain the screening number around 1,000 screens. If there's still demand, we can further increase the screenings starting from the fourth week. At the start of a new week during the company meeting, Kenneth Horn presented the opening weekend box office data for the Blair Witch Project, leading to further discussion on the film's subsequent distribution strategy. This ultra-low-budget film, with a total budget of only $60,000, managed to generate an incredible $11.2 million in box office revenue during its first 3 days. This news stunned the media and left the Firefly Group equally amazed. As a result, this topic became the most important agenda item of the company meeting that week. After carefully reading the project materials for the Blair Witch Project, Robert Thompson, president of the Buena Vista Film Distribution Company, though not directly responsible for the matter, expressed his dissent. "I don't agree, Ken. For the past month, the company has been using deceptive marketing to promote this film. Since we declared it was just a movie marketing strategy, and with the public release of the film revealing the truth, the foundation of the popularity created by that marketing has started to fade. Luckily, the box office miracle, created during the opening weekend, has brought the film's topic back to the forefront. Therefore, we should seize this opportunity and expand the screenings to over 2,000 screens while the film is still popular." Simon Parker, president of the Consumer Products Division, chimed in, "I agree with Kenneth's plan. The popularity of the Blair Witch Project is strong enough to support a longer box office run. Rushing it could backfire. The mistakes made by Hasbro with the Star Wars prequel have been a prime example for us." As Simon finished speaking, Thomas Schumacher, head of Firefly Pictures, added, "However, I must remind everyone that the next 2 weeks without any competitors should be the most crucial for the Blair Witch Project. In 2 weeks, Easter will start, and I remember 3 new films are premiering on March 26th. Paramount's The Mod Squad, Universal's EDTV, and Warner's Run Lola Run. The competition in the following weeks will be much tougher, leaving little time for the Blair Witch Project to be in the spotlight." Hearing Thomas's words, everyone paused and looked towards Eric, who was seated at the front. Indeed, Run Lola Run had been snagged by the financially stronger Warner Brothers for $12 million. With the momentum from Eric's viewing at Sundance, Warner Brothers decided to take advantage of its success and placed the film in the Easter lineup. However, Eric wasn't too concerned about it. Run Lola Run was merely a quirky, low-budget, independent film with limited box office potential. Even if his subordinates wanted to snatch the film away, hoping to gain some pride by maintaining Eric's approval, he wouldn't agree. His focus remained on the Blair Witch Project. To keep management disputes at bay, Eric quietly whispered a few words to Katzenberg before decisively stating, "Let's expand as quickly as possible. This film doesn't have enough strength for a long run. Now, let's discuss establishing a dedicated online marketing department. I believe everyone has already realized the effectiveness of online marketing. However, I must remind you that online marketing is merely a supplement to traditional marketing techniques for films, at least for the foreseeable future. The Blair Witch Project can only be considered an exception that's hard to replicate. I mean, New Line and Buena Vista should each establish a dedicated online marketing office. Let's not forget we're a major movie production company. Legitimate operations are fundamental. We mustn't get sidetracked by short-term gains." With Eric's decision made, everyone ceased opposition. Kenneth Horn then asked, "So, Eric, should we move quickly to consider a sequel?" "No. We won't discuss any sequel ideas for this film for the next 5 years. In Hollywood's past, two well-known low-budget mockumentary films stood out: The Blair Witch Project and Paranormal Activity. Unlike Paranormal Activity, which managed to produce multiple successful sequels, the Blair Witch Project sequels could only be described as failures. This was primarily because, although Paranormal Activity employed a mockumentary style, it excelled in creating a genuinely frightening atmosphere. Thus, audiences remained willing to engage with its sequels. The Blair Witch Project, on the other hand, relied heavily on a carefully crafted backstory. Without that, the film appeared to consist solely of its protagonist's startled reactions, lacking any genuine scares. Most viewers watched it out of curiosity influenced by extensive media coverage, and once the intrigue faded, many found the film offered little of substance, feeling deceived. In such circumstances, launching a sequel would almost certainly lead to failure. However, starting the project 5 or more years later would yield a different outcome. The reason for this lies ultimately in one word: nostalgia. After the 2-hour meeting concluded, everyone returned to their workstations, leaving Eric and Katzenberg in the conference room. This afternoon, Katzenberg was set to head to Washington to participate in a consultation meeting initiated by the Department of Justice regarding the merger between AOL and Time Warner, which had sparked discussions throughout the entire media landscape. As the first large-scale merger between emerging and traditional media, the deal was unprecedented at $140 billion. The Department of Justice was approaching this merger with caution, largely due to the underlying power struggles. According to the merger announcement by AOL and Time Warner, once merged, the new company would leverage AOL's vast user base and Time Warner's content advantages, aiming to create a comprehensive media group integrating internet access, cable television, and fixed-line telephone services. At that point, AOL Time Warner would encompass all information media business areas, including channel service and content production. If it were to develop according to Steve Case's vision, the new company would undoubtedly grow into a media supergiant. Consequently, in theory, any company in direct competition with AOL and Time Warner should work to halt this merger. Both Firefly Group and Yahoo within the Firefly system had direct competitive ties to AOL and Time Warner. However, Eric had no intention of preventing the merger. Furthermore, the Firefly system would seek to use its influence to facilitate its completion. According to Eric's expansion plan, Firefly Group planned to enter the cable service provider market, a necessary step for the Firefly system. After all, whether it was Firefly Group, MGM, or the allied 20th Century Fox, all operated numerous cable channels. With the further proliferation of cable networks in North America, failing to engage in cable services could lead to troublesome situations in the future. If the Department of Justice blocks the merger between AOL and